2022 will take place from June to July. Throughout this period, teams from 5 major Asian regions will compete against each other to top the inaugural Asian esports country and regional groupings. Let the first ever Asia-wide esports program commence. The League of Legends competition will span 8 days from June 15 to 22. Among the 5 regions in Asia, Central Asia and South Asia regions will combine to form one major competition region, while the others stand on their own. Each region will host its own regional competition. Regional competitions will follow a single round-robin format, with each team competing in a best-of-3 series. Teams will earn 1 point for a win and 0 points for a loss. The final rankings will be determined based on the total points accumulated at the end of the competition. In the case of a tie between 2 or more teams, tiebreaker rules will be applied to determine the final rankings. The West Asia region showcases the talent of 6 teams representing Bahrain, Jordan, Kuwait, Oman, Palestine, and Saudi Arabia. Watch as these teams pit their creative strategies and masterful skills in an epic battle for supremacy. The teams across different regions are prepared for the ultimate challenge. Who will emerge victorious and gain a prime spot on their journey in the Asian Games? We will know soon enough.
Greetings from the 2022 RDAG Regionals in West Asia. The gateway to Asia, Africa, and Europe, and the link that connects the Atlantic and Indian Oceans. Diverse cultural societies have long since developed in Mesopotamia, Asia Minor and the Arabian Peninsula, and the Eastern Plateau of West Asia. With esports newly established in West Asia, it is tremendous to see its rise and potential for growth. At the 2022 RDAG Regionals, Bahrain, Jordan, Kuwait, Oman, Palestine, and Saudi Arabia teams will compete in the League of Legends event. Bahrain, the pearl of the Persian Gulf, is where oil's first discovery in the Middle East. Will Bahrain's players bring something slick and new to the game as well? Jordan, the home of Petra, the Rose City. Tourism is not the only thing booming. Esports also thrives in the country. Kuwait's rich oil reserves help keep its cities modern and vibrant. In turn, these have had an extraordinarily positive impact on the growth of the esports ecosystem in the country. As the oldest market in Arabia, the Mutra Souk in Oman has always been a hub for exchange among Omanis. Now the players from Oman are preparing for a new exchange in esports. In Palestine, the land of olives, people work together for a better life. The same spirit of cooperation is reflected in their esports athletes. In the middle of the Riyadh, you will find the iconic Kingdom Center, a vision of the future. Saudi Arabia may be yet on their way to building another kingdom of esports and gaming. We hope that the players from West Asia enjoy the 2022 RDAG Regionals, where unity and friendship are shared throughout esports.
Yeah, the air I bounce, we're heading home. It's a lot, but we can handle here and now. We're so close to home. If you're ready now, the universe, it's a electric new era. We're blooming here. I sing it out. Getting closer while we're stronger. The singer era tied by bonds. No, we will never be alone. Well,
deciding to go for the... It looks like they're going to try to go all in. Hong does have that Cyclone online, and it's going to be used effectively. Emperor's Divide going to be red there. Hong will live for the moment, but it looks like so will Team Chinese Taipei. Junja just trying to draw him off to the side. He will fall in the meantime.
They're looking for any play, and there it is. NH with the cease and desist on MF. But you can follow that up, and guess who's here again? That saves the day, even with slicing Maelstrom. Hong Kong trying to dashing away, but they're falling. They're losing the health. Want to deny the second charge because that's going to be devastating here. They're early into the game, looking for the pull, but Kaiwing has no follow-up. Nobody wanted to go with him because I want to create so much space on the other side that nobody could
Thought has played out completely differently.
That no TP, and no TP, no flash either. Oh, nice sidestep there.
He's got the moves!
Dragged in by the all out, but maybe he's got the moves because Kenny Chen's there. No! Maple!
No one will get rooted just yet. Stoey going to be quite dangerous, and hey, untouchable right now, at least in the ult for the moment, but they're not going to find any more. Emperor's Divide to close. Surely this is it. The ace is almost there.
It's also a 3-in-1 Zeri who has finished off the Trinity Force and the Runans.
Lupo's going straight on in here. Jundat, try to save yourself, friend. He's running around. He's hoping that he can maybe get a W across. We'll have to invest the flash to try to get the safety, but now it's going to be very difficult to make this one happen. They're just not going to be invested. There's going to be a route in. Oh, Q2 goes and connects onto Onikan. So finally, they get the kill onto the Ari, but in the meanwhile, it might cost them too much. It might even cost this tier 2. Waves right on pushed up. You've got Zero coming in and hoping that he can heal, but he's not going to be able to. Invincible too slow, and that cage didn't help him at all. Game mode's online, but there's no value off the back of it. It is going to be the ace coming through. Everyone dead on Team Jordan. It looks like they're just going to look for the fire sapling and even something to find the vision. Voodoo might go down, and once he does, that means the Baron's going to be that much free. Aquis is constantly going forward. The Yumi ult as well, just slowing it down. Aquis has got so much health. He's so untouchable. And again, Team Bahrain are going to get torn a new one. Dynamo trying to survive in the tomb, but it ain't going to work this time.
Zero is here looking for the undertow, and he's got the damage. Even if you've got the shields, more gold for the Viking. He is pillaging everything of Bahrain right now in the middle 2v4. But the Viking, he is not afraid of any battle. You cannot stop Zero. Zero to hero here for Team Gordon with another triple kill under the tier 2 mid. Got flash if he needs to. Holding off on that as they get a lot of damage on the other side. Call the Forge God. 4-man knockup from Mad Fury allows Aklis to just go rampant here. Untouched in the fight. Even Esla trying to get on top of Lucian, but he's dashing in. He's ready for it all. Oh wait, collapsed beautifully, and even with Esla denied from the charge away. Can't yell coward to get out of this one. You're going to be hunted down and get another bit of gold for Aklis.
Hello, my name is Ahmed. I am the captain of the Jordan team. My role in game is ADC, and my nickname is Casper.
Hello everybody, my name is Ghalib Fatayer. I'm the representative of the Palestinian National League of Legends team, and my in-game name is Falastini, and I am their in-game leader and also their jungler.
Hello, I'm Mishal. I'm 26 years old and I'm from Saudi Arabia national team, and my main role is support.
Hi, I'm Mohammed Hussein from Bahrain. I come to represent Bahrain on League of Legends tournament, and my in-game name is Voodoo, role jungler.
Hello everyone, my name is Ghassan Al-Battaji. I am thrilled to represent our country Oman. I am the jungler of Team Oman, known as WK Master.
Hello, my name is Tamer. I am from Kuwait. I am a top laner and my nickname is Madify.
So when we started playing games in general, it was like something to kill time, but then it became a passion, and then it became like we need to do something with that passion, and we came to the esport world, which like we found ourselves in.
I am playing for my country Jordan, and I hope I can make them proud. I think we can make the first place in this tournament.
I think our strongest rival is Saudi Arabia, because in the previous tournament we lost to them.
With all the respect to all the teams, I don't think we have a rival in this tournament. We are just the best.
Okay, we have one job. We win and go back to Oman.
Be careful or we'll run you over.
Our main goal was to join in the tournament at first, but then everyone's aiming for rank 1, so why can't we?
累了困了，喝东鹏特饮。iQOO11系列，标配 2K 144赫兹一流全感屏，流畅又清晰，有机硅皮革，耐脏污、抗老化。全新自研芯片 VR 与第2代骁龙8强联手，影像电竞全面升级，200瓦超快闪充，充电快，续航久。iQOO11系列，未来电竞越想操控。
关闭外来的杂音，找准内心的节奏。奥迪 Q4 e-tron，让真的感受从开始才开始。
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Road to Asia Games. We're going real deep into it now. It's day 6 here. And of course, we are currently in the West Asian group. I'm Mac. This is Elfish Guy, and we're going to be bringing you the morning games today, or the early afternoon.
Yeah, we call them morning because it does require us to get up in the morning. But of course, it is midday now as we start to tick over into the afternoon, Max. It's all semantics at this point, really, isn't it?
It really is. Look, just grabbing at straws. It doesn't really matter what time of day it is because we're going to get some high-quality League of Legends regardless.
Yeah, indeed. Certainly looking forward to it. I mean, we saw some stuff yesterday that was a little bit fun. We saw some kind of interesting drafts and compositions. So we'll see what we get today as well.
We certainly shall. And of course, before we get too deep with the broadcast, we need to thank our lovely sponsors. This competition is jointly organised by the Olympic Council of Asia and the Asian Electronic Sports Federation, operated by Digital Esports Asia and undertaken by Neo TV.
Indeed. First of all, we want to give a big thanks to our prestige sponsor, Audi Q4 e-tron's strong support for RDAG tournament.
Special thanks to iQOO11, the official mobile game equipment of RDAG, the professional choice to empower victory, embrace the thrill of control.
Thank you as well to our official supporter, Omen, new Omen 16, new journey to Road to Asian Games 2022.
Thank you to official supporter Autofull M6, official gaming chair partner of Road to Asian Games. Be your own hero.
And thank you to our official supporter, Eastrock, for all of their support.
At the same time, we would like to thank our official broadcasting platforms, Bilibili, Huya Live, Douyu Live, Kuaishou Games, Migu Video, Channels, Tencent Video, Weibo, Huahongshu, YouTube and Twitch for their support.
Indeed, and wouldn't be possible without them, would it, Max? So the Road to Asia Games 2022 is going to be, very thankful to all of our supporters, and thank you for providing us with the opportunity to watch some League of Legends from all over the globe, really. It feels like we've got a lot of representation. I know it is obviously an Asian-centric tournament, but, there's quite a lot of teams there, isn't there?
Yeah, well, when we talk Asia, look, we're usually thinking, Asia-Pacific, and for the most part, that's just going to cover Southeast Asia and East Asia, but we're going deep. We're going west, we're going central and south, and all these groups as well have been you know, they definitely have their strong points, they definitely have their weak points, and it's going to be interesting how they all play up against one another once the Asian Games do roll around. But today, of course, you can see in the standings, we are still here in West Asia. Saudi Arabia, Team Saudi Arabia, able to do so much work yesterday, picking up those 2 wins, and Team Oman as well, like not too far up top. So should be able to try and catch them today. Of course, there's a lot of games on the menu today. First one to kick us off on stream is going to be Team Bahrain against Team Saudi Arabia. Off stream, of course, it's Team Kuwait and Team Palestine. Then the next game on stream we'll be covering here is Team Oman up against Team Jordan, Team Saudi Arabia and Team Kuwait. Going to be going head-to-head offline, which is, you know, one that I was very interested in. Kuwait have looked pretty good, but Saudi Arabia just a little bit too strong. And then the 2 final games of the day will be Team Oman up against Team Bahrain and Team Jordan taking on Team Palestine. So that is what is going to be shown here on stream. And let's not waste any more time. Let's get into the first game of the day. It's Team Bahrain, and they are looking strong as anything, aren't they?
Yeah, certainly has been a bit of a run from them. I think they, to be fair, MACAU have struggled a little bit here and there. We did get to watch one of their games, if you remember, and they didn't do so hot in that one. Some interesting picks coming through from them against Kuwait, which they did lose. They did lose 0-2 in that matchup. We saw a couple of weird drafts actually in that game, so something to kind of keep in mind as we do get into the draft phase of this matchup as well. On the other side of the field, Saudi Arabia, they definitely look like the team to beat in this group. They did sweep through yesterday pretty comfortably in both of their matchups, and kind of expecting them to do the same thing today. They're the team that comes in with the most experience across the board. All of these members playing in the Arabian League, all of them you know, playing pretty well in the Arabian League, and even 3 out of 5 of them playing in the same team there as well is a big asset when you're going up against teams that are kind of a, you know, mishmash of different individuals getting put together to represent their country or region. So
yeah, it makes it hard, doesn't it?
Definitely beneficial.
There's certainly a few names that yesterday looked good on paper, but then might have made a couple of mistakes. I'm looking straight at your Voodoo there for Team Bahrain. I remember him getting mispositioned multiple times, which could have cost him that win.
Yeah, indeed. I think looking toward Bahrain here, I mean, I think across the board it was probably a little bit of a struggle street for them. Just taking a look, I thought maybe up in that top lane there wasn't necessarily too many issues, but beyond that, like it was just, I felt like across the board things starting to fall behind slowly but surely in that game against Kuwait. So ultimately we got to the point where, you know, even though top in particular was pretty even, it didn't ultimately work out too nicely for them on the rest of the map. And, you know, if you're only just going even on the top side of the map, then there's not too much that you can really do. You're not supposed to be able to carry through the top side, so need to be seeing a little bit more from the bot lane and from the jungler in particular, I guess, and that's going to have to sort of show its impact early on in the game.
You're not supposed to carry through the top, but tell that to shine. We saw him doing that the other day. But look, this region, of course, slightly different. Team Saudi Arabia have looked so good on paper and so good in their games. Ajwad, keep your eyes on him, doing big work so far. And then, of course, Wufo was having a lot of fun up top. Oni Khan, as well, is playing that mid lane, and he was doing big damage yesterday. I remember one of the games, he was absolutely flying on that Ari. I can't wait to see that again. Mimic and Mashal also very solid in the bot lane, so we'll see what Panda and Onda are going to be able to do up against the, let's say, powerhouse that is Mimic and Mashal, because down there in the bot lane, you know that there's going to be high prio from both these teams.
Yeah, indeed. I'm looking forward to this matchup. I think Bahrain, they're probably going to struggle a little bit. We've definitely seen good stuff from Saudi Arabia over the course of yesterday. You know, again, a couple of more interesting selections. I'm kind of feeling like maybe there's like a little bit of a mini meta developing within the West Asia region that, you know, is a little bit off meta, off standard. I've seen a lot of sort of kindred bans. I've seen a lot of the 80 carries angling towards Lucian, certainly a lot more than maybe some of the other regions. And even when it's, you know, not the Lucian Nami combo, which is normally what you would expect to see put together, there still seems to be a couple of Lucian getting picked up. So it's just a little bit interesting how these drafts are playing out. It's not necessarily what we expected. It's been quite hard to predict in some cases, so I do expect that to continue throughout the day today.
I reckon we're in for a pretty quick one. Look, from all reports, everyone we've spoken to, including Magical and Rusty, and even the players, they all just seem to agree that Team Saudi Arabia are a step above I'd love to see Team Bahrain making this as competitive as they possibly can, but that's kind of what we're looking for, right? They're trying to set the bar. They're trying to figure out how good they are up against the likes of Team Saudi Arabia and where they should be placing in this group. So that's probably what we're going to be focusing on here. And look, Team Saudi Arabia could have a bit of fun with this one, depending on how much respect they want to show Team Bahrain. You know that they love a good team fight. They love a bit of fun. They were very vocal yesterday, so vocal that they even copped a potential warning for unsportsmanlike conduct. So we'll see if they're going to stay loud, stay quiet, or what the plan is long-term for these fellas.
Yeah, I think it's it's just one of those things, isn't it? You know, sometimes you get a little bit excited, a little bit pumped up, fired up, you know, you want to hype the boys up, but certainly needs to be still within the confines of the tournament rules. But Mac, straight into the draft, which is good to see. And we'll get an idea as to whether or not we'll see these kind of kooky bands continue. Zoe and Cassante, maybe not as out there as some of the bands that we saw yesterday. Vi, Yumi getting tossed in there as well. These seem to be a little bit more standard for mine. And I think that Zoe is probably just a target ban against Dynamo. Did play it yesterday, so we can look into that and say, you know, pretty standard stuff. Again, the Skana ban from Saudi Arabia. They banned it in a couple of their games yesterday.
Yeah, it certainly was there. Maybe it was in that other Bahrain game.
I think it was Kuwait. I think it was actually Kuwait that banned Skana. But the thing is, like,
Bahrain. So they must know that Voodoo is a Skana player, and maybe they're worried about it.
Yeah, I guess that's the thing, right? It's just a bit, you know, again, is it worth putting a ban into Skana? Well, we had that discussion around the Draven and the Jarvan yesterday, and it certainly seemed like the answer, at least in that case, was yes. So again, maybe these players are a little bit more in tune with one another than we obviously are. You've got the Milio picked up straight away. Very standard, very meta, very solid stuff from Saudi Arabia. No surprise that that's going to be going in the direction of Michal, who yesterday played a couple of games of Yumi, but Milio you'd have to expect at this level should be in the champion pool. Blitzcrank, good counter. Good choice coming through from Bahrain as an option. And the MACAU, the selection as well. So 2 solid picks to start the draft off for Bahrain, but it doesn't really tell us a whole lot as to where this draft is going just yet.
Onda going to try to hit some of those hooks again and see if they can maybe catch Team Saudi Arabia caught napping. Not too sure if they will be or not. Team Saudi Arabia all smiles, as you can see on the player cams, discussing what they want to do, what kind of fun they want to have, and it is just going to be the Aphelios pair up with the Milio. Third pick about to come through. Let's see if they're going to lock that in for the jungle. Most teams seem to be trying to save those counter picks for the mid, for the top lane. But we're going to see mid locked in. So Ontikant going for the Silas. Wants to get the nice Nature's Grasp back. Big ult to steal there. And that could stop Team Bahrain from going too teamfight heavy in terms of big ults here.
Yeah, Ontikant was, I think, a big standout actually for Saudi Arabia yesterday. Played Lissandra, played Ari, and had quite a good game in both of those cases, so don't necessarily mind putting the priority into the Silas early if they expect that that's going to be banned away and it's a champion that he wants to pick up. We've got, once again, another Kai'Sa selection here for Bahrain. We've seen, you know, just again, this is the thing with West Asia, is that there has been a vastly higher variety of champions selected in all lanes than any of the previous regions that we've watched so far. So had a little bit of Lucian, had a little bit of Kai'Sa yesterday as well. We were talking about that, or at least Rusty and Mad Magical were talking about that. They had the Kai'Sa game. But yeah, it's just not too surprising to me at this point to kind of see these like out of the ordinary selections coming through. And I guess these players do just have the champions that they like to go to, and you know, let the meta sort itself out. And I think that's fair enough, right? Sometimes you don't necessarily want to play towards the meta champions if you're not super comfortable on it.
Yeah.
But you know, I look at the Aphelios and the Milio, and I think that is just such a powerful bot lane that is going to provide you so much value later on in the game as well, that if this Kai'Sa can't get ahead, she's really going to struggle to keep up the pace with the likes of the Aphelios.
Yeah, I'd have to agree there as well. And in terms of the bans, we're going to see Ornn taken out, Syndra taken out, Jace taken out, and Ari removed. So we'll see where they're going to be able to make it from there. Annie going to be locked in straight away, so Bahrain, that's another relatively large ult that Silas can snatch away, depending on if, of course, that Nature's Grasp is available. what are we going to see as an answer for Team Saudi Arabia? We're going to go for the Aatrox. So we're going to be seeing some Aatrox up top. Where are we going in the jungle for Ajwad?
Yeah, it's a little bit interesting to me that they leave the jungle pick to the last selection here, given that we already see the MACAU on the other side of the field. You would have thought, as you sort of said, Mac, that maybe the Silas was not expected as the third pick for Saudi Arabia, that they would have preferred to maybe leave it for the counter pick. But ultimately, that's just the way they've decided to go with this draft here. It'll be Viego in the end there for Saudi Arabia, so a lot of early game skirmishing, a lot of melee champions up there on the top side of the map. And if you do make a little bit of a mistake, right, against the likes of Aatrox and Silas, they're going to lock you down forever. Viego as well has a stun there, so you know, mispositioning is really going to be punished here, and I actually don't mind that gangplank selection. It does sort of counteract some of that crowd control that you're going to see coming through. It's quite a heavy crowd control top side of the map, so maybe the gangplank has a little bit of an easier time into that, but certainly the Annie, especially an immobile mid laner, if she's not careful and she gets out of position, you pretty much just are not going to be allowed to move.
Yeah, and that can get very dangerous very quickly, but where to for all these champs? Looks like we are going to see Viego making it to the jungle. I was a little bit worried there because we have seen, you know, historically Silas was able to jump into the jungle for a while. And I thought, look, with everything we've seen in this region, I wouldn't be surprised if something creative like that was going to be pulled out from the back pocket. But Team Saudi Arabia seem to be pretty happy with what they've brought to the party. And that sole large source of that AP damage is going to be the Silas overall. So you're going to have your eyes on mid lane. Should be one form of win condition, but in terms of the team fight, you'd argue that it might end up working better for Team Saudi Arabia. They can certainly snowball with the Viego pick in the jungle. Ajwad, very strong in the jungle in his previous games, and if you can get just that one pick, then things can go wrong really quickly for Team Bahrain.
Yeah, indeed. Just taking a look at the drafts as a whole, again, my eyes are initially drawn down to the bot lane as the first point of contact, and I do much prefer what Saudi Arabia have drafted down in this bot lane. That, of course, bearing in mind that they may still struggle if the Blitzcrank can hit their hooks, so there's definitely a little bit of a win condition there for Bahrain down toward bot, particularly if junglers are pathing down in that direction. But I'm always a fan of the Aphelios. I think you give it enough time, it's going to always provide some kind of value. And then on the top side of the map, again, the skirmishes are just going to be so scary. I think MACAU, right, he's going to provide a lot of value in terms of the crowd control and the vision control later on in the game, and into the mid game he's going to start to get a bit tanky, but he is one of those champions that can be a little bit squishy early on in the piece, and I'm seeing some highly aggressive kind of fights on the cards potentially here for Saudi Arabia, with the Viego trying to get in the face of MACAU, quick roams up from Silas or down from Aatrox, and that 2v2 just seems kind of unbeatable to me. But here's a little bit of something different.
A cheese attempt. I think we saw Team Bahrain yesterday looking for something similar to this, but it was over towards the bot side, and nothing really happening. You can see Team Saudi Arabia, everyone just chilling over towards the red buff, expecting an invade, but it is going to happen on the other side of the rift here. So we'll see if Team Bahrain are going to commit to this setup. They're expecting a top to bot clear, but it looks like Ajwad might be going the other way. Oh, no one hangs around, but they will get that ward down. They might have been able to find Wufo, but of course you just don't want to spend that much time investment sitting in the bush when you have all 5 members, or things can go wrong quick in all those lanes. Okay, Voodoo and Dynamo end up hanging around. We are going to see Fun start to walk across here, and it might be the invade. It will be the invade. They've got every bit of info that they need, and they're going to go forward. Voodoo, what's he started with? Looks like he's going to be slow on a Wufo. Okay. However, the smite comes through, and Ajwad gets away with that one.
That's just a little bit too clean from Saudi Arabia, right? You can't afford to put all of those resources into that invade and then get nothing from it. Yeah, Ajwad is now level 2. Voodoo's really far behind. Onikan's been able to get a favorable lane set, and now he's starting to roam his way up. So this is going to make life really difficult for Bahrain to play on the top side of the map. They have severely mismanaged that invade, and now they are getting bullied out of their own jungle. Look at how much CS Dynamo is missing in mid, how much XP he's missing in mid. That is not a good start at all, and you do have to also give up your red buff, so...
Looks like it is just going to be Ashwad saying, hey, I'm vertical jungling. If you don't like it, well, then come fight me.
It's not even that, though, Mac. I don't think it's going to be necessarily just vertical jungling. I mean, he has every right to potentially get back down to his red buff as well and get that as well and deny that away from Voodoo. So he might actually just 3-camp the Bahrain jungler. He's going to take away the Krugs there up in the top side of the map, too. And Voodoo, I mean, look, without the prio in the mid lane or the prio in the bot lane, and knowing that you're a Maokai, which isn't exactly the strongest of invading junglers, you are not really super confident about making this invade down to the red buff.
Ooh.
Granted, he can drop a few saplings for
Gank angle
information, but
right here going to be taking a fight with the GP. Going in, fun, keep taking this damage. Ashwad could be in trouble as he's overstayed his welcome. Wufo just a little too late to the party. Fun going to be forced out of lane. So the gank overall, pretty good for Ashwad.
Yeah, I think Ashwad there just recognizing the limitations of his champion and knew that he was kind of okay. It looked a little bit awkward for a moment, but cooldown's definitely an important factor to consider when you're playing against the gangplank, and if he's not able to get those Qs across, then...
Invade coming through now, they're going to crack it.
Yeah, but I think maybe this is a little bit too late, Mac, to actually take the red
buff. Oh, it's the gank. No, they're just syncing up to go gank bot instead. You can see that Team Saudi Arabia are not expecting this one at all. There is going to be vision close enough to the river, but they won't expect Voodoo in this position. And it's going to be the 4-on-2. Surely there is no world where Mimic gets away. He's gone. Michal as well is going to be forced to flash out. Ashwad trying to match by walking on in this direction.
All things
but it is
considered,
Team Bahrain taking first blood.
Just one death there, I think it's totally fine. And now you get to see the revenge storyline. Dynamo able to flash out. Lucky that the Viego wasn't there or the Milio wasn't there, because that crowd control lock would probably have been his end, and that was what I was talking about in that draft. The Silas can lock you down for a long time, and then with the assistance of the Viego, that further gets compounded. And again, Ashwad just in Voodoo's jungle, causing problems. They probably don't kill him here. He's still got the flash available. But
you're right.
You're just getting forced out of your own jungle again. I mean, there's a Gromp you can take if you're Ashwad here if you want to. Probably a little bit concerned about the bot laners resetting, so doesn't want to overcommit to that, and does have a full bot side jungle to farm anyway.
Yeah. Early noon quiver coming through for Panda in the meanwhile, which means farming is going to be that much easier on the other side of the lane, though. Mimic with the cull. So coming back with that to try and accelerate himself over to the top lane. Wufo playing a dangerous game, and at mid, missed attempt at the gank. Owned up, just showing some form of presence, and he spotted Ashwad there over towards the Raptor camp. So info going his way. Michal not going to commit to trying to find anything other than just that vision in the river. And what do we see from Onda here? Just getting rid of the rewards.
Well, you can't really see the problem, though, Mac, with this bot lane. Flash over the wall from Onda.
Going quick. Oh, nice hook. Could be on for something here. Panda going to be able to chase this one down. Michal could certainly fall, but Mimic in the meanwhile just pumping so much damage onto the ADC. It is going to be a traded kill, and overall, you think that one favors Mimic.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, he can continue to farm. He can probably take a tower plate here, knowing that his jungle's on the bot side of the map as well, and Onda can grab a bit of CS, but ultimately you want that money going over to the AD carry. Here's a gank angle in mid as well.
Voodoo.
But Silas...
He's going to be able to find it.
Uh-oh.
He gets on there. Voodoo goes under the turret, takes that shot. Onikan should be fine. Have the little bit of life steal on his abilities to try and make this one happen, but it is going to be, the Nature's Grasp used real early. He's pinged 6 in the meanwhile, and that is Ashwad getting a reset, and Dynamo falling off the back of it.
Still, I mean, a 2-for-1 in the mid lane, plus the wave shoving in under the tower there for the Annie. Not going to be happy about that. Doesn't have TP. Will lose a lot of farm off of that. Again, fighting in the bot lane.
Mimic should go down here, but he is going to be at least able to trade Michal. He'll be the one to receive the kill. So things probably going to favor Bahrain in that particular exchange.
Let's take a look back at all these replays. Onikan, I mean, I think as Voodoo, that is a bit of a sin. Playing on the Maokai, you can't really afford to be taking that W.
He hits that level up halfway through the fight.
Yeah, but when you know you're going to get taken out of the tower, that's that free extra bit of damage that really enables this play to actually happen. Onikan does go down, but you get those kills over onto Ashwad, on the Viego as well. I think that's fantastic. Michal making a little bit of a mistake here, getting caught out. That's not ideal.
Yeah.
And the shenanigans continue down in the bot lane. But look, I mean, if we take a reset, if we take a step back, we look at all of this. Yes, it's been messy. We've seen some stranger ganks happening and playing out. But ultimately, we're looking at an Aphelios Milio bot lane. If they're keeping themselves even, which so far they kind of are, and an accelerated jungler.
Jordan, I think you need to stop trying to do any color casting this game, because what I'm seeing is just a mess. We're seeing fights every time you try to break anything down.
Yeah,
that's what we're getting today.
It really is. But I mean, look, the numbers are there. 5 on 5 as far as the kills are concerned, but Saudi Arabia have a composition that's going to enable them to win this game a little bit easier than Bahrain do at the moment. And look, Voodoo's just completely out of this game. Everything he tries to do is falling to dust. He's really in trouble on that MACAU.
Has he got level 6 yet? No, 2 levels away from his ult. So that's where he's certainly going to hit his power spike. And Team Saudi Arabia are aware that, hey, if we just don't let him get to level 6, we can get as much advantages as we possibly can. Early on, Fun, that does not look like fun for him. Knocked back, almost securing the deal.
Dynamo's coming up here as well, alongside potentially even Onda, so that needs to be communicated here by Onikan, but maybe has come through a little bit too late. Still, Wufo might feel okay about this.
He's still hanging around. Will invest the flash to try and get away. Looks to try and lifesteal up and survive, but it's not going to last too much longer, so too many men to deal with there. And Team Bahrain will lead in terms of the kills, but not the gold.
Yeah, just need to maybe buy another 5 seconds or so there, and that could have really been something for Saudi Arabia. Ultimately, though, Bahrain do find that advantage. I've been liking the roams from Dynamo. I think he's been effective on the roams, but just has to be a little bit aware of how much CS he's giving up in mid. 31 to 67 farm is a real problem. Up in the top lane as well, 29 to 65 farm is insane.
Yeah, CS
Jungle
gaps everywhere, man.
28 to 42. Bot lane's down by 10 CS, which is, you know, as good as it actually gets for Bahrain, especially considering Panda does have a few kills in the back pocket. So the one shining light of hope really for Bahrain at the moment is that Kai'Sa down in the bot lane. But as I've said before, I'm on Team Aphelios right here. I just see that scaling into the game way better, especially with Emilio support versus the Blitzcrank support. Yes, Blitz can always find you some value if you hit some good hooks, but if everyone on your team is behind, the Blitzcrank hook connects, you know, maybe you're just feeding over a free kill to Saudi Arabia at that point. So it's going to be really, really hard to find angles actually for Onda in this game, despite the fact that he as an individual is not having a terrible game here.
Just whacking a couple of these minions at mid. And that CS gap continues to get larger. Wufo playing on more of a carry champ today, and Dynamo ain't getting away from that one.
Wow. All right. Well,
Wufo with the all-in.
That's what Aatrox can do. Just want to check Dynamo's level, but I would have to imagine that he's down on levels. Wufo's very accelerated, level 9. You can see this is the level 5 Blitz and the level 6 MACAU trying to kill the level 9 Aatrox. I don't know about this one, Mac.
1v2 angle, Wufo, is he too large? We are about to find out, and that's going to be the GP ult coming through to try and help him out. So, Global's there. Onda waiting and hoping Panda's going to be able to finish this one off, which he will, so that will be great for the Kai'Sa. Arjwar tries to follow, but won't be able to get there in time.
Yeah, but again, just feeding another kill over to Panda. Lots of priority going to be put on Panda this game. This is your game to carry. If there's ever anything for Bahrain, it's going to come from that Kai'Sa. There's another kill, so 5-2 and 0.
Ports in transition, maybe getting a little bit too happy, a little bit too fancy pants there. And back down to world spot we go. Mimic has been farming in the meanwhile, but there has been that kill at least picked up on Kai'Sa. So we'll solo Bolo in mid. And Wufo, of course, just going to keep that ult on cooldown, it seems. Arjwar invading, still on the red buff. And similar to what we saw yesterday, no attempts at the Drake have happened just yet. No one really wants it. It feels like they are much more interested in fighting here in West Asia.
Yeah, maybe now we start to see some presence being put in that direction. It'll be a bit of an awkward fight for Saudi Arabia, because I think a lot of their strength actually does lie in Wufo right now, who has levels on almost everybody. In fact, does have levels on everybody on Bahrain. And you've got the 5-2 Kai'Sa running around in the bot lane, so you don't really want to be fighting against that right now. Still, it looks like they've got enough control that Bahrain's just going to give that one over.
A little bit of tenacity is going to go a long way there with the Chemtech Drake. And what have we got for the next one? Cloud Drake coming through. No Soul just yet. No Rift shifting.
Top lane's going to be a real problem right here for Bahrain, right? They have, as I've said, a strong Kai'Sa, but that Kai'Sa is not going to be able to do anything about Wupo up in top, and Voodoo going down in mid. That's another kill for Ajwad on the Viego. So just a lot of points of strength across the map for Saudi Arabia, where
16 kills in 12.5 minutes.
Really, there's only 1 point of strength for Bahrain, and admittedly, again, another fight. There's another one for Silas. Admittedly, like 5 kills is nice, Mac, but you're on 76 CS at 13 minutes. That is not a severely accelerated Kai'Sa. You're kind of making up for that lack in CS with the kills.
Yeah, and there's another one. Fun able to finally get some revenge there onto Wufo. With a solo bolo coming through from him. Ajwad going to try to take 1v2, feeling like he's invincible in the jungle. Will have the red buff to at least help him out. And Unicorn not too far away. In the meanwhile, Herald just going to be whacking away at the plates here. Unicorn gets another solo one, but won't hang around and push the point this time. Voodoo, of course, Nature's Grasp not too far away, but is looking for an angle, and over towards the bot side. Panda was just hidden in the bush there and should be able to escape. Drive angle was there, but Mimic, he's happy just to keep on farming up a storm. Look at this. 30 CS gap continuing to grow down in that bot lane.
Yeah, well, they didn't really know where the Blitzcrank was exactly, so just not too keen on that dive. Onikan, this should be a kill for him if it's under tower.
Okay, Onikan going to get locked in, but for how long? Is it long enough? Tibbers.
Yeah, Voodoo just able to stay outside of the tower range. You could see exactly what Onikan was trying to do there once again, trying to bait Voodoo under tower with that twisted advance, but wasn't able to lock him in the tower's range. And so Voodoo walks away at a sliver of HP. Now Wufo once again is going to try to have some fun with fun in the top lane. Definitely a dive angle there for mine.
And there's another one. Straight under the turret. Getting a little bit too big for their boots again. Everyone having too much fun for my liking right now.
This really is just reminiscent of a solo queue game where every lane is just trying to fight constantly and win the game through their lane. There's no overarching team play. There's not necessarily like any macro game going on. You talked about the Dragons. We're 15 minutes into the game pretty much, and only 1 Dragon has been taken. All of these kills have pretty much just been happening in lane. Yes, some roams are happening here and there, but again, another fight.
Another fight, of course, and Mimic. Is he going to be able to survive? Looks like he certainly won't be able to. Mishal running for his life and hoping that he can buy time for Onikan to rotate in, who's walked over Vision in the meanwhile. They are aware that he's coming. He's able to steal away the Blitz ult.
Well, it should still result in a bot tower getting pressured. Onikan definitely has a dive angle on Panda if Panda stays there alone, which he thinks is the case. He steals the Blitz ulti, and the Blitz ulti with the AP of the Silas is going to do a lot of damage. Onikan, a 3 versus 1 under tower. Tower died. That is bad news for Bahrain. Look, it was slipping away, Matt, but
it just feels over.
That was illegal.
Yeah, that was illegal. No one ready for the dive. No one thought that Onikan would actually jump into 3 under a tower, but he has. And that was disgusting. Ajwad is going to pillage the jungle. Ufo able to get some revenge onto Fun now over to the top side, and that's going to be the T1 falling at top as well.
Yeah.
Next Herald's up. Who's going to take it? Are they going to worry about it, or are they just going to keep on fighting? Let's find out right now.
Max, stop. Stop thinking about it, okay? Just think about the fights at this point. Thinking about the macro, thinking about the Rift Herald, thinking about the objectives. I don't know about that one, Chief. Look at this, though. This was such a nice dive from Onikan. I thought he kind of entered it a little bit because the Bahrain members were sticking around, but the fact that he has the heads-up play to steal the Blitz
so much
ulti.
Damage, bro.
Yeah, exactly, right? This is why you sometimes see AP Blitz when you're playing like ARAMs or for fun games. AP Blitz can do a lot of damage.
Yeah, well, finally a team fight. Everyone here, Team Saudi Arabia looking to go for a dive. Just put high prio again on getting these red buffs online. Mimic now, going to be able to dance backwards. Voodoo, a little too far forward, doesn't have the Nature's Grasp just yet, and it is going to be the reset angle. Ajwad now activating and looking to stun up a storm, but it is going to be Wufo doing all of that and more. Ajwad again. Another reset. And the kills, in the meanwhile, going over to Mimics.
So what would you normally see a team do here?
Stay around mid.
Maybe. Maybe you think about taking the Dragon. Maybe think about taking the Rift Herald as well. Instead, Viego's going to go down. Ajwad chasing a little bit too deep. Wufo's gone back up to the top lane. Don't mind that at all. I'd like to see Saudi Arabia take that mid tower and then pivot over to the Dragon.
Or the Herald. Or both.
Or either, yeah.
Or any. Or either.
Anything at this point. But instead, having a bit of trouble taking the mid tower.
They just want to fight. They literally just want Team Bahrain to overextend again. They're already at an 8k gold lead. They want more. They're hungry.
Exactly. But in all this time, they could have taken Dragon. They could have taken Rift Herald.
They certainly could have. But they didn't. They haven't. Well, lots of items coming online again for Team Saudi Arabia. And Oni Khan just wants to fight now. Of course, online. Now we'll see them turn their tides, turn their focus rather over towards this Cloud Drake, and we'll see the Rift change. We'll see what soul is on offer. It is going to be a Mountain Rift, a Mountain Soul. And look, that'll be good for either team, honestly.
I don't think anything's going to be good for Bahrain at the moment. Look at Wufo. He is just unstoppable. Level 14, Mac. Only can't waste the TP to get up there.
To get a little cruggy.
He's level 14, Mac. The closest on Bahrain is level 11. He's 3 levels on literally everyone in this game.
Straight up travesty.
Bar his own mid laner, which is irrelevant. So, Wufo can just 1v9 this game at the moment, honestly.
It certainly feels that way. And we've seen it as well, even when he does have the team behind him, he's just pumping the damage, pumping the CC and locking it down long enough for all that AoE damage to come through. When he can't. Extremely dangerous as well. Voodoo, I feel like I've certainly been in this position where you just can't find anything, you're however many levels down.
It happens, man.
You just can't play the game.
Definitely. Definitely. I mean, look, the thing is, though, like, you have to try to find value in some way, shape, or form, and you have to look at where are the advantages for my team, where can I potentially catch back up and come back into this game, and that, of course, is down towards the bot lane.
What we can talk about is the difference in playstyle. Like, you say what is right, what you should do, etc., and what we've been talking about for the last 5 minutes. But if you compare West Asia to East Asia, there was no kills. It was all about the macro, and they were finishing games in 18 minutes.
Yep.
And
this is pure unbridled aggression,
it's
right?
Just team fights.
This is just, I see bad guy, I go kill, right?
Yep.
And fair enough.
Red is dead, man. Red is dead.
It works. It definitely works. But it is resulting in a messier game here for Saudi Arabia than what they might otherwise have had.
Let it crossed in. See you later, Elder. And there's going to be no chance at a hook for you no more. Wufo hoping to get this one down. It's just going to be the pull on right back. Ajwad hits better hooks than what we've seen from Elder this game.
This is literally, in a nutshell, Saudi Arabia saying anything you can do, I can do better. You've got a Viego who can literally turn into your opponent's champions.
Yeah.
And a Silas that steals their ultimates.
The only objective, it feels like they've been interested in this whole game, is the Baron. Hitting it on cooldown. And there is no chance of Team Bahrain coming close. Voodoo, he's going to start to walk across, but by the time he gets here, it'll be 10 seconds after the Baza. And, you know, with this Nash buff, let's see what they opt to do. It's probably just going to be the A-ramp. 4-1 split with Wufo, again, looking to take it straight towards Team Bahrain at top lane. He realizes, okay, there's some damage there. Fun has taken me down.
Oh, they've got a Herald too. They can just end the game right here.
It's Dancing Shelly.
Oh, we might.
Shelly angle.
We might
fast enough that there's no damage yet. Yep, Shelly. He's looking. Team Saudi Arabia, have they had enough?
Yeah.
Are they going to make this happen? Is the Shelly going to get this charge off? Will they dive? Will they fight?
Now they will.
Right now, just waiting for that turret to fall down, and now it is just going to be the attempt at the all-in. Wufo going to be the target. Lots of damage lost already. Tib is going to be chasing him down, and Team Bahrain just going in with the wild growth. Oh my lord, Onikan. It's not looking too good. Wow, there's a nice hook. Finally, Team Bahrain, a chance for them to activate.
Yeah, a bit of misplay, honestly, there for Saudi Arabia. Mimic gets hooked to start the fight off there. Instantly goes your 2-item Aphelios. Bot lane's been having a toughie, actually, for Saudi Arabia so far today. It's really been through the top side of the map that they've been finding those advantages, but if you are pretty much playing a 4v5 under your opponent's Nexus turret, then you're not really going to win that fight. So, misexecution from Saudi Arabia. They could definitely have gotten more out of that Baron buff and out of that Rift Herald than what they did. This is actually a little bit worrisome though. Oni Khan buying time, Mimic's going to get there, Moonlight Vigil connects, and there goes the Blitzcrank. Now who's to follow? Roam comes through from Ajwad as he comes back across from the bot lane.
Voodoo's gone. Ajwad going to be able to turn into the Maokai and try and get anything done, but I don't think there's going to be too many Bahrain members close enough to find Mimic. However, going to be trying to chase them down. Happy just to be going solo here. He knows he can win this 1v2 every day of the week. Panda hoping that he can be fast enough to escape. What's he going to opt for? Looks like he will just try to give his life, try to just draw that attention out from Mimic to elongate the game. And look, damage traded is going to be nowhere near enough for Panda there. Dynamo falls in the meanwhile, and this game should be it.
Yeah, all right. If that wasn't the end angle, this might just be.
This is Grasp going to be going forward, and
unless they fountain dive,
potential ace. I'm not surprised if they do go for the fountain dive. Just allow the Winions to do it instead. But what can Voodoo do here? He's going to try to soak something up, try to make anything happen fun. He might not have enough damage, he might not have time to do any damage, and it is, of course, going to be the attempt at the fountain dives. Winions MVP.
Indeed, Saudi Arabia with a very prolonged victory in the end there. Obviously, they do get it done, but man, what a messy, messy game that ended up being.
Yeah,
so many kills going back and forth, and I think it looked fun to play. I'll give them that. Maybe not if you were from Bahrain. Unfortunately, they suffer a fairly resounding defeat, and they've got a lot of thinking to do to come back into that one. And you know, the funny thing about that was, like, if you would go and look at the draft and listen to what I was saying and ask me here, Mac, oh, well, what can they change up? What should they change up? My first point of call normally would have been to say, well, don't give them the Aphelios Melio lane. But the Aphelios Melio lane was actually kind of irrelevant largely in the grand scheme of things there. The top gap was absolutely massive. Like, that was an insane top gap. That was an unplayable game in the top lane as the GP. Wufo got to run away with things on the Aatrox. He ended up like 3 or 4 levels ahead of pretty much everyone in that game, which is just incredible. The invade as well at the very start of the game, which got them absolutely nothing, just put them behind in mid and in jungle from the outset of the game, and they could never recover from that.
Yeah, there was no real chance at anything happening. Look, if anything, I might have learned a little bit from Ajwad. Of course, you know, nice rotations to try to set up the lanes. He was doing that, but the laners didn't really need to leave unless they saw, you know, secured kills on the board. I look at it, Oni Khan just making his way to bot, picking up that big 3k, big turret. But at the same time, it was just an odd series of events, that one. I hope things get cleaned up for, let's just say, both sides in the next one.
Yeah.
Maybe it doesn't need to be, but it feels like, you know, Team Saudi Arabia, they looked much better macro-wise yesterday, and today it felt like they were just having fun.
It might be one of those games where they come into this one and they feel just so supremely confident that they don't mind anyway, and they kind of just walk away with a victory very comfortably, alongside having a bit of fun. And I think that very much was the mentality coming into this one. Just so many aggressive fights being taken. We'll take a look at the highlights here. Bot lane did pretty well, right? I questioned it. I said, you know, are you going to get a lot of value out of this Kai'Sa and the Blitz into the Melio and the Aphelios? You do have to look to win that game, and they did win that lane, and they did win that lane. I think there's, you know, some positive signs there for Bahrain that they were able to at least take it to the bot lane, but unfortunately they just lost way too much on the top side of the map. That even though they had a Kai'Sa that was slightly ahead, it wasn't quite enough to carry that game, and maybe with a little bit more CS there for the Kai'Sa, you could have seen the carry potential coming through, but at the end of the day, it was sort of a 1v9 angle, and even then with the Kai'Sa, I feel that's not super easy in a meta like this, particularly when Kai'Sa's like one of those shorter range AD carries, and you're going into like a Silas and an Aatrox, a Viego, all of which are very, very strong. They're all accelerated. You are scared to even be in auto range sometimes.
Yeah, it feels like no matter what Team Bahrain tried in this game, nothing was going their way. So even, look, we could talk about how the compositions work, you know, what their win condition was, but the win condition for the next game is just play better. You know, it doesn't really matter what they draft, because their draft wasn't that terrible. It was just more so the execution. You know, maybe they needed to rotate earlier, try to team fight to always try to have that numbers advantage. And Team Saudi Arabia, they didn't really need to. You know, they'd happily take even fights, uneven fights against them, and still, for the most part, win it. Having a look at the damage graph here, Wufo only 4k more damage than what we saw coming out from Fun. Fun, of course, getting that one accelerated as he can just drop that ult globally across the Rift. And then everywhere else looked, arguably pretty close. There was a lot of hitting going both ways, but in the mid lane is where the biggest gap is, I'd say.
Yeah, Dynamo just couldn't get back into that game at all and ultimately kind of had to end up playing a little bit more of a supportive role on that Annie, but got set behind from the outset. Can't really blame him. And the Audi Super A player is actually going to go the way of Onikan. I was a little, interested to see this, Mac, because I think, there was so many arguments to be made for any one of the three players on the top side of the map, whether it was Wufo, whether it was jungling, or whether it was mid lane. I think any one of those three could have taken their Audi Super A MVP player here, but it does go the way of Onikan. Pretty big gap in mid. You did mention, obviously, the damage difference there, obviously factoring into the decision for this MVP. But yeah, I mean, look, I think across the board, top side of the map is my MVP there for Saudi Arabia, and I do wonder whether or not that's going to be something that will continue into our next game. Are we going to see them continue to draft these skirmish-heavy top sides and play through the top side of the map, or are we going to lean again back towards the bot side and that sort of stability?
Yeah, and some different champs as well. I wonder if we're going to get different champs in Game 2. Well, let's find out after the break. Game 2 coming up just after this.
关闭外来的杂音，找准内心的节奏。奥迪 Q4 一创，让真的感受从开始才开始。
iQOO 11系列，标配 2K 144赫兹1.6全感屏，流畅又清晰，有机硅皮革，耐脏污，抗老化。 全新自研芯片 VR 与第二代骁龙8强联手，影像电竞全面升级，200瓦超快闪充，充电快，续航久。iQOO 11系列，未来电竞越想操控。 累了困了，喝东鹏特饮。
It's also a 3-in-1 Zeri who has finished off the Trinity Force and the Runans.
Ufo's going straight on in here. Done that. Try to save yourself, friend. He's running around. He's hoping that he can maybe get a W across. We'll have to invest the flash to try to get the safety, but now it's going to be very difficult to make this one happen. They're just not going to be invested. There's going to be a routine. Oh, Q2 goes and connects onto Onikan. So finally, they get the kill onto the Ari, but in the meanwhile, it might cost them too much. It might even cost this tier 2. Waves right on pushed up. You've got Zero coming in and hoping that he can heal, but he's not going to be able to. Invincible too slow, and that cage didn't help him at all. Game mode's online, but there's no value off the back of it. It is going to be the ace coming through. Everyone's dead on Team Jordan. Get rid of the top out, going to look for the fire sapling, going to give him something to find the vision. Voodoo might go down, and once he does, that means that Baron's going to be that much free. Aquis just constantly going forward, the Yumi ult as well, just slowing him down. Aquis has got so much health, he's so untouchable. And again, Team Bahrain are going to get torn a new one. Dynamo trying to survive in the tomb, but it ain't going to work this time.
Zero is here looking for the undertow, and he's got the damage. Even if you've got the shields, more gold for the Viking. He is pillaging everything of Bahrain right now in the middle of 2v4. But the Viking, he is not afraid of any battle. God. You cannot stop Zero. 0 to hero here for Team Gordon with another triple kill under the tier 2 pit. Got flash if he needs to. Holding off on that as they get a lot of damage on the other side. Call the force gun. 4-man knockup from Mad Fury allows Atlas to just go rampant here. Untouched in the fight. Even Espa trying to get on top of Lucian, but he's dashing in. He's ready for it all. Oh wait, collapsed beautifully, and even with Espa denied from the charge away. Can't yell coward to get out of this one. You're going to be hunted down and get another bit of gold for Atlas.
And deciding to go for the... It looks like they're going to try to go all in. Hong does have that Cyclone online, and it's going to be used effectively. Emperor's Divide going to be red there. Hong will live for the moment, but it looks like so will Team Chinese Taipei. Junja just trying to draw him up to the side. He will fall big time.
They're looking for any play, and there it is. NH with the cease and desist on MM. But can follow that up, and guess who's here again? Ned saves the day, even with slicing Maelstrom. Hong Kong trying to dashing away, but they're falling. They're losing the health. Want to deny the second charge because that's going to be devastating here. They're early into the game, looking for the pull, but Kaiwing has no follow-up. Nobody wanted to go with him because I want to create so much space on the other side that nobody could
thought has played out completely differently.
Man, no TP, and no TP, no flash either. Oh, nice sidestep there.
He's got the moves.
Dragged in by the all out, but maybe he's got the moves because Kenny Chen's there. No! Maple!
No one will get rooted just yet. Stoey going to be quite dangerous, and hey, untouchable right now, at least in the ult for the moment, but they're not going to find any more. Emperor's Divide to close. Surely this is it. The ace is almost there.
Hello, my name is Ahmed. I am the captain of the Jordan team. My role in game is ADC, and my nickname is Casper.
Hello everybody, my name is Ghalib Fatayer. I'm the representative of the Palestinian National League of Legends team, and my in-game name is Falastini, and I am their in-game leader and also their jungler.
Hello, I'm Mishal. I'm 26 years old, and I'm from Saudi Arabia national team, and my main role is support.
Hi, I'm Mohammed Hussein from Bahrain. I come to represent Bahrain on League of Legends tournament, and my in-game name is Voodoo, role jungler.
Hello everyone, my name is Ghassan Al-Battashi. I am thrilled to represent our country Oman. I am the jungler of Team Oman, known as WK Master.
Hello, my name is Tamer. I am from Kuwait. I am a top laner, and my nickname is Madifid.
So when we started playing games in general, it was like something to kill time, but then it became a passion, and then it became like we need to do something with that passion, and we came to the esport world, which like we found ourselves in.
I am playing for my country, Jordan, and I hope I can make them proud. I think we can make the first place in this tournament.
I think our strongest rival is Saudi Arabia, because in the previous tournament we lost to them.
With all the respect to all the teams, I don't think we have a rival in this tournament. We are just the best.
Okay, we have one job. We win and go back to Oman.
Be careful or we'll run you over.
Our main goal was to join in the tournament at first, but then everyone's aiming for rank 1, so why can't we?
Why can't they? Look, and I guess we're about to find out. So, look, welcome back to Road to Asia Games. First game of the series here between Team Bahrain and Team Saudi Arabia. Went towards Saudi Arabia. Certainly playing with their food in that one. It feels like we might get something similar going into game 2, but I hope not.
Yeah, I would very much predict that we're going to see something like that, Mac. It definitely seems like Saudi Arabia are well and truly on top of this matchup. Bahrain not really able to contest in 2 out of 3 of those lanes. They got utterly dominated. It was some of the biggest gaps we've actually seen so far in this event. Top and mid just kind of seemed almost unplayable. Top especially is one of those lanes where when you fall behind to a decent degree, it's very easy to kind of lock you out of the game, just manipulate the wave state and get to the point where not only can you not farm, but in some cases you can't even get XP because of how long that lane is, and you're really relying on your jungler to come up there and help you break the freeze or try to help you get out of trouble. And ultimately, when your jungler is so far behind as well, there was a point definitely where that Aatrox Wufo could 2v1 the jungle and top in this matchup. So at that point, you kind of just up the creek without a paddle. We are going to see another substitution, and what's interesting about this one to me, Mac, is Gashi substituted for Fun yesterday up in the top lane. Now he's getting substituted into the mid lane. So
yeah, that's a bit of a change up. Maybe they identified that Dynamo might not be feeling too good. You never know. Maybe just not liking going up against Team Saudi Arabia here. But either way, Gashi going to have an opportunity to play some League of Legends today. And it's going to be in mid lane. So we have no idea what he's going to play because, as you mentioned, he was a top laner yesterday.
Yeah, yesterday he played Vladimir. So I guess you could, potentially bring that into mid, but not really expecting it. Anyway, take a look at what we're going to get from Saudi Arabia here. As far as the bans are concerned, another Zoe ban. And last draft I sort of theorized that might be a target ban against Dynamo, but now Dynamo's not even in there. So I don't know, maybe they didn't get that memo, or they just don't want to play against Zoe. Either way,
yeah, they don't want to play against Skarner again.
Skarner's gone too.
Be insta-banning that one. Voodoo. Look, at this point, I'm just going to say he must be a one-trick if this Skarner ban comes through every single time he's playing the game. Team Bahrain going to go for some OP bans. Yumi, Kasante straight out of there. I'm not too sure how much influence that's going to have, but we shall see shortly. Vi as well, in the meanwhile, going to be taken out. So no Vi for Voodoo. They're just going to try to force him back to that MACAU, which didn't have a lot of impact in the previous match. And Lucian going to be taken out from Team Bahrain. Insta-pick back onto that Milio for Michal down in the bot lane. And Mimic definitely has it Aphelios open unless it gets picked right now from Team Bahrain. But where are Bahrain going here?
Well, their immediate response to seeing that Milio was to lock in Blitzcrank, lock in MACAU. And they could very much go for the same again. I don't mind the Blitzcrank pick straight up, right? Like, they had a pretty good lane down in bot, Mac. Let's be real. If the rest of the game was even, like, they were to an extent ahead. They were to an extent winning their lane. It was just very difficult to get much of value done because everywhere else was in such dire straits. So far, don't mind the draft from Bahrain. I don't think these were the points where you kind of have to change things up.
It's a replay. We're getting the exact same things. Only can't. We going. Aphelios locked in again. So Mimic, we know that he's deadly on that one. Voodoo, we're going to be forced on the MACAU. And will we get the Silas pick? Are we going to see Only can't just run it back completely? 4 seconds. Are we changing it up? Oh, we will be. Nidalee going in the jungle. This is going to be a fun one.
Yeah, this is, this is just screaming, I want to take fights, isn't it?
Yep.
Ajwad.
Gank City.
Liked what he was able to do on the Viego earlier. Very much seems to like to play that style of jungler. He's got the Rek'Sai in the pocket there as well.
True.
So just wants to get into the mix and take some early fights and have a bit of fun, have a bit of a brawl. Nidalee fits in that department nicely. We do have the exact same draft so far on the other side of the field. The Kai'Sa getting picked up again. So I'm really interested to see what happens in the top and mid selections for Bahrain right here. I mean, look, I don't know that the Annie necessarily was an issue, but getting so far behind that early on in the piece is kind of what made that difficult
Certainly doesn't
to make work. So I do think the Annie is definitely still an option. GP, I felt largely was dependent on the fact that we got such a strange selection of champions on the top side of the map from Saudi Arabia, and might not necessarily have been a go-to for Fun, who, so far in this event we've kind of seen leaning towards the tankier choices, the likes of the Sion. Maybe that's where he has a little bit more comfort.
I guess we'll find out. Syndra out of there, so's Fiora, so's Ornn, so's Ahri. So similar bans.
There's the Sion.
Sion coming through, and we might see that one going mid, we might see it going to top. Who knows at this point? But what is going to be the answer for Team Saudi Arabia? Mimic, what's he locking in? We've got mid open, we've got top open.
Well, it has to be a pretty safe choice for them to go into this top lane, right? They want to feel like they can dominate that top lane.
Pantheon.
And Pantheon, I mean, I suppose you can flex that mid or top.
Not a bad choice. You've got the AP jungle with Nid coming through, and
Yep.
that should be a lot of AP damage, depending on how Ajwad plays with it. And we're going to go Gwent, so it will be AP in the jungle, Gwen probably up top, and Pant in that mid lane.
Yeah, and this throws a bit of a curveball at Bahrain, because if we're talking about dominating lane, we're talking about winning and playing aggressive, then Pantheon very much embodies that kind of mentality.
Yeah.
He's very much hit level 2, hit level 3, all in, try to get a kill.
Hit level 6 and appear anywhere on the map.
Enjoy your skirmishes.
Good globals, good ults all around, and it's the Cassiopeia to answer. So how's Cassio go in to our boy Pant?
Shouldn't be too bad if you hit level 6 and you're relatively even, because Pantheon wants to be running at you. You've obviously got that ultimate, which can be a little problematic for the Pantheon. If the Pantheon's not super accelerated, he will certainly fall behind at a certain point, but the early lane phase is going to be quite difficult for Cass to get through, particularly with the Nidalee in the jungle. She's going to be really quite eager to move into that mid lane and try to force a few fights there. Ordinarily, Mac, I would say I'm a little bit more of a fan of the Cass as just a pick, but to have a bit of a soft spot for Pantheon, and to be quite honest with you, the way Saudi Arabia looks dominant in this matchup, I think they can easily make that work. So I'd be feeling confident going into this game if I was on Saudi Arabia's side of the field right now.
Yeah, well, confidence is key, and Team Saudi Arabia is full of it.
I just want you to take a look at the 3 champions they've got on the top side of the map here again, Saudi Arabia, versus the 3 that we've got from Bahrain, all right? You've got a scaling top laner who doesn't do any damage early on in the game.
Yeah.
Scaling jungler who doesn't do any damage early in the game.
Yeah.
And a scaling mid laner who doesn't do any damage in the early game.
Okay, yep.
Up against a Gwen, a Nidalee, and a Pantheon who, well, I mean, maybe with the exception of Gwen early on, but like Pantheon and Nidalee especially, they're the kind of champions that if Pantheon hits a W on you, the Nidalee spear connects, you're dead. There's just no question about that, particularly if you're the Cass. But even in the case of the MACAU or the Scion, if you're kind of caught out of position, there's not really a winning fight on that top side of the map. Unless you have a numbers advantage, you just simply won't have the damage to go toe-to-toe in an even numbers scenario with these very strong early game champions.
I guess, look, the thing that could work out for Team Bahrain is that they have a lot more health to play with, right? Moving into the late game. But as you mentioned, it's all about if they can get to that late game. Team Saudi Arabia, all about smashing out the damage. And let's see what's going to happen here. It is going to be the head-to-head. Team Bahrain moving in towards that red buff. Are they going to be spotted?
Yes, they will.
Are they going to go for the hook?
I was going to say, if they keep walking.
He's just not sent that hook in. He hasn't tried to make a read.
Man.
Oh, what could have been, huh?
And they're not even aware that that ward has gone down either.
No.
The ward used to actually show, when you placed the ward, it showed a little... I don't know.
What are you doing? What are you doing, King?
He's alright. But when you used to place a ward in a bush, and you were on the other side of the bush, you could kind of see a little bit of movement out of the bush. But that doesn't happen anymore. So they don't actually know that this bush is warded. And in this case, that was actually a good dodge. That was actually a blind dodge from Mimic and Michelle. Mechanics on point there, and, well, this is not fun at all. This is actually really nice. I actually really like that from Saudi Arabia. Zoning Panda and Onda away.
Yeah.
There's just nothing you can do in that early fight. If you miss your hook as Blitz, you are not a champion anymore. And even if you do hit your hook as Blitz at level 1, you're kind of not a champion.
Yeah.
You don't have. There's no follow-up. All you can do is auto. He's got an incredibly slow auto attack. It does no damage. So Mimic and Michelle definitely have the stronger level 1. As far as the level 2 is concerned, maybe that's a little bit different. Gashi taking those aggressive fights, but I want you to keep in mind, Mac, the fact that Gashi has already used 3/4 of the mana.
Yep.
And Onikan still has a biscuit, still has a refillable pot available, and also has Gashi down to half HP, also has Ignite. So this is almost kill range. If Onikan hits level 3, it's kill potential right there.
Yeah, Ignite's on him. Chasing him down. Onikan catch him up. That is kill.
Yep. And
that is blood and it's first.
That is just so... That's so Pantheon. You know what I mean? Like, that's so telegraphed. That's exactly what he wants to do. You can't be, as the Cass, in a position to allow that to happen.
Yeah, you played a bit of Panth for a little while, didn't you?
Yeah, Pantheon support, but it's the same mentality. When you go into lane, you're just like, I hit level 3, I'm going to fight. A little bit over eager here. The TP does come through. Rusty was having a bit of a yarn about this yesterday. Sometimes you're playing in the lane with the Ignite versus the TP.
Well, the thing is, Jordan, the fights have started, so they're going to be going for the next 17 minutes.
I'll just stop talking then.
Yeah, that's essentially where we're at.
Yeah.
Going on. Panda having to pop that pot and hoping that they can stay in lane for as long as possible. In the meantime, MACAU has been taken out of the equation, so it is going to be a lot of solo XP for Mimic. And they have gone on to him over towards bot. To the look of it, looks like it's going to be... Oh, wait, where'd Mimic go?
Mimic died.
He died. Okay, so they did jump on him.
Yeah. So Ajwa doing as was expected and getting pretty aggressive in that jungle. Replay.
So here we go. This is what went down.
Oh, what?
Oh, that was a classic hook. Just threaded that one straight past the cannon minute.
Yeah, sometimes the hook mechanics are a little bit weird because they have like a little V on the end of them and they can kind of like go around a creep and it sort of prioritizes the champion if that somehow connects in. It's like the geometry of it. It's a little bit too in-depth to kind of get into right here in this discussion, but suffice to say, sometimes when you see those kinds of hooks, it's just because of the way the hitbox is shaped.
I've definitely seen some questionable Nort hooks in my time.
Yeah, Nort's a really egregious example of it. Onikan doesn't have the stacks up right here, but if he can hit a W onto Gashi, then that opens up the door for a free spear.
So much damage, and there's no living from that one. Gashi just doesn't have the movement speed.
Is the exact example of what I was describing when we were going into draft there, and I was saying, if you're the Cass, the Pantheon W's onto you, that spear connects, you are dead. There is no doing anything about that.
Talk to me about like the map. Talk to me about this T1 at mid. How far away from it can Cass go before it's danger territory?
Well, it kind of depends on where the Nidalee is, right? If you have information on where Nidalee is, then you can probably play somewhere in the middle of the lane. But if you don't know where Nidalee is, you can't be progressed at all because Onikan's just going to chase you down.
Speaking of chasing, it's going to be going back the other direction. Looks like they are going to try to feed that Cass, which they will. So it is at least answered by something.
Yeah, but still quite substantially behind on the CS.
Yeah.
Still,
almost pretty close, considering how deep we are into the game.
Yeah, and Gashi's almost hit level 6, which will alleviate some of those issues.
Damage being done here. Mimic just perma-shoving this wave, trying to get those plates in the back pocket. And it looks like we aren't going to see the reset come through. Good vision. Team Saudi Arabia are hoping that they can maybe pick something off here. Of course, you can see Ajwad starting to rotate in towards that bot lane, looking to potentially work on a gank.
Once again, just an incredible gap up in that top lane starting to form.
He's going mid.
20 CS already.
Gashi.
Onikan doesn't have flash. So when you've got the flash ignite available on the Pantheon, your kill threat is just so high. But when you don't have the flash, you know, you obviously do have to have quite a close range engagement.
Yeah. Well, they're thinking about it. Spear not going to be able to be threaded through the Winions. Ajwad is happy just to run back, find this blue buff. Now it has spawned.
The thing about Pantheon is that, at least I think, I find he's an incredibly telegraphed champion. Like, it's always pretty obvious what he wants to do.
Yeah.
So if you let him do what he wants, then it's kind of on you. I feel like it's kind of your fault at that point. And in this case, this would be Wubo's fault if he dies here. Gets a little bit greedy for those tower hits, but gets out okay. And starts to heal back up with the refillable potion.
Farming this wave.
Yeah.
Looking to shove it. Probably looking to go for the reset off the back of the canyon. Cannon. And
there is a cannon in the top lane, though.
Already. Yep. Canyon in mid, rather. As well, seemingly starting. Gashi is online with that ult now. Has it to play around. You can see that Ajwad is lurking, but won't be able to find it. Happy just to turn the attention over towards the scuttle, get that free vision, get that free gold. And over towards the top side, Fun. He is now going to be the target. Ajwad going to be going 1-for-1 with Kim Wufo, looking to come through and find this kill, but who's it going to go to? It's the channeled CC, but it's Wufo to find it. And Ajwad happy just to run away, hop away, and Fun just going to zombie ward to the grave.
Yep, nothing to be done up there in the top lane for fun. Wasn't getting out of that one. You cannot escape a Nidalee once she's got your tail. There's another nice hook from Onda.
Got one in, Unicorn doing huge damage. Panda might escape here. No, Spear's still there. A little bit of range for Unicorn.
Yeah, that was that almost felt like it was a bait from Michelle. Sometimes the best way to force a fight is getting hooked.
Yeah.
And would have been aware that Onikan was on the rotate down. So level 6, already the impact there from the Pantheon. Not so much the case for Cass. But Gashi able to scale slowly, surely into this game. Here's the replay. Hook connects, but Panther's already on the way by the time that hook does go down. And even though Panda is able to ult across the Michelle, I mean, that, look, it probably saves Onda's life because Onikan has to turn his attention back over to the Kai'Sa instead. So instead of it being 2 deaths, it's only the 1.
Yeah.
But it's still a losing trade.
Looking to set up a lane gank here, and there's enough space around these minions. Onda, I have no idea that this is happening, but he is using the back to the spot Voodoo out. I think he just walked and was just barely spotted on that ward. Voodoo's still barely able to activate. He will have that Nature's Grasp online, but how's the angle? He's hanging around. Team Saudi Arabia not fully aware that this is going to be happening. They think with the back from the blitz, it's not going to, and they're just going to go forward onto Panda instead. There goes the damage source straight under the tower, straight to the grave, and Voodoo not too far behind him will soak a lot of damage. And they're thinking about going for it, but that tower plate, of course, is still just juicy as ever.
Yeah, if the spear would have connected, maybe we would have seen Ajwad try to go for it. Voodoo's kind of close to execute range.
Yep.
But ultimately, they just take that small advantage, that small lead, and continue to compound it. Still the gap about 30 CS. So Fun has found a way to somewhat stop the bleed in the top lane. But we are headed in the same direction as the previous game, where Wufo is just going to be an unkillable monster. Particularly with Gwen. Like, Gwen's just one of those champions that when she gets ahead, it's very difficult to deal with. Obviously, Gwen is immune. Bit of a meme these days. Onikan, he is very low, but still looking for an angle. Gashi doesn't have too much mana, so Onikan can feel confident.
Voodoo. Where's he going? What's the plan? Looks like they are going to try to hover around the mid area. But Team Saudi Arabia looking to walk away instead. Of course, objectives aren't real. Herald's there. Drake's there for the taking. Oh no, we'll be taking one. What do you know? Voodoo. Saying, you know what? Team Saudi Arabia just does not like these objectives, so why don't we take them? They might help us. A little bit of movement speed there. Could go a long way to try to help Team Bahrain have some extra survivability. But there's certainly a possibility there. And towards Team Saudi Arabia, once more, Wufo is just making this canyon extra grand.
Yeah, honestly, might not be a bad shout for Bahrain if they identified that Saudi Arabia is not interested in the Dragons. They can try to find a win angle through that.
Macro.
Gashi's looking for the kill, but might have overcommitted. Ult doesn't connect, and now you're in no man's land. Ajwad going to have the freest kill of his life. That was a flash forward from Gashi. And when you're that extended in the lane, Italy is not going to let you get away.
Yeah. Onda looking for a hook angle.
Where did that hook go?
Yeah, I thought it certainly should have hit, but maybe max range went down towards the lower side. Little odd. Either way, didn't connect. As you mentioned, hooks can be janky, damn things. And yeah, that Herald going to be taken by Team Saudi Arabia. They put a lot more prio on the Heralds than they do the Drakes. Second Drake will be up at about that 15-minute mark. 16-minute mark. And this gold lead starting to grow for Team Saudi Arabia right now. Have a look at the replay. This went down at bot. Big dive coming through from Team Bahrain, but Mimic able to turn that one around, and Voodoo, that'll be his first death for the game.
Might not be his only death for the game, Mac. It's certainly headed in that direction again for Bahrain. This is looking like a quick, clean, and easy 2-0 for Saudi Arabia. Rotate coming into the bot side of the map from Gashi, but they'll be giving up a lot in mid, and you got to remember as well, Onikan with that ever-present global ulti threat can just make his way down to bot. This is not the 3-on-2 that they think it is.
Yeah, there's that TP, and of course, all of a sudden, we are going to see old mate Onikan turn up with that old Voodoo trying to run away, but he's going to fall in a moment. And he's got a minuscule health remaining. However, no, he won't be able to get this one. So there's that mop-up. Just as you were talking about, 4 players from Team Bahrain all falling simultaneously. Fun going to try to answer with any kind of objective pressure. And he's managed to find at least 1 plate there. Won't be able to get the second, or he might, but doesn't have the wave to play around. Bot T1 about to fall now for Team Saudi Arabia, and that's going to be a beautiful bit of gold in the bank. What was it, 4K gold lead, instantly has been dragged out to a 7K gold lead.
I mean, it's actually closer to an 8K gold lead at this point, so just
keeps
to
on going.
Continue to compound the issues. Nice little fade away there from Mimic, and I believe Mimic and Michelle knew that they were very safe in this scenario. You could see them posturing, getting ready to take that fight. They knew the TP and the Pantheon ult were coming into play.
Great so far. And you can see as well that everything went well for Team Saudi Arabia. They knew exactly what was going down, and they reacted appropriately. Voodoo going to try to catch anyone out there with the Nature's Wrath, but he's going to get 3 members from Team Saudi Arabia. But either way, they still have the numbers, and Team Bahrain are now on the back foot. Big Gashi hoping he can just dodge as much of that poke damage as possible.
Yeah.
And this just looks too easy right now for Team Saudi Arabia.
Unfortunate thing about this game, in comparison to the last, is that there isn't even an angle for Bahrain at all.
No.
Last game we could say, you know what, the Kaiser's got 5 kills, maybe there's something there if you play toward the bot side of the map. But in this game, every lane is behind, jungle is behind, and they're behind by a massive margin as well. Not only that, but they don't even scale into this game either. I mean, Cass, she's pretty solid later on in the piece. Zion and MACAU are going to get quite beefy, but I mean, quite beefy versus a Felios and a Gwen? I'm not so sure about that one. And look, Saudi Arabia do have some champions that are going to scale quite poorly into the game. Pantheon doesn't, you know, he's not the kind of champion that you necessarily fear late on in the game, but he's still going to be a really good stun bot, and he's able to survive quite long into the fights with his E as well, so he's still going to find some value later on, even if this does progress to somewhere in the realm of 30 minutes, which I'd be very surprised if it did. So basically the TLDR of all that, Mac, is I don't see any chance to come back into this one for Bahrain.
Thanks for that.
You're welcome.
Red team's turret has been destroyed.
That's why I love you. Now, bot T1 has gone down, and bot T2 is certainly in trouble. Fun, even though he can press a button, he can live a little while, but is it going to be enough for the rest of Team Bahrain to rotate across? Ionda here, Voodoo here, but where's the damage, Jordan?
Onikan, I think, is looking to take a fight down in bot. I saw an on-the-way ping.
Yeah.
Has Flash, has Ignite, has Gashi without a Flash,
yep,
and also somewhat overextended, no mana.
Oh, there's that ult baited out, but I don't think Onikan is too worried about it. We'll walk the other direction.
Well,
saw that TP coming through, decided, who is it? Fun? Yeah, I've still got this.
Either way, that forces the TP out, it forces the ulti out, and now you take a little bit of a more prolonged fight with Arjwad on the way. Have they overcommitted? Well, Panda very nearly goes down straight away.
Arjwad wants him, goes for the flash, really wanted it, and that's going to be the full shutdown. So, an answer for something. I think that was a 1K shutdown as well.
It was.
Ooh, that's a lot of money. Panda now going to try to get back to base, heal up and bite.
Saudi Arabia just getting a bit too big for their boots. The reset is in from Cash. She's TPing back.
Saudi Arabia's jungle is dead, and they start the Drake instead, knowing full well that Team Bahrain are right here. Wufo wants to fight this one. Gwen's immune. Gwen jumps over the wall. Gwen can't be hit no more. So it looks like the Mountain Drake could be picked up here, but we are going to see an attempt back in. Full heal. Onikan going to be coming in with a whole bunch of damage. Hounda hoping that he can survive, and all that Voodoo wants right now is the Drake over towards that side. Gashi did a decent amount of damage before, but he's just hopping everything right now, and yes, the Drake was taken by Team Bahrain, but at what cost?
Somehow Voodoo survives.
No, he didn't.
But
he just died.
yeah, Arshwad found him in the end. I've spoken too soon. That's just maximum disrespect from Saudi Arabia. Like you say, Mac, their jungler dies, and their immediate response is, you know what? We're going to start the Dragon.
We're going to hit the Drake finally. We don't need a jungler, huh? You want to fight? Let's fight, huh?
And it just goes to show you how little control of this game Bahrain really has.
Yeah. Mimic, he'll fall there, but it's a 1-for-1 trade. Panda down. Team Saudi Arabia on the back foot. I don't feel like they need to be, but they're just going on an adventure.
Yep. Take a replay of that last fight. The way that Mimic and Michal were positioning was ludicrous. Like, they did not care. They just knew how strong they were. If you ever see an AD carry and a support playing like that when there's 4 players standing right next to them from the other team, then you know something's up.
Yeah. Just a lack of respect.
Another kill off to Arjwad while we were watching that replay. So, what's the option? A Rift Herald, which has about 45 seconds left.
Yeah.
It's going to be a small win, Mac, if they can get it.
If they can get it. Looks like Team Saudi Arabia are going to turn up just in time. They spot him. They're happy. Mimic got this turret down as well. Now Team Bahrain deciding, maybe we don't want this Herald. Maybe we want the fight. Going hard on the Wufo, but Wufo's living. There's too much healing there, and it's just going to be a full bloody wipe. Fun. Nowhere to be seen. The one that needs to soak that damage.
Yeah.
Just splitting up a Storm, doing what he can, but it's just never going to be enough right now. I'm expecting a 20k gold lead before Team Saudi Arabia decide to finish.
I'm not sure what the idea was there actually for Bahrain, that they send Fun back to base. Like, there wasn't any pressing need to go back and hold a side lane or something like that, for example. Good hook onto the Nidalee, one of those champions that sometimes you don't even want to try to hook because you just know you're going to miss.
Well, that must be why they went for the Herald, right? They just said, oh,
yeah,
it's this,
yeah, but
let's
if
go.
you're going to do that, why do you just ultimately go from, okay, now we have a 5-on-4 to deciding to make it a 4-on-4?
Oh, Wufo wants it. That's a little ambitious. And is that under to find it? The 1k shutdown. Going over to the support.
At this point, Mac, it really is negligible. It really does not matter. You could give them a 5k shutdown. I'm not sure that would bridge the gap. They'd need a 10k shutdown, and then we might be talking. But even then,
yeah.
Like, the gold advantage is one thing, but level advantage as well is another thing that you can't necessarily quantify when you just look at the gold differential. Everyone on Saudi Arabia is a level above.
Well, I like that Team Bahrain aren't giving up. Round up, trying to find a hook angle, trying to do as much as you can here. Only can't jump straight on them. That might be a kill. There it is. Okay, 4v5 now. And Team Bahrain, they've taken a whole bunch of damage, but they need to figure out who they want to hit. Mimic standing straight in their grills, and he's not going to get hit. He's not going to take too much damage until he does. Nice focus fire from Team Bahrain to turn it around.
It's not over yet, Mac. Arjwad with those spears is going to harass them all the way back to base. Owned up will die to a spear. Fun getting a little bit more healing, starting to feel a bit safer. Arjwad now has been cornered, but might still get a kill before he does go down right here.
No one was there with Voodoo. They all split up different directions, and now Team Saudi Arabia are going to bring more members to the party, and they're going to blow out all those candles.
Yeah. It's over. It's over. Just end this game.
Please.
Let the pain end for Bahrain. I mean, Respawn's going to be in for Panda. And Voodoo and Onda might also be able to help out defend this base, but I think we all know where this one is going.
Yeah, certainly an end angle right now, but it looks like they want some more fun before these towers tip. 4 seconds on Onda, 2 on Voodoo. So they're going to have a chance to defend, but where's the damage, Jordan? Once again, where's that damage?
It ain't there.
It ain't there, boy. Oh, ult coming in. Only can't. Wants a piece of the pie. Big old slice, hefty one. Apple or meat, who knows? But that Nexus now exposed, and he's going to be gapping, falling. More stats padded. Team Saudi Arabia, ego's getting flexed, and that Nexus is falling very shortly.
Indeed it is. Just after they find themselves another kill in the fountain, it feels like at this point that's what they need, the blood sacrifice to finish the game. More interested in that kill onto Panda. There goes another one. Eventually, the Nexus will fall 30-10. The gap in terms of the kills, and that was a very straightforward win for Saudi Arabia once again. I'll say even more dominant than the first game. 2-0, of course, secured. Well done. Fist bumps all round. They knew what they had to do. They set out to do it, and they've gotten it done. And for Bahrain, unfortunately, no success today.
Yeah, none at all. But look, Team Saudi Arabia able to sit at the top of the group, stay up there, and have a third win put on the board. And look, later today they can find a couple more.
Yeah, I would say so. They are definitely looking like they're kind of cruising through this group in like second gear at the moment. They don't even need to shift any further forward.
Yeah.
Draft-wise, again, you know, it did end up being a little bit weird for Bahrain. It did end up being a little bit weird for Saudi Arabia, but it just sort of felt like Saudi Arabia really had an answer to everything that was thrown at them.
Yeah.
I thought Pantheon and Nidalee in the mid-jungle combo was already going to be a big threat regardless of what you take, but then you take a very immobile mid laner in the likes of Cassiopeia, who does take a little while to scale into the game. You need some mana items definitely to make her effective, and you do need some time to scale in with the the passive movement speed. So yeah, just not fun at all to be in that lane. Just an update: Kuwait up 1-0 over Palestine right now on the side stage.
Okay.
And,
Must have been a longer game.
Has to be said, Mac, that just looking at it again, I don't think draft when we're sitting here casting, we're trying to like discuss what we think could happen, what we think should happen, and this kind of thing. Ultimately, what this matchup comes down to is just a skill gap, right? Like, you could draft anything as Saudi Arabia, and it looks like they would be able to win that game, and that's just the truth of it.
Yeah, and you were able to at least, read what was going on between the pants, between that nid, and that worked out well. You got very excited when the thing you explained happened.
I like Pantheon. I'm a big fan of Pantheon.
I can tell. You get more excited when there's champs that you understand heavily.
I wish Pantheon support was still a thing, right? Pantheon support was some of the most fun I had in League of Legends, and then they nerfed it into the ground. So bring back Pan support.
I thought, look, with what we've seen so far here in West Asia, when Pant's locked in, it doesn't necessarily mean it's going mid. It could be going in support. We've seen some crazy things. There was some off-stream shenanigans yesterday. There was some on-stream shenanigans yesterday. Some very long games that Rusty and Magical were able to bring to you guys. I think a lot of the crazy shenanigans come in the form of Palestine. So once we get to sink our teeth into them, maybe we get to see some of those crazy, creative strategies.
I think I saw a Cho center bot. I think I saw a Galio
mid.
Was it mid? There was something else weird involving a Galio that I saw. I have to have a look back at my
Galio
notes.
support at some point, I think.
Yeah.
We got told as well.
Lots of crazy stuff.
Yeah, crazy stuff indeed. But it is time to have a quick chat with Team Saudi Arabia.
Thank you so much, guys. On Yehang, congratulations.
Thank you.
Yeah, another 2-0, and now you guys haven't dropped any single game. Do you feel the whole team is really on a high note?
Yes, I think we are playing really good, and our performance is the performance we were hoping for, and I hope we can continue on doing that.
Yeah, definitely the very good performance, and also you guys have a very good synergy. I've heard some of you are from the same team, but for you joined into this team. How did you guys make sure you guys are on the same page to showcase a very high level of synergy on stage?
Well, before going to the national team, we were as a five, we were players of GK Sports. We used to play together for like 6 months before, and we won tournaments together. So yeah, that's why we have such a good synergy together.
Yeah, just play like a whole team. And also talk a little bit more about Game 1. Game 1, your Silas got the very gorgeous performance. Definitely, we have seen you play like 1v3 to open the situation for the whole team. What's your focus when targeting on this champion?
Well, honestly, we wanted to flex Silas at first, but then I felt like I wanted to play Silas because I've been playing mostly setup champions like Ari and Lissandra. So I wanted to make some flashy plays. That's it. Yeah.
Yeah, that enjoy the Silas play. And also in Game 2, you have this Pantheon mid. Why that? And also, what's your thoughts towards a Pantheon and Cassiopeia mid lane matchup?
I think the matchup is really horrible. It's kind of unplayable. You don't have a lot to do. But Silas is my favorite champion. That's why I wanted to pick it at least once in this tournament.
Yeah, to showcase your Silas on the stage of Road to Asian Games, and definitely got a very gorgeous performance as well. Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
And back to our casters.
Thank you, Wendy. Also, great to hear from Onikan there. And, you know, I didn't think that Silas was going to be flexed. I thought, you know, there maybe was a world with what we have seen, with the creative choices made so far in the West Asian group. But look, it was great to see Onikan play it. And then the Panthers as well, he said he was, you know, that he shouldn't have been able to play that match up at mid, but Cass just, wasn't able to get into the game at all.
I think there is a little bit of that involved, but ultimately anyone versus Pantheon at level 3, Pantheon's probably going to win.
Yeah.
It's a little bit of a misplay from Gashi to allow what happened to happen, and that's kind of the nature of the beast when you're playing against a Pantheon. If the Pantheon is allowed to find that early engage, he's going to get the kill.
Yeah.
And that's what he needs to continue to snowball that lane into a playable state. If you don't get that kill, if you just go even in farm until level 6, then that's when it starts to become really problematic for the Pantheon. But ultimately, you know, you let him get away with a couple too many liberties, and he's still going to be a fighting force. So, yeah, take a look at the replays here, Mac. I mean, what is there really to say that we haven't said already? This was a very, very dominant display once again from Saudi Arabia. We heard from them that they, felt like this was a solid performance. I would say so as well. I think, you know, they're really leaving a little bit in the tank. It is evident to me. I think there's definitely a lot more that they can show us if the games get harder, but I do just wonder if that even is going to be the case.
It was also interesting to hear in the interview that they did play as 5 for about 6 months before they started to make it into the league where they got separated into different teams. So they do have synergy from the past, and you can see that certainly showing here in their group here at Road to Asia Games. Now let's have a look at the damage graph, gold graph. Not quite a 20k gold gap. It was certainly on the way there. 10-0 turrets. There was not a single objective taken. That was their enemies for Team Bahrain, but they did manage to take those 2 Drakes. And you're looking at the gold difference over time. It was 8 minutes where things started going wrong pretty heavily. Look towards the top lane, almost a 20,000 damage diff between Woofer, between Fun, and everywhere else there's just gaps.
20k in the top lane, 13k in the jungle, 6k in mid, 15k in bot, and the Yadi Super MVP, Super A player, I should say, is Ajwad, the MVP, of course, for that game. 12-2-4. Had a great game on the Nidalee, and to be quite honest with you, Mac, those 2 deaths were really limit test deaths. Like, I think you could have easily had a perfect game there as Ajwad and just gotten through it without a death, but he was kind of limit testing a little bit at that point.
Both of them were 1v... It looked like it was 1v1, but then it was like a 1v3 or a 1v4, and he was just going hard in. I think at least some of them he was able to get the kills across. But look, that is game 1 done for the day. We've got a second game to get to, and that's coming up just after the break.
关闭外来的杂音，找准内心的节奏。奥迪 Q4 一创，让真的感受从开始才开始。
iQOO 11系列，标配 2K 144赫兹1.6全感屏，流畅又清晰，有机硅皮革，耐脏污、抗老化。全新自研芯片 VR 与第2代骁龙8强联手，影像电竞全面升级，200瓦超快闪充，充电快，续航久。iQOO 11系列，未来电竞越想操控。 累了困了，喝东鹏特饮。
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Road to Asia Games. We are one series deep today and about to jump on into the second. It is going to be Team Oman taking on Team Jordan.
Indeed, and this is a pretty interesting one to watch. It's up towards the top end of the standings for this West Asia group. Oman had themselves 2 wins yesterday. Jordan went 1-1, though they did play against Saudi Arabia, who we have said we think is probably going to be the top of the group. So how much can you really read into that result for Team Jordan? Maybe not too much. They beat Bahrain. Bahrain's been taking a few points as well, so it's kind of a hard one to get a really good read on. Take a quick update there from the side stage. Kuwait getting that 2-0 over Palestine.
Okay, I think that was expected, right?
Yeah, I think Palestine's really been having a bit of trouble. And Kuwait, we watched Kuwait yesterday. I thought they, they weren't necessarily going to set the world on fire, I don't think, in this group, but I do think that they were able to compete to an extent, and so I'd say they're going to be one of the middle of the pack teams. And what I'm kind of waiting to see out of this matchup in particular is whether it will be Oman or Jordan who will be on that same sort of
playing for
level.
Second.
Yeah.
You reckon?
I would say so.
Yeah, so this might be that second place decider, even though it is still early days in the group. Everyone has to play each other at least one time. This one, we were having a bit of deliberation backstage, and you initially thought that Team Oman were looking pretty good, but when the others turned up, we had Rusty and Magical in the building. They were saying they think it's going to be Jordan, so I guess we'll see if Team Jordan is going to be able to pull into that second slot.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, when we watched Team Jordan, that we casted the game they played against Saudi Arabia, so I think it's quite easy to look not as good as maybe you are when you're so outclassed by your opponent. And, when they played against Bahrain, obviously they had displayed a bit of a better showing, and that may be influencing some of the opinions. Oman, the reason I, had a bit of faith in them was that they are up 2-0 in the group right now in terms of their wins. They are 4-0 in terms of games. So, that's a statistic that even if you're versing some of the weaker teams in the group is still a positive sign.
At least for every single game we have had on stream, on broadcast, there's only been one series that has gone 2-3 games.
Yeah, that's crazy, isn't it?
Yeah, really crazy considering you've got so many regions all coming together for a tournament like this, and the groups as well. You look at some of the teams, you're thinking, okay, maybe it should go one way, maybe it should go the other way, but it feels like there just hasn't really been too many teams that have been able to pull themselves back after losing game 1 of the series and then not able to do it for that second game. So it feels like, there is a definite skill gap from the top to the bottom of all of these groups, but it's good to see it sorted out.
I will say that I find this group to be the hardest one to read, especially, East Asia, we had a really good read as to which way it was going to go, and then when we went into SCA, we started to get a good understanding after day 1.
Yeah.
Now we're already into day 2 and starting to crank on through day 2 of this West Asia group, but I still don't really have a lot of direction aside from I think Saudi Arabia tops the group. But Oman here, we'll get to have a look at them. They did play a couple of games yesterday. As we mentioned, they did find themselves with that 2-0 overall. So pretty solid results from them. They played against Palestine and Kuwait, and they were able to 2-0 both of those teams. So not a bad shout. The fact that they get the better of Kuwait is a good sign in my opinion. Here's Team Jordan.
Yeah.
Who we were looking forward to sort of seeing playing in some of the latter games, right? We got to watch them play against Saudi Arabia earlier on.
Yeah.
I don't think, really give you a great representation of what they're going to be able to bring to the table. Then they do get that 2-0 over Bahrain, so that started to be a little bit more of a favourable result for Team Jordan. So, again, I think in my opinion, it's still kind of early days. We're still not really able to make an accurate judgment call as to which way these two teams will go. But just as far as the teams that Oman have beaten, Palestine and Kuwait, they 2-0'd, and then Jordan was able to 2-0 Bahrain.
Yeah.
I don't know, man. I feel like I personally, when I watched Kuwait, I thought even though they didn't look amazing in that game against Bahrain, I'll give some credit to them. So the fact that Oman was able to 2-0 them, I'm kind of trying to take that chain logic, which is not normally the best thing to do, but just because we haven't really, been able to cast Oman just yet, I did watch their games back at the hotel, but, it was, some of them were pretty messy, right? Like, we saw some pretty weird games coming through already in this group, and so it's just one of those things which I think this group is really hard to predict. So
yeah, it's hard to predict, but it's a lot of fun, as you saw before. You know, the teams that are better or know that they're better probably not going to respect the teams below them. Just play some fun champs, have a bit of fun, not necessarily play the macro, not necessarily look at any of those neutral objectives at all, and just go for fights, go for the blood, go for the W.
Yeah, very much.
I dare say this game. It could be similar. Maybe it'll be, closer in terms of that skill difference. But by all regards, we have heard that this is probably going to be that 2-0 as well.
Yeah, I don't know if I necessarily agree with that one, but again, I'm still sort of waiting to see what we're going to get from Team Jordan. I thought that they looked okay in their game against Saudi Arabia yesterday, but they weren't really able to push them. The early game, it felt like they kind of went toe-to-toe, but things kind of just exploded, blew up, and flew off the handle really for Team Jordan, and that is the point at which they kind of fell a little bit too far behind against Team Saudi Arabia. So maybe, against a more evenly matched team, they'll be able to have a bit of a better game here, and I guess we'll see what we have to get. We're kind of in that wait and see point right now.
Yeah, waiting and seeing for sure. Now, do you know what champs were picked yesterday in that draft?
I do.
Okay, let's have a look at that.
Well, I mean, obviously we're not into the draft just yet. We're waiting for some of the players to get themselves sorted, I'm told. But
yes.
I think what we can take a look forward to is, maybe some standard stuff coming through from the top lane of Oman. And down in the bot lane is maybe where we start to get a few more interesting picks.
Okay, well, we'll see if we get those interesting picks. But I heard we have an interview with the players, so let's look at that.
Is Ahmed. I am the captain of the Jordan team. My role in game is ADC, and my nickname is Kasper.
Hello everybody, my name is Ghalib Fatayr. I'm the representative of the Palestinian National League of Legends team, and my in-game name is Palestini, and I am their in-game leader and also their jungler.
Hello, I'm Mishal. I'm 26 years old and I'm from Saudi Arabia national team, and my main role is support.
Hi, I'm Mohammed Hussein from Bahrain. I come to represent Bahrain on League of Legends tournament, and my in-game name is Voodoo, role jungler.
Hello everyone, my name is Ghassan Al-Battashi. I am thrilled to represent our country Oman. I am the jungler of Team Oman, known as WK Master.
Hello, my name is Tamer. I am from Kuwait. I am a top laner and my nickname is Madifid.
So when we started playing games in general, it was like something to kill time, but then it became a passion, and then it became like we need to do something with that passion, and we came to the esport world, which like we found ourselves in.
I am playing for my country Jordan, and I hope I can make them proud. I think we can make the first place in this tournament.
I think our strongest rival is Saudi Arabia, because in the previous tournament we lost to them.
With all the respect to all the teams, I don't think we have a rival in this tournament. We are just the best.
Okay, we have one job. We win and go back to Oman.
Be careful or we'll run you over.
Our main goal was to join in the tournament at first, but then everyone's aiming for rank 1, so why can't we?
Why can't they indeed? That is exactly the point that he was trying to make. Now look, moving into this discussion, you said that was creative picks going down towards that bot lane. What are we seeing coming through from the likes of Jordan? Either way, it looks like the players are ready now, so hopefully that draft is not too far away.
Yeah, look, I mean, we've been really leaning toward a little bit of Aphelios from these two AD carries. Zaya and Aphelios do seem to be the two that they've liked to pick up, and as a result, we have also kind of seen quite a bit of Rakan through from the supports. There was a game where the AD carry of Oman picked up Samira, so I think that would be pretty fun if we got it. Dustblade Samira, did a bit of work in some of the earlier matches that we got to watch here at the Road to Asia game. So maybe that is going to be something in the wheelhouse. The one thing that I sort of wanted to touch on as well was that we've seen a lot of like Zac and Skarner and Kindred and like kind of oddball bans actually through from teams in this region. There was a game where Oman was able to sneak that Zac through. They got that one. So if that's on offer, maybe that's another one that we can look toward being picked up. But just taking a look at the way that both teams drafted yesterday, we could definitely expect to see some shenanigans. We had the Graves LeBlanc in game 1 for Team Jordan against Saudi Arabia. They had Lee Sin Vega in the jungle in the mid lane again for game 2. So that's very non-standard coming through from them, and leads to a bit of fun.
That's right. I remember them getting banned out pretty heavily in the draft phase, so we'll see if Team Oman are going to be able to emulate what we saw in that game from them yesterday, if they've done their homework, if they've done their draft prep, and what exactly they bring into this one. Of course, we were caught off guard by that one yesterday. Some very questionable, very confusing target bans coming through rather than any of the OPs. But look, maybe it was for a reason, and I guess we might see that reason today.
Yep. Certainly still working our way through this group and trying to get an understanding of where everything sits. Feels like they are, in a bit of an isolated position. It doesn't feel like they're super influenced by the meta trends of the rest of the world. But here we are, getting ready for draft in our second game of the day. And looking forward to seeing what Oman and Jordan can do. I mean, the big storyline out of this matchup, of course, is whether or not Oman can hold on to top spot in the group alongside Saudi Arabia. If they were able to get the 2-0 over Jordan today, they would be still equal with Saudi Arabia, both having found 3 wins and all of them being fairly standard wins as well, fairly straightforward stuff. But I think if they do go up against Saudi Arabia, that's where then they are really going to be tested.
Yeah, I feel like, we just have to sort of wait and see exactly how this one goes to see if our expectations are going to be correct, if our expectations are going to be wrong, and exactly how this one plays out. Now, from what I remember, I think Team Jordan were playing more so towards that mid lane. Team Oman, did you find sort of where their strong point was?
No, I mean, I think it's hard to say. When you have a fairly standard composition across the board, you're always going to look towards the AD carry, particularly with the champions that were picked there for Easy E. He was, very much on like those I'm just going to hyper carry the game kind of picks.
Yeah.
The likes of Samira, Zaya, and Aphelios. So that's naturally where we're going to be looking. A little bit more of a supportive style coming through from Omani in the mid lane. Lysandra was picked up there at one point, so you're not necessarily expecting to carry through that champion quite so much. And the top lane was very standard, just Malphite, Sion. So, it seems to play out pretty standard stuff. A couple of thumbs up there in the background, so hopefully that means we'll be underway fairly shortly, guys. Just waiting for everything to get sorted on the stage.
Yeah, we'll see if we are going to see Jundat allowed to play. I think he was the one that was getting the
Gravesley Sin,
but he was getting the Kindred band away. No one really wanted to allow him to play it. So we'll see if he's going to be allowed to play it today, or if it is going to be a similar ban phase. Olaf and Zach going to be banned out instantly, so they know something we don't.
Yeah, well, once again, we talked about the Olaf and the Zach bans at length already. I mean, there's too much more to comment on. Silas is going to be taken away. That's a fairly targeted ban.
Yeah.
Syndra gone there as well. And
Jordan are whopping through these. They are insta-banning.
To be fair, they've had no shortage of time to think about it, Mac.
Very true.
I don't think that there should need to be too much discussion at this point. They'd
trying
be
to get us back into the rifts.
Well and truly prepared for what they were going to
we get to see it.
Pick up. And yeah, Kindred was a talking point. And it really lines up with what we've seen from Jundat in that jungle. He has been a very carry-oriented jungler. He likes to play the Graves, the Lee Sin we've already seen from him. That seems to very much be the style in this region.
The thing though is it didn't work super well for them, so hopefully we'll see something different on that Kindred. Over on the other side for Oman, we've got the Samira lock-in with the Naught, so a lot of hard engage, a lot of all-in.
Yep, seen that before from Oman. It's a very strong laning phase for that bot lane. How well you scale it into the mid and late game does largely depend on what you're able to do early on in the lane. So be interested to see what choices we get through here from Team Jordan. Braum is a good answer to it. Does shut down a lot of what Nautilus can do.
Yeah, solid for the laning phase. Makes living in that bot lane slightly more safe. Of course, if you get that stun off with the passive, everyone's happy, or at least everyone's happy that's hit those stuns or worked up to it. Now, what are we going to see Invincible going for? Are we going to see the ADC? It will be Zaya. So looking to operate backwards, looking to operate at range for a lot of damage. A lot of heavy AD coming through with the Kindred with that Zaya as well. And on the other side, are we going to see a jungle locked in, or will they send a pick priority to top or bot? Or top or mid, rather.
Yeah, certainly going to be looking for a AP heavy mid and top lane, or at least one of.
Yeah.
Coming through for Team Jordan.
Well, you know, they have been trying to focus that for Invincible We saw that Vagar come through. I feel like he was targeted at a few points in those picks. But we are going to see the Wukong locked in. So let's see if we are going to get some insta-bans again. Get us into that next pick phase. But what's it going to be? A couple of mid-bans coming through, a couple of top bans coming through. But where do they send them?
Kali going to be the initial ban there from Oman.
Okay.
Another champion that they want to be dealing with. I think Gwen here wouldn't be a bad ban to come through from Oman again. Just to kind of restrict those AP options up in the top lane.
Certainly could be something important to do. Malphite going to be taken out, so less of a wombo combo for Oman to play with. What's the next one on the agenda? There you go. So they have certainly echoed your sentiment with that Gwen ban coming through, and what is going to be the final ban for Team Jordan. Looks like they are trying to focus on the top lane, trying to help get Zero ahead. What do they remove here to try to make that happen?
If they've gotten rid of the Malphite, maybe getting rid of Sion is another option for them.
Ornhorn.
Like for like, I suppose.
Straight out of there. No crazy knock-ups coming through.
So I would say the natural choice here for Oman would probably be Sion to get picked right here. You've already banned away the Gwen, so you won't have to deal with that awkward matchup. Leave the counter pick for mid. It's going to end up being Lissandra.
Okay.
So another fairly safe option. Also a lot of crowd control to kind of enable Samira. A lot of knock-ups.
There's a lot of AoE, so once again, Team Oman looking like they're going to try to make a wombo combo work here. You get a good Cyclone off, you get a good Frozen Tomb off, and you get a good Samira ult off, then that is a whole bunch of damage coming. But you have to catch Jordan first.
So surely you want to be taking the Cassante away here as Team Jordan. I just don't think you want to be letting that go over to Oman. That feels like it's just going to be a bit too much to deal with. Do you have the double ADC setup? I'm not too sure how the Orianna really fits into this composition, Mac. I think looking at it, there's not really too much to enable it. And ultimately, now that we do have that Camille selected, does give you a little bit of a better insight. She's obviously quite a dive-heavy champion, can be a ball carrier for that Orianna.
A lot of split push too.
Otherwise, initially did kind of look like this was just going to be a straight up front to back, stand behind the Braum, stand on top of the Lamp of Spite, and try to play backwards rather than forwards. But Team Jordan do now have a couple of options for that. And yeah, they do give over the Cassante. So
yeah, it's a pretty solid comp from Oman.
It's a very, very solid comp from Oman. If they get into 5v5 team fights, like you look at that team comp, you think we kind of just win those team fights. Now, granted, the Lamp of Spite can obviously go a long way for Team Jordan if that's used very well. But just in terms of an all-out 5v5, I'm really favoring Oman's draft here. And I don't know how important that is necessarily, because the matches that we've been watching so far here...
We have seen some very good drafts and some unfortunately poor play.
Well, also what I was going to say is they were just messy games. We're not really seeing, you know, the dances around the Dragon Pit and the Baron Pit that you would normally expect. We're not seeing the full 5-on-5 commitment. A lot of the time it's just like skirmishes all over the map, 3-on-3s or 2-on-2s, and players getting caught out at awkward times, and you never really, like, until the very, very late game do you end up getting a straight up 5v5. So that's got to be something that Oman is kind of cognizant of and having a look toward, and seeing whether or not they will ultimately be able to force that kind of gameplay, or if things will degrade into a little bit more of a messy situation. I like the Braum with the double 80 carry setup. Even with the Camille, you can get some pretty fast stacks on that Braum passive. So early game skirmishes definitely going to be advantageous for Team Jordan, particularly if that Braum is involved. But heading into the mid game, once we head into some 5v5s, Team Oman, I do like the draft that they've got here. Looks very easy to execute on. Mac, we've got Wukong in, get that early engage, or the Lissandra in from the flank, enable things, set it up nice, and then you've got the follow through from Samira.
Yeah.
Lots of AoE damage, lots of knockups to enable Samira. So, I don't know, I'm on Team Oman, I think, for this one. But we'll have to wait and see how things do ultimately play out.
Let's see if there's going to be any level 1 fun. We almost saw some in game 1 of the day. But here in the second series, Team Oman just sitting back. Not going to stop any early invade. Jundat, we might see him attempt to get a deeper trinket off. A little ward there over towards Omani. But everyone just sitting back for the moment until those jungle camps spawn.
Yeah, I'm interested to see that the sweeper has been purchased by Butcher. So he went and put his own ward down in the tri-bush at the bot lane and based and bought himself a sweeper.
Yeah, straight away.
So wants to look for some of the early bush control in lane. Just taking a look at the summoner spells across the board. Ignite TP for the Camille. Zero wants to get aggressive up in that top lane. You do have Exhaust for easy E. So if he ends up dueling against another one of those 80 carries, whether he's against Kindred or Zaya, that could be quite useful, quite beneficial. And obviously Samira, quite a close range champion, can get a lot of value out of that as well. And then Janko has gone towards the Ignite on the Nautilus. Fairly standard fare.
It's just going to be a slow approach up top. Bit of damage already traded here at mid. Omani and Invincible to control this lane. Invincible, a little bit more mana to play with there. But of course there is that volatile potion for Omani, so should be able to have a little bit more funny. And Zero, going to go straight on them on the level 2 pinging. Speaking of, over towards bot side, looks like it is just going to be a slower approach from Casper and Butcher as they will hit level 2 first, but they are searching for something. Deep ward, maybe. Just getting out of vision.
Top to bot for Jundat and bot to top for WK Master. So 2 different styles in that jungle, 2 different approaches. Team Jordan pushing quite heavily. We'll be aware that their jungler is pathing in their direction, so they'll be safe. But they do also have quite a deep ward in that river, so playing it quite nicely so far. Looks like Omani have to take an early base here. Lots of exchanges in the mid lane by the looks of things. But TP available on both the mid laners should mean that we won't see any real CS being lost early in the game. Casper's going to take an early reset here as well. You'd have to think if he does do that, we'll be looking to pick up the Cull. Decides against it maybe. Jundat has just made the call that he wants to go for the bot side Scuttler. But the mark goes up to the top side, so it's a little bit of an unfortunate 50-50 there for Jundat. Gets that bot side Scuttle for free. And going to call for the reset back to base. And became Master alongside Omani, heading up to the top side Scuttle. I mean, this is kind of good from Oman. They're looking at the map and they're seeing the advantages that they need to get, and they're also seeing Zero a bit overcommitted. Be able to grapple back out to safety, but Omani went over the wall.
Yeah.
Did get a bit of free damage down.
Really hungry for that one. But either way, not going to be the follow through. Didn't catch him napping. And Zero not falling back either. So must have spotted the fall away down the river. And you can see as well Jundat going to try to come up. Go for a lane gank here.
It's not a fun place to be in the bot lane, by the way, for Easy E and Janko.
He's out of vision. Zero. He's baiting this one out perfectly, and further away they go. Plus now in a bit of a rough position. He has that level advantage, but he doesn't have the health to play with here. Will have that shield, won't have the sustain, and he won't get away. There's first blood. Well executed from Jordan.
Yeah, indeed. Very good stuff. Jundat on his way very happily with an assist in the back pocket. Get the kill onto Camille. Camille's one of those champions that if she gets accelerated early.
Did Jundat get the mark?
No, I don't believe so.
Did he get it for the kill?
I don't believe so. Okay. He definitely didn't get the mark from the initial scuttle. Okay. I don't believe he got the mark from that kill either. Might be able to have a look on this replay. Yeah, he's got Wukong.
Yeah.
So no mark just yet for the Kindred, but look, kill going over the way of Zero. I think that's good.
Yeah.
Camille.
Scale really well.
She's just a scary champion in those 1v1s, and the further and further you fall behind, the harder it is to play up against her. Bots finding advantages for Team Jordan. Mid's finding advantages. Top's finding advantages.
Yeah, Zero should get that Hextech ultimatum online in one more minion's time. So that makes things scary for Plus towards the top there.
Yeah, could be, again, a just straight up easy gank there for Jundat if Plus spends a little bit too much time forward in the lane. No flash available. And two very high damage dealing champions on that gank with a lot of hard CC if that ulti comes through from Zero. But instead, pathing pot side.
Roaming supports means nice experience. A little bit of fun down in that bot lane for Casper. Easy eat. Ooh, really get caught off. He's going to see Butcher on that ward in the river. So decides just to keep that distance. And it is a slow push all the way back now. Jack makes his way back down. You can see Zero as well getting the info on WK Master's positioning. And it's just going to be that back to base. Spend a little bit of the hard-earned cash. Caulfield's hammer has been purchased by him, so we'll have the extra cooldown to play around. Jundat still just those two long swords, but he's looking for more value here. If he jumps the wall, he'll be going straight onto that control ward in the tri-bush, so he should be spotted out. But
he's already spotted in the river, though.
Yeah,
so
straight up the top of that one.
Might get collapsed upon right here. Invincible has allowed Omani to just start to come across.
Yeah. Smite gap. Jundat going to be taking that one. WK Master nowhere to be seen. So it was a free blue buff, and there's that reset.
Top lane continues to be more of a farm lane than anything else. I mean, it's kind of crazy to see these two control mages being picked up in mid, and yet Invincible has found such a significant advantage already as far as the CS is confirmed. Up about 15 or so is quite the advantage in the mid lane. Same can kind of be said down in bot as well. Easy E struggling. I mean, this is not the kind of gameplay that you want to be bringing when you've got Samira and Nautilus. You don't want to be farming under your tower, kind of unable to do anything, unable to be proactive in that lane, but that's really just what Braum does. He kind of shuts the lane down and says, you know what, this is not going to be anything beyond a farm lane unless you want to play in some unfortunate trades. So with one pick, Butcher just kind of changes this from being potentially a very volatile bot lane to quite a slow and reserved bot lane.
Well, in the meanwhile, Jundat's got that one mark online and is going to be completely uncontested and mostly untouched by the Herald here too. So first objective, neutral objective rather, taken for the game at the 8-minute 30 mark. And you can see the WK Master wants to try to trade it for the Drake, but decides against it. Will start to make his way back towards mid. Should be spotted out by Butcher in the meanwhile. And it looks like Butcher is going to be seen as well. So Oman just hovering the mid lane. Could see some action here. Butcher has got this rotation as well. That control ward in the pixel bush is...
Casper needs to be careful.
Getting a lot of information. It's going to be the 4-on-2 if they do commit to the Drake, but Team Oman able just to walk away here, and Team Jordan, they're going to set their sights on the Drake.
Yeah, they'll get it for free as well. Oman not really interested, fair enough. Your mid laner is half HP and out of mana. Does make it hard to contest in this fight, even if it were to be 4v4. It's kind of like a fake 4v4 in that sense. So a bit of a better timing for Team Jordan to go for that Drake, and much slower game playing out at the moment, Mac, than what we saw in the previous. And starting to favor Team Jordan pretty substantially. They're up about 2k gold, 2.5k gold.
Yeah. WK Master just denying this mark for Jundat again. And just playing the minigame a little bit better than the Kindred. But you can see Jundat already off to the races with that assist on the board, already a little bit of a gap in terms of the CS, and has had that successful invade as well. So there's a little gap. Invincible could be in trouble here.
Yeah, well,
goes too far forward.
I mean, Oman will have to be very good with their CC chain, because Invincible does have flash.
There it is. They're going for it. Invincible, nice flash to get away from the first one. Frozen Tomb getting invested. That's a lot of damage. That's a huge amount of damage, and Invincible should just be able to fall here.
Yep. And that's the danger when you're playing against the Lissandra and the Wukong. That's exactly what they can do. They can lock you down for so long that even though they're not necessarily the most high burst champions, they will still get the job done in the end.
They'll keep you there long enough to get tickled to death.
If they chain their CC well, which they did, Frozen Tomb into Cyclone, into Lissandra W, you're not going anywhere for a good 5 or 6 seconds.
Good communication, good coordination, something that seems to have been lacking for a few of the games we saw yesterday, but so far so good right here. Team Oman just tucking under the turret and hoping that they can get a reset off as the wave resets.
It's starting to become quite the painful bot lane for Oman. Down 20 CS, also a couple of turret plates lost, and they're going to lose even more CS right here, lose another turret plate. Take a look back at the replay. Very well played by Team Oman. Perfect chain CC. And even though Invincible's able to hit a nice shockwave, it's really irrelevant at that point. Had to kind of just not be there in the end.
Yeah. Well, bit of action happening over towards this bot lane. Looks like TP is going to be invested. Camille wants to get involved. S+, what's he going to be able to do here? Butcher just falling away. It looks like Team Jordan, they don't want this at all. Oman just taking names. Jundat slain, and now WK Master as well, trying to just run down Invincible. Team Jordan, just like that, are going to be on the back foot. We are going to see Oriana at least snatch one before hitting the grave. And it is a 2-4-1 trade in the end, so Team Oman going to be very happy with that tournament.
Yeah, finding some disadvantages in mid and in the top side of the map at this point in time. I mean, I'm looking now towards Team Jordan to start to try to play around bot. Casper is very far ahead of his counterpart, Easy E. And Butcher also quite solid in this bot lane. Oh, those feathers. Going to get the stun across, and there's going to be another restun onto Janko. Oh. Yes, he does a good job with that Spider-Man hook and the re-engage.
He's Easy E. Ult online, but he's got stunned in the worst damn position, and Jank's about to fall off the back of it. So Team Oman, they thought that they had an advantage. They had one good fight, but just like that, it's all for nothing.
Well, that's just the problem of playing those prolonged fights against the Braum.
Speaking of prolonged fights, we got another skirmish over towards mid. Zero, going to try to get away. Will be able to escape with the hook shot. And it looks like S+ is not going to be able to chase him down. So that mobility keeps Zero alive, keeps him deathless for the meantime. Team Jordan looking like they almost made some mistakes, but they are going to at least take that Raptor camp, get a little bit more CS here, a little bit more CS there, and still manage to take to a 3K lead.
Yeah, definitely still trading effectively, and the big issue for Oman at the moment, Mac, is just their CS difference. That is where the gold differential is coming from. It's not from the kills necessarily.
Yeah.
I mean, look, one tower as well for Team Jordan. That definitely plays into factor as well. Having a look back at the bot fight, just a bit of an overextension from Oman right here. That Nautilus was definitely dead.
Yeah.
But Easy E probably could have got out. Conversation might have been, hey, we can try to turn this, but at the end of the day, the Nautilus has used the hook to get out. He's already on half HP. Doesn't really have any way to have a meaningful impact on that fight, especially when the Braum door is up right in front of him. So it kind of turns into two-on-ones.
Yeah, it feels like that they weren't focused as well. The Braum passive was able to get those stuns off so well, which just immobilizes you so terribly.
Yep, exactly. And you just get run down in a lane like that when you're up against a Braum.
Yeah. All plates down now. That 14-minute mark, and Zero wants this fight. However, gamer mode goes online. S+ wants it. Zero now could be in trouble. Already used the hook shot, but who's going to be able to win this one? Looks like the extra armor is enough for S+ to take the solo bolo.
Yeah, just needed one more Q in there as Zero, but couldn't quite get it in time, and so S+ finding that advantage and being able to push the top wave in. In response, Team Jordan will turn their attention toward the Dragon. They do feel they have the advantage on the bot side of the map, and I don't necessarily disagree, but it is a big wombo combo available for Oman.
Yeah, WK Master is certainly here. He has no flash, but he does have a smite, and they're going to put full attention onto the Chemtech Drake. But now in comes the Cyclone. WK Master, can he set it up enough? Easy E. Oh, not going to get enough done. Will be in the Lamb's respite, so he's alive at the moment. But now everyone falling, and that was great setup from Team Jordan. They'll walk away untouched.
Yeah, that wombo combo just not quite executed well enough, and you do see how strong the Lamb's respite is as well in shutting it down. It should be too easy for Oman. They get the Lissandra W onto 4 members.
Yeah.
She's in there on the Frozen Tomb, all happy days. Cyclone in on top of that, but Kindred ulti comes straight on down. Even Easy E had a nice flank into the fight, but just not enough damage across the board right there for Oman, and they do get wiped. The feathers were so good from Casper as well. Just look at the ultimate that he dropped down. Here's the engage I'm talking about. It was actually 3 members caught in that W. Great stuff. I mean, Master just a little bit too late with the Cyclone, was too focused on the Dragon. Easy E comes in on the flanks, but Lamb's Respite down and no one can die. Casper autoing for free in the back line, gets a huge range of feathers and pulls them all back through the entire Oman team. Very well played.
So much damage.
Now 4-0 and 2 Mac as well. That's gone from, I think, 1-0 and 2 in the going into that last fight. It's just going to, as soon as you see Casper base and buy, you know, these items
accelerate heavily.
Just going to really, really put the hurt onto Oman.
So it's a 4-kill gap over the top of Easy E on the Samira, as well as a 40 CS lead pretty much. And then there was that whole tower as well. All those plates equals a lot of gold. Jundat taking this one down onto Omani. He wants that mark. He needs it, and it looks like he's going to find it too. Big kill coming in onto the Kindred, and that makes Kindred ever much more deadly. Ooh, over towards the top though. S+. He'll have the ult online if he wants to pop it, but it looks like he's just trying to bait, zero in, trying to force that overextension.
Rip Herald in the bot lane, and Casper finds the solo kill.
What's going on?
Yeah, we're 16 minutes into the game. The 80 carries are solo killing one another, basically in the jungle.
Featherstorm as well. Not enough to finish off Jank. Casper respects the tower.
They get an inhib here if they want it.
Yeah, not quite a dancing Shelly, but that's going to chunk it right on down. And
where's the response?
Surely there's an answer there. Surely you just finish off the inhib.
No, well, it's one of those. Again, it's a little bit of a fallacy. It's a bit of a noob trap sometimes, Mac. If you do take the inhib down really early in the game, it generally doesn't affect the game state all that much, and it ends up just meaning that you have this slow push into your base of creeps. You don't have to walk out of the lane too much to farm, to get into an awkward position, so it does sort of enable the team that's behind to come back in via the way of farm.
Okay. So you just weaken it instead.
You just
get ready to sync it up.
you know,
later.
It's definitely a problem having an open inhibitor at this point in time, but Team Jordan, they don't want to give Oman that way back in. So they're just happy to keep it up for the moment. Maybe shove in that mid tower, and if they can guarantee 2 inhibs down, then yeah, then they're going to go for it. But right now, just play that slow and steady start. They don't need to do anything too risky just yet.
It's a bit of a shame that that gold gap is so large already, because we really liked what we saw from Team Oman. There were some great answers at certain points in the game, but it just feels like Team Jordan able to execute that wombo combo a few times. 2-on-1 now over towards that top lane. S+ has no tower to play around. He still has a teammate coming on in. It is going to be Omani looking to fight here. We'll close that gap, we'll close that distance, and now you can see Jundat and Invincible, they were walking away, but they know that they've got reinforcements on the way. Frozen Tomb going to do big damage on a Jundat, who still has the Lamb's Respite to play around, so he's not too worried, he's not too phased. Team Oman now on the back foot. Easy E going to be the front line right now. That's not where Easy E wants to be, but he's going to jump on straight in. Trying to get the ult online, but that Lamb's Respite again. Is it going to be enough? Easy E heals up a Storm. Is going to be able to get the shutdown on to Jundat. And in the meanwhile as well, WK Master going to be jumping in, trying to get that Cyclone onto Casper, who as much damage as possible. He's got the huge bounty on his head, so he's going to be high priority. Zero looking to be the front line there on the Camille, just hook shotting to safety. It's a possibility, but S+ gets the ult online just in time, and now Team Jordan, when things look so good, they get wiped.
Yeah, not clean at all for Team Jordan. I got to say, it wasn't super clean for Oman either. I felt like maybe the communication wasn't quite there for Oman, but Easy E decides to live that Samira life. Just send it, you know, get the resets, get the kills. We'll take a look at the replay and I'll talk you through it. I mean, at this point I'm thinking, oh dear, this does not look good. Easy E commits on his own. You can see Plus and Lysandra there both are recalling. They don't want a bar of this fight, but they notice, they recognize that the fight's actually turning around. Easy E saw the angle, made it work, made it happen, and Oman have a way back into this game now. Just a very awkward, mistimed fight on both sides, but one individual play for Oman. And maybe they're back in the discussion here just a little bit. Getting some bounty towers as well. Dragon goes their way too, and this is the trickle for Jordan that they don't want.
Okay, Omani falls at that moment, and now we're going to see as well Braum to follow. So it's going to be a 1-for-1 trade. You've lost your mid laner. It's a support. It's a 2-for-1 actually. Jundat in the meanwhile has fallen down, which is why they committed to going for the Drake, getting the Ocean Drake early. If you can get a soul with 3 of those, mate, Team Omani might be able to live through to the late game.
Yeah, potentially. I mean, this has just fallen apart a little bit for Team Jordan. The swing in the last couple of minutes has been absolutely massive. They do still have the lead. They do still have a 5-1 and 2 Xayah, but they have to play around that Xayah a little bit better than the way they have been so far.
Team Jordan just a bit too separated in that fight that we saw the replay of. Not the most recent one, the second most recent one. And now we see Team Oman as well, just moving as a unit, clearing out the jungle together, trying to get as much money as possible onto those that need it. And Zero could certainly be caught out here. But as mentioned earlier, as we've seen, Zero already with a couple of great escapes with some decent hook shots. And everything just slowing down. Team Oman just farming up, shoving the lanes, and looking to prepare for the vision game. You can see there's a lot of wards over towards the top side there. Thinking about keeping eyes on the Baron, which spawned a minute and a half ago. And if they can get one more good team fight up against Team Jordan, then that's the Baron falling.
Very much hanging in the balance at the moment now, isn't it?
Yeah.
Key points of difference for Team Jordan is going to be keeping that Xayah alive. The Xayah survives late into the fight, then they should be able to win it. But if Xayah gets deleted, you know, if she overextends a little bit, gets frozen tombed, cycloned, obviously, you know, she does have a lot of escape tools and she has a lot of assistance with that Braum door, but if you do make the mistake as the Xayah, you won't get the opportunity to use the Featherstorm or the Flash and the Ghost. You'll just die. You'll be CC locked to death. So that's the goal for Oman.
Yeah.
Is find the angle onto Casper. Take him out of the fight, and then you can win.
Is that Braum door an ice cream sandwich, by the way?
Possibly, I'm not sure.
Looks like something, some kind of sweet biscuit.
I'm not a huge Braum skin man, but yeah, it definitely does look like an ice cream sandwich.
Insane that can block so much damage. Either way, they're going to try to bait out a fight there, just tapping the Baron, but with the vision going straight back in. Team Oman aren't going to be fully baited. WK Master walking at the front here. He does have that Cyclone online, could potentially catch any of these members out. Casper not too far away, and that's a huge damage source, but now we're going to see Jank potentially caught out. Is going to go straight on in. And some flight available. Let's see if it's going to be used in time. Casper just moving backwards. That's a good rip, good route on a few of the Oman members, but all those blue health bars are crumbling, and the red team feels untouched right now. Team Oman farming. Zero coming through, and that's going to be a double kill for Easy Yee before he falls. Invincible all on his own, and Casper, he got out of there early. He already used that Featherstorm, and now he's going to try and make something happen in a 1v3. You ain't getting out of there. That's the ace. That is perfect from Team Oman. Only Easy E falling, and that should be the Baron from here.
Yeah, most definitely. This game really has taken a darker turn for Team Jordan. They still lead in the gold by 3k, but it does not feel like it at the moment. Breakpoints being hit for Oman, confidence being at an all-time high, and Mac, the draft just looking a little bit better as well across the board as we get into those mid-game team fights. Yeah. We highlighted that in the draft. If we see 5v5s, Oman, they have the better composition for that kind of game. We'll, I'm sure, get a replay at some point of that previous fight, and we can really break it down, but it didn't look like it played out very kindly for Team Jordan at all. Here is that replay. I want you to focus on Casper's positioning in all of this. Just have a look at what he is able to do. Initially, as you said, Featherstorm went down. There's another auto, another one or two, maybe a Q goes in there as well, and in all of this entirety, he is unable to auto. He is unable to do anything.
Yeah.
He is completely out of the fight. It is a 5-on-4, and the one player that you're missing as Team Jordan is your 5-1 and 2 Xayah, your win condition. So Oman did a really good job of isolating him out of that fight. He didn't have room to work. Obviously with the terrain around there, making it a little bit difficult for the Xayah. So outside of the Featherstorm, which was a good one,
yeah,
there was no impact at all from Casper in that fight.
Easy E, he held the Inferno trigger for just long enough, got 2 kills off the back of it, bursting him down at the right moment. And now he's back, and now he's got the IE online, so he's just that much more deadly. Samira able to activate. Team Jordan, they're going to try and get as many advantages as they can, shove out mid-wave, maybe try to play around the Drake that's spawning. They've got the mid-prio, S-Class, going to get caught off. He will be able to ult if he wants to, but he's falling. So that makes things that little more difficult. Team Oman, though, able to get another Drake. Now Soul Point can be threatened, but in the meanwhile, they know that there's many members over towards the Drake, and that means top lane's free.
Yeah, look, I mean, at the end of the day, not the worst of trades for Oman. It's a little bit awkward, as you say, that S+ does go down there, but sometimes you just get caught by a death bush. Oman now on Sol Point, so the pressure is definitely back on the shoulders of Team Jordan. Easy E, this is not where you want to be going down.
At all. They were just all there.
That is a huge mistake to be making at this point in time. That relieves all the pressure, right? Oman have Baron. They want to try to use this power play to come back into the game, and now they've lost their AD carry for another 30 seconds. They don't get to do anything with the Baron.
4v5, you can't push out. You just lose a lot of that damage. In the meanwhile as well, I believe Jundat's been doing a pretty good job at farming up those marks. So the more range he gets to play with, the more dangerous the game gets for Team Oman.
3 items
slippery he is.
Completed for the mid laner and the AD carry of Team Jordan. So big breakpoints being hit. This wouldn't be the worst of times to fight. You still have the item advantage over your opponents, but you need to find a way to facilitate this fight for Casper in particular. Probably the best case scenario is you put the ball on Zero. He gets a good engage, dives in on top of Easy E, and is able to enable the shockwave to come through. And then you have Jundat and Casper playing behind Butcher. But this looks like it should be a free kill for Oman.
TPing out.
Should be cancelled.
And kill the shockwave big, but look, no answer for it.
Immediate response though from Team Jordan in mid. Just going to push their way in there. Casper will get a bit of free time to hit this tower, clear the wave. It really is only the Nautilus there, but he's going to get scared off, and they'll turn their attention toward bot lane where S+ has overcommitted. Flashes.
Ooh, goes gamer mode. It has a few members coming to try and save him. If he can live long enough, then this could be terrible for Team Jordan, but he won't be able to live in S+. Not able to soak enough damage. He soaked too much. However you look at it, it's no good at all, and now might be the time to take that inhib and take a little bit more. WK Master not going to be able to run away from Jundat, who is chasing him down. He needs to get into the fountain. He will just in time. Jank and Easy E as well just have to give a lot of the base now. They don't have that frontliner.
Yeah,
30 seconds.
Few question mark things going over to that Lissandra, who's still in the side lane. That is just going to give up an inhibitor, maybe even a second as well. This finally back in the mix here, but what do you trade for that one tower in top? You trade your inhibitor in the side lane, and once again the swing is back in favor of Team Jordan. Astro play has been missing a little bit for Oman.
See what they're going to be capable of. Omani very hungry to farm up a storm. He now has a CS lead, but at what cost, right? He's pushing, he's shoving, he's hungry, but when you're losing your Cassante, who has been pretty instrumental in a lot of the team fights you've won, things go south real quick.
Well, Baron's going to be spawning in a minute or so. That Dragon going to be spawning in a minute or so, and Oman looking for the Dragon Soul. So 2 very important objectives up in a minute or so. We are in the eye of the storm at the moment, Mac. We've had craziness up to this point.
Yeah.
Things will slow down for a minute or so. And then once those objectives do respawn, that's when we start to get a little bit concerned about the fights that are playing out. Now, good wave management so far from Team Jordan in this last little passage of play. You got Zero pushing in the bot side. Up on the top side of the map as well, wave is pushing. And Oman is going to have to answer that as the Dragon is spawning, as the Baron is spawning. And that's going to put unnecessary pressure on their shoulders. They won't have an easy time of taking a fight right here.
Needs to try and shove ASAP before the reset comes through. You can see the Defensible realizes he doesn't have a lot of resources. Zero can get caught out here.
Oh well.
Hook shot to escape, but it is potentially just going to be the great escape. What's he going to be able to do? Damage starting to come back the other way, but 3 on 1. Hextech ultimate invested. Hook shot away, but the dot was too strong. And now, that is the worst time you could have died.
Yeah, that's probably 10, 15 seconds too soon. If Team Jordan was already on the Baron hitting it, maybe they could have gotten an advance. But they are setting up a death bush.
Oh, there we go. Cross. Shockwave could be set up, but it's all about the timing of when that one's going to be. Great shockwave, and Team Oman just get completely annihilated off the back of it. They don't even need the Baron. They can just run it down mid. Look at where the wave is.
Yeah, end the game. That is the call right here. S+ and Omani to try to hold on. Butcher's going in the other direction, though.
They saw Invincible drop his orb on that choke point, and everyone from Team Oman just stood on it. That was catastrophic.
Sometimes it's one of the harder abilities to kind of focus on, though, Mac. You do just sort of forget about it at times.
Well, it looks like the end is nigh. Team Jordan, they're looking to make this one happen, but Team Oman, they're melting. Omani, he's going to be the last-ditch attempt, but look, going golden ain't going to help you. It's just going to buy more time for Jordan to slap this Nexus silly and slap it into a W for Game 1 of the series.
Yeah, a little bit of a nervy win there for Team Jordan, I'll say. It did take them a bit to get that over the line, and it did look like at one point they had thrown it away. But ultimately, cooler heads do prevail. They find that engage that they need right before the Baron. And look, it was even in the 5-on-4 as well, Mac. The pick had come through from Oman, and unfortunately they couldn't capitalize on that advantage. You know, I'm looking at this game and I'm thinking with just a little bit better macro play from Oman, they might have actually won that. They were very close to bringing it back. They had the composition to do it. You saw how clean some of those team fights were. But ultimately, Team Jordan, they did just have enough of an advantage to hang on. And ultimately, a lot of those kills and a lot of that gold was onto key members of their roster. Zaya in particular, Casper, had so much money that once you do something like that, once you get a Zaya that fed, then yeah, very difficult to come back from.
So much damage, so much damage. Yes, there was a misplay in the midst of things towards that team fight. One or two of them, rather. You know, Team Oman making great moves throughout the mid game, but unfortunately towards the late game, maybe look, Omani just wasn't there to try to defend the base. Could have turned on his head if he was. Got the turret, tried to find any little advantages, any answers, but if you're losing the base, you have to go defense sometimes.
Saudi Arabia up 1-0 over Kuwait on the side stage. Here's the update coming through. So again, not really too surprising, given we have a lot of faith in Saudi Arabia to get the top of this group. But Team Jordan doing a pretty good job against Oman. That's the big discussion point at the moment for us, Mac. Yeah, bit of an awkward, kind of a janky game. I think there's a lot for Team Jordan to go back and have a look at there that they could definitely improve on. Couple of picks that probably shouldn't have happened. Couple of awkward team fights that, you know, maybe were a little bit unnecessary, but ultimately they were strong enough to get it over the line.
I need to say as well, look, there were multiple team fights there where Jundat, having Kindred, having that Lamb's Respite certainly worked out in Jordan's favor, and that might be why we saw that as a target ban in day one of this group. So maybe that's something that Team Oman can look at moving forward, maybe force the jungler to play something that they're more comfortable on, and then things could go a little bit better for Team Oman in game 2. You know, it's all about that draft.
Yeah, I thought they played it pretty well in the bot lane here, Team Jordan. Casper and Butcher seemed like they really had the better of it in that laning phase, and even though that Samira did ultimately become a bit of a threat, they were very far ahead from the outset of that game, and they were I would say, the clear win condition for Team Jordan. This was a really nicely played fight as well from Casper. Just look at the ability to get so many feathers out. And a great feather storm as well through the entire team. And the pullback as well was so nice. This was probably the cleanest fight from Team Jordan.
100%. And you could see as well, he was fully aware that the Lamb's Respite was down, so he didn't want to rip the feathers until the Lamb's Respite was fully finished, get as much burst damage out as possible at the right moment. And look, the synergy between Zaya, between that Kindred was pretty good in the end. This is where some of the hiccups started for Team Jordan, of course, but Team Oman realizing when they can go, when to hit that button, and this was one of the, let's say, 2 points where the team fights went their way. However, team fight you'll see just after this one as well is yet another one. Look, Jank, of course, nice hook to kick things off there, and you can see Team Jordan maybe thinking they were too big when they didn't have as much of a front line as they could have at that point. Great usage as well, just to pop, I think that was WK Master out of the Lamb's Respite, so he didn't get that healing. Just shoving him with that use of the Bliss utility, and now look, from here, Team Jordan, they realize, okay, we need to stop doing that. We need to stop playing silly buggers.
I want to see this shockwave though. I mean,
it's there, right?
Ball is actually on the Kindred. You don't really see that. It does get brought back across, and then straight away, excellent shockwave. Probably the best shockwave we saw all game. And then once you get that follow-up through from Casper, I mean, no questions asked. Invincible actually ends up doing a lot of damage in that game as well. I didn't quite catch the build as to whether or not it was Luden's or Leandries.
I swear I saw Leandries.
If it was Leandries, that would make a lot of sense. That's kind of why I brought it up, because with those dot items, you tend to have semi-inflated damage numbers. So that would be where a lot of that came from. But I think in terms of impact damage, yeah, Casper was definitely up there as well. Gold difference, you know, it was still always favorable for Team Jordan, but it didn't feel like it for the entire time. In the end, the Audi Super A player does go the way of Invincible.
Understandable.
Yeah, 75% KP, really impressive as an Orianna. She's not exactly one of those mid laners that you're expecting to do a lot of roaming and being able to, you know, get involved in the side lanes all that much. But certainly in the team fights, you're expecting a lot out of your Orianna. And yeah, great stuff. Good Shockwave. Probably it was the Shockwave that won them the game. So there you go. Congratulations. And game 2 coming up in just a second is going to be an interesting one to take a look at, because I don't think that Team Jordan are a shoo-in for a 2-0. I definitely think Oman, they have a little bit to work on, a little bit of time to chat now. If they can come in, refresh for game 2, they might be able to force this one through to 3.
Yeah, it certainly was close enough that it could go all the way to 3, but I guess we'll see. And that, of course, is coming up just after the break. Ladies and gents, we'll see you in a minute.
关闭外来的杂音，找准内心的节奏。奥迪 Q4 e-tron 让真的感受从开始才开始。
iQOO 11系列，标配 2K 144赫兹1.6全感屏，流畅又清晰，有机硅皮革，耐脏污、抗老化。全新自研芯片 VR 与第2代骁龙8强联手，音像电竞全面升级，200瓦超快闪充，充电快，续航久。iQOO 11系列，未来电竞悦享操控。 累了困了，喝东鹏特饮。
Yeah, the air I bounce, we heading home. It's loud, but we can't handle here and now. We're so close to home. If you're ready now, the universe, it's electric, new era, we're blooming here. I sing it out. Getting closer while we're stronger, the singer era tie by bonds. No, we will never be alone. We're waking up, going forward together, defining the truth and make a sound. Going forward together, forever you and I. We got the words to discover, we're holding each other. Whatever comes our way, yeah, we will survive it up. We'll explore the unknown and the truth we know. You can edit it now, you choose it all. It's contagious, you and I are tuning in. The earth sings aloud. Getting closer while we're stronger
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Road to Asia Games. Look, currently, Team Jordan and Team Oman have been going toe-to-toe, blow for blow, and there were some hiccups in the first game, but Team Jordan managed to secure it all in the end. And look, the draft, we talked about that one, really liked how wombo combo we saw the draft from Team Oman, but unfortunately, we only got to see those 2 times where it was executed perfectly, and then every other time it felt like Team Jordan was ready just to press the Lance Respite at the perfect moment, and then you just completely counter that wombo combo.
Yeah, indeed. So I'm interested to see how that draft is going to change up, if it will at all. I mean, obviously, we wouldn't be expecting it to be exactly the same, but yeah, interesting composition coming through from Team Jordan once again. I mean, we might sort of see something a little bit more standard when it comes to the top lane this game. Camille, definitely not a bad choice, but I don't know that it had the most impact there. I wonder if they would have been better off going into something like the Cassante, which was on offer when they did pick that Camille. Zero did feel pretty comfortable on the Cassante, I think, yesterday, so might be an option of choice. We're definitely expecting Jundat to continue to go towards those sort of hyper carry, hard carry kind of jungler picks.
Yeah.
Seem to be definitely within the wheelhouse there, and the Kindred, you know, seemed to work out quite nicely. But yeah, real props to the bot lane. I thought that that was where Team Jordan really found a lot of their advantages, and so Casper, Zaya, very much a comfort pick there. Second or third time we've seen him play it so far at the Road to Asia Games, and had a pretty good game on it. You know, it wasn't even, you know, necessarily there with the Zaya Rakan or anything like that. With the Braum, definitely works out as well.
We've seen some very successful Braum picks throughout the tournament.
Definitely, I think Braum is one of those picks which, like, when you pick it in the right scenario, it just fits so well.
Yeah.
You never really blind Braum at the moment, but you definitely do like to pick him, particularly into the Nautilus. It just feels like it really shuts that lane down, and it's such a hard matchup for the Nautilus to really do anything, because even if you do get the hook onto the opposing AD carry, Braum jumps to the carry, puts the wall up. Like, well, then what happens? Nothing. Nothing happens, really. So it just kind of completely negates the lane. And, you know, obviously when you see the Nautilus on the other side of the field, you say, yep, great, sweet, going to pick up that Braum. Are we going to see the Nautilus blind? Are we going to see the Samira Nautilus in particular blind? Maybe that's something that Oman can go back and have a look at in terms of their draft order. I'm not so sure that that had as much effectiveness as they would have liked it to have, to warrant picking it straight away like that and kind of showing your hand.
Well, it feels like, look, in terms of Team Jordan, they are just going to be going for the hard attempt at trying to find that Kindred again. You know that they love it. You know that it's worked pretty well for them in this game. I wouldn't mind seeing another attempt at Graves from Jundat if that Kindred gets banned out. We didn't really get to see him play it yesterday. He got shut down super early in that game, and it feels like, you know, Team Saudi Arabia is one thing, Team Oman's another thing, maybe not as strong as Team Saudi Arabia, so it could be a game where Graves can excel.
Yeah, we haven't really got any word yet as to whether or not there's going to be a swap in terms of sides. Generally speaking, that means that there won't be, so it is going to be Team Jordan that do get the initial pick first again, so they can definitely prioritize that Kindred if it is on offer. But again, you know, we're not privy, obviously, to what their conversations are like behind closed doors, and so what we'll get to see as of yet, we don't know. Looks like we're still getting a little bit sorted on the stage, taking some time to get into draft in this matchup.
Yeah, look, well, WK Master, you'd assume that he is a Wukong Master, right? Like,
yep.
The name's for.
I mean, look, yeah, I guess that may be the case, and we did actually see a couple of good moments for him. I thought the early gank into mid was really good.
Yeah.
The Wukong Lissandra combo with the Frozen Tomb into the Cyclone was good. There was a decent couple of fights in there as well with the Cyclone coming through, pretty clutch.
Yeah.
But it can be a little bit difficult to find those early advantages on the Wukong when there's a Kindred on the other side of the field, which is also quite like a strong early game kind of skirmishing sort of jungler. And if you do make a mistake against a Kindred and start to fall quite behind, it's really hard to get back into it as a melee champion to fairly mobile, well, very mobile ranged damage dealer. So don't want to be falling behind the Kindred. I think maybe Kindred gets banned out here. We'll see what Oman is going to opt to do.
Yeah.
So we are getting closer to draft, and there we are, straight away, Zach once again.
They just don't want to see that Zach, but as you mentioned, Team Jordan going to be staying on that blue side. Team Oman going to get the counter pick at the end. Now, are we going to blitz through these bans once more? Who do you think is that Zach player that they don't want to see? Do you think it's WK Master, or do you think it's S+?
You'd have to assume that it's WK Master.
Okay. Well, Silas is going to be respect banned there as well. We also have, pretty much the exact same bans as what we saw from Game 1. So copy and paste, it looks like there's not going to be the Kindred ban just yet, but do Team Oman respect ban it right now, or are they happy to play around it? Happy to play that minigame yet again? No, Nico seems to be one that they don't want to burst in mid. So Invincible not going to get his mitts on that one, but where do Team Jordan go, and is it Kindred straight away?
Yeah, Nico very much has been the go-to ban of the Road to Asia games. If there was any champion that was banned more than it, I would be very surprised. I think we've only seen one game of Nico so far. And it has very much been the talk of the town. A little bit of a change-up in approach this time around. Kindred was on offer, could have chosen it there for Team Jordan, but have prioritized the Aphelios as well, which is definitely in the wheelhouse there for Casper. Picked it up on day one, did okay with it. So now we get to see whether or not Oman will change up their draft. This was where they basically slammed the Samira Nautilus, and it could actually end up being Zaya Rakan. We've seen that from them so far already. Don't necessarily need to lock in the Zaya right here if you want to maybe prioritize a early jungle pick. It's unlikely, obviously, that Zaya would get picked up by Team Jordan if they've already got the Aphelios, but they do opt to take the Zaya Rakan anyway and keep the rest of the lanes hidden. But it's a formidable bot lane. It has always been a formidable bot lane, and it's definitely something that you will be scared to play against in that laning phase. But
Scary indeed.
Quite eager to see what the support that's going to be matched with this Aphelios might end up being. Lulu is on offer, Yumi is on offer, Thresh
we'll take that.
Is actually the choice, and that I don't know that we've seen too much here in the Road to Asia games. Not an awful pick actually into the Rakan. You can cancel his W with the E. So there's a little bit of a counterplay there. And also, Thresh Aphelios is kind of like the OG Aphelios lane, isn't it? Keep that Aphelios safe. Just let him land it back out to safety. So lots of positives, I think, for Team Jordan so far.
Yeah, LeBlanc going to be locked into. That's a chunk of burst damage coming through in the AP department. So again, Team Jordan looking to just do a lot of damage in a little amount of time. But Kindred not locked in, so jungle pick not coming through just yet. However, it will be for Team Oman. They've got the big old MACAU, so a little bit more damage can be soaked up by him as opposed to what you saw from Wukong earlier. And less knock-ups, but of course that Nature's Grasp can be very influential at turning team fights at any given moment. With those roots as well, you can potentially... I'm looking at a lot of CC right now from Team Oman.
Yeah, definitely, that is the case. Good front to back from them so far.
Yeah.
And not a bad selection into what Team Jordan is looking like they're angling towards. It looks like it's going to be a little bit more of a dive-oriented team here with the LeBlanc coming through. And as we've mentioned a couple of times, Zaya does like to play backwards, get that Featherstorm down. So Team Jordan do draft a composition that wants to go forwards. They're kind of playing into the hands of Oman a little bit there. Kindred and Gwen do get banned away. Malphite gone as well. Just not wanting to have to deal with anyone getting on top of that Aphelios a little too easily. Lyssandra's also removed, so we don't want to see a Lysandra into that LeBlanc pickup, it seems like.
Okay. Well, let's see where they go from here in the second phase of picks. Looks like we are going to see Sion sent up top, so chance for a counter to come through, but as you mentioned, Gwen's gone, so Sion should have an easier time surviving, especially through the laning phase. So what are we going to see Team Jordan angle for here? 10 seconds to discuss it. The jungle, they go, is that a Hecarim?
That is a Hecarim.
Okay. So Hecarim, something that I don't think we've seen at all yet.
Yeah.
This tournament.
No, I mean, like I said, it sort of leans towards that dive-oriented gameplay that we have started to get from this draft of Team Jordan. We're looking for the top laner still, so just to counteract that, Sion very much in the wheelhouse for S+, and it's going to end up being Jace, who also can be quite happy to just jump in there and get in on top of his opponents. So you do have to be making a lot of solid positioning decisions here as Team Oman. If they make those kinds of mistakes, they will be in a bit of trouble. You can see it rounded out by a Cassiopeia in mid. It's very different styles in the draft from both of these teams. Very much a front to back, we like to run backwards kind of a team composition. We don't need to run at you. We're happy for you to run at us. From Team Oman there with the Cassiopeia in particular, alongside that Zaya. And then Team Jordan, they want to be on the front foot. They want to be leading from the front with the Hecarim, with the LeBlanc jumping in, and the Jace as well to follow suit with that. And then you kind of leave the Thresh and the Aphelios to their own devices.
Yeah. Potential for a lot of damage to come through. I really enjoy the comp coming through from Team Jordan there. I love the breath of fresh air that is going to be the Hecarim. I don't think it's the most meta pick right now, but I'm sure that we're going to see it work regardless. Team Oman, yes, they've got a solid front to back overall, and I'm keen to see what kind of damage they can do. Hopefully those team fights go better from the start of the game, but yeah, just the range, just the damage that can be pumped out from Team Jordan is going to be insane indeed. I'm a little bit worried about the front line, so it's just going to be in and out, just trying to pump as much damage as possible. They've got decent TC with the Thresh, and a little bit coming from your Hecarim, but other than that, there's not a lot on the table.
Certainly much heavier on the crowd control there from Oman, and again, it's sort of, it is kind of in line with the previous drafts that we did see. Team Jordan, they like to take those skirmishes maybe a little bit more so than the straight up 5-on-5 team fights, and there was definitely a point in that last game where Oman was able to get their composition working. And I think if they get to the mid-game and they're even, they do have a really good opportunity to put that composition to work once again here against Team Jordan. So let's just see how they go early on in the game. Bot was certainly a big talking point last game. They have drafted once again a very strong bot side, right? Samira, Nautilus, and then Zaya Rakan for Team Oman. Those are, I want to win lane.
Yeah.
Bot lane comps.
Look,
so
I want to see people win a lane. I want to see some fun, and that's what we might be getting right here. Jundat looking for a deep ward, or at least trying to bait that one out. Omani, can he stand? Can he deliver? Ward going to be placed straight in the red buff pit, and that is going to be that. Looks like it's going to be answered with 1. 2 ticks taken. Will anyone go for the trinket to get rid of it? Doesn't look like it just yet.
Yeah, always good to see where your opposing jungler is.
Jundat goes and grabs one. So could get rid of that ward. Get himself a little bit of XP if he wants. In a moment though.
Yep. Looks like it is going to be the MACAU starting at the Raptor camp rather than the red buff. I wonder what that timer on the ward actually is. Because if that ward disappears... he's going to get there before the ward disappears, so never mind.
Well, bot to top clear coming out from the Hecarim. Over on the other side, MACAU going top to bot. Start on the Raptors, deciding to walk around the red buff.
Yeah.
To just dodge that vision. They were fully aware it was there.
That's what I was trying to get to. I thought that there would be a world where maybe that ward would die before he got to the red buff, but instead he's going to just let it die before he gets there.
Yeah.
Just to try to keep Team Jordan in the dark as to where the enemy jungler is, which is not a bad strategy. It does force the bot lane to be a little bit safer if they're not aware, but ultimately that ward still exists on the red buff as he gets there, so they do just get a fleeting bit of vision of him on the top side of the map. So all that effort for nothing. Zero already finding the advantage just up in the top lane. To be expected, range into melee matchup at level 1 is always going to be a little bit difficult for the Scion there. So he just gives some ground, and well, we are seeing that gank head into the top side of the map. Zero just completely ignoring the fact that the Maokai could be top.
Walking on up. Zero. Is he going to be safe here? I don't know. Flashes away. Creates the space he needs to. Jundat making his way across, so Zero. He played a risky game, but he's going to walk away.
Yeah, gets away with his life in the end. Does cost him his flash. Can't afford to play as aggressively anymore. Does have a ward in the tri-bush, but once again, he's been chased down here by Plus, and you don't get away without flash now.
He didn't learn the first time, and won't be able to answer with anything. So First Blood going over to WK Master there on the Maokai. Should accelerate him making his way to that level 6 power spike.
Yeah, that's a little bit tilting for Zero. You just sort of expect the jungler to walk off. You want them to respect the 1v1, but that's not how this game works. And WK Master is able to punish Zero for his complacency, maybe his laziness.
Yeah.
And in the end, First Blood does go over to Oman. Especially in a Jason to Sion matchup, you don't want to be getting behind because it's one of those matchups where, you know, eventually that Sion's just going to become unkillable. And this further accelerates that. So where does Jundat look to find his early advantages, or does he just want to try to play the farm game to level 6? Not a bad shout when you're on the Hecarim. Does have fast clears, does have healthy clears as well because of the W. Gets an invade off here as well. Should be a set of Raptor cams to him for free. So I think we'll probably just see Jundat focusing on hitting level 6 before we really see him around the map too much. But Hecarim, a very strong level 6 ganking jungler. Get that ultimate in, get the boot from the E, and try to make an impact, I'd say, hopefully down in the bot side of the map.
Ooh, Butcher going for a fish there. Won't quite connect. We're going to see them go on to Casper. Just get a little chunk there. Jank happy to fall away. But make things look dangerous. WK Master going to be coming in the meanwhile, but he's walked over Vision, so Butcher and Casper happy just to sit here. Looks like they might attempt the dive. WK Master is in position to make it happen, but oh, that's a nice hook. Butcher might be baited out here. WK Master going to try to turn the tides and just focus that attention away. Jundat, in the meanwhile, going to start to walk his way across. Easy E quite low.
He has Ghost.
Doesn't have a lot of mana to play with. Uses it all there to try and lock down Butcher, and in comes the Ghost just in the nick of time. But is he going to be able to get the stun away? Will forces WK Master further away now, and Casper won't have the range. Shield coming through, thanks for the Rakan. And Team Oman will survive.
Yeah, just needed a little bit more discipline there from Jundat to run behind him, knock him back into his team, but maybe thought that there might be a flash or a knock-up or something that would stop him or prevent him from doing that, so opted to just get that big chunk of damage in instead. And unfortunately for Team Jordan, it wasn't quite enough. Jundat hasn't been given the time to hit level 6 just yet either. Was he level 6, he would have, I think, pretty much wiped that bot lane, but in the end, Oman get away for free. Bit of an awkward fight down there in the end, but all good. And now a big exchange in mid. Invincible tries to pick the pace up as they hit level 6, but Omani 1v9 is all over this.
Okay. See if he's going to be able to get away. Of course, doesn't have that ult online. You can see Jundat trying to chase him down now, and he will. Big kill coming through just to help out Invincible in mid.
Yeah, I'm not sure about that one. Omani 1v9 does have the flash available, so just opting not to use it, I guess. No TP here either is going to mean a loss of a wave in mid. It'll go over to WK Master. Let's have a look at the replay. See whether there was the angle for the flash. The flash is here. The flash is there the whole time. But just maybe not expecting that damage through from the Hecarim. Not sure.
Okay. Easy E. Jank, Casper, Butcher. See how they navigate this one. Looks like it is just going to be that roam down into the bush, into the river, warding the tri-bush too, and looks like there's been no pings from Team Jordan, so they aren't fully aware that that vision has come through, nor do they care. They're just looking to freeze this wave, farm up as much as they can, play the poke game, try to get some more damage onto Jank there. But a pretty slow early game considering it was around now when we started to see a lot of that action happen in game 1. WK Master going to be walking on in, and we might see action right here, right now. Zero going to flash away, so has to use it on cooldown and down towards bot at the same time. There's the action we were talking about. Easy E surviving, but Jank certainly isn't.
Yeah, not good to be getting behind in lane when you're a Xayah Rakan combo. They tried to force something by the looks of things. We'll have to catch it on the replay, and we'll see how that Thresh may have had an impact on it. Whether it was a hook or a flay that kind of got Jank stuck under the tower there. Zero really under pressure under this tower, but looks to be able to get away okay. Plus is also 1 HP, so just kind of has to give that chase up. WK Master not going to dive it solo. Slow lead building across the map right now for Team Jordan, and what's scary as well is that Hecarim has got himself a couple of kills, so the tip of the spear, so to speak, I'd say, for Team Jordan here. Hecarim does want to be that first one in the fight. Here's the replay, I assume of bot, but actually is of mid. Onslaught of Shadows is, well, just a bit too good of an engage tool. Makes it straight past the Cassiopeia ultimate. And Jundat now on cooldown, but as soon as that Hecarim ultimate is back online, you'll see him wanting to get involved in the fight very early once again.
Well, back to a little slower approach. Jundat hovering mid, thinking maybe they can go onto Amani again. And there's going to be the route, but of course it is quite under the tower, so Jundat just decides to stay away, but will bait this one out. Omani might have overextended, forces that flash out, and that's a small victory for Jundat. He's popped Ghost, he wants to get straight on top of him. And it looks like Omani won't be able to escape, man, too slow to deal with the Hecarim. Spin to win. Jundat makes it happen.
Yeah, Ghost in the long term is always going to outscale the flash. Here comes WK Master. Not a great lantern in the end there from Butcher. Does leave Casper quite stuck, but still, it's going to be a trade 1-for-1. And you'll take that in the 3-on-2 every day of the week. Casper does get sent quickly back to base. Will lose a little bit of CS, but overall not a bad result for him. And now that top lane starting to become a little bit of a problem here. Plus does ulti straight in on top of the Jace. Will get that finishing blow. Should be able to survive here as well. Jundat just not healthy enough to dive yet. Hecarim is deceptively squishy. He's another one of those deceptively squishy champions because he does like to build AD.
I found that out the hard way multiple times.
Yep.
Well, I was like, oh, he's pretty tanky, isn't he? But I just watched the pros play him, and I'm not pro.
Yep.
That's yep, common knowledge. Well, 1.4k gold gap to Team Jordan now. After a few things go their way. At least S Plus is able to answer with one, but it looks like the Mountain Drake is going to be taken by Team Oman. So focusing on these Drakes, it is 10 minutes in. So not the earliest attempt at the Drake, but they know exactly where Jundat is, where Zero was, and they're happy to find another advantage off the back of it. So they should be able to get a little bit tankier later on. Next Drake will be in the Infernal one. So high prio for both teams to try and get that to scale on later into the game.
Certainly. Trinity Force has been picked up here by Jundat. Big power spike actually across the board for Team Jordan. Trinity Force and Static Shiv. Kraken Slayer as well.
Of course, of course.
So 3 items completed for Team Jordan. Still so far none on the behalf of Oman.
Invincible as well. Having a 20 CS gap right now and getting very close to finishing that cull. We're going to go sell it and maybe get another little power spike.
Yeah, not the first time that we've seen the CS lead in mid. And I say that's only going to compound as well now that the Static Shiv has been picked up. Yeah.
That's something. WK Master struggling to keep up. He has certainly been a bit more involved in the ganks, but in terms of that CS department, he is falling heavily behind Jundat, of course, as the Hecarim can really farm up those camps that can be abused by the AoE.
Yeah, he gets through the jungle pretty quickly.
Yeah.
And he's been getting through these lanes pretty quickly as well. Already on the 3 kills, 97 farm, looking very strong on that Hecarim. He's going to turn his attention bot side. Has got Onslaught of Shadows off cooldown. Wave's not really in a position to facilitate a very strong fight down here in bot for Team Jordan. So just going to take his liberties with the Krugs instead.
Looks like they're just looking to push. They might hang around for a little too long though. Jank here clearing with Easy E. He's had a pretty solid laning phase. Has the CS advantage just barely. And has that 1 kill in the back pocket. And should be able to keep up with Casper for now. Difference is, Casper's got that 1 item. Easy E needs to back and try to find his. But might not have the money just yet. Cull. 5 stacks left to go through on that one. And in comes Jundat, lane ganking up a Storm. There's a lot of shadows for the ready. Are they going to dive?
They don't need to dive, Mac. They're actually more than happy to let this reset happen because then they can just pop the Rift Herald down straight away.
Yeah.
Or just send it back to base. Maybe.
He's thinking about it.
Hanging around, surely.
There it is. Just chunking away at the minions, allowing the push to come through that a little bit faster. You want the wave to take that focus from the turret before the Herald does, so the Herald doesn't go down too fast. And And it comes, looks like Team Oman are going to be able to regain their lane for the moment. They realise that things are dangerous. They've got no vision in their jungle, so they just fall away in case it was that dive angle. And it could be the whole turret bound here. Butcher starting to fall away. Team Oman, they want to fight this as well. WK Master, he's got that Nature's Grasp online. And in it comes. Isn't going to be able to catch them though. Jundat quite fast. Butcher is just going to be able to sidestep, and it comes in too late.
Yep. Yeah, Zero definitely having some troubles up in this top lane though. Now that the armor items have been completed, you've got Plated Steel Caps and Sunfire Cape there for plus. I did say at a certain point in this lane, the Scion just becomes unkillable for the Jace, and that has occurred.
Yeah.
There isn't really much recourse for Zero. He's just trying to hold on to his tower as long as he can and let the game be won through the rest of the map for Team Jordan. So top, kind of a non-factor for Team Jordan, but for Oman, it is still a pressure point that they can try to poke and see if they can find any advantages.
Well, that's it, right? It feels like things are turning back to normal. We've seen a lot of top focus, mid focus through some of these other games. Jank going to be able to get that knock up onto Invincible, but it's not going to find anything off the back of it. Jundat trying to run away. Focusing in Easy E, but he just doesn't have the damage. That's going to be the bounty taken as well. 400 gold as well as the kill reward. And that is great to go straight onto your ADC.
Yeah, very much the same kind of thing as we saw in Game 1, isn't it, right? Oman getting behind early, then some of the advantages start to swing back in their direction as they do get given some picks here and there. Team Jordan still in the lead by about 3k gold, but it's not as if there aren't some win conditions for Oman. 2-0 and 0 Xayah for Easy E has finished off the Stormrazor. Looking pretty solid. Plus up in that top lane. Also quite the threat. You leave him alone long enough, he's inevitably going to get a tower. Even if you have Zero here sitting on him, he's probably going to get the tower at some point. Just look at how little damage this Jace is doing. He's getting off multiple spell rotations, and Plus is just walking away from him. Does not care in the slightest. He's going to look for the reset here as well. Does have TP to get back to lane if he needs it. But with Dragon spawning, maybe that'll be where he heads.
TP comes through. See that Team Oman are putting high priority, taking this Infernal Drake. Jundat behind Onslaught of Shadows online and can run across the wall at any given point, can jump straight into the thick of things, but he's running it over to mid instead. Wants to take the tower, happy to give up the Drake for that one. And you can see in the meanwhile, it's going to be 2 towers for the Drake, so Oman just not there to defend at all. And there goes another, so every T1 falling simultaneously.
Yeah, not a bad decision to be quite honest from Team Jordan. Second Dragon goes over to Oman, but Team Jordan take a lot of map control for it. And a fair bit of gold starting to flow back into their pockets once again. Got a couple of members floating around the map at the moment, not doing a whole lot. Reset coming through from the Rakan. Zero keeping a couple of members pulled up toward the top side of the map. You wouldn't want to see him go for the fight here. A little bit of poke is fine.
Well, Zero doing what he can. That tower gold is certainly helping him out. Get a bit more CS, if he can shove that a little bit further now, and was relevant for a while, but if he can scale on into the late game, he can certainly chunk some damage from afar, gets that Eclipse online, which he didn't have a couple of minutes ago. Team Oman.
Man, just look at how quickly that Static Shiv clears the wave. Very difficult for Oman to win in the side lanes when that exists. But Plus is more than happy to just go match that. And it might not be the worst of shouts actually to have the LeBlanc matching the Scion instead. Not really much kill potential onto the LeBlanc. Does have TP available as well. Jace is going to be heading back up into the top side of the map, and another advantage leaning to Team Jordan as Rift Herald is taken. 2 minutes away from the Baron spawning. That's where this game really starts to get opened up. And Invincible trying to cause issues. See how he can get out of this one.
Grass flash away. Invincible. He's got enough tools, but is he'll just jump back. And I don't know, it's just going to be this great escape attempt. A lot of the resources already used over towards the top side, and Marnie going to be able to shut down Jump That again. And Zero now going to be in trouble as well. We'll be able to flash away, but should have the helping hand of the Lantern, Butcher, saving his teammate. And in the meanwhile, Invincible still running around. He's running low on those resources. You can see he will have the Blast Cone to try and escape away, and he's just happy to pop the Scryers back, reset, and maybe come back with a little bit of a buffed inventory.
Oh, Zero once again going to be getting caught.
Has he done it? Why is he doing it?
Fancy footwork though, dodges the W. So just walks out of there scot-free. That was really chill. Not even concerned.
Yeah.
Don't worry about it.
Team Jordan certainly playing a risky game over and over in multiple lanes, but some of which are somehow able to escape. You're looking at this and you think there's no world where Zero should survive there. But Omani just gets baited to go towards the top side of the lane, and it allows the flash out.
Yep. Yeah, Team Jordan not making it easy for themselves, giving up a few of these picks all over the place. Could have been a much cleaner game. Rift Herald is about to time out for Jundat, so he'll want to be using that shortly. I think that was the idea up in top. You can see Invincible's actually able to do a little bit more damage to Plus than what Zero did, just because of the itemization. So, much better to have the LeBlanc matching the Scion. TP comes through, but Scion is out of there. All good.
It's too quick.
Are they on the Baron? There's a lot of pings on the Baron right now.
They're there. They're starting it. WK Master, Easy E trying to snatch this one away. Omani as well. And everyone was spotted at bot, so it's not a bad shout. Jundat, however,
50-50.
has a very good chance at flipping it with the Onslaught of Shadows. Can just run across the wall, fear out everyone, get a smite for free. It's just all down to the timing. In comes the TP S+, just base tanking everything, trying to zone him away. WK Master going to be able to go on in. Smite was a little early, but they still secure it regardless. S+ will give his life for the cause, and the rest of Team Oman are trying to run away. This is the true great escape. Now Zero looking to poke him down, looking to try and find anyone. There is going to be vision for them to see him. T2 could be enough, and Omani as well. Going to invest the ult to try to allow them to escape. Will they do it in time? Looks like Jundat not going to find anyone over towards the brush there, and they should be able to escape. WK Master, what's he got for us? He's living for long enough, dodges the hook, which is the key piece to the puzzle. A T2 will go down in the meantime, but Team Oman have Baron buff on almost everyone.
Yeah, 2 T2s actually go down. Oman, I don't know if it ends up being worth it. We'll see what they can do with the Baron buff. Zero in trouble is going to be lanterned out to safety by Butcher.
That's the issue, right? They are going for these neutral objectives, but they're not getting the lane prior.
They're not getting the value out of them, though. That's
yeah,
exactly
they're not
what
getting the
saying.
value. They don't have the lane prior to set up for those objectives. So you see, when things go wrong, that T2 at top shouldn't have fallen because the lane should have been pushed further. But they're playing a risky game, and here comes another Drake with bad lane prio all across the map. So we'll see if it's going to be worth it. It is, of course, going to put them on Soul Point. They want everything. They do have Smite online, so we'll see if they're going to be able to make it happen. In comes the TP, in comes the flip. It is going to be the red team to secure it. And what do we have here? 5v5. Is it a handshake?
Yeah, in the end, Omani TPing back in there did stop Jordan from overcommitting to that fight. But
Herald's
as
still
you mentioned,
down mid.
the lane priority is definitely there.
So things are certainly difficult. We are going to see the Onslaught of Shadows used now. Omani in trouble, and he won't be able to get away. In the meanwhile, there is going to be that charge on the mid turret. Inhib turret down, and the Inhib open for the taking. Jank going to be running down Invincible now. But the man's got fast feet. The man's a little bit too scary, and he will be able to lantern over to Butcher now. Looks like focus going to be put towards the bot lane for Team Jordan. Again, they're going to be going all in. Big damage. Casper just farming up Team Oman and going golden. Ain't going to help you today. You're looking bronze. You're sitting in third place there. And S+2, he's just trying to find anything here in the zombie form. This game's done.
Yeah, well, I mean, look, Oman have been holding on as much as they can, but they've just been giving up too many advantages in the macro sense. They have fought okay. Some of these decisions have not necessarily resulted in bad exchanges, but ultimately, slowly but surely, Team Jordan have found the big wins they needed. That's one Inhib down. Invincible will get a second.
And will be able to sneak his way away. Little route onto WK Master, who respects Invincible, lets him waltz off. Uses the Hex Gate to try and find him. That will just ultimately take that red buff instead. So you can see Team Jordan, they were aware that their health wasn't the greatest, so didn't want to try to go to the end just yet. Happy with 2 inhibs, happy to play the long game.
Yeah, definitely. You're stoked with 2 inhibs. But there is a bit of a timer on at the moment for Team Jordan. They do want to make sure that they finish this in the next 5 minutes or so. Otherwise, obviously, Dragon Soul is going to start to come into play. We're going to start talking about Elders and flips like that. And,
yeah,
you know, there are still some possibilities open to Oman. But it's definitely looking like it should be Team Jordan to finish it off in the next 5 minutes, right? They, as you said, have got those 2 inhibs down. Now they can just turn their attention towards the top side of the map. They might even be able to find a pick onto Plus here if they can block him from escaping. Jundat tried to.
He's too fast.
Well, he can be disabled if you stand in front of him.
Okay.
But know what he did.
Ghost
They're
up too.
really chasing him.
Yeah, they really want him. Saying, mate, get out of our territory. This is our land. But S Plus says, you know what? You can't catch me.
I don't know about that one, Chief. Invincible is a pretty mobile champion. And so Plus, at some point, is going to have to run into a tower. Invincible will catch him. Ghost has ticked over. It's taken a long time to get that kill. And in the meanwhile, there is an exchange on the other side of the map. But
there he is. He's gone down in the zombie form and will inevitably fall here.
Where do we go from here as Team Jordan?
Honestly, that 1-for-1 with 0 falling, you probably favour that for Team Oman in the meanwhile. He's just drawn a lot of attention from Team Jordan to chase him down like that. And we'll buy some time for this top lane to not quite be pushed up. But will he respawn in time? 20 seconds, and Team Jordan can definitely get some value out of this one. And here is what we missed at the bottom.
Yeah, Zero not having a great time. Unfortunately, kind of has been the punching bag for Team Jordan this game. Seems to be really the only champion that they can actually kill on a consistent basis. And so he's kind of just having to keep the attention of Oman as much as possible and allowing the rest of the team to do the dirty work for him. TP up into the top lane, but there's no wave here, so they're not really going to be able to do too much. In the meanwhile, Invincible down in bot is just shoving that wave in alongside the super creeps, kind of extrapolating the problems for Oman. Pounding upon them, certainly. They're going to have to force something soon. They have to try to make something happen. Jank tries to get in there.
Yeah, they're going for it. All in on this one. WK Master trying to make it happen, but it looks like it is going to be a pick going across. So Zero falling. Now it's going to be this man advantage for Team Oman right now. They've got the numbers, but not for bloody long because Casper has the damage. Jundat just trying to fear him away, trying to escape. Omani slowly but surely falling. In the meanwhile, Easy E pumping out the damage. Butcher now, he's going to be last alive, but he'll be found as well, and it ends up working out for Team Oman.
Yeah, a bit of an awkward team fight for them. We did just see Zero get blown up, isolated away in that fight, and taken down. Great exhaust as well came through onto Jank. Just as Casper tries to really ramp into that fight, he gets copped with an exhaust, and all that damage that you're expecting to come through from your Aphelios gets cut essentially in half. Jundat waited a long time as well to use the Onslaught of Shadows. Didn't use it to save Zero. It wasn't a bad ulti in the end. It connected onto all 4 members, but at that stage, it seemed like Team Jordan had kind of run out of steam. And this is what I was saying, Mac, right? Where if they don't finish soon, Dragon Soul does start to come into play. Oman are going to head straight in that direction. There's no contest at all from Team Jordan, so they're going to take the gamble that if they give this Dragon Soul over and trade it for a Baron, that's going to be more advantageous for them. But of course, they would have to get the Baron. It looks like they will. There's no information for Oman at all.
Yeah, they have no idea that this one's happening, except the fact that, where are they? They're not on the map. Where can they be? We know Zero's not there. But either way, it is free. It is a buff. And it might be the beginning of the end now. It's pushing in that top wave, mid wave, and bot wave not too far away either. Just naturally going with the super minions. And that might just be, she wrote, Invincible playing a dangerous game, but the fancy footwork that allows him to be slippery as ever. Shoving in the mid wave, hoping that they can get this top inhibit tower.
Yeah, you still want to be a little bit wary here if you're Team Jordan. Throwing this fight away could be disastrous for their chances in the game. Hextech Soul obviously in play now for Oman. Maybe that will help them out a little bit. But inhibs come back up, and the first port of call is going to be trying to defend these inhibitors against the Baron buff Team Jordan. who are splitting the map quite nicely, keeping Oman running all over the place. Oman just desperately wants to take a fight, but they can't see the angle right now, and slowly but surely, those inhibitors are getting whittled away again. Mid-inhib down below half, Invincible getting a few autos in there for free. Backs away, knows there's time. Another free auto in. And of course the Baroned up Siege Creep as well, doing a lot of damage. So
Easy
inevitably that inhib is going to drop.
Easy forced to use that Featherstorm as well to survive. Just gets chunked down too low, and he knows if he falls, then he's gone. But without that tool to get out of jail free, he is just that much easier to pick here. But of course, still the source of so much damage for Team Oman. He has to play at the back. He has to play around S+. That's exactly what he's going to try to do. Is going to be able to find Zero. He should go down here, but he doesn't want to overextend. Knows that Invincible could potentially blow him up at any given moment. And it is going to be Jank to go right on in now. Zero going to be raided back. Thinks he's dead. The WK Master will secure it.
Easy E under pressure.
Done that. He's trying to come in to slow this one down. It looks like that might just be that. WK Master, not a lot that he can do. He can only soak so much damage. And in the meanwhile, the rest of Team Oman, they're just worried about the base. They're just trying to clear out the waves while they have a moment. But there goes every inhib, there goes every structure. The only things that stand between Team Jordan and a win are these Nexus turrets. Jank, Omani, plus what are they going to be able to do to try to slow this one down? The wave clear is just not good enough without Easy E here. And it looks like it is just going to be 1,000 paper cuts finishing this one off. S+ trying his darndest. Jank just has no health. And look, even though S+ is unstoppable, he's just ultimately trying to be a distraction to elongate this game, but I don't think he's going to be able to. Omani going golden, there goes the other tower, and the Nexus is falling very quickly. 30 minutes on the dot, this game is done.
Yeah, pretty much took the same amount of time in game one, but that is the 2-0 secured for Team Jordan. It wasn't the easiest of days at the office, Mac, but they did get it done pretty cleanly, I'll say, in game two. Game one, maybe a bit more touch and go. And I think for Oman, you know, you look back at that and say we definitely had our opportunities to win either or even both of those games, but we just let a few too many of those slip. And unfortunately, Team Jordan today just looked like maybe that 10% better team, and those 10%, you know, if you add them together, do start to build up quite a lot over the course of a game. And ultimately, yeah, we did see that become the undoing, and they slowly but surely were able to whittle away their opponents. Draft-wise, didn't necessarily mind it. The bot lane went a little bit better this time. The Rakan Zaya had some impact in the mid-game as well. Cass, you know, again, not a bad choice into the composition that they've got here, trying to sort of play the back to front in a sense for Oman, but...
Yeah, I need to point out as well, look, Omani, he's got that 1v9 in his name, but he's certainly not living up to it just yet. So need to see a bit more from him if he wants to, you know, at least own the right to keep that one. But yeah, the Casio, just it felt like there were moments where it was a useful pick, where you could see why it was picked as the counter, but unfortunately just overall didn't have the impact, didn't have enough damage to really wipe Team Jordan. And Team Jordan, of course, look, the Hecarim pick, it was interesting. I feel like we didn't really see that Onslaught of Shadows used, especially around the objectives, as well as it maybe could have been, but either way, they didn't want those objectives. They didn't really need those objectives to win the game.
Yeah, certainly. I mean, I thought actually in a couple of instances, Jundat might have held the Onslaught of Shadows. Like, it didn't seem like he needed to, right? Yeah, it didn't really seem like he wanted to pull the trigger in a lot of cases. And I would have thought maybe, you know, especially that dance around the Baron pit, we didn't ever really end up getting to see a replay of that. Maybe it'll be in the highlights package. Yeah. But it was one thing that I wanted to touch on, was that I thought maybe that could have been pulled out a little bit earlier in that engagement. Ultimately, the MACAU ulti did come through and kind of stopped them from even contesting that Baron. So a couple of things there where he's very strong on that Hecarim. Doesn't really seem like he wants to be the tip of the spear, as I sort of labelled it a little bit earlier on. But either way, you know, did play it still quite well for Team Jordan, and they were able to get themselves a win. But yeah, maybe there's more advantages on offer if he just decides that he wants to send it a bit more. Yeah, also, up top, it felt like we didn't really see Zero getting anywhere near as much impact as what he has in the other games. You know, he did a really good job in game one of this series in particular, but game two on the Jace just, yeah, couldn't find angles, got caught out a few too many times. Very much overextended. That's a word we have to use. He was just hanging around for too long, too many times, even without vision and without WK Master, you know, showing her across the map. Yeah, it was a tough game for him. He didn't really match up too well into that Scion, especially when the items did start to come through for the Scion. Yeah. But a good choice made by Team Jordan to send the LeBlanc into that matchup rather than the Jace. not too much magic resist getting put together for the sign at that point in time, and it did seem like that ended up being part of the tipping point, right? The side lane pressure wasn't really so much there anymore for Oman, and it worked out a lot better for Team Jordan with that 4-1 split, where the LeBlanc is the 1 rather than the Jace, and yeah, they were able to sort of start to put that pressure back onto Oman that way.
It feels like we also, I don't know if we've seen Jundat play the same champ twice just yet, so his champ pool certainly getting flexed as well. And now we have an interview, so let's go over to Wendy to see who we're talking to.
Thank you so much, guys. And Invincible, good to see you here. Very fast too, all right? And also in the previous interview, Jundat have told us after the very first best of 3, you guys kind of relax and just enjoy playing on stage. So how's the team's performance today?
I think I'm very proud of my teammates. I feel we were very confident today, more than yesterday. Well, we got used to the equipment and everything and stuff. I felt so confident today to play my champions that I love to play. Also today everyone did his own best, and yeah, we played the games.
Yeah, absolutely. All of you guys have just performed so good for today's best of 3, the very solid game contents. And talk a little bit more about Game 1. In Game 1, you have these champion choices like Arena, Camille, Zaya. It feels like it's a more like a late game focus draft. Maybe you guys need to scale up a bit. But it feels like coming into the actual game, you guys really have so many skirmishes, have so many things going around from the very beginning. What's the early game strategy from you guys?
Actually, we had Kindred in that game. I really believe and I'm very confident in Jundat's Kindred. He did an amazing job in the early game, and he played the game perfectly, like almost pixel perfectly in the early game. We all played the early game really perfect, and we had good matchup in bot lane, so why not skirmishing in bot lane? It was a very good matchup for us, so it was for free, I suppose. So yeah.
Yeah, that's just snowboard the game and to get an easy win for Game 1. And also in Game 2, it feels like Jundat and you guys really have a very good, very solid mid-jungle synergy. How would you comment on the chemistry between you guys?
Actually, today we started on playing on mid-jungle, like, you know, the synergy thing. Yesterday we did not play at all together. But today I'm very happy with our performance on the synergy. I was not expecting that, but yeah, it worked really well, and I'm happy for that.
Yeah, good to see you there, and thank you
so much
for sharing. Congratulations again.
Thank you.
And back to our casters.
Thank you, Wendy. Great to have that little bit of insight there as well, knowing that look, it's pretty hard to have mid-jungle synergy if you're not allowed to leave your lane. And I feel like when you're up against the likes of Team Saudi Arabia, it's really hard to leave your lane.
Yeah, most definitely. I mean, this was certainly a much more playable game for Team Jordan. Yeah. But like I said, I think even though they played a pretty good game here today, you know, there's a lot to look at. Obviously, that's always a good thing. It means you can improve and you've got things that can take you to the next level. We'll take a look back at some of the replays here. I thought they did play the early game quite well. We saw, again, in that interview, I tend to agree with what he was saying. Echo those sentiments that the early game was really quite well played by Jundat. You could really see him bullying the immobile mid laner, and that's what you do have to expect when you're going to be picking a Cassiopeia into a composition like this. You're really going to be a focal point for some of those, especially those early onslaught of shadows, and once LeBlanc is starting to hit those chains on you as well, it can be a little difficult to you know, survive as Cass and have to play that a little bit safer. But
yeah. But look, it certainly helps when that Hecarim, you know, you get the extra movement speed real early. It, of course, synergizes really well with your whole kit, and it is essentially what you're about, right? So able to get those early chase downs, able to get that early damage out, and it felt like the Team Oman just weren't quite ready for that Hecarim pick. I don't think many people were ready for it, but either way, Jundat, even though we've mentioned, yes, he held onto that ult a few too many times, yes, there were a few hiccups, he still played it really well overall in terms of how those rotations played out, how he was going in with the rest of the troops, and look, moments like this as well, that was just almost executed to perfection, and that's where the game really started to go south for Team Oman.
Yeah, very much so.
One of the many points.
Yeah, it's a little bit unfortunate that they kind of never got to that point where they were able to have the 5v5 team fight that they wanted to with this composition. Ultimately, there was always a little bit too much pressure in those side lanes. They were just a little bit too far behind. This fight was maybe the closest to it. I talked about the really good exhaust that went down onto Casper. That was just a little bit prior to this point. But ultimately, Easy E was given a little bit too much room in that team fight and was able to win it there for Oman, but it just wasn't quite enough to get them back into the game. There was a little bit of a pullback, as you can see there on the gold chart, but by and large, very much a safe game in the hands of Team Jordan.
Yeah.
And, yeah, good damage numbers across the board as well. Everyone contributing.
Gold certainly always in their favor. And as you can see, Invincible, he was always, you know, away from the team up until the end where he decided, you know what, I'll just group up. I'll keep poking. But that poke must have been so annoying. It was almost 30k damage worth of poke there too. Big burst from him. And Zero, of course, slapping Sion. His damage is certainly going to be inflated there. But as you can see, the Audi Super A player for Game 2 of the series is coming through with Jundat, who went for the pick, which caught us all off guard, but 78% KP, certainly rotating up a storm and getting involved in everything that kept Team Jordan in the lead.
Yeah, definitely leading from the front, and that's exactly what you want when you're playing Hecarim. You want to be getting ahead early. You want to be feeling like you can kind of do whatever you want.
Yeah.
Onslaught of Shadows is one of those more satisfying abilities. It feels like you can close the distance from so far away with that ability, and obviously once you start to get strong, you are a real damage threat in your own right. There's a lot of burst available to Hecarim, so you can be a big individual carry for your team, and Jundat certainly was.
Well, that is it from myself and Elfish Guy for the day. We've got 2 more fancy faces coming up for you guys, and they're going to be taking you into Team Oman, taking on Team Bahrain. That's going to be Game 3 of the day, and that's coming up just after the break.
关闭外来的杂音，找准内心的节奏。奥迪 Q4 一创，让真的感受从开始才开始。
iQOO 11系列，标配 2K 144赫兹1.6全感屏，流畅又清晰，有机硅皮革，耐脏污、抗老化。全新自研芯片 VR 与第2代骁龙8强联手，影像电竞全面升级，200瓦超快闪充，充电快，续航久。iQOO 11系列，未来电竞越想操控。 累了困了，喝东鹏特饮。
It's also a 3-in-1 Zeri who has finished off the Trinity Force and the Runons.
Lupo's going straight on in here. Jundat, try to save yourself, friend. He's running around. He's hoping that he can maybe get a W across. We'll have to invest the flash to try to get the safety, but now it's going to be very difficult to make this one happen. They're just not going to be invested. There's going to be a route in. Oh, Q2 goes and connects onto Onikan. So finally, they get the kill onto the Ari, but in the meanwhile, it might cost them too much. It might even cost this tier 2. Waves right on pushed up. You've got Zero coming in and hoping that he can peel, but he's not going to be able to. Invincible too slow, and that cage didn't help him at all. Game mode's online, but there's no value off the back of it. It is going to be the Ace coming through. Everyone dead on Team Jordan. It looks like they're just going to look for the fire sapling and give him something to find the vision. Voodoo might go down, and once he does, that means the Baron's going to be that much free. Aquis just constantly going forward. The Yumi ult as well, just slowing it down. Aquis has got so much health. He's so untouchable. And again, Team Bahrain are going to get torn a new one. Dynamo trying to survive in the tomb, but it ain't going to work this time.
Zero is here looking for the undertow, and he's got the damage. Even if you've got the shields, more gold for the Viking. He is pillaging everything of Bahrain right now in the middle of 2v4. But the Viking, he is not afraid of any battle. God. You cannot stop Zero. Zero to hero here for Team Gordon with another triple kill under the tier 2 pit. Got flash if you need to. holding off on that as they get a lot of damage on the other side. Call the force gun. 4-man knockup from that Fury allows Atlas to just go rampant here. Untouched in the fight. Even Esla trying to get on top of Lucian, but he's dashing in. He's ready for it all. Oh wait, collapsed beautifully, and even with Esla denied from the charge away. Can't yell coward to get out of this one. You're going to be hunted down and get another bit of gold for Atlas. Hello, and welcome back to the Road to Asian Games 2022. It is day 6, and we're taking over. It's Rusty and myself, Mad Magical, getting ready for more best of 3 action for West Asia.
Back for some more League of Legends, mate. A couple of bangers earlier on today. A lot of 2-0s, though, to be sure, today. And I'm not sure that the rest of today will be the exact same. I'm not sure the rest of today will actually be 2-0s, of course. Our matchup today, Oman and Bahrain, will be our first best of 3. But Oman has just played Magical. They did just play against Jordan, who I feel like you could say had a bit of fun with it. They got to put on a clinic, but they got their signature picks as well.
Yeah, they got to play some crazy things. Jundat got to play the Kindred. Had been asking when our team's going to let that through. Finally got let through in Game 1. Dominated on that. Banned away in Game 2. Then pulled out the Hecarim, which I'm surprised because he was saying he wanted to play Wukong so bad, but he goes right onto the horse even with the monkey up.
Yeah, didn't actually commit to that Wukong. A lot of odd, again, like for the West Asia group, the draft itself hasn't been as cohesive as, you know, the global meta perhaps, or even the East Asia group that we have seen. Still definitely playing towards their own pocket picks and finding their own footing, but the Hecarim pick was still a surprise. Granted, they played that Hecarim out well, and the early ganks pressured Omani 1v9 so bad he was struggling.
Yeah, and that's something that we've actually kind of seen from the team Oman, is that when Omani gets ahead or he's in a good position, that's what they can really coalesce around and rely on. The fact that he was so far behind meant that they just didn't have that back pocket kind of deal that they could utilize, the ace up their sleeve, if you will.
Yeah, we'll be seeing a lot more of Oman, obviously, in this best of 3 now. They did struggle in their last best of, but for what it's worth as well, like you highlighted, they do live or die by their mid lane priority, it feels like, right? They've been playing these Wombo compositions more than anything else. Lysandra is the first thing that comes to my mind for him right now, coupled with a Wukong, with a MACAU, with these 5v5s. You can see the roster on your screen. Still nothing to be changed for this 5-man unit.
Yeah, no changes here. Having everything locked standard. Top lane, S+, the Puppet Master, the legend that I love to highlight him as is that Game 1 that we saw against Kuwait, but then WK Master, Omani, Easy E, the Samira guy who's been kind of dominating on that champion, even in that first game against Jordan. Was doing a lot of work on the champion.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, his Samira has seemed like it's quite solid. They have very good fundamentals in those team fights. It was getting through those laning phases where they had some difficulties. But of course, their opponents coming into this one, back to the standard roster, I believe, as well for this 5-man unit. Fun, Voodoo, Dynamo, Not Gashi, Panda, and Onda down in that bottom lane. And if you're going to think about anything, when you look at this Bahrain squad, I know we've been talking about Oman a lot, Onda and his champion pool is definitely where all of your attention goes, right? Nautilus, Blitzcrank.
Right,
like
the hook champion.
He's 2 mainstay champions. So you look at Bahrain, you're looking for action in bottom.
I'm also happy to see Dynamo back for Bahrain. I think that Dynamo has been one of those standout performances alongside Onder. Onder has been really popping off on that Nautilus, on that Blitzcrank, and usually even when we see them get early leads, it's because of the plays he's able to make across the map, or even just try to get someone like Dynamo, like Panda ahead.
So this is also the second series for both of these teams today as well, so you have to keep that in mind. Both have played earlier, both also lost 2-0 earlier today. It was the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia that took out Bahrain. And usually we come into a series like this, and we have so much information right now that we're ready to go, right? We've just watched them both play. But Bahrain really didn't get to play much League of Legends. When you consider who their opponents were in their group, and in West Asia, Saudi Arabia is just reigning supreme in this group.
They are the clear favorites. Everyone talks about it in the interviews. We've seen many a time how the players outside of that as well give a lot of respect to the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. And then even Saudi, they're all like, hey, we're that much better than everyone. We have no rivals here.
Exactly right. They are just that much better. Jordan sitting firmly in second place right now in those standings, relatively speaking. And this is where we get close to that battle, you know, 3rd through to 6th. Who actually does sit where? And Oman is really making a case, I guess, for being a top 4 team in this group. And Bahrain is the squad that needs to actually kind of step up and keep up with them if they want to show how good they can be as a team. Because I think there is potential there. I mean, speaking frankly, I think there is potential in a lot of these squads. It's just that sometimes they play a little bit too fast. Sometimes the draft doesn't lend nicely to, you know, beating their opponents. They usually just pick for themselves.
Yeah, and I was about to say, that's been the big thing we've really seen here from these West Asian teams, is they are really more prioritizing themselves. Even looking at how teams play up against Bahrain, we always have this Zac and Skarner ban permanently levied at them. Even the Zoe now craping its way since Dynamo. That's been his best performing champion so far.
Even in losses, they looked good with the Zoe, right? They were able to make really positive, proactive plays. He influenced the map in such a nice way that Zoe 100% has to at least be considered. But at the same time as well, right? While these pocket picks are doing wonderfully for all of the teams when they get them, we're just seeing, you know, first pick conditional champions instead of first pick meta champions. We've been seeing red side last pick Cassante, untouched, let through the draft.
The Nico
We're seeing
as well.
red pick, fifth pick Nico just as much magical. We've seen some very odd drafting, but speaking of, we're in.
We are in. Oman on blue side, taking away Gangplank. Seeing that Bahrain did play that up against the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia in game 1. It was actually something that, if you watch back to that game, was actually really painful to deal with. Fun was doing a great job on that champion that, had it not been for the rest of the map, there was actually a real chance that Bahrain could have mounted a surprise upset in that first game.
The Zac goes back to the ban list.
Expected.
Which is funny because Bahrain has had it banned against them permanently, but they choose to ban it away.
I know, it is a bit unusual.
From
And
Oman.
Skarner, something that has been banned away from them consecutively, is left open. So Voodoo, you want to grab that right now. Emilio expected to be picked up first here by Oman. I'm wondering if we're gonna see Onder go towards that Yuumi that has been so powerful and normally banned away, or if it's just gonna be the typical Nautilus that he's been really powerful with.
Listen, man, if they don't go Zero Yuumi here, I am flabbergasted. Straight into the game, we've seen a Blitzcrank, Gangplank, and a Kai'Sa ban instead of those meta champions. So, interesting start to this one. Leaves open the Zero Yuumi very freely here.
Then
Lulu. Is it
Lulu's
a
error?
Jinx then?
No, Lulu's Zeri. Lulu's Zeri is good.
It is good, but Yuumi is better Lulu for Zeri.
Yeah, true.
Yeah, that's why I was like, oh, maybe it's like a Jinx, and they want to have like a protect the Jinx composition.
You're
instead.
right. There you go.
It's like if you're gonna go Zeri, you go Yuumi, right?
Yeah,
100%.
very, very, very fair, especially when it's left open like this. The little surprise there to see that the Lulu is actually going to be taken from Onder, since we have only really seen the identity of the Hook champions, the get people out of position and really try to impact fights that way.
And this isn't really a Samira composition here for Easy, so this is where the question comes in on where they want to go. Is it a Xayah again, right? Like, do they go for that? We're going for the Twitch.
Last time we saw this, we weren't too impressed.
Yes, we are. We saw a very rough performance from the last Twitch we saw. I forget, it wasn't Oman that was playing it, was it?
No, it wasn't.
But it was the Twitch that lost the game and was like 0-5 very early on. Could not quite have an influence on the map, but this time at least has the range extension, right? The same logic can apply as a Cogmore with a Twitch in the sense that you get to play a high DPS champion slightly safer and fully protected. And the Wukong pick actually with this, like again, looking at their comp in a vacuum, fantastic trio.
Yeah.
Twitch picked very early here, however. A lot of priority put towards having counters in a solo lane, if nothing else.
Yeah, and that's the only reason why this Twitch really stands out to us. I think as a final pick or way down at the draft when you know that you're not going to really get targeted too heavily, it does rise in priority where you can play that assassin tool you can utilize from the marksman role.
Yeah.
But having something like Melio to kind of defend for that Twitch is really nice, as well as the Wukong as engaged. But the biggest problem is going to be that Maokai that has been picked up by Bahrain.
Yeah, Maokai guaranteed lockdown makes things very difficult, as well as being able to use the Bramble Smash, so the cleanse not going to save you from much of that as well from the Melio. Fire Kick obviously can be quite valuable for the reposition if nothing else. But we'll get into the bot lane matchups a little bit more as we get closer to the game. The second ban phase champions, we've seen Syndra banned a lot.
Yeah, we have.
Still with blatant disregard to the fact that Nico and Annie are up and available as picks.
It's still so wild for both of us that Nico, untouched this far in any draft.
Silas gone, Syndra gone. I mean, you can ban
Syndra
Syndra
gone.
Yeah, this makes me feel like it has to be something like an Annie, right?
It's gotta be.
Like, you're banning things that can harass you at a longer range. Ahri's fine in those matchups, right? Because you have Q for wave clear and general trading is equal with the W.
I'm going to hold off on even theorizing what this final ban for Oman are going to be. Because with the Darius ban, Zoe immediately jumps to my mind for Bahrain that I think you can lock in here. That Dynamo's done a great job. But they go to Anivia. They played this yesterday. Unfortunately, didn't have quite the big success that you really want to have with that, especially as you scale into the game.
Oh, yeah?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah?
Oh, yeah.
This is a Gragas.
That's a Gragas. That's got to be a Gragas. If you do not lock in... Oh, I mean, you got the Wukong, but...
As if you banned Malphite from yourself.
Right.
Then you pick the Yasuo with the Malphite banned away. Big surprise. Gragas is the most logical choice here.
It really
but
is.
It will have to be top lane.
Yep, there it is. All right, good.
We're starting to predict some of these drafts, Magical. We're tuning in.
We're starting to understand. Our brains are starting to slowly form and
it's like
grow
jet
as we're growing as large of brains as S Plus has.
What's this last pick? That's the question, right?
Sion?
They banned Darius and Malphite.
Shen?
Yeah. It's not the first Shen of the tournament. It's not the first Shen from West Asia, but it will be the first Shen, I believe, from Bahrain.
Yeah.
So they have gone for the Shen into the Gragas, who I feel like Gragas actually fine in that matchup.
Right.
If you hold the body slam, out sustains you with the W and the passive right here.
It also overrides the Shadow Dash.
Yeah, you're not really going to have the opportunity to get the sword strike through them like you're highlighting there. Shen, however, protects the Anivia, protects the Jinx. And again, we're in one of those situations where the composition is more supportive towards themselves with more of a disregard towards their opponents. They're drafting for themselves, they're drafting comfort, they're drafting their own compositions. And sometimes that's just a good idea, right? It's perfect League of Legends in draft phase doesn't always exist. It barely exists in gameplay as well. It's not a solved game in any sense, even with all the numbers that are there. And we could say Gragas wins top matchup. It doesn't matter if my AD carry is just better. You know what I mean? Like, these are just, it's a trust fall, and Bahrain trust their carries to get it done.
Trusting Panda especially on this Jinx with the Lulu, Shen, Maokai all to keep her safe, even having an Anivia wall that can separate these fights for the team, while Team Oman, they have really gone for what I would dub a solo queue-esque style here with the Yasuo-Gragas combination, a Twitch bot lane with Melio.
Yeah, so a lot of things here for the Oman squad that we get to look at. Omani 1v9, first of all, is on a carry. So he's looking for that 1v9 angle, which is very refreshing to see compared to some of the games that we just saw from him earlier. Izzy playing the Twitch has been primarily a quiet laner. Has mostly just been playing for team fights, right? Even Samira Nautilus, which is a lane they're picking. Not really looking for lane kills much.
Not really. I mean, even with Jank having that, kind of waiting it out, saying if they can feel the waters before they actually aggress and push the envelope a little bit further as we dive into our third best of 3 here on the stage here for day 6 in West Asia. Team Oman versus Team Bahrain. One team having some fun champions with the Yasuo here mid lane, Twitch as well, while the full Protect the Jinx comp for Team Bahrain.
And protect the Jinx they certainly will be able to do. As far as laning phase is concerned in bottom lane, because that is going to be the first port of call. Doesn't look like level 1 action is going to happen anywhere.
No shenaniganeries.
Yeah, nothing crazy is going to take place. No late invades, an early ward, and a sweeper switch. This is the most standard I've seen, I feel like, so far. So with this bottom lane, right, Melio enables Twitch to be able to trade a lot better.
It does.
And Lulu, however, in contrast to that, is a very good laning enchanter, right? Soraka Lulu may be top 2 of the enchanters for their ability to do damage in trades and prevent damage from coming back. So you're expecting to see this Jinx who has long range, just with the rockets compared to the Twitch, and the Lulu who can control the bush really easily. You're expecting to see them control the 2v2, have push, and not necessarily kill threat, but most likely more of a kill threat than the Twitch and the Melio, who have also gone for the very defensive summoner spell choices, it feels like, of the heal and the exhaust.
Yeah, that's where we really do have to look at the jungle pathing. Both of them starting up the top half of the map.
He's doing it again. Was it Omani that played Yasuo earlier as well?
I'd have to look at the...
Oh, straight in level 1.
Okay. They're going to have an exhaust trade on each side with a ghost pop. So, summoner spell advantage for Team Oman. A bit uncharacteristic of the spot lane. We were just talking about how they've been kind of quiet in lane phase. Well, they were ready for the rumble.
They pick the enchanter, and that's when they get crazy. And again, one of the best things you can do as a Twitch is to upset the balance of a game, utilize invisibility. Utilize the fact that you can be more creative than other AD carries.
He was hiding.
He was hiding. They do so very successfully. forcing a Summoner Spell trade and maybe even an experience advantage, which is hard to gauge now, but did make them walk the long way.
I will say, now that I've realized this is actually going to be kind of nuts having a Twitch with Emilio, right? Cozy Campfire with Spray and Pray.
Yeah.
That is going to be some
damage over time on everyone,
Oh
right?
my god.
The dot does proc on everybody.
Everybody.
Yeah.
And with that range increase you already get from Spray and Pray, you get, what is that, a 25% increase? No, 10% increase on that as well. That is going to be huge.
Massive teamfight implications. Does kind of, though, make the Emilio need to be near the Twitch, so less front to back, however. Voodoo bottom flashes.
This is what we expected, though. Looking for that early gank to flash away. Warm hug shield, not really helping him jank because he's slowed down, and it's going to be first blood for Brunei. For Bahrain.
Bahrain.
I keep getting thrown off by that. Easy E. He'll be fine, though. He'll get out of that one. I think that's the biggest thing, the fact that Bahrain weren't able to actually get easy E. So having the Twitch still in lane so he can still farm up.
Yeah, he's still going to be there to catch the farm as it crashes under the turret. Good flash from the Jinx as well, I think it must be said. Easy E was threatening this flank angle, right? Looking to maybe get a 1-for-1 trade or even go 1-for-1 himself with the Jinx, but she flashes forwards to get excited, and then there's no chance the Twitch will be able to catch. That was also a trade that took place with Summoner Spells missing, right? That level 1 trade had exhausts removed. And just really well played above all else by Voodoo, particularly with the sapling placement into the bush to lock that Emilio down. Fantastic first one.
Really well done. Now, Bollingworth on to Master. He smites away at the Scuttlecrab, but he's tagged by Zap. He got the slow, but the wall was not quite placed well enough by Bahrain to make sure they can follow up that kill.
Yeah, he's able to use the dash over the wall, but Jank has found himself potentially... They don't know the Twitch is there.
Know. He's sneaky. He's hiding.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, waiting it out. That's going to be the damage, and they've got Master on the other side, but he was slowed down enough by the Glitterlands, so he couldn't re-engage with Twitch.
Really well supported by the rest of the team of Oman here, right? You can tell that Easy E is calling the shots. He's bringing them back to the lane. He wants to trade, and a small trade that goes the way of the Twitch can be very influential. However, Wukong just based. MACAU hasn't opted into the base just yet and has found Jag.
He's just hanging out in this bot lane, putting up the camp. He's making his own cozy campfire in this bot lane. They've got the slow on a Jank, but he's close enough to his turret that they don't decide to go for it, especially because Voodoo did commit flash for that first blood.
Straight up the most in-your-face gank attempt I've ever seen from a MACAU. Doesn't even throw a sapling into the bush for the slow. Just walks at Emilio, who quite simply uses the kick, and then just keeps walking at Emilio.
Yeah.
It's not a Nautilus in that lane, it's a Lulu. The best you're getting is the Glitterland slow, and that slow application is not going to help you much.
Almost feels like they are so used to playing with Onder on those hook champions that...
Yeah, where is my blitz?
Where's the hook? Onder, hit it, come on. Bahrain, though, still not going to hate that play after all, because Jinx has kind of freed up that lane. We really think back to the trade of summoner spells, right? All the way back at the beginning, like you mentioned, Voodoo getting the first gank on the bot lane to get the kill as well has really helped alleviate a lot of the pressure for Panda and Onder. While Omani, he's in a little bit of hurt, pushed back as he tried to dash away, but has WK Master on the other side, the wall put up, but not being level 6 just yet for Anivia. Not going to get that slow, so instead,
whoa, that's
plus, he's already on his way as they got the shield here and trying to help him out. It is going to be the MACAU that falls first as Omani's still alive, dashing away. Even if Fun tried to help out the best he could. Now WK Master's in a lot of trouble. He had to flash over the wall to survive. But Team Oman, they get the kill.
Yeah, Fun gets into the fight with the ultimate, but doesn't actually get to find much of an influence. I think the Gragas cask might have pushed him away, and then had to flash and realistically just wasted the flash, did nothing. Dynamo,
he's probably going to have egg Nivea. There it is. His egg. But Onder is there to try to defend the egg. Kicked back by the soccer ball, even getting a shield. So not having that pass up for Anivia anymore. Could be something that can get attacked really easily, especially as we get to level 6 for a lot of these players on Team Oman.
Specifically because he has no flash as well, and another recall about to be upset here. Yasuo back in lane, Anivia cancelled, no teleport. Actually really bad for Bahrain. Oman can abuse this very easily to get a turret plate. If nothing else, Dynamo just opting to stay means that he's going to have no items as well. He's going to run himself completely out of mana, so if you were Oman in this situation, this Anivia is going to provide literally nothing.
It's going to be difficult to do much. Bot lane, bit of a trade, just the 2v2 with the wave crash by Bahrain there.
I just think they could be doing the Drake magical, right? Like, you've just sent mid laner back. You know full well that you have advantage in mid, and you just bring the Yasuo down with your Wukong. But they chose to take this fight bottom.
As Omani's looking to take this fight in mid lane. Getting the tornado to connect on to Voodoo, but underneath the turret, even if it's no mana on Anivia, enough mana for a stun is going to be devastating.
Jinx and Alulu currently moving together the long way back towards bottom lane. Wukong is going to be down there now, is level 6 and has that Cyclone. Would not be surprised to see them try and make some attempts down there. You've seen how cheeky Easy has been so far, but this time because he is completely out of mana, it is hard to do, and Master, I guess, is just here to make sure this wave crashes.
Just escorting that one without the fear of the camp setup by the tree. Not having Voodoo in the bot lane this time around means nice recall here for Team Oman. Getting some itemization, looking for those components a little bit as S+. Both of them giving the thumbs up. You know what? I love that. I love that.
He just wanted to check his mechanics were working. There's a Gragas that could easily walk mid and use that on an Anivia, but... Nah,
this is S+ we're talking about. The mastermind. The puppeteer.
Certainly is living rent-free in the Shen's head while also 2 waves of CS down. Classic puppet master maneuvers.
It's a classic S+ move as well. He did this before, doing it again.
Fire kick misses. Lulu going to put some serious damage down. They have to be very careful because Voodoo is just around the corner, but Voodoo not going to cover any distance nor use the ult.
Oh, spotted out on the board pretty early on.
As per usual, the creativity of Bahrain's gank so far has been straight down river and hope it sticks.
Hey, come on. You got to admit, there's that ward there. That was well telegraphed.
The ward is always there. That's what I'm saying. The ward is always there, so you can try something else.
You want to
I want a sweeper on my Maokai is what I want.
Okay, that's fair. I was about to say, what, you want to flash over the wall or something?
He's done that.
Yeah, that's done that. That's why I'm calling it out.
Except he flashed over the wall, then walked into the vision, so it didn't actually solve the problem mid.
But speaking of not solving the problem, we're looking at the river right now. Cyclone blown, getting a little bit of damage, but healing up. Having everyone show up as well. Chen got a nice taunt, but there was so much damage from Team Oman that he couldn't do much. Even with Omani flashing forward, looking for the knockups, wasn't able to connect that on to Team Bahrain. Instead, it's Easy E already showing up and getting that damage. Always got to fear the twitch and where he's at.
Jank about to find Onda as well. Supports will just go toe-to-toe in the bush. I cannot give you a reason. They are just both fighting Panda and Easy E.
Yeah, Easy E shows up right now. Gets tagged, polymorphed as well, but had the shield. And now the Cozy Campfire to try to help out, but he's exhausted and could not get the damage down. Instead, it's going to be WK Master and Omani. No, they're going to turn it around. They're not going to re-engage the fight.
Not knowing when enough is enough here for the side of Oman. Good trade initially gives them a kill back into the pockets of Panda, and you just have to remember at all times in this game, you cannot give the Jinx kills. Dynamo going to start this combo off by unfortunately hitting the wrong Wukong, but a nice ult from the Maokai locks him basically in place. Windwall not going to do anything meaningful in this fight overall. It was always going the way of Oman. Flash forward going to miss the mark, and then Voodoo, again, for no apparent reason, just wants to throw a sapling in that bush so desperately that he puts his life on the line. And then Jank and Onda just decide to hash it out. Jank perhaps looking for some kind of kill, but I'm not even sure he had lethal.
Maybe just stop the recall? I don't know.
And then this fight happens, and Easy E walks into the traps after getting exhausted. But the mistake was that he was there, not that he walked into the traps. Very nicely done by Bahrain to pick him off.
And getting the kill for Panda as well. The Jinx kind of needing that gold at the moment. About 10 CS behind Easy E, so having the kill and assist gold to kind of equate what has happened in the lane so far.
And I will bring this up again because it's obviously very important. The Gragas and the Yasuo are a fantastic combo. The Wukong, the Gragas, and the Yasuo are a fantastic combo, all providing knockups for Omani 1v9.
Wukong, the Gragas, the Yasuo, and the Melio are a good combo.
I'm not seeing any 5-man kicks, but if I do, I'll change my mind.
I'm just saying, there's a lot of things, a lot of knockups and knockbacks that you can utilize to get that last breath off.
Omani also technically is a great combo with himself, if he's a good enough player.
Yeah, but Twitch is useless.
Yeah, Twitch doing nothing. Yeah. Look, the reason I bring this up is because fights at objectives should be exactly what Oman are looking for. The fact they have this combo, the fact that they can look for not just skirmishes, but there are skirmish comp that can 5v5 if the engage is good enough. That realistically, trading objectives like this, I think is questionable. I think they're 2,000 gold up with a combo that can be really dangerous, and they shouldn't just sacrifice a fight opportunity. Instead, they should be taking every single opportunity, giving no trades to Bahrain.
No, I'm actually with you on that one. When you have the power in skirmish skirmish capabilities, and that's really where your team wants to fight, where they want to exert pressure, like right there.
Boundary pressure, I guess.
Yeah, there you go.
Boundary pressure as well, I guess. It's going to continue to happen.
Oh, looking for the Wampa combo with the knockup. It's on to Voodoo. Voodoo, you do, he's dead.
Oh, Master, 1 tick of HP there. Very close to actually falling down. Could have made that a 1-for-1 trade with a shutdown, but doesn't happen. Dynamo once again finds himself with no mana to his name, no health to his name, and is dealing with this relentless push of a Yasuo that is a manaless champion. We get to watch exactly how Panda dies. Easy just has Blade of the Ruined King.
Yeah, Blade of the Ruined King and Exhaust. It's like, I win now.
That's it. No full item done there for the Jinx either in contrast, and Dynamo just does not know how to recall.
It's one of those situations, though, that it's kind of a catch-22. How much do you want to relent over to Omani and let him just take these plates early on? Because he also went for the lethal tempo on Yasuo.
I think you just have to really consider the fact that if you don't recall and come back with mana, he's still taking everything in your face.
True.
And the team of Oman is now aware that he's doing all of this and that you can't stop him, so they get even more from it. Wukong could then invade knowing that Anivia can't help.
Yeah, that's why I say it's a catch-22.
Yeah.
Yeah, to lose no matter what.
He's going to catch 22 of these hands. He doesn't recall. He does recall, so
he
I can say
recalled
that.
and he's back, and now he's got himself a lost chapter, so will help out a lot of those
also,
mana issues.
probably the blue buff very soon. If they play this correctly, it's standard strategy, right? For all Anivia comp, they need the blue.
It's old school, but right now, Easy. He's just going to kill Under. He's going to die to the poison. I don't even think they healed enough, is
Potions are running.
Potions, yep. The potions are going to heal him up, but the fact that your bot line can't support what you were attempting there by sending both Dynamo and Voodoo, Bahrain in a bad spot. Even though it's a 2v4, they cannot fight.
Bahrain just really not being able to find the concept of flank angles here as well. They're so set on protecting their Jinx. They're not really thinking about the kills. And that's one of those situations, right, where the Twitch can just win harder if all you're going to do is protect. This Anivia is not finding much value yet. It seems like... Actually, you know what I will say is that 13-11 changes to blue buff and red buff are so good for Anivia.
So good.
So good for Anivia as well, because she needs the blue.
Right. So you don't have to worry about her just taking it, and then what happens afterwards. You can share that. Is right now, Easy again. Looking to put the pressure onto Under, putting all of that attention on Lulu. Even with the re-engage, it's going to be a stand united on top of Panda. Look at the shields on that Jinx. That's how you protect the president to get a shutdown to the flash away from Easy to survive.
Just Jank is the target now. The invisibility from Easy E should get the Twitch out safely and alive. But why get out when you can go in? Dynamo,
though, he's got Ignivia, so even if you're able to pop that, should be fine. That's why he was willing to trade so aggressively with so low health.
definitely playing with fire either way. S+, it seems like they did use the ult combos in mid. The fact that they're so healthy means that it's clearly gone well for them. But Fun's going to be here to answer, and Fun has been the difference maker in both that bot skirmish and now protecting the mid plates. The Shen ultimate is clutch. Gragas not able to respond or react. He's making a play cross-map in mid throughout this as well, it seems like. Scorch is back. Gragas is actually proxy farming and will work his way down. So we look at the bot play first. Really good twisted advance. Fantastic protection for Panda. The shield is more than his health. And just like that.
Those two shields on top of Panda.
Actually,
Stand United and the Lulu.
Okay, I can confirm that the Gragas Yasuo combo didn't happen either. It was just Yasuo.
Oh, was it?
Yeah, he got the ult and the flash out of Dynamo before the Gragas got in there.
And Gragas kind of just showed up and was like, I'm here.
Havocast.
Yeah, Havocast not actually going to pick up the kill as Jank chunked out low from a lot that Bahrain were able to throw at him as WK Master having to dash away. 20 seconds until the dragon spawns. It's kind of crazy that we're 17 minutes into the game and we still haven't had the rift actually open.
Top lane outer turret is dead. Shen with no ultimate or teleport. If Bahrain manage to get this Drake, I am lost for words.
They're going to get it.
The Gragas can simply teleport in, and they will 5v5 you.
Oh, wait. Okay, maybe. Maybe. Look at Oman. They've got Omani and WK Master on the side. Good wombo combo right there. In fact, they're not even using the TP from Gragas. He just shows up mid. Like you say, that's where Bahrain, they're afraid to actually look for that fight. They have to forfeit this dragon. It's only one, so it's not the worst thing in the world.
And they don't just forfeit the dragon, they don't get control of the mid wave as well.
That's
so
the big thing.
Fun, I think, doing the absolute best that he possibly can for his team. Will trim that wave down to 3 creeps, and by enough time, the Bahrain are able to actually collapse here and continue to try and clear those waves out. Still at risk, of course, and if you're going to zone them out nicely.
We are getting to the point when Anivia just won't run out of mana.
Yeah.
Almost finished off with that Hero of the Goddess as well. Gonna be nice for them. I'm actually a little surprised by Dynamo's build, not going for the Rod of Ages that you sometimes see with Anivia.
Yeah, true. He's gone for Leandries.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Looking for that burn, damage over time. Really wants to cut through any resistances, especially for Team Oman if there is a fight that does break out in a tight corridor. But
you know what I would build as well if I was him instead is Crown of the Shattered Queen.
Right.
I think in this game that's so valuable because that
really
is like, look at how they're going to start these team fights, right? They don't have range poke. It's a Twitch ulting that'd hit you. That already helps.
Yeah.
It's a Gragas Yasuo or Wukong Yasuo combo.
Yeah. You know, you're right.
Does no damage.
Hard to get that shield off outside of the Gragas as well.
And then you'd also have the tier shield from that Seraph's Embrace for the damage afterwards. So I think you'd be really well off with that item.
No, I'm with you on that one. I like that. That's a good adaptation there. We'll see if Dynamo does adapt, though. That's going to be the big question because almost everyone outside of Dynamo has completed that mythic or first item.
And Oman are going to be kicking off the Rift Herald. Should be relatively uncontested.
There's no way that Bahrain can get this outside of a magical steal from Voodoo. But even his witchcraft not going to work this time because he just bails out of there.
No, there will be no wizardry. It seems like Anivia is going to go back and actually complete that mythic behind the rest of the team. Easy E once again.
Look at that damage he does. Half health already. The flashes away from both Panda and Owner were very nice there.
That's crazy how committed Oman were to that play as well in the follow-through. Easy E gets dissuaded very nicely by the Lulu once again. Did have to use the flash, however, from both Panda and Onda. And now Omani is here, but they don't have the ultimate combos. His turret's still dead.
Yeah, turret's gone. That's the big play. Take that and rinse, repeat, go back. Oh, they're popping back. Oh, they're going for the Baron.
I feel like
they're going for the Baron.
Option 1 is Baron. Option 2, that was expiring, and they're just making the best of it. But they
There's
are
no
committed.
way it was expiring. They just got it.
That's what I thought.
Yeah.
They are committing to the Baron.
Yeah.
That's a very obvious Baron.
The most obvious. You pop Rift Herald a minute after you get it. You know you're on top of it. That's going to be the TP. Voodoo using ult. It's down to 25. The pullback. Having Kite. Gotta be careful because bounce around. They got a lot of damage. That's plus flashing away. They're looking for the re-engage. WK Master, he's low. The zap. It's on the wrong person, but they got the Groggers on the other side first. Bahrain. The fight's working out. But looking for the re-engage. They couldn't get it because Voodoo denied the last breath out of Yasa. Whoa, and he's going to die. No, he's not. Warm hugs. He's alive. How is he back in there? Finally, he falls. But look at Easy E. He's untouched in the fight. They got the kill under the Jinx, and Easy E free firing, looking for the pill, looking for the damage, getting into the back line, and they cannot stop Easy E as he's ripping apart Bahrain. He is taunted. Exhaust comes down. One more. The shutdown for fun as Jank. You cannot do anything. You're Emilio without mana the wall to make sure the ace goes to Bahrain.
Bahrain secure the ace. Teleport going to come through straight away here, though, from the Gragas Dynamo with no egg. Onda.
And he's just going, going for the slam dunk.
You never saw anything. Let's look at the replay. It does. This decision from Oman. Baron kills S+. Straight out of the fight. Yasuo has no good ult targets. Why does Yasuo have no good ult targets until it's too late? That's because the Gragas and the Wukong ulted in mid and did nothing with those ults, right? The flashes were used to dodge those and there was no Wukong combo. And look how close this fight is without those ults.
Yeah.
They choose to slap a Herald down in mid and go for a Baron buff, very known, with none of their ults available and their combo completely irrelevant. And Bahrain just walk on in. They show what the Jinx is capable of. And then Dynamo comes back with that blue buff, comes back from his egg, and they'll get the ace very successfully. Very well done from Bahrain. You cannot fault them.
No.
It was Oman who fell on their own sword.
Yeah, and now look at Dynamo. 4-0 on this Anivia. Has got that Leandries completed. Has gone for the burn with a stopwatch in the inventory as well. Just to have added safety, as right now the polymorph onto Easy E. Panda, even with the wild growth, it's not enough. You cannot stop him. There's too much damage from Twitch at this point.
And that's the thing. This play at Baron was so good for Bahrain as an equalizer, but it didn't equalize the goal.
Right.
It doesn't mean that you can still deal with Easy E, right?
No.
The composition is still really dangerous. And this Twitch is running away with the game, has been from level 1.
Yeah, so Bahrain going to just trade Baron for their second dragon of the game. Third one total. Not really a worthwhile play. Like you said, that last play was purely an equalizer of how the state of the game could have been. But you had to make sure you're all together, still playing to the strength that your team was drafted for, which is build around the Jinx and keep her safe.
If the job is to keep this Jinx safe, then you have to ask why it is that no one is actually there to protect. Why is the MACAU not there? Why are they not working to get vision before the Jinx goes to lane? Because the basic steps of League of Legends, right? If there's a Twitch on the map, if there's an Evelynn on the map, you play different.
Well, right now, that's a lot of damage on Dynamo, but has that Ignivia still, if need be. Could always fall back onto that. The stopwatch had to get burned, though.
Does she have the egg again?
Should have been.
I'm actually not sure.
Oh, no.
Did get egged at the Baron.
Yeah, it was egged at the Baron, so about a minute and a half off.
Yeah, a little bit off that one. Exhaust, though. It's going to be there. Flash still available for the Anivia regardless. Doesn't want to take any extra risks. And pretty much every time you see a fight from here on out, you've probably seen Easy start it.
Yeah. That's really what it's going to be. It's about Easy E looking for a flank. Well, you utilize that power that Gragas, Wukong, and Yasuo, the combination of all three, working in tandem together to be like a distraction for Twitch so that nobody is focused on Easy E. Because that was also something that was working for Team Oman in that last fight, is that Twitch was relatively untouched for most of it.
Is he caught?
Not untouched this time around. Bounced around, but healing up forever. And that's that cozy campfire damage I was talking about with the spray and pray. The range was insane. And even Easy E waiting it out. They got the pick on Panda. There goes your carry. Bahrain can't fight this one anymore. It's all about protecting Jinx, and she died.
And their combo's just a little bit too strong. So much damage now coming out of this Twitch. You think you've caught him with a twisted advance. He's actually standing still attacking you. And you do not win that 1v1. Jinx and Lulu fall. And the inhibitor being threatened with this Anivia, however, it's so hard to break. They've got a wave in bottom that they are not putting the Baron buff on.
Oh, there you go. Master there, but a little late. Now they can actually send someone down into the bot lane to deal with this wave. Clear that out. Dynamo should easily be able to stop this push.
Dynamo now gets to play 2 lanes at once. Baron buff going to dissipate in mid as they go for their resets, and a very much needed resets after all of the fighting that just took place. But unable to break the base. If you can't use the Baron buff to break the base, things get very difficult against that Anivia. Panda, though.
Panda, come on. How many times are you going to fall for this one?
And once again, Lulu's off warding by herself, and if it wasn't the Jinx, it might have been the Lulu. They aren't working as a team to secure vision.
No.
They are just being mind controlled by Easy E, and it's looking a little bit too easy for this Twitch.
So he's going to back off of this one. You always have the fear against the Twitch that he is just right around the corner. You need to start moving as a unit at this point in the game. That is what your composition was drafted for, Bahrain. Utilize that power that you have all together.
If you can't protect the Jinx, you can't play a protect the Jinx composition.
Yep.
That's just the short of it. They're being punished very heavily by this Twitch pick. It is really keeping Panda down.
He's got 3 items now, while Panda only has 2. Having that lead even larger as we take a look at this replay.
And you see the twisted advance goes out, but he's attacking Panda and owned it throughout all of this, having the time of his life.
Range, though.
Insane range. Yeah, absolutely insane range. After this fight, also completes his Runan's Hurricane. S+ just quite simply throws the cask. He was practicing those earlier in his lane. Magical.
Yeah, he was. I told you, he's mind control.
They're committing now. They're hitting now. That AP Gragas online.
Worked out the kinks of it. Knows the range and everything. Maybe that's what it was. Hasn't had the practice on the Gragas in the past. But hey, you know, this is powerful. Realizing, yeah, it is.
So what matters in this game, right? Jinx 2 and 4, down 20 CS, still has 2 kills, still has 2 items, needs the third, I think, realistically, to be able to win team fights.
Agreed.
But is farming and is being supported. The Anivia is 4-0 and 2. Yes, is down 60 CS, but a level 14 Anivia with 2.5 items
but one of
can
them,
hold forever.
One of them's not Seraphs. That's a big
True.
spike that you need as Anivia.
There's that Zonia's rush.
It was the safety you get with that, but this is where you were talking about that Crown of the Shadow Queen that could have added similar safety and allowed for an earlier Seraphs. For me, I look at Team Bahrain, and they have to keep this game at a standstill. They can't let anything really happen on the game, even if it means sacrificing this dragon. It's only 2 dragons for Team Oman. Don't push too far, just continue
It's
to
10 minutes of time, right? Like, I think right now you've got Baron up in 1 minute. Going for this Drake when Baron's there, you should be getting Baron wards.
Yeah.
This is where you go out as a team. You have the Jinx, the Lulu, and you have the Maokai, even the Anivia if there's a free time to go with them as 4. And you clear out all of the control that exists at this Baron buff. But Bahrain will walk towards the Drake, decide it's not worth it, waste that time, and now they will walk over towards the Baron as Oman walk through themselves and will just staunch them out.
Exactly. They'll set up the vision control around this. As you can see, Fun looking for an angle. Now spotting out that Twitch, but nobody was in a position to follow that up, so has to take a huge flash cone away as Onder has to flash out from Omani, who got down the Lulu. They pick him off, and even if Master took a lot of damage, that's getting flashed away for Team Bahrain. They're in a bad position.
Easy E's attacking.
Easy E, he's got the range, he's got the damage, but was rooted. Couldn't actually continue to cut that out, but they did get this pick onto Onder, so 4v5. Seems like Team Oman, they still feel like they have the power at Baron.
4v5 with a half health Maokai. Shen has to go back to base, but does have that teleport. They're going to go straight towards the Baron. Easy E.
They can burn this so
does
quickly.
a lot of damage to it. Namani, who also does a lot, is not actually going to hit it. He's going to zone them and keep them away. 4k health becomes 3. Pretty much gone.
Body block.
Voodoo
wants to flash over. Couldn't get it. Easy E secures it. And the re-engage with Anivia. That is the play for Team Oman to win this game after they just pushed down mid.
Yeah, keeps them busy. They do get over the wall, though. That does actually become a burger flip at the Baron. But they don't get it. Baron secure, kills follow up afterwards. And now this Baron buff, you're expecting to see a very successful push. No Anivia.
No wave flip.
No chance.
Exactly. And Team Oman, they know that as well. They've got the cannon minion here with the Baron buff on top of it as well.
Next wave.
They're going bot lane because they see that Panda and Onder are cut off, and they know they can engage that. That's that wombo combo. Even if Panda had gone golden, he's going to die upon arrival with Onder completely far away and Fun. You did not want to take that stand united because now everyone besides Lulu is dead. Nope, never mind. Lulu is dead. And Maokai just respawning.
Yeah, Maokai respawning. Probably not going to be able to defend this either way. He's busy dealing with mid. Anivia is back, but the team is gone. So you're not going to be able to safely stand there and just use that ultimate. The Storm's not going to save you from all of this. Waves crashing in multiple places now as well. And Easy E attacking.
He's looking for the play, and look at that. Dynamo is ripped apart the back line. Even if he flashed away, he still dies. Voodoo underneath the Nexus turret with Baron up, super minions in the base. There's no way, even though you have your Jinx on the other side to try to defend it, this is just going to be them hitting the Nexus, maybe patting the KDA on the way out. No, they just want game 1.
31-minute game here on the clock. Never really felt like it was a losing situation by any means. The Twitch at level 1 started quite nicely from Easy E, right? Forcing that summoner spell trade, forcing control of the laning phase itself. I feel like you kind of can justify the comp of Oman as a little bit cheesy here. Perhaps Bahrain were not prepared for this easy access or easy to utilize combo, and the Twitch Milio bot lane perhaps unexpected from them as well. But look, when all said and done, Oman looked like the better team in game number 1. They executed significantly better as well, pretty much on every single aspect.
Yeah, and I really do like that Twitch Milio interaction there. The range from some of those fights. When you even get rooted up, normally that's like the big power, right? To stop Twitch, you root him so he can't actually reach that backline as easily and get all that damage all across all the members. Well, when he can hit from jungle, from wolves, all the way to the turret, suddenly you have a big issue.
Yeah, suddenly it's impossible to deal with. Jinx, who you thought had a lot of range, think again, is gone. And it's a nice little adaptation on the, I guess, the standard Cogmore Milio that we've been seeing. Here and there throughout the tournament, but also mainly in solo queue. It's like that, but it hits everyone, and it's kind of crazy the damage that it was putting out. I'm very curious for the damage graph as well, actually, to see if anyone could keep up with him. I know top laners were just hitting each other.
I'm pretty sure it's going to just be this large difference between Twitch and everyone else.
Well, Jinx didn't do damage.
Right, I'm saying everyone else. Not even Jinx, just everyone.
Most likely, yeah.
Maybe Dynamo, maybe Dynamo.
He was hitting waves more than he was, I think, champions too. It's hard to say. Either way, Twitch should be #1 on that. And we get to see some highlights from this one. Started early, started strong for just a moment there, right? Killing the Twitch Milio lane. Never killing the Twitch, but keeping him down. And just kind of all the wheels kind of fell off in a lot of these skirmishes once they started to get really active. This is the one for me that swung the game very handily in the favor of Oman. Just overstepping their bounds, and Nivea comboing the Wukong clone, the combo there, the reinforcements faster. And that's where it started to swing.
Yeah, it started to swing, even if there were a couple of situations like right there where Voodoo went back in, not giving the respect that Twitch could be anywhere, and gave over a pretty free kill there to the Twitch that he desperately would want and need.
And the game basically just continued along that trajectory from here on out, right? Fights that happened. This fight is definitely the anomaly. It was a fight that was taken by Oman with no ultimates, with no real fighting ability, and it was it wasn't even a hard read, it was an easy read from Bahrain on where they were going.
Right, because it was the most telegraphed play you could possibly make.
Yes, they basically put a blimp in the sky that said we're going to Baron and watched as they were contested. And again, you look at the outcome of this and how absurdly close it somehow still ends up being with Easy E, who I think had absolutely the game of the tournament so far from him.
Oh yeah.
It was devastating for Bahrain if this wasn't one-sided, and it wasn't. It was close.
It was close, but it's a Twitch factor, right? The Twitch gets ahead early. Even if you kill him here, he still had, I think, 5 kills at this point in the game.
I think we came back from this replay into a kill.
Yeah, exactly.
From the Twitch.
And then he went back to base, had his 3rd item. What can you do when you have a 3-item Twitch on the other side and your Jinx is still working on her 2nd?
Exactly right. And this is basically one of the last fights that breaks open the whole game, right? It's that Yasuo Wukong combo that we didn't get a chance to see, I think, at all until then almost.
Until then.
The Gragas was genuinely just using that ult to try and get last hits with those kills. The full AP Gragas spec from him as well. There's one thing you get from S+, it is action.
And look, the damage graph is exactly how we thought it was going to be. That is Easy E way above everyone else by a large margin.
Certainly was. No one on the enemy team able to keep up with him, and Bahrain struggling in game #1 of this series for multiple reasons that we will get into as we get closer to the 2nd game. But the first and foremost one is obviously the damage dealt on your screen. It's that Twitch. He had an insane performance and a complete shutout of objectives, it must be said, as Master gets the MVP here.
I would have gone with Easy E.
Funny looking Twitch.
Yeah, that's a funny looking Twitch indeed. A very big one as well, because Easy E definitely put on a clinical there, but WK Master getting it.
I mean, he was involved in most of the fights, right? There was assassinations from the Twitch everywhere. The ones that weren't those Twitch assassinations, Master was involved with, and I guess had a solid game of League of Legends.
He did.
Still think, you know, the Super A player may well have been anyone in a game like that because it was so one-sided. They've opted for Master.
Yeah, so makes sense when you think of it that way. They all played very well. Even S+ on the Gragas was starting to really work on that Gragas mechanics, getting the slam dunks as you were on the ult. But we're going to toss to a break so we can get ready for game 2 here between Team Oman and Team Bahrain. We'll see you soon.
关闭外来的杂音，找准内心的节奏。奥迪 Q4 一创，让真的感受从开始才开始。
iQOO 11系列，标配 2K 144赫兹一流全感屏，流畅又清晰。有机硅皮革，耐脏污、抗老化。全新自研芯片 VR 与第2代骁龙8强联手，影像电竞全面升级，200瓦超快闪充，充电快，续航久。iQOO 11系列，未来电竞越想操控。 累了困了，喝东鹏特饮。
It's also a 3-in-1 Zeri who has finished off the Trinity Force and the Runans.
Luco's going straight on in here. Done that. Try to save yourself, friend. He's running around. He's hoping that he can maybe get a W across. We'll have to invest the flash to try to get the safety, but now it's going to be very difficult to make this one happen. They're just not going to be invested. There's going to be a routine. Oh, Q2 goes and connects onto Onikan. So finally, they get the kill onto the RA, but in the meanwhile, it might cost them too much. It might even cost us tier 2. Waves right on pushed up. You've got Zero coming in and hoping that he can peel, but he's not going to be able to. Invincible too slow, and that cage didn't help him at all. Game mode's online, but there's no value off the back of it. It is going to be the ace coming through. Everyone's dead on Team Jordan. Get for the top out, going to get for the fire sapling, going to give him something to find the vision. Voodoo might go down, and once he does, that means that Baron's going to be that much free. Aquis just constantly going forward, the Yumi ult as well, just slowing him down. Aquis has got so much health, he's so untouchable. And again, Team Bahrain are going to get torn a new one. Dynamo trying to survive in the tomb, but it ain't going to work this time.
Zero is here looking for the undertow, and he's got the damage. Even if you've got the shields, more gold for the Viking. He is pillaging everything of Bahrain right now in the middle of 2v4. But the Viking, he is not afraid of any battle. God. You cannot stop Zero. Zero to hero here for Team Gordon with another triple kill under the tier 2 pit.
Got flash if he needs to. Holding off on that as they get a lot of damage on the other side. Call the fourth gun. 4-man knockup from Mad Fury allows Aquis to just go rampant here. Untouched in the fight. Even Esla trying to get on top of Lucian, but he's dashing in. He's ready for it all. Oh wait, collapsed beautifully, and even with Esla denied from the charge away. Can't yell coward to get out of this one. You're going to be hunted down and get another bit of gold for Aquis.
And deciding to go for the... It looks like they're going to try to go all in. Hong does have that Cyclone online, and it's going to be used effectively. Emperor's Divide going to be red there. Hong will live for the moment, but it looks like so will Team Chinese Type A. Junja just trying to draw him off to the side. He will fall in the meantime. And
they're looking for any play, and there it is. NH with the cease and desist on MM. Follow that up, and guess who's here again? That saves the day, even with slicing Maelstrom. Hong Kong trying to dashing away, but they're falling. They're losing the health. Want to deny the second charge because that's going to be devastating here. They're early into the game, looking for the pull, but Kaiwing has no follow-up. Nobody wanted to go with him because Iwandi created so much space on the other side that nobody could
Thought has played out completely differently.
Then no TP, and no TP, no flash either. Oh, nice sidestep there.
He's got the moves!
Dragged in by the all out, but maybe he's got the moves because Kenny Chen's there. No! Maple!
No one will get rooted just yet. Stoey going to be quite dangerous, and hey, untouchable right now, at least in the ult for the moment, but they're not going to find any more. Emperor's Divide to close. Surely this is it. The ace is almost there.
Hello, my name is Ahmed. I am the captain of the Jordan team. My role in game is ADC, and my nickname is Kasper.
Hello everybody, my name is Ghalib Fatayr. I'm the representative of the Palestinian National League of Legends team, and my in-game name is Palestini, and I am their in-game leader and also their jungler.
Hello, I'm Mishal. I'm 26 years old, and I'm from Saudi Arabia national team, and my main role is support.
Hi, I'm Mohammed Hussein from Bahrain. I come to represent Bahrain on League of Legends tournament, and my in-game name is Voodoo, role jungler.
Hello everyone, my name is Ghassan Al-Battaji. I am thrilled to represent our country Oman. I am the jungler of Team Oman, known as WK Master.
Hello, my name is Tamer. I am from Kuwait. I am a top laner, and my nickname is Madifid.
So when we started playing games in general, it was like something to kill time, but then it became a passion, and then it became like we need to do something with that passion, and we came to the esport world, which like we found ourselves in.
I am playing for my country, Jordan, and I hope I can make them proud. I think we can make the first place in this tournament.
I think our strongest rival is Saudi Arabia because in the previous tournament we lost to them.
With all the respect to all the teams, I don't think we have a rival in this tournament. We are just the best.
Okay, we have one job. We win and go back to Oman.
Be careful or we'll run you over.
Our main goal was to join in the tournament at first, but then everyone's aiming for rank 1, so why can't we?
Hello, hello, and welcome back once again. Day 6, we've already got one game in our best of 3, the third one of the day played between Team Oman and Team Bahrain. And best way to describe that one was a lot of skirmishes, a lot of early fights, and a Twitch getting fed.
Yeah, in a single word, it would be Twitch. Yeah. If we were to explain how that last game, when it started in Twitch's favor, Eazy-E had the game of his life. It was so free. Everyone was just walking into his waiting arms. He simply needed to press Q and turn invisible, and then he had a free time on Summoner's Rift. Now, for Bahrain, of course, being their opponents, a lot of research, drawing boards to hit here for how they want to counteract that. And I think given what we saw in the bans, it could also potentially just be a ban if they're afraid of this Twitch, because they were genuinely mind controlled by the invisibility. So they'll need
I feel like maybe it's just something with Team Oman. They are puppet masters extraordinaire all throughout them.
It does feel like they managed to just force their opponents to do things you would never expect.
Yeah.
Every single time. Most of it through S+, but this time it was easy.
Yeah, but looking at Team Bahrain, we do have a substitution. Panda is out and Gashi. Third different role he is playing here for Team Bahrain.
This is their third best of 3, right? So every single time he has been subbed in. I think it was top, then it was mid in our previous series against Saudi Arabia. Now he's subbing in for the AD carry role. You don't really know what to say about this man. Is there anything he can't do? You know, is he going to play 4 best of, 5 best ofs? Is he going to play every role once?
Maybe.
Because that's kind of cool.
That would be really cool, honestly.
Kind of sick.
Wait, if they have... Oh, no, they only have 4. No, they have 5.
I think it's 5,
they
right?
have, oh, yeah, put them in a new role every time.
Yeah.
Do it.
Just commit.
Yeah,
one game per role.
Commit to the bit.
You can be the best all-around player here at the tournament.
Exactly.
No one else has played 5 roles at one tournament, right?
And also, we've only ever had one best of 3 go 3 games so far in the tournament.
Just the one.
Just the once.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's like, we have a couple things that just are kind of rare at the moment. That would be super rare to play all 5 roles here in the tournament.
And this was one of those series that I thought might be able to go to 3 games, right? Looking at Oman and Bahrain, I thought on paper it was possible that we go all the way to 3 games. Given that game 1, it's hard to see it going past the 2-0 in Oman's favor, just the way game 1 looked. But I think you can definitely come back and look at the draft and reassess how you want to play this one out and actually really fix a lot of things here for Bahrain. And I think it's simplifying. The Anivia doesn't work. I think you have to can the Anivia.
The Zoe was left open. And Dynamo, I think that has been his best performing champion. Just put him back onto that.
Yeah, Annie, Zoe, Anivia are the 2 champions that I think we've seen primarily from him. 2 Zoe games in that mix. I want to see more Zoe for sure.
I mean, also, if you're playing Anivia, why not just play Nico? Nico left open again. I think that Nico is simpler to play it than Anivia as well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I got nothing for you, mate. We've said that about 25 times in 2 days.
I'm going to keep saying it until they hear me.
And that's okay. I hope you do, because someone has to hear it eventually, right?
I was about to say, I could go Nico, break their kneecaps on this one until they get that.
That'd be... maybe don't.
Yeah, that's
maybe just strongly worded suggestions instead. The other thing as well is, like, they went for this Jinx Lulu comp with Zeri Yumi available. They went for this Jinx Lulu comp with champions that they want to play for Onda still available. They don't go for the Samira Nautilus, right? They commit to the Lulu. He's a Blitz Nautilus player. This is the first time I've seen him play an Enchanter.
Right.
And it was just running away duty.
Yeah, I mean, also, what can you do as an Enchanter when you're behind? It's like you don't impact the game as much. And really, that's, I think, the big thing for Team Bahrain is they have to have Under really impact the map.
You know what is also crazy is Panda was the other Twitch player.
Yes, Panda was.
I had a look at it, yeah. So Panda was the other Twitch player, and it was easy to pick Twitch into him. Of all people,
maybe disrespect.
But of all people to be aware of what Twitch does, you'd expect it was this bottom lane because they play it. But they really did fall prey to the invisibility at like 8 times.
I'm telling you, Team Oman, they've got some mind control powers over there. Like, they should call up Professor X and the X-Men right now just because they are mutants with that.
They've definitely got some mind control powers going on. And a lot to look at from Bahrain other than the mind control, but it certainly is working favorably for Oman.
It really is. And looking at how this game is going to go, especially with Team Bahrain subbing in Gashi into the ADC role, I'm kind of curious if that might mean we get some crazy shenanigans in the bot lane.
You know what? A lot of people who are like mid laners will play AD carry, and they'll be Ezreals.
Yeah.
You know, like you can
Right.
tell what champion.
But he
he'll
also
be like,
played top lane.
That's what I'm saying. That's why I don't know what he's going to play.
Right, because like that argument, I get it, because I see that a lot too. You
Yeah.
get more carryover between mid and ADC with the more Enchanter kind of base,
Yeah,
the
you wanna hit
ability powered.
spells, you wanna hit
Right,
spells.
the Ezreal really does stand out. Or you see like the mid to support kind of role
Yeah.
swap as well, because Enchanters, Control Mages, that kind of stuff. The top to mid to ADC.
So that's where I was literally having the exact same conversation as you in my head. Is top laners can play Vayne and Lucian.
Right.
Lucian has been meta in top lane. Vayne is always going to exist in top lane. So if there was defaults mechanically, it would be those two.
I will say, this is a complete tangent, but over in the Challenge League for LCS, where I cast primarily, we have a player who just joined Wildcard Gaming, and his name is Zamudo. And he's very famous for being a top laner that likes to play Draven and Aphelios top lane.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. And so I'm kind of wondering, maybe if it's something like that, where we're seeing more top laners really abusing that range matchup, and having the mechanics already knowing how to do that can bring that here into Game 2, especially because Bahrain are on blue.
They do up towards this blue side. Looking at the bans first and foremost, if we're going to compare it to the last game, the Silas and the Cassante is still going to be taken away. Blue side not actually changing the bans for Bahrain so far.
No. But
Milio, actually.
Yeah, the Milio is banned away by Oman. Not even going to give that over to Under. But Samira, the respect over to Eazy-E.
Samira as the third ban. I mean, it does kind of negate the Samira Nautilus.
Yumi. I know, Under, come on. I know you want to play the Nautilus. I'm with you.
Crazy to just slam a Zeri there. Wouldn't it?
Yeah.
It'd be crazy to respond with a Zeri Yumi.
A Zeri Yumi here, especially with the Zac picked up for Voodoo. It is Zac getting let through for Voodoo. That has been a champion that we have actually seen WK Master play as well. And it's a very powerful tool. I really do like Zac's. And I think it's something that is going to continue to grow into the meta. But they're just all these powerful picks. You slam a blind first pick Syndra.
Yeah, and I think picking Zac first has to be because you're also denying it from Master.
Well, he has played it, so it would make sense.
He has played it. He has also seen Jarvan banned away from him.
Yeah.
And he's going to pick that one himself. So Syndra and Jarvan is going to be the combo. Now, Syndra can use abilities really nicely around the Jarvan wall. It's not going to be an inhibiting factor. Champions like Annie, you have to be really careful with because your range can actually be messed up with the Jarvan Cataclysm. So this combo is nice. Syndra can also cancel Zac. So straight out of the gates, a mid laner gets locked that was banned away from them in the last game. They can cancel the Zac. This Lux pick could also be an Ezreal Lux, could also be a Lux Caitlyn. Again, we're looking at Gashi. He could also be playing Lux with a Senna support for all we know. And what do we know? You know? I don't. But that is a Lux. We know that.
I'm so confused.
Don't be confused yet. I'm confused now.
Nah, I'm even more confused.
I'm lost. Now
I was confused by the Lux because picking it this early.
No, it's good if you just slam Caitlyn Lux into bans because they can't pick a bot lane, right? So
exactly. So that would make sense. But then the Kai'Sa, that's got to be a mid lane Lux.
Also, you've just seen a Jarvan and said Lux for me.
No, that's a mid lane Lux. I think that's what it is.
Well, that makes it worse.
Yeah, but I think that's what it is.
I think that makes it objectively worse.
But you cannot play that with Kai'Sa.
Where there is a will,
no.
There is a way.
No. All right.
You summarize the drafts better, mate. These drafts have all been about willpower. Wait till we get the second series after this one. You want to see some willpower.
That is fair. Well, we're not going to spoil that, though. Let's wait until we get to that series. Let's focus on Team Oman first. Banning away Malphite. Same ban here. Fourth, but on red side.
Darius was the fifth ban.
Yeah, it was.
Which was... You thought it would be an indicator for a top lane champion. Gragas was the pick, and it was the call from us as well. So that one did make sense. Zaya going to be taken away because the Rakan has been locked in.
Yeah, you have to.
You would also probably want to get rid of a long range or very annoying AD. So
Twitch.
I guess that works. I think I would have preferred an Aphelios ban, maybe.
I think you slam Aphelios here, honestly. I think that's the play here for Easy. It just works really well with a lot of what they have as well.
Yeah, you could also, I mean, maybe not in this draft, but I was thinking Ezreal as well. You've already got some physical damage there.
Yeah,
Lux can't touch you. It's just you need something that can fight with the Kai'Sa.
Yeah.
So that's where Aphelios obviously is going to have a significantly better laning phase and makes the most sense.
Just
floating other options.
I know you're trying to cover all the bases just in case we get some more shenanigans here in the draft, but didn't go for that. Instead, going for what we expected with Aphelios. But this is where our questions remain unanswered until they're locked in, because Team Bahrain, you got a Kai'Sa Lux so far with a Zac for your jungle. Gashi, what is it going to be? It's going to be a Sion top lane, okay.
Gives us nothing
That
yet.
gives us nothing, absolutely zero. It's
just fun on Sion. He has played this a few times. I feel like mid could be a Yasuo, right? Like mid should be a dash champion, ideally, if you have any kind of agency.
Still
in
convinced
mid
that Lux is going to be mid.
I mean, it might be. Zoe is not good.
No, not in Syndra.
Or the Jarvan.
Okay.
That is... I still think that's rough.
It's rough, but it's not as bad.
It can trade well into the Syndra because you can match the range with the laser. We have just seen, however, a triple almost. So Kai'Sa can use the ultimate to cover some distance. The Sion can't. The Zac is engaging, is not disengaging. The Cataclysm is going to be 1v9, right? And the Syndra just gets free reign. The Aphelios gets free reign. Rakan has free entry to the fights as well if they're able to lock those down. It's kind of like gank mid, get the flash. I want to see if they finish their trades first before I continue that point. It might be Gashi mid.
Yeah, it might be Gashi mid. So subbing in and then putting Dynamo into the bot lane. Okay, that's what it's going to be.
Dynamo then plays the support. Okay, so...
And then Onder is on the ADC.
Why not, huh?
Why not? I mean, right now, you're down 0-1.
Yeah, it's a winnable series.
You gotta pull out all the stops here. Gotta catch your opponents off guard.
I mean, my guys are walking around with a square-shaped wheel trying to reinvent it. We'll see how it plays out for them. We don't know all of the inner workings of these players. They're solo queue, right? We don't actually know if they're good at these champions. You would have to assume the fact that they're locking it in is a yes, but Dynamo playing basically a mid-champion as a support should be perfectly fine. It's the support fundamentals we have to bring up in question for Bahrain. For the side of Oman, nothing changes. The draft is just decent.
Yeah.
Right? They have really good threat, really good kill threat for these skirmishes and these team fights. Zac and Sion cannot deal with an Olaf. Lux and Victor cannot deal with an Olaf.
There is only one problem, though. This synergy between the Jarvan and Olaf. Hard to really do much when Cataclysm comes out as
you
Olaf.
almost want flash.
Right.
It's almost standard with the Jarvan in a game to go flash as the Olaf too, but Ghost is the standard for Olaf.
It feels good to go for Ghost on Olaf. You kind of hate going flash, but it feels necessary as we do dive onto the Rift for Game 2. Team Oman up 1 over Team Bahrain, as Team Bahrain have gone for quite the shakeup with their roster, changing a lot of things around all over the place. Onder on the AD carry, Gashi on mid lane with Dynamo as the support. Really shaking up our expectations going into this game that could make or break the bracket for Bahrain.
So first and foremost, it is going to be the Ghost for the Olaf. Everyone else standard as far as summoner spells are concerned. I do think that Cleanse could have value for the Aphelios into the Lux, but because there isn't really other crowd control that you want to cleanse everywhere, you can go for the Ghost and just try and outskill them. And ultimately what you should be trying to do is play the other side of the lane from the Lux at all possible times. That does assume that the Rakan can handle them though. It's not a Caitlyn, it is a Kai'Sa, so as far as trading is concerned, Rakan can kind of go toe-to-toe in the lane. Caitlyn can put traps in the bush and make your life impossible, right? And that's where they start to really pressure you and weasel you out.
Also, Grand Entrance has that unfortunate synergy with the cupcake traps.
True.
That as you go for that, it's very telegraphed. You put down the cupcake trap, and by the time you land, you're already getting stunned.
That's very true. You could also just place those traps between you and the target. Yep. Makes it impossible for that Rakan. Game starts off here. Remember, of course, it is Oman 1-0 up in this best-of-3 series. Remember as well, the Dynamo is going to be the support. So while he is in mid lane on your screen right now, he is the support player.
I'm looking at who's going to get level 2 first in the spot lane. Easy E and Jank. Last game, kind of one of the first times we really saw them actually look for that aggressive play with the Twitch Melio.
Gashi going crazy
yeah, he's
here.
getting a good trade on Omani as well. That is solid. He got the level 2 spike and he bullied that Syndra.
Yeah, found his lead. Omani just going to straight up whiff the QE combo there as well, not scattering anything. Which means Victor puts himself in a fantastic position in this lane, still with a potion in the pocket and a sizable health advantage. Omani does have Corrupting Potion, so less base HP overall, which is why these trades did look so devastating, but also has used every pot.
Exactly, and that's what I was about to bring up. He's used everything. He's got the Biscuit, which you can fall back onto, but you're burning everything just to stay in this lane at level 3, and that's why WK Master is getting called here to try to help out, especially because Gashi has to flash away from the Flag Drag.
I really think there was kill threat there if they played for the kill. Walking out of the bush first from Master was a clear indicator that it was just going to be a flash or a flash predict. S Plus is now mid. The Jarvan has gone back to jungle, but S Plus is here.
Pop that ghost. S Plus get in there, yep. He's got it, no flash for Gashi, even if it's going to be the knockback with the last slingshot, trying to pull him back in. Stretching strike not going to really work out because they can chase this one down. Gashi dies to first blood. WK Master stealing it away.
Dogging the boys there. Master comes in, snipes away the 400 gold for himself. What did he do for that?
I did everything.
Came in and stole it from his team. Olaf going to be able to go back top lane. And
it was me who got the flash. I deserve the kill.
Yeah, right. That's definitely a jungle thing to say. Meanwhile, the Olaf, who somehow got a second gank off here, is the one clutch and used Ghost for this to alleviate pressure for Omani 1v9. Is also controlling that top wave. You can see at the time of that replay, the Scion was under his tower, which is why it was such a fantastic move. And thank you to the observers for getting the opportunity to do that as well.
Does help us, not as commentators, but also as
Brain
viewers.
fog, man.
Right. It's always one of those distracting things. I think it's just because we've... Oh, wow. What?
Wait, there's a
Speaking of distracting, they've got Voodoo here too.
This is a 3v3. Bahrain do simply win this.
Yeah.
Sorry, under the turret. They would win this. They would simply lose this otherwise. Nice from Easy E, the bait in.
Voodoo.
They don't know.
They don't know. Sneaky flash away, but they already got the root with the grab jump as well, and they've got the kill on both bot laners. Voodoo will trade back on Easy E, but a 2-for-1 special for Oman.
Master is a greedy boy. Doesn't play to kill the Zac, doesn't stop the Zac from killing his AD carry, instead goes for the Lux.
This is what I call the solo queue special jungler.
And look, does get it. The end result isn't bad. Zac having the time of his life, not actually hitting these until their last hits.
I think he wants to keep it frozen as long as possible.
I mean, the issue is, while it's frozen, it's not. He's not actually helped the bot lane at all. He's done nothing but hurt the bottom lane.
Yeah, it's going to slowly push away.
There was no winning in that situation, and it's going to crash perfectly as often. But look at him. He just flag drags, doesn't care that it misses. The flash was nicely done by the Kai'Sa, but at the same time sacrifices his AD carry to flash after the Lux. Truly a jungler after a solo queue player's own half.
And he's got 2 kills for it. And look at this. He's on vision completely. Voodoo knows where he's at. Voodoo is a little too low to stop the recall. Gotta watch him out of the lane. That's why Gashi had to take a very long path because he did spot out WK Master in the bottom side.
Would love some honey fruit if possible for this Victor. Omani is able to push this one in. Also has the biscuits in his back pocket. Gashi has nothing. Bahrain are going to go for the Drake because they know the Jarvan base, so this should be free.
Yeah, full vision, full knowledge. Bot lane, I mean, sure, say what you want. The slow push that Voodoo accidentally set up and made it difficult for Dynamo and Onder, it did allow them to then rotate down towards that dragon.
And top just hanging out, huh?
Yeah, I was going to say, S-Plus, that is a fat minion wave.
Yeah, it's a juicy minion wave. Fun wants to collect that one. Can judge the last hitting from him for as long as the camera is here. And I think he's just going to collect them all.
Yeah.
Happy man, happy camper.
Pretty difficult as Scion when you get a full charge like that uninterrupted too. Takes the wave, denies anything from S+ from taking that turret, but S+ is on a bit of an adventure. He is going on the safari into the jungle.
Yeah, he's trying to use that prio for as much as he can possibly get, right? This is a deep bit of vision here from Oman.
That was S+, put that down. WK Masters like, hey, I can walk in there. But they didn't take away that control ward. So the blue buff take is completely knowledge.
And also, mechanically speaking, the flash was quite good from him in bottom lane if we're going to quickly spot check the AD carry of the team.
Yeah, I was a little confused by the bot lane because I was expecting Voodoo to look for something, and then he just kind of backed off, even though Easy E was aggressing forward.
Mid all inning, Victor going to use the Chaos Storm. Syndra has used the ultimate as well.
Ult for ult trade.
But a Jarvan is here, and there is a flashless Victor, and that is a level 6 Jarvan.
Oh, he's dead. Scatter the weak connect, you're done. Bye-bye. You try to get away. That's going to be the gravity wall inside of the pit, but they've got the damage and can easily wait it out.
And it comes exactly back to what I was saying in draft here as well, Magic. All right, you pick that Victor, you trade flash from a gank a single time. Jarvan comes back. Nicely timed from him as well. Gashi is going to have that flash when he respawns. But they get that cheeky kill off, which does a lot for the game state, particularly through mid, because Omani gets the kill, gets the reset, and gets control of that wave, knowing full well that he has a Jarvan in the pocket.
And we'll have that, even though Gashi, like you said, will have that flash up now, that's still something that you can constantly target. Always try to get that off of Victor, so that way you can put the pressure, allow Syndra to get free Syndra bucks, scale up further into the game, and make it so that you have a free win. Though right now, bot lane, Jank, he's going to die to this 2v2.
Max damage combo here, very nicely done, particularly Onda recognizing that that was immediately the fight. Uses W and R at the same time, I believe here as well.
Like,
W ult in, bang, full combo, and that little cheeky auto attack that was chucked in there from Dynamo hits the Lux passive, gets the lethal.
Nice. Honestly, very well done by Team Bahrain bot lane for a new bot lane as well, for something that hadn't played the games together before. So having that little bit of synergy there, that's helped them out against Easy E and Jank, who had a pretty good time last time into the Bahrain bot lane.
Herald's still going to be taken here, however, by Master and by the side of Oman. So still pretty much in control of this game as a whole. Very odd usage of the W there. Did not expect that one, but now pressuring mid lane. Flash is there.
That's gone. Scatter the weak. There's even a flash for Jarvan and Jank on the other side. Gashi realizing he cannot escape, so he flashes forward purely to look for a 1-for-1, but he couldn't get the damage.
Yeah, not going to be able to lock that one down. Meanwhile, top lane, the Olaf has ulted Sion, just going to use the same and shouts cowards as he is the one that runs away.
I always love that. Like,
it's so good, isn't it?
It's just shout cowards, you're running away. It's one of those things, it's like a villain from a kid's movie.
It's a Team Rocket thing,
right?
Like, it's I'll be back.
Exactly. That's exactly what it reminds me of. It's the bad guy in any kid's movie. As they're running away from the battle, it's like, I'll get you next time.
You will remember this.
You'll rue the day that you crossed me.
Well, they did cross him.
Yeah, and speaking of ruin the day, Bidlane not looking too good still for Team Bahrain for bot lane.
Hello.
Does seem that they're set up for pretty much the exact same play, but Jank did have that stopwatch with the exhaust on Easy E. Easy E doing the best he can to kite back, and that's a Moonlight Vigil, explosive damage. No, Bahrain the bot lane, the only thing working out. Unfortunately, a 2-for-1 special again for Oman.
Beyond the grave, it seems like the Kai'Sa might have been able to get a Q off or something like that. Didn't quite see the animation. Full combo here comes out. Stopwatch dodges every single part of it. The E doesn't even explode from Dynamo. They're focused on Easy E. And just like that, full combo, Infernum, weapon.
Yeah, Q.
And it was the Q after death that does confirm at least a 1-for-1 trade. Full respect to Bahrain for committing 100% of their efforts towards that, but they didn't press tab, and they were punished for it.
Yeah.
Jank has also taken all of his health. He has definitely held this way for his AD carry.
Oh, Cannon as well. Make sure that Easy E gets more gold as he gets back into lane, because he did die.
Vision this time will actually spot them. Look at mid lane just quick here as well on your mini-map.
Oh, yeah.
No flash on that Victor. Jarvan with the ultimate. I know we're looking
Flag
bottom.
Drag down into the mid lane. Easy killing spree for WK Master. Casting that one off the mini-map as you were calling out, because it was pretty clinical there for that mid lane jungle duo.
Certainly was. And I know that we were looking bottom because they were trying to stop them. Play in mid Kai'Sa ult.
Kai'Sa ult onto WK Master. That is shutdown gold on Jarvan, but unfortunately wasn't enough damage to actually pop the passive of Kai'Sa. The flash over the wall from Omani. The attempted play by Bahrain mid lane unfortunately doesn't net anything.
Yeah, they force a recall, they force a summoner spell, and they will ultimately still lose to the Rift Herald charge in that play, all things considered. They will go back towards the Drake. This is very telegraphed for Oman, but I don't know how interested they are in contesting this one just now, with the Jarvan as low as he is.
Yeah, he's too low. Jank dodging away from the light binding as well. You know if they're on the objective. WK Master now with the Scar's Bloom. He's got to spot that out. Flag and drag. Might. No, doesn't steal it away. Voodoo was able to secure the objective that they came for.
He's here.
Waiting for the re-engage. Voodoo not going to get the elastic slingshot, but the flash away from Easy E. They're looking to re-engage. They got a lot of damage on the Jank with the Flag and Dragon. The double knock up, and they got a lot of damage. Rakan going to be the first casualty, as well as Jarvan afterwards. Shut down. Picked up by Bahrain. 2 kills. Gonna net them that with the dragon.
Sion is on a journey, by the way. He is between the turrets in top lane during all of this. You could hear the ultimate is gone. That fight in bottom, I mean, put simply, was a fight that didn't need to happen for Oman, but a fight they really wanted. It started with a steal, then they realized this Jarvan has no flash. He's just used that one earlier.
Yep, and didn't even get the steal either.
Didn't even get it. And then it was a flash used by the Aphelios as a result, right? Positioning ended up being in that situation. Rakan goes down for the team. And kills go the way of Bahrain. And you're left scratching your head.
Yeah, and also the fact that Gashi, he's been struggling in that mid lane for some time, was able to pick up a kill from that fight.
Helps a lot.
Helps a lot.
A whole lot. For a 1-4 Victor to be 1-4, not 0-4. But a plate for mid. Still, if you compare Gashi to the rest of Oman, especially those carries right now, he is super far behind.
Yeah.
That might actually be the mythic.
That should be the mythic for Omani.
He's got magical footwear, not boots, so he should have more than enough money for that one. Actually does get his recall cancelled by Gashi. That does mean one more free wave in mid for sure. And another Chem Soul. Another Chemtech Soul.
We're getting a lot of those here in the rotation.
Yeah.
That and Hextech Soul.
Yeah.
Those two feel like far more than anything else.
I can recall one Infernal.
I think one Mountain as well.
Yeah.
Like, and maybe a Cloud, but I have not seen an Ocean.
Going in here. Olaf nearby.
Flash slingshot out of there. So, Voodoo, you'll be fine, but has to forfeit that blue buff. Meaning that is going to be stolen away. And Oman, they get freedom in this jungle, though decimating space. Hey, fun.
Freedom gone. Someone's having fun in top lane now, isn't it?
You got the gold from Grom.
Happy man.
He's like, I got you, Voodoo. We'll keep the gold in the pockets of Bahrain. But bot lane is more important because Easy and Onder, they're fighting, and another double kill favoring the bot lane of Team Oman.
Yeah, bot lane really important here for sure. Easy E starting to run away with this game. Mid lane equally as important. You're about to see a Zac potentially go for a gank there while while Jarvan was looking for the dive on Victor. We watch this replay bottom once again. Full combo.
Oh, and it was onto Easy.
Oh, but it's a blue-red weapon combo here, so just too much damage.
It
We come back out of the
explodes
replay and said this was going to happen. So.
Yep. We knew that was going to happen, but it does seem that nobody died.
And a late exhaust bottom. I think that's the biggest thing. Running as Kai'Sa Lux, and the fact that, we'll maybe have to wait. It seems like he'll be okay.
Yeah, Jank is there too.
He's just
Look at
waiting.
S+. Yeah, S+ is on his way. That's going to be the top of your passive. TP to it to try to defend the Zac the best you can, even having Chaos Storm brewing, but you still lost Zac the moment you spawn.
They'll still find the kill. Voodoo still falls. Looking at mid right now, Gashi needs to be careful.
Oh,
Dynamo just...
no. He whiffed completely. Oh, he whiffed everything. Ooh. But it's fun, actually, here to make sure that they can clean up at least one kill, while S+ on the other side has Ragnarok. Doesn't have the Ghost, but he's got the Undertow, getting a lot of damage onto Dynamo, and saying it's easy for me to get this unless we have the damage from Kai'Sa. Trade it back 1-for-1 all the while. You have this Jarvan, no ult, but he's got full damage. Flashing forward too, looking for the kill, as Fun should die to the help of the Raptors for a double kill out of WK Master. While Voodoo, he's respawned, he's back in the fight. Got the explosive damage that he's trying to get onto anybody right now, and even bouncing around, but WK Master went back in, flag and drag, he's out of there!
Dynamo standing there with no HP and no regard for this Jarvan is looking for a Syndra, and that Syndra is so gone from Summoner's Rift. Turret falls, but so does Omani 1v9. I mean, they get something from this trade. This Luden's Lux that we are seeing in bottom lane wants to be a carry. get some money. Watch how this play happens. In the first place, they take out all of the blobs except for the one being teleported to, and Syndra just presses E afterwards. No health because majority of them were taken out. Then a Scion ult and a very tragic Lux Q. We're back to fighting. We're back to fighting. We're not really, but...
Yeah, Blast Cone. Voodoo's fine. You got the Chemtech Soul that we were talking about before. So even extra movement that you can get away from an Olaf.
Can't blame production for cutting these replays because it always looks like there's a fight.
Right. I mean, and that's
Always.
kind of what I'm expecting too, is half the time we come out of replay and there's already got 9 kills by Team Bahrain, 14 by Team Oman. Just shy of the 18-minute mark as well. There it is. Nice flag and drag though buffer away from the stun of Zach, and even using the flash gun to get back in, because look at S Plus on the flank. They know what's happening right now. They're waiting for that TP.
Teleports are in.
Having S Plus, no, it's going to be Omani showing up as Voodoo is so low and he no longer has the blob passive to work with. So they can take an easy kill off of that one. Well, Fun back underneath this turret is pretty tanky. Wait a minute, Omani kills Dynamo on the other side in mid lane. So with that done, that's 2 dead on Team Bahrain. That is going to be the Rift Herald for Team Oman.
Looks like Rift Herald free. Drake should be theirs as well in reality. They should be able to secure this objective, walk straight back over to the Drake, and there should be really no contest for either with this Zac gone. But bit of pressure here from Gashi, who gets immediately ulted.
Immediately, even though Onder wanted to get on top of EZE, it was a nice flag and drag from Master to make sure they could not get the kill onto Aphelios, but Fun will trade, get one onto Omani as Gashi's low, waiting it out, double kill for EZE. Team Oman again, benefiting from these skirmishes.
Gashi's got the moves, but not in a way that can save him, unfortunately. He's just constantly trapped. They're looking at Voodoo. Lux is back alive, and another combo comes through.
There's a lot of damage there on WK Master, but the shield and the help from Jank to re-engage with a huge quickness onto 3 members. Make sure that Team Oman are going to get out of this one.
Voodoo jumps on out to safety and will be fine. And that Drake that I said was completely free, still there.
Still there.
And S Plus is going to push a top lane during all of this. After the play that happens, top Kai'Sa hits a W, but I highly doubt she wants to follow that one through and have any kind of fight that involves S Plus on Summoner's Rift. So we'll just allow the Olaf to walk.
S Plus is truly playing the side lane game like throughout this entire bracket.
You're not wrong.
Anytime anyone ignores him, he'll take a turret. They try to fight him, he'll fight. He doesn't care. And it allows his team a lot of flexibility across the map, getting that dragon, and wasn't stolen away, unfortunately, by the what is this? Final Spark. What was the original name of Luxol?
Finalis Flunkin.
You know exactly what I'm talking about.
Funkin?
Yeah, it's some German word that I should know because I know how to speak German.
The word spark in German.
Yeah.
I don't think you need to know the word spark.
Yeah.
Either way, Final Spark doesn't find the mark on Drake, which means also that Oman will get their first one, and it's not going to be a Drake soul being threatened here by Bahrain, which is the one thing they truly have going for them, because otherwise 8k gold down. Nothing in the world is free for Bahrain as of this moment.
And it's free for Team Oman, because Omani, again, another solo kill on Gashi in a side lane, with Rift Herald having been spawned there all the way back in base.
No reinforcements coming either.
No.
No one here to help Gashi.
No.
Charge for free. Vision now gained, and Omani 1v9 recognizes he has maybe 5 seconds to attack this turret. Backs away.
They're going to get it, though.
Hard reads the situation. Has E.
Voodoo. There it is. Scattered of the week. Good counter to Zac, but you got to be careful because there are some reinforcements for Bahrain, getting a lot of damage onto Omani. And Under going to take the kill credit for it.
And Omani 1v9 simply took the fight because his team's going for Baron.
Yeah, why not?
Ask the question, why did he turn? Why did he get hit by that Syndra W? The Kai'Sa W? Well, the answer is quite simply his team has a Baron buff. So as we see that 1v1, we get out of this replay. Oman now find themselves 10,000 gold ahead. It's EZE's turn.
They flash forward onto EZE. The burst damage, not enough to actually kill him. And he's got a red. He's got the healing that he needs to kite it back and survive. Even with the choo-choo train down mid, it does nothing to stop this gravy train on the side of the Team Oman. As WK Master wants to re-engage. That's why they're committing the TP. But they did get a nice stun onto S+, so they can't look for the full fight.
Master really playing some 400 ping gameplay there with that flag drag. I thought he was going to go for the fight, but really was just protecting his Rakan post decimating smash. Marnie 1v9 with the teleport has actually gone back into the bottom lane, so he's really looking to play that 1v1 me bro mindset.
Well, if he lands one scatter of the week, we've already seen this happen before for Gashi.
Close to the wall was actually dicey for Gashi, but the Q movement speed helps him, of course, to cover some extra distance. Also having Voodoo in the pocket is going to help him feel safer.
No, I feel like it still is a 1-for-1 at that point with Voodoo there.
Most likely.
Maybe even worse than that.
Yeah, and let's be clear, that is a death cap rushed second.
Yeah, that's why.
Full DPS output. Fun hits and knock up. No one really cares now. That's the way top lane is going.
Yeah, S+ should be able to take this turret. Just walking up to it too. Sees everyone on their way to the top lane as well. Totally fine with that because that means his team can now focus on the mid lane.
Show us top!
Yeah, we would like to see that, but Under is going to get the kill as he was chasing down far for that one while his team takes down the tier 2 mid.
That was a full health Kaiser at the end of that as well. I figured S+ would go at him, but maybe to sacrifice himself for the turret. Zach wants to go in.
Out of the week, not huge. Dead. Getting the Q damage onto Voodoo. Re-engaging, flash out of there.
Ult.
There's no turret to defend you anymore. The flash in from Jank to interrupt a lot, but it's a trade of 1-for-1 at the moment. Where's the rest of your damage for Oman? I guess they're relying on WK Master. No, there's Easy E. Moonlight Vigil exploding. Voodoo nearly died, but they have the kites back. Easy E's got to be careful because he's getting chased down by the designated smash and shut down for Onder. Jank, the next casualty at his Bahrain, capitalizing on the mistakes of Oman.
Bahrain get massive shutdowns into the hands of this Kaiser as well. Only gets 1,000 gold off of Easy E. And this game is still 10,000 gold in favor of Oman. That's how far ahead they were.
Yep.
But they are giving little ins here and there to the Bahrain squad. Money into the hands of the right person on this Kaiser. Let's just play one more time. Syndra doesn't cancel the Zac. They go for the stun afterwards. It's a great ultimate, but straight into a Lux combo. This Syndra actually dies before anyone in that Cataclysm does. Loses awareness of the Lux for a second and gets punished, and now they're stuck in the base. Master could just be left to die, and I think that would be fine. And again, no ability to actually kite here. The Gale Force used for no particular reason, so the next Decimating Smash will find its mark, and Onda gets an absurd amount of money.
Yeah, that is a Kaiser that has just completed a second item fully.
What is he building now? He's got a cloth. Is it a Zhonya's AP build from here on?
Maybe.
Not normally seen with the Nash's Tooth. I don't think you go the Zhonya's.
You don't need to because you already have enough AP.
Exactly.
Not sure either, but Team Oman, like you said, they still have nearly 10K.
I vibe with Zhonya's, to be clear.
Yeah. So it's going to be another dragon taken by Team Oman, their second one of the game, denying that soul point potential from Bahrain. Like we were kind of setting up before, maybe a potential win condition completely out of the window. It was already bad enough before, now really not there.
Explosive plant completely whiffed by Dynamo, but Master assumes he was going to hit that one. An objective has been claimed as well by some miracle. It said the Scion, but it was the Victor. And we continue to pressure, we continue to push. Omani keeps using the Scatter the Weak and not finding his mark, so Zac has angles.
There it is, and look at that. Easy E going to be the target. That's a lot of damage flashed away by Easy E. All the while, S+ chasing down to the back line, looking for Gash, but he's killed off by Dynamo. And now they got to be careful. Even with a nice Flag and Drag and Cataclysm on top of Bahrain, they're still alive. There goes the Scion. But look at Jink and how low he is, trying to get back there, but he's burning. They got Zac waiting it out. Pun trying to chase down Easy E. It is trade 3, still alive on each side, but Oman still feel powerful. They've got minions and they can topple the inhibitors.
Kaiser has ult. You have to be so careful here. If Kaiser hits a W, even if it's on the Jarvan, you ult and you actually take them all out. Nice little dodge with Deki's vision.
Yeah, there it is. Does it land? No.
Red buff perfectly timed for Easy E to get full health back, and I feel like they actually cheese kill the Kaiser here.
I think you do too, but they are taking the blast guns
Master
away.
has abandoned Easy E.
It's still close enough. That's the flag now. Should scare away Onder from even attempting the chase.
Syndra's top has teleport.
Oh, it's Onder. Okay. He goes for it, but getting kited back. One more auto. It is going to be the kill for Onder. Has a heal and a shield there from Dynamo, so the turret not going to take him. And Omani, Scatter of the Weak on to the wave instead, realizing that Kaiser's out of there.
And that cloth armor was actually sold in place of a stopwatch. Recall going to be cancelled here. Blue Trinket stops the Master. Is not going to be able to walk through here and find a target without being slowed first. But hunting that blast cone.
That is a big blast cone. And it's taken by both of them. Flag and drag not on top of Kaisa. Under has been kiting forever, but here's Jank to make sure that Kaisa cannot get out of this one.
And eventually the Kaisa falls. The one person that Oman really needs to kill if they want to win this game. Mechanically, it has been an absolute mess from Oman the past 5 minutes, but they finally course correct. They finally right the ship. Their AD carry is back alive. They work towards the Baron buff. No AD from Bahrain. No contest. You would expect bar the Lux laser, and there's going to be a Syndra there. And that was really early anyway. And the Lux is gone.
There goes the Lux. Once you're noticed by Omani 1v9, he just makes sure it's a 1v1 that he'll always win. Baron picked up by Team Oman, and
yeah, right.
All right.
What that? Okay, so maybe in Gashi's mind, by the way, still has, I believe, the flash is on cooldown just. Maybe thought that the ult was used on the Lux, but it seems like Lux just died to a QE.
Yeah.
Which you would have to assume that is how fed Syndra is. That does make sense.
3 items. One of them death cap? Yeah, definitely. So Team Oman cracking more than just the bot lane inhibitor turret and inhibitor. They're looking for all lanes of pressure. And S+ in this top lane, that is a fat minion wave stack as well. That's starting to collide with that tier 3. The inhibitor turret now threatened in top lane. That could be the last one remaining that stands for Team Bahrain, so they try to deny it. They get the Ragnarok out of S+. They unfortunately lose out on mid lane.
Lose the mid inhibitor. 2 are now gone. Victor dealing with those bot supers is about to move his way over. This is the only opportunity they realistically have to look for those fights if possible. Lux binding, remember again, no cleanse, no QSS, no tools to stop the Lux from doing damage.
No, but Jank takes a lot of damage. Moonlight Vigil only doing hit to Gashi. Nice scout of the week though, completely denies the engage of Bahrain. With that gone, and he has to go back to base. Just wait it out, rinse and repeat with the minions. This time mid lane, even looking at top lane, how low that is.
Rakan bases, it's a 4v5 right now. It's a 4v...
No, it's a 4v4.
Never mind.
It's a 4v4, make it a 4v3, and make it a 3v2, because right now everyone is dying, but it's Oman actually in trouble. They might have bit off a little bit more than they could chew.
Yes, they have bitten off way more than they can chew. Inhibitor going to fall in top. Perhaps.
Oh, I know he can win this one. He's got Ghost, he's got Ragnarok, he's chasing down. It has dropped his axe. He needed to pick that one up if he wanted to reset. Pulled back because that Ragnarok is gone. And looking at Onder, he wants to chase this one down so badly with Voodoo, getting the knockup as well, but you're still going into an Olaf. You have to kite him back, and he's got the damage, he's got the shield, and he almost takes down one, but he is fallen by Onder.
And eventually it does go down. What is the cost here, right? 3 inhibitors gone. Megas now double spawning, right? Double supers are going to be here. You've got another Drake to look towards to the side of Oman. It'll be the 3rd of the game. They've bought themselves time. They've bought themselves an abundance of money and farm. You see how this fight starts off again. Omoni 1v9 is quite simply throwing himself in. Sion hits this insane flank.
Very well done.
And simply not seeing this Aphelios play good League of Legends right now with a Sion in his face. Meanwhile, Olaf was split pushing. Oman truly are just really just playing around with Bahrain. They've managed to stay 10,000 gold ahead. But the thing is, the more gold that exists in the game, the closer the gold lead realistically is, because gold matters less and less.
We are getting some pretty big power spikes for Bahrain as well.
Dude, you're 1,000 gold off the full Kaisa.
Exactly. Kaisa 12-6 at the moment. It is the Zonias that was completed. Really going for more of that poke build here to really keep them at bay the best you can.
Bot inhibitor has to be taken first here. You want those supers to spawn. Omani needs to be so careful to stop getting hit by these Kaisa Ws. Finally, one dodges.
They're going to make Team Oman question whether they want to commit to the play instead. Yeah, they are reading that they should take down this inhibitor in the bot lane.
There's even flank wards available if they really wanted to here, but they're just going to go for the inhibitor, the part that does make sense. Zac in plain sight cannot engage as long as the Syndra is there with the Scatter the Weak. So the inhibitor falls. And now we've got, you know, roughly a minute until Supers will breach the base bottom. So it's roughly a minute of gameplay with Bahrain actually holding. Victor farming out of his mind, by the way, with all of these minions that are just sprinting at him.
And you want him to get back so he can complete that death cap like he has now. Never mind. Got it in his inventory. That'll help out with this wave clear that they desperately need. Like you said, they have to hold the line for quite some time, but if they keep landing these Kai'Sa W's, that's going to make it really difficult for Team Oman to actually step up. Easy E was taken down pretty low, and we were talking about Omani beforehand.
I mean, this 10,000 gold lead is probably one team fight away from actually being a winning game state for Bahrain. Like, if they actually get time to break out of the base with an inhibitor alive, they can do so much work 33 minutes in.
They got to get out of the base. Got to the weak connect on Nagashi. They've got a lot of damage, and got to get the stopwatch on Omani. Almost traded back. It is going to be 1-for-1 at the moment. Look at the other side. He's gone. That is a big target off that you don't have to worry about. Onder, he has to kite back, though. He's got to be careful, and he's taken out by Omani. That was your only ace in the hole if you are Bahrain. Or is it? Because they got a lot of damage coming in from these tanks, kiting back the best they can. Omani slows down. Decimating Spat interrupted. And that is unleashed power onto Fun. And Fun, he's dying. He's low. He's alive. He survives. I can't believe that he is still there. But with all these super minions in the base for Bahrain,
just hit the towers.
They just got to hit the towers. They got to hit the Nexus as Fun tries to get back, tries to keep the game alive the best he can. But he's got so damn long until the rest of Bahrain
just hit the Nexus.
You just got to hit it. Don't fight him anymore. He's going to go into the zombie form, and he might be able to fight back. There it is. Never mind. It is going to be Team Oman winning 2-0.
And it does finally end up as a 2-0, the way of Oman. Perhaps unexpected coming into this series, but it does seem like Oman continue to find their victories. They continue to find their victories 2-0 against most of the West Asian teams here as well, and keep themselves very close to the top of the table.
Yeah, I mean, just having lost earlier today in the 0-2 to Jordan really was the first time we saw that Team Oman had fallen in this West Asian group. So looking at how they've really played, I mean, it's been scrappy. It's been all over the place. That's for sure.
Certainly has been, but I feel like as well after this series for Oman, if Jordan are 2-0ing them, it's Saudi Arabia goes Jordan, then it's probably Oman now as the clear third place team, I would say, in this group, which is obviously very important for them. It's a larger group than we've seen so far on the road to Asia Games for number of teams competing in this bracket. And they have solidified themselves for sure at the moment as the third best. And what to say about this game, right? I think we can probably start with the obvious part of draft, where there was role swaps for Bahrain, there was player swaps as well, right? Their submitted AD carry transition was actually a mid laner. Their support was then playing AD, and it was actually crazy. And the comp itself as well was really reliant on a Kai'Sa dealing damage, because the Victor, the Lux, they were really kept down, and Jarvan is so good into them, and they picked that into the Jarvan.
Yeah, they knew the Jarvan was going to be played by WK Master the whole time. But I got to give a lot of credit to Under. He did play a pretty good job on that Kai'Sa. He was landing a lot of those W's, especially after the Evolve, because he went for the AP build on that one. So they were hurting, but just all too little too late.
Yeah, I mean, you saw it was possible from the Bahrain team comp if they didn't have inhibitors gone, if they weren't 10,000 gold down. You saw what they could potentially do. The Kai'Sa Lux had some serious threat in laning phase as well, and makes me think back to that one skirmish they had where the stopwatch gapped them. That was the difference between perhaps a snowballing bot lane, perhaps a stronger earlier start that could get us closer to that game 3.
Well, because that's the second kill you get on your Kai'Sa early on. You don't have it thrown back in your face by Easy E landing a huge Moonlight Vigil when he had the blue and red guns.
Yeah.
There's a lot that changes in the early game for this one. And like we said, it just felt like, unfortunately for Team Bahrain, everything was too little, too late. While Team Oman, they got leads early, and then it got scrappy. It got a little dicey, but never once did they lose that near 10K gold lead.
Yeah, and it has to be said as well here, realistically, right? Like, both of these teams were playing front to back. They were forcing.
Yeah.
Like, if you were to describe, like, an inhibitor push from Oman in this win, it was just straight in. Just take it.
Yep.
It was a front to back, which you'd think gives a lot of angles, right, to their opponents to look for these flanks. But the forces were so hard that it was just straight up 5v5 ARAM style. Same thing happened in bottom. Right, they were just forcing these plays, no flanks, no awareness of different ways to engage, and it made things so much easier for a composition that has a Victor that stands next to the Kai'Sa and to allow this Kai'Sa to find moments, for Onda to find moments to actually ult in with that killer instinct. I think for Oman, right, the first point of call here for improvement for me is understanding different angles, right? You don't have to force things. You can pressure cross map. You can pressure different places at once. Send the Victor bottom because he's dealing with that wave. You don't have to put the Syndra down there to 1v3. You can just win somewhere once they show.
Yeah, exactly. And they had a couple moments where that did happen, where we saw that Bahrain showed bot lane to try to get Omani, and they took the Baron because of it. They saw Voodoo's there, they're like, hey, we can burn this so quickly, especially if you have the proper gun setup for Aphelios. That is gone in an instant.
Yeah, it definitely is. And I mean, the Aphelios as well, like, it's funny thinking back on that game, especially with those highlights that we'll get to see a little bit later. We'll get to it later.
Yeah, we'll get them later, but we do have a player interview ready on stage with Wendy, so let's go take a listen.
Thank you so much, guys. WK Master, congratulations.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Yeah, so I'm satisfied with the team's performance today.
Yeah, it was good. It was great. We went for full limit testing.
Yeah, they're great games. And
Yeah,
let's talk a bit more about Game 1. In Game 1, Wukong got the MVP, the Audi Super player. So, and it feels like you really have a very good early game tempo and also help the Twitch to do all the damage in the late game. So, when playing this champion, what's your focus?
My focus was just to play around my team and secure dragons. That's it. And we win the game. We know that our comp is much better than their comps. So yeah.
Yeah, to play with the Drakes, to play with the neutral objectives.
Yeah.
And also in Game 2, you guys also have a very good start. It feels like in the very early game, the S plus Olaf will suddenly appear in the mid lane to help you guys to get the first blood for the team. So who's the one that made the call there? What happened?
Well, he just made that call by himself. We knew that enemy mid laner that he didn't have flash, so we went greedy. We wanted that kill so bad.
Oh yeah, just grab that opportunity to punish opponents. And also, I believe tomorrow's matchup for you guys is very crucial because Saudi Arabia and you guys are the strongest competitor for the top-ranked team in West Asia region. So, what's your thoughts for this next matchup? Are you confident?
Yeah, we're gonna surprise them. I'm sure about that. Yeah.
Yeah, definitely. We're all looking forward to that. And best of luck. Thank you for the sharing.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
And back to our casters.
Oh, almost forgot. Limit testing definitely was something that I kind of agree with WK Master. You could tell that they were definitely testing a lot of things out throughout that game. They had a lot of power from the early game as well. We got to take a look at the highlights, and honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if it's nearly primarily all early game.
And it didn't limit test so badly that they threw the game. They limit tested and still managed to keep those leads like you were mentioning earlier. Right? They managed to stay 10,000 gold ahead while being aced 3 times. They still broke 2 inhibitors while they were getting aced. And, you know, strong early starts like you're seeing here through the bot lane of Bahrain. But this is that stopwatch one, and suddenly it doesn't go their way, even with the exhaust coming out very early on into the fight. The double Infernum ultimate.
And props to Easy E2 waiting that out. A lot of players would kind of get scared at that moment when exhausted and might use Moonlight Vigil before it actually has exhaust run out because you're afraid you're going to die before you get that off. Well, he held on to it the whole time so that way he could get the full brunt of the damage to exploit it back, and did it again here just a few minutes later.
And lovely little engage there from the Rakan, but unfortunately for him, flashes and the Kai'Sa just uses the ultimate instead of going into a wall, into a bush where there was no vision. Kai'Sa's able to find that one. Another fight that happens here. Constantly you will see this Kai'Sa get into the back line. And if there is a Syndra there, the Kai'Sa is gone. If there is no Syndra, suddenly everyone's dying. And also a couple of skirmishes, like full credit to Fun, full credit to the Scion for these team fights. He was finding flank angles really nicely. He was making life miserable for this Aphelios. And that is the main part of the game that kept kind of protracting this game out further and further. You'll see it in the later parts of this skirmish if it gets there as well. Aphelios tries to come in, immediately dissuaded, not able to play League of Legends.
Like, I know, you know, the Audi Super A player of the game will always go to the winner, but Fun definitely was doing a great job on that Scion. And if you could give it to a loser, he would be someone that I would totally be willing to give it to for that game. Like you said, how much he disrupted what Team Oman wanted to do.
Yeah, and look, try as Onda might, gosh, he just could not play this game. He struggled very early, right? Playing into the Syndra is already tough. He had a good early trade, but making the lane so volatile and knowing you're against the Jarvan, you have to either be there for the counter, you have to have vision out, you have to be super aware of that happening. And, you know, the flash gets forced early, the game goes from bad to worse. And Omani 1v9 certainly did try to 1v9.
Yes. And this one definitely well warranted with how many times he was just solo killing people. I mean, there's the play where he kills Lux and then immediately solo kills Victor afterwards too.
Yeah.
So, and that was by himself while his team was completely focused on Baron. So just a lot of power that he was able to bring. And Omani 1v9, it really has kind of been living up to that name in a lot of these games we've seen from Team Oman.
Definitely was the deserving Audi Super A player in that one as well. And I mean, yes, he has been hard carrying, he has been 1v9ing, and I look forward to seeing if he can continue that with these constantly changing picks.
As do I, and we have constantly evolving games because we have one more here for Day 6 in the West Asian group. We're going to toss through a break, and when we come back, we'll bring back Team Jordan and have them play up against Team Palestine.
关闭外来的杂音，找准内心的节奏。奥迪 Q4 一创，让真的感受从开始才开始。
iQOO 11系列，标配 2K 144赫兹E6全感屏，流畅又清晰，有机硅皮革，耐脏污、抗老化。全新自研芯片 VR 与第2代骁龙8强联手，音像电竞全面升级，200瓦超快闪充，充电快，续航久。iQOO 11系列，未来电竞越想操控。 累了困了，喝东鹏特饮。
Hello, hello, and welcome back. We are towards the end of Day 6 for Road to Asian Games 2022. We have one final one of the day for our best of threes, and that is between Team Jordan and Team Palestine.
Yeah, we've had a lot of interesting games today as well. We've seen Oman twice, we've seen Bahrain twice, mixed results from both of them, of course, but now it is Jordan against Palestine to wrap up this day. Not the last day of games we will see from the West Asian bracket. They will finalize their standings tomorrow. But still a very exciting game for us. It's the first time I believe we get to introduce Palestine on the main stage. They've only been competing on the side stage thus far. And Jordan, who I believe we have as our second place pretty solidly right now in this group, is going to return once again.
The only team that I think could rival the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia is Jordan. And unfortunately, that was the very first match we got to watch of West Asia. And I really kind of wish that we got to see a rematch between them at the very end after they got all the practice out of the way to really see how they measure up against one another.
For sure. I mean, it would be very nice to see them go head-to-head, but unfortunately that single round robin means it's not going to happen. Instead, we have to focus on the games at hand. You can see the flags behind us. We haven't started the best of three just yet. I'm looking forward to this one, and maybe not in the sense that it is like the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia against Jordan, but maybe for a different reason, because there's a high potential this could be a very one-sided affair based off all of the side stage games that we have seen from Palestine.
Not a high potential. It is definitely going to happen. We have been able to keep up with what's happening off stage and off camera in those games when we get a look at how Team Palestine has been. But let's focus on Team Jordan, the favorites right now for second place.
Yeah, so Zero has been kind of going back to those hard carries. That, for me, between days has been the biggest adaptation from this squad and where they've been finding the most success. But earlier today, it was Jundat that was getting it done, right? He had the Hecarim, he had the Kindred, finally unbanned and finally pickable for him, as for the first time we do get to see their opponent.
Yeah, we get to see Team Palestine on the main stage, so let's introduce them. In top lane, we got Krunk, then Palestine from Palestine in the jungle. Love that name. Ashbar as your mid laner, Skip as the marksman, and Yusuf as support.
And we have seen things that I never thought I would see in competitive League of Legends from this team in their first couple of days. One of those being a Syndra Galio bot lane. Another one, I believe, was a Cassiopeia and a Pantheon or something like that as well. They were picked. You would struggle with your pen. But don't worry, you're off camera. You can pick that one up now. We've seen some very odd drafts from them. Even earlier today, there was a Yorick that was picked up by Krunk for top lane. Now, again, none of these have actually found success. None of these have actually found them victories, but their willingness to pick these compositions that initially you think to yourself, like, well, this has to just be comfort. They're playing their one tricks or something in their off positions. But they've had so many different champions played that I'm not convinced they've got one tricks. I'm just convinced they're playing things that they want to play.
They're playing for fun is what I kind of look at it, because they are the team that definitely is going to have the hardest shake of everything, because we are looking at teams like the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, Team Jordan, Team Oman. They're teams that have players that have played competitively at some stage in their life, and a couple of them even playing recently. Like when we look at the team from Oman, they are a team that has gotten a lot more practice compared to someone like what we're seeing here from Palestine, especially looking at Jordan, where you have players that have played competitively in the Arabian League.
Yeah, and I mean, even earlier today, you just saw Casper on your screen, someone that has competed. Now, you look at him, and he was initially an unknown factor for the team of Jordan, but his team fighting has been really good. Their last series was scrappy, but he was the most consistent person there. And for me, it's been a real strong point. Though I use strong point to mean consistent a lot of the time in tournaments like this, he has been a consistent strong point. Jundat was really the hard carry in their last series.
Yeah, especially getting the Kindred and performing out of his mind on that champion, then playing that Hecarim, and like you said, the early game was completely dominated by Jundat at every stage of the game, and then having some incredible what is the ult again?
Onslaught of Shadows?
Onslaught of Shadows.
Onslaught of Shadows.
I almost said Unstoppable Onslaught. That's Scion.
Yeah, which is not to be confused with Unstoppable Force, or all of the other very similar sounding names from a lot of our Shadow Isles champions. But yes, he played really well on the Hecarim. There was a Cassiopeia that he was playing against who can't rush boots, can't use move speed, was definitely preyed upon, can't even build those Merc treads to get out of the stun combos that were there. He also had an Orianna running around as his mid laner who pretty handedly controlled that lane. Ori, one of the only reasons you do pick that is into Cassiopeia and made the lane work.
And one of the few times we saw Invincible not on something like Nico or a static ship mid laner.
Or LeBlanc, yeah,
we've been seeing a lot of those out of Invincible, so something a lot more what everyone else would consider standard, but in the current meta, really doesn't feel like it.
And he's going to have a fun time in this game. If he's going to be a static Shiv mid laner, if he's going to be a meta abuser, he is against things that basically are not the meta. From Ajbar, he has seen the Akshan that's been played in mid. There has been a Victor, there has been an Akali and stuff like that as well picked by him, but not afraid to veer away from the standard, especially during draft phase. If they lock in a mid laner, you're sitting there as Invincible and you're like, is it? Or is that a Syndra bot?
Right.
Is that a Cass bot?
And I feel like that is one of the things that Palestine do have going for them is the unpredictability. But unfortunately, it just hasn't worked out very well off stage.
Unpredictable for all of us, including us casting this game. It definitely hasn't worked, but I love the draft theory. I do enjoy if you draft very cleverly. If it is cheese, it's cheese. But like if you do a really clever draft and you throw someone off, suddenly you've got this hard counter somewhere.
Well, the thing is, you don't want Swiss cheese because it's full of holes. You want something that has a little bit more substance, a little bit more bite, like Munster.
We've definitely had some Swiss in this tournament. I know we even mentioned that yesterday during one of the drafts. It was a Swiss cheesy draft. It was certainly done in the wrong order. And I believe that was against Jordan. We spoke to them afterwards and they're like, I don't understand what they were doing.
Yeah, call them out for it. Be like, what do you guys doing? They're like, we're having fun. We're having fun here. And they are a team that is really strong. We've seen how good they are mechanically. And looking at Casper especially, he really does want to put on like a clinical showcase of how do you splash aggressively as a marksman.
Definitely. And for the Palestine squad as well, I don't know if this will be a factor given that this isn't the main stage like it has been in previous days, but the first time they're going to be on the actual broadcast, if they're aware of that, I do wonder if that's going to be a factor for them. It seems like Jordan feel none of that pressure. They're just here to have such a good
look
time.
at that. I mean, even over on Palestine, they're all smiles.
Yeah.
They're all here to have fun. And that's what we're looking. Yeah, I get the shout out.
He knows he's on camera.
Yeah, exactly. I love it though. You know, give some love to the camera.
Yeah, happy people, right? In a happy event, doing their absolute best to try and get some wins. Jordan are the ones who are finding them Palestine yet to get their first victory. I don't know what I want to see from Palestine. That's the question mark that I'm really sitting with right now. What is the best for them? Is it standard? Because standard may not have been working. Maybe that's why they went crazy.
I think that's why you go continue it. You just continue to be that wild card, the unknown factor that nobody knows how to deal with properly.
And speaking of unknown, Jundat finally got his Kindred. You know,
and now it's a known factor.
Now we know that he's very proficient with the pick. He got his Hecarim as well. Is he happy? You know, like is he sated? Does he just play whatever he wants?
No, he hasn't played Wukong.
He hasn't got Wukong.
But he had the opportunity to in that last game, and that was left open, and he decided to go for Hecarim instead. So I'm curious to see, like, for Team Jordan, how much fun do they have with this?
Did opt into it. I wonder if Game 1's going to be like the spot check. You know, we've seen this in a couple of series as well, from especially the better teams in this group. They will play Game 1 out. They'll test the waters. If they think their opponents are something that they can have more fun against, then they will have a lot of fun. And a crazy kill-heavy game. Crazy kill-heavy group, to be honest.
Yeah, and as we wait for this game to start up, kind of get into this one, kind of think about like the championship we've seen so far and the kind of crazier picks we could get. Looking at Team Jordan, you know, Zero especially, that Camille that he picked blind beforehand. Curious to see if that comes out again.
Yeah, that was something, wasn't it? I mean, Camille itself can work. It was a funny draft. We were sitting backstage watching that one. The Camille gets slammed, and we're like, I don't see how that fits into this composition, right? Suddenly we've gone from this normal draft to kill-heavy, kill-oriented lanes. It wasn't a full combo, right? It was a Hecarim with the Camille. It was an Orianna with the Camille. There was no Galio. There was no Jarvan. That you see with a lot of those wombo combos that a Camille is involved in. And also, blind Camille can be handled quite well. But we also witnessed some very interesting interactions between the Camille and the Cassante. Something that I had not seen before.
We just don't see much Camille right now with Cassante being in the meta. So the fact that you could hookshot out of all out was definitely something that you and I were like, I didn't know that.
That's insanely useful because the movement, he could take you across all of the walls. As long as the hookshot hasn't landed yet, you come back.
Yeah, you're just like,
so there probably is like a critical mass where like a certain wall size, like the top lane wall, might be too large that you can't actually buffer the hookshot.
Maybe.
And you have to be far enough from a wall that the hook shot that you throw has a duration. Because you need to be out of the ult by the time it connects to a wall.
Yeah, true.
So I don't think it will work with walls. I think it only works if he ults you to push you back, like under the turret, right?
True.
But still very useful. You can hook shot out of the Cassante all-out mode. Nice to know. Did not know that.
Yeah, didn't know that either. Kind of curious on how this draft is going to go. Like we said, we're just kind of filling time at the moment. So as we're filling the time, I want to just talk about Team Jordan because they're lads. They're my boys. I've been talking to them a lot in the lobby and stuff on the shuttle bus. They're fun guys. They're just happy to be here. They're really excited. I know day one when I first talked to them, day one when they got here, I was talking to them and they're like, we think we can beat everyone. It just sucks that they played against the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia in that very first match because we saw how they were after they warmed up.
Yeah.
Because they looked so clean in that next series that they played that you're like, okay, if they had that warm up, if they had a little bit more time to play, how close would that matchup have been against Saudi Arabia?
The whole what could have been is a conversation we get to have in the future because right now we are straight into the draft phase. Game number 1 between Jordan and Palestine. The debut for Palestine on the main stage. We'll see what they can do.
You know what I love about watching West Asia right now is we're seeing their own unique meta really develop. We see the Zac, how much priority that has had throughout our games.
So much priority.
Which is crazy because no other region we see that from. We just haven't seen that when we were watching East Asia, Southeast Asia. It's only really here.
The Lee Sin band away as well as the Cassiopeia. Definitely starting off in an odd way to say the least. Now we know that Jundat has played the Lee Sin. Not something you would
but the Lee Sin over Kindred. That's the thing.
Never ban.
Right. That's the thing. And I think it's Palestine fearing what could happen early game. It's purely them saying, we know that Jundat can play that. We don't want them to play very aggressively right out of the gates. And even taking the Wukong. The Wukong, better ban. I think that one is more appropriate.
And I mean, if it's going to be the Kindred with it, maybe it does limit the champion pool of Jundat.
No, it doesn't.
I know. Let me finish my sentence.
Nope.
He's going to play, oh no, I'm stuck with Vi.
I'm stuck with Vi, MACAU, and the Heckram he played before. Oh man, there's so many options still left for me. The Blitzcrank actually going to be the final ban here by Jordan.
Never mad at a Blitzcrank ban. Now I know that we to be fair, I like Blitzcrank ban 4-5. I don't like Blitzcrank ban in the first 3.
I just don't like Blitzcrank ban because that means he's not in the game.
Fair.
Yeah. That's why I don't like it. It's like, I like watching a good Blitzcrank.
That's actually true, and you can be very creative with the Blitzcrank. So
yeah.
And it's not going to be the Kindred.
Okay, Kindred and Nico.
So choices are plenty.
Yeah, I'm
for
curious to see.
Both teams.
I'm curious to see what Jordan pick here. Do they go for that Kindred first lock-in or the Melio? I know I was talking to Butcher, and I was talking to him in the lobby, and he was saying how free it is. Like, I don't have to do much. I land soccer ball, I miss it, doesn't matter.
Yeah.
I'm here for shield and the cozy campfire, and occasionally I have to press ult.
He's ranged either way, just sits back and throws those abilities on allies. The response is going to be a Senna, and I tell you what, it could be a Cho'Gath, it could be a Scion, it could be anything that you would like to play. Galio is my personal favorite. We've seen Gragas with a Senna. We will see where Palestine chooses to go, and we'll see if it's Yusef or Skip playing it as... Okay, so this is actually something they have played before.
Yes.
It'll be the second time we see the Cho'Gath and the Senna. Now, admittedly, it was a loss. I'm still excited to see what it can do. However, a Cho'Gath into a Melio with another ranged champion picked with this Melio is probably going to take a lot of damage in the laning phase.
Actually, it wasn't even them that played it. It was played against them. Kingdom of Saudi Arabia were the ones that played the Senna Cho'Gath.
They learned their lesson.
Yeah, they learned it, and they were the ones that played that. That was the game they played Cassiopeia, Pantheon.
Right, yes, of course. The classic response to the Cho'Gath Senna. That's how you know.
Yeah, I'm just clarifying things for everyone.
Looking forward to seeing Jordan lock that one in, put the Melio mid lane with attack speed.
Don't give them ideas at the moment.
I can't give them ideas, but they can ban Blitzcrank. Kindred going to get locked in. Makes obvious sense. If you look at Jordan, they want to play it.
Yeah, I mean, obvious. Now they got double marksman in their comp. Casper could play that Tristana, or they could just send that to Invincible in the mid lane. Still something that can go for static Shiv, and we've really seen that Invincible has been got his finger on the pulse of the meta with a lot of that stuff. Really trying to go for the abusing of the really powerful items like Static Shiv.
And it's just funny to me that we have a Lee Sin ban into a Kindred pick. What is one of the best champions into Kindred?
Poppy.
Yes. Sure.
Lee Sin. Not Lee Sin? Oh.
Lee Sin is one of the best champions because you kick her out of the ult, right? And you have lethal. They are low health, so the Sonic Wave means you are, and then Q2 with the resonating strike and just lock them down.
Yeah, I'm just not good at those guessing games.
Man, I was going to say it though. You didn't have to say it. Yeah, but you went and threw the Poppy out. Their Poppy does stop the dashes, stops the Tristana and the Kindred from being able to dash, which is nice for the grounded effect. Also really nice comboing with the Cho'Gath and a center for that.
Yeah.
But beyond that, it is just going to be the potential skirmishing heavy Poppy.
And I'm really curious if it's going to be Palestine on that Poppy as well, or if we'll continue to see that Palestine are just going to go with wacky thing. They're going to send that top lane, or we just don't see her anymore.
Yeah, anything's possible, realistically.
With Palestine, yeah.
Yeah, Olaf, Gragas ban. They're banning away things that they should be picking into the Kindred. Malphite Nakali. Okay, so
Eco's still open.
Plenty of choices. So many choices.
Cassante can easily be taken here, but looking at Palestine, with how wacky they've been with all their picks, it's so hard to predict exactly what they're going to go for. If they go for something a little bit safer, I mean, this team, that is a lot of tanky members on their team, and really falling back onto Senna being the late game scaler.
So they haven't revealed their mid laner though. And that is the last remaining piece of this puzzle, right? So
right.
What is it that they could pick that actually gives them late game win conditions against a very clearly good scaling composition here? All they're really missing is Zero playing a tank, and Cassante is a carry tank.
There it is.
As his own matchup. In my head, the answer is still Azir. I feel like you can't do something like a Corking or the Syndra as well unless you get to rush the Hex Drinker maybe. But it can be playable. We just don't know if Ajbar plays it.
Right. Kind of looking at
Victor.
what Ajbar... Oh! LeBlanc.
Okay.
I think. Yeah, that is going to be LeBlanc. I'm just curious to see if Ajbar is going to be a Static Shiv abuser as well.
LeBlanc can work. I mean, like again, you look at the opponent team here from Jordan, their tankiness is near zero, especially in team fights once Cassante's used that all-out mode. And LeBlanc provides a lot of damage. You know, Emilio has heals, but is not a healer. Is probably the easiest way to explain it. We'll wait for these swaps to be finished before I lose my mind. But as it stands, I don't mind LeBlanc. LeBlanc and a Syndra is also kind of this weird handshake lane, this handshake matchup.
That's Cho'Gath mid.
Yep.
That's Cho'Gath mid.
Yep.
That's Cho'Gath mid.
Unless they switch positions.
Okay, that is possible. We have been seeing a lot of teams kind of swap up roles. We just saw earlier, S3 and Chill swapping it up a little bit.
Yeah, lots of role swaps. We saw S3 Chill switch it up. Our last game, we saw 3 different positional switches as well.
It is possible. It is perfectly possible that Ajbar is going to go into the bot lane. But as it stands at the moment, the team compositions, I am expecting Ajbar to go into the bot lane with Yosef. Play that Senna Cho'Gath does have power, especially into low range. Tristana early is going to be something you can abuse as Senna Cho.
And Tristana has got this really weird interaction with Cho'Gath. So Tristana can jump out of the Rupture, but you have to time it so well that you need to already be hit by the Rupture by the time the animation starts getting buffered. If you do it too early, you get cancelled instead. And Senna also throws a spanner into the works for that 2v2, right? If the W connects, if the root's about to land, you have to jump prior. So it's actually really possible that Ajbar and Yusef, assuming they are laning together, will be able to make that work very successfully. Emilio, of course, expert of denial.
And that's going to be the big thing, is that Emilio, level 6 Breath of Life, can breathe life into Jordan. Team Jordan, Team Palestine, both of them loading up onto the Rift. Our first look at Team Palestine on the main stage here. While Team Jordan, we've gotten to know quite well in their gameplay so far. Looking like the clear second team in the West Asian group. But at the moment, not seeing... Oh, actually, wait a minute. Hello. Hello there. Everyone's grouped up as Palestine. Jundet's going to spot this one out. Dodges away from the rupture as well. Team Palestine, I do respect the attempt, but gain nothing for it.
So quick stock take here as well. Of course, once the scoreboard comes up, we'll probably get a little bit more confirmation of this, but...
Oh, I see Ignite and I see TP.
Exactly.
And so, yeah, again, it screams that Ashbar and Skip are swapping. Yep, and look at the pathing right now. Cho'Gath going to bot lane. Ashbar is going to be with the Senna as expected. So, more role swaps that we have here for our West Asian group.
Yeah, so Ignite Cho'Gath.
Love it.
With the exhaust on Senna.
Don't know about the exhaust.
0 sustain, except for the Cho'Gath passive and Senna Q. Of course, they have that. But I mean, for fighting themselves, There's going to be no sustained summoners, no heal, no cleanse, no ghost, right? No barrier if they wanted to stay alive. Tristana has a lot of burst, and Milio accentuates that and actually makes it even larger. They are going to be so reliant on having control in that lane. I feel like the Ignite helps them get that control, but they're going to be very reliant on that being the case. Cho'Gath can also push pretty decently, to be honest, and like again, compared to other champions that go bot lane and farm while the center supports, Cho is probably the safest of the melee characters because he can get health back with every last hit.
Yeah. And I'm expecting to see them look for that level 2, but at the moment, it does seem that Casper and Butcher are getting the better end of it at the moment. They'll in fact get level 2, forcing Ashbar and Yosef to play a little further back. Might even call Palestine down here to look for an early play.
Wouldn't be opposed to it. Red buff straight down here has done his 3 camps. So it's going to be, 2 camps rather. So it's going to be quite predictable in regards to timing. Right, full clear into gank timings. Wards you would expect to come down. Mid lane trading very aggressively here. Corrupting Potion once again from Invincible. Seems like that is his staple. Never goes to anything else.
Oh,
predictable, but look at Jundat.
Palestine already using this, using the block there. Not going to get the dash canceled, but Jundat, they called out, getting the flash out of Palestine, following it up with his own flash, but it's right in the middle of the bot lane of Palestine. So him and Butcher and Casper got to be careful, even if they've got Palestine pushed back towards their turret.
Huge wave that crashes though, so if they don't pressure under this turret, then Cho'Gath's going to have all of his HP back. So they want to be there, they want to harass, they want to stop you from lasting for free. Jundat going to find Poppy in trouble.
And he's going to go blind into that one. That's going to be a solo bolo first blood for Palestine for Palestine.
Yeah, Jundat face checking. Palestine, quite simple lockdown. Jundat even freaking out, using the dash to try and get to safety, but is denied by the W. Poppy stops you, Poppy grounds you. Now you have to go back to your room and think about it until you respawn.
Yeah, and this gives Palestine a little bit of freedom, but it was spotted off by that ward, taking the Scuttle Crab in the bot lane.
It's just crossing to the top scuttle here from the looks of it.
Yeah, but you can't take it. Look at how low Skip is. Even with TP back into lane, Invincible can rotate down sooner.
I do feel like Invincible's got 0 mana himself, so it is this interesting conversation on like what do you value more, and I think LeBlanc wants to catch those minions.
Exactly.
Desperately.
So that is going to be a free Mark II for Jundat early into the game. 4 stacks going to be so critical. Bot lane, Casper did take that Rupture. Try to fight back against Ashbar as they flash forward with Ignite ticking and going to pick up the kill, but it's traded back. Milio now 1v1 against Yosef. Doesn't have any mana to actually do much again.
Supports will stay standing. Tristana is going to respawn very shortly and start running back with those home guards. Look at the size of this wave. Butcher ideally catches this. We won't get to see if he does or not. We'll watch the trade one more time. Quite simply, they walk up, they ignite, they auto-attack. Ajbar uses his ignite auto, walks away, feigns it, I suppose, and then flashes back in to get another auto-attack off to find lethal. But that flash back in actually secures his own demise.
But it is still the Cho'Gath, the one that is farming, getting the kill in the bot lane, while Tristana didn't get it.
Yes.
So that is actually going to help out a little bit for Palestine, especially in this bot lane. Because you talked about how it is technically a little safe. They have built-in heals. But he has a Zenna and Cho'Gath bot lane. And we've already seen that they've been getting a lot of pressure. That's why Butcher rushing the Oblivion Orb.
Yeah, really trying to deny any kind of healing and can constantly harass, I suppose, as well. Probably is looking to have a large influence in that lane. Invincible 5 to 6. Trying to utilize that advantage that he currently had. See if he can push this wave in. Would not be mad to see movement towards the bottom lane once again. Drake is available, but a kill bottom is more important. The Poppy doing what you would expect. Summonerless bottom lane and a wave pushing, and the Kindred has to come.
Dashing nice set fast presence completely denies Casper's escape for a free kill for Palestine.
They're just not respecting the pace with which Palestine is getting these ganks off. Jundat is going to be here. Will we actually be able to collect a lot of this wave? But so far, so good for the Palestine squad.
For a team that's been struggling off stage as well, maybe that's what they kind of needed. A little bit more pressure put on them. So I know there's players that, when it comes to those clutch moments, perform a lot better than they would normally.
It's a nice combo from the Poppy more than anything else, right? Tristana is going to have a bad day in the office against Poppy, full stop. And just like that, the Cho'Gath might not hit the Rupture, but the rest is there. This is not going to stun.
Flash away, unleash power onto Skip.
Yusuf is here.
Yusuf being here, not getting the root though. Last embrace went wide.
Skip staying very low on HP though. He's going to have to base his without teleport. Seeing the Syndra push this wave, he may even try to stay. The Syndra doesn't use a single ability until the LeBlanc is gone, and will then one-tap the wave. Very nicely done. Controlling this mid 1v1. Bringing 3 people mid, but Invincible still retains.
Yeah, only burning his flash, which kind of sucks to add to the Syndra, but you survive, you crash the wave on top of it, with Skip gaining nothing for it.
Meanwhile, a lane we haven't spoken about much. We come back up here for about 5 seconds apiece, but look at the CS difference between Crunk and Zero.
Yeah. Zero's getting such a good lane here.
Poor Crunk just picked little old Orange, just trying to scale in that lane. That is a jump.
Jasper, that is a jump if I've ever seen one. Right onto Ashbar. Had a lot of damage onto this Cho'Gath. He's only level 5, but after this wave, should hit 6.
And just so much poke and harass from this Milio as well, denying a bit of the heal there, just so casually. I'd have to imagine that the dot output is from Casper, not from Butcher for the Grievous Wounds application.
Yeah. I would imagine so too.
Yeah. One of those weird interactions. I would imagine Grievous Wounds doesn't actually take effect unless Butcher's dealing damage directly himself. But either way, they are pushing this bottom lane. They're controlling this bottom lane. It is a 0-2 Tristana, but they have the push. At all times, they have the push.
And they constantly will, even with the nice knockup there from Ashbar.
Ashbar 6 with Ignite.
But you can see right there, the shields do make it a little bit difficult to actually commit fully, especially when you don't have flash for that flash devour.
Jundat going to take the Herald. Look at the cross map here from Palestine. Looking towards the Drake. Yusuf has been with Palestine for the past, I don't know how long, a jump in. Oh,
you jump
man.
in and he's got Beast. You always got to fear that even with the shields, they got Ignite ticking on you. Minions helping out. No! Triumph stack. Casper, he's not out of the woodworks. He will die, but he does take 1-for-1 with it.
It's actually crazy that he got that kill and managed to almost get out with his life. That was through a Syndra ultimate. That was an Ignite. That was a full feast as well. Mid skirmishing.
A little bit of skirmish.
Skip no Ignite, so kill threat not there.
Right. And that's going to be the big tell there in mid lane, but let's go to the bot lane play.
Just jumps in, just kites, right? Manages to dodge out on that center ult just barely. The Rupture misses, and then Ghost into the bush. The cannon almost killed him before he got the Triumph proc. But eventually, Palestine got here. What does that mean? It means this Drake that they were going to be doing got cancelled. They went straight bottom for the play instead. And so the slowing down of this objective being taken, it's like a whole extra minute of time that they spend bottom.
It also means that Ashbar doesn't actually get the feast stack off of it either, like
True.
you really would want to have. So instead, he has to wait off that cooldown. Probably just going to have to use that feast on a minion. You only have so many of them.
The amount of times we've seen this Poppy come bottom at the same time as the Kindred being right at the Krugs but not actually at the play is crazy. Like this coincidence of timing, it feels like.
Speaking of things that look familiar, mid lane, Invincible with no flash. Jumped on by Palestine, knocked up as well by the hammer. Keeper's verdict, but he's kiting back the best he can.
Ooh.
Invincible waiting it out, and Skip wants to get on top of him.
Palestine
He's got
too
flash.
quick. He's got water walking. Nice. Stop chasing.
Yeah, and look at that. Zero there to defend him as well.
No, but even if Zero's there to defend, Crunk comes down and uses the ult. They just don't want to.
Feels like they're a little worried, especially with how low Skip was. Maybe that was the call. They decided to go back mid. They lose out in the Scuttle Crab. They lose out on that kill on Invincible as well.
They made their decision. Their decision was not for the kill. A 3-0 Poppy still, however, running around is going to be quite an issue, especially for this Tristana.
It's also going to be an issue for Palestine if they can't get that gold into someone like Skip, who's been farming up, but he is starting to slowly fall behind Invincible. There's going to be a point where, as Syndra, into a LeBlanc, you just hold on to your Scatter the Weak at every point, and then once you see Distortion, boom, dead.
Yeah, it makes life a lot easier. It is one of those lanes where, like, in terms of the actual 1v1, LeBlanc doesn't get to play directly through the minion wave. Oftentimes, you can't actually clear the wave if the Syndra's there.
Yep.
It's way too easy to hit the QE combo, right? Scatter the Weak in the face. So you start playing on angles, you start playing sideways, you get more creative. Nothing creative about what's happening up here, though.
No, Zero just absolutely dominating this top lane. Nearly four plates taken without a single gank. The first gank is Palestine. And look at that. Zero completely negates that, even having the Ornhorn go wide.
Yeah, Crunk having a real shocker so far. Zero in the face of two is going to step up, tank another turret shot, probably stop that recall as well. Bot lane skirmishing, Rupture connects.
That's going to be the shield from Warm Hugs, and Last Breath as well to get Casper out of dodge because he was nearly rooted there. The top lane, Jundet had shown up to try to make sure this back wasn't going to happen, and that's going to be a Lantern's Fight coming out with a lot of damage, and the all-out over the wall, and Poppy will die, shut down by Zero. Zero Blast goes back into the fight.
Looks for another one, but Crunk's just going to disengage back to the turret. Bot lane, Casper has died to Yusef. They are under the turret. They do end up getting the ADC of Jordan. Thankfully, a second AD carry is making an impact on the top side of the map. And a 60 CS difference in this lane, Magical, is...
That's going to be the tower gone, too.
Substantial.
Zero, he didn't have a single gank until it was a counter gank in the top lane. As we take a look at the replay, it is the bot lane play, the aftermath of what we saw.
And this is where we stopped looking. And you thought it's fine, but the flash forward, the flash gets matched. Do they stay?
Oh, they stay.
They choose to stay under the turret. Yusef changes his mind, comes back down. Rupture does not connect. Ghost is used. Senna just crits.
Yep.
That sometimes is just the way it goes.
As mid lane, Skip did get the kill on Invincible. Will survive as well. Gets out of there with a help out there from Yusef, so... Palestine are actually finding a lot of wins across the map. It's just top lane that is not having a fun time.
Yeah, I mean, it's crazy that you look at the the kills right now. You look at the CS on average, and except for top lane, they probably are ahead in gold, but they're about 2,000, 1,000 gold down at the moment. A lot of that has to be through here.
Oh, yeah.
Zero without ult, otherwise he might have all out-moded over that wall. Just controlling. Crunk has to base. If he doesn't teleport, the tower is gone.
If he does teleport, I think the tower is gone.
Yeah, and if he does teleport, he doesn't get to play with the rest of his team.
Right, there's another catch-22 here. He TPs to the top lane, but that's demolished. You arrive and it's gone.
Well done. It was difficult to take the turret prior to this because Zero also has the Sunfire cape, and Ornn can just proc that one under the structure. Bottom fighting once again. It's an ult from Butcher.
That's Breath of Life again onto Casper, but gets knocked out by Rupture. Rocket jump away, slow down, and look at Palestine. He is looking for a potential play, but Jundet will spot him in the river, so that's why Yusef pathing up towards a potential skirmish around Dragon.
Jundet and Palestine going to find one another. Mid lane priority seems to be belonging to Jordan here, as well as the Syndra pushes this one in, but it is Palestine that start the Drake. This Tristana has got a completed mythic item. It's not that relative to the Cho'Gath, he is weak by any means. Jundet looking to dash in, it's too late.
There's the Devour, there's the Beast that we expected, and denying the dash over the wall. Poppy makes sure that it's a nice kill for Ashbar.
Well done from Palestine. They'll get themselves another kill. The objective goes their way as well. The Rift spawns, and we're not surprised at this point.
Yeah, I know, another Chemtech
crazy. Zero being engaged on. You know what? Doesn't matter. We're going to watch the replay. Doesn't get the smite. He dies next to the wall. The face takes him down. Let's look at what happens out of this replay.
Yeah, that's where we're going to see a little bit of action the moment we come back.
Jundet is the only one that died. Zero was being chased. It seems like he'd walked away.
Yeah, he died at the beginning before the replay,
yeah.
So not actually anything impactful, so maybe it was a good idea we saw that after all.
I heard the horn, man. The horn had sounded. I needed to know.
Yeah, at this rate right now,
Ooh,
Kronk
Ooh.
is not feeling too good, but Invincible fighting against Skip mid lane, nearly takes him down. The burn from Leandres is not, oh, it is enough to make sure that even in a 2v1, it is a 1-4-1.
Just barely is going to be enough. Phalisine now finds himself at Cassante, is threatening the dash against the wall, and by pressing S actually baits the abilities out of Zero. This is the most nothing of a fight I've ever seen.
Yeah, and now with all out used by Zero onto Palestine, Butcher on the other side to try to defend him, dashing back towards his team, but the rupture onto 2 people, using the ult from Senna. Zero, he has the shield and dashes away. They still may be threatening a fight as Casper's on the other side. He jumps in, and they got the resets onto Ozbar, but his body blocked with the steadfast version out of Palestine.
Yeah, steadfast presence a little bit too clutch. Poppy honestly a little bit too strong in this draft overall. But Jordan still finding their kills. Gold extends to 2,000 between them. And meanwhile, Krunk unable to find a lick of an advantage. Just trying to catch up. Objectives will fall here as well. Jordan's back in the driver's seat in this game, but still some strength there for the Palestine squad.
Before Jordan, they got some crucial gold onto Casper. He's been 1-4, now 2-4. Then getting that turret in mid lane. He's going to bounce back in a pretty massive way, especially when we see his next recall.
Even relative though to his lane opponent in the Cho'Gath, he's been pretty much ahead the entire time. That's the part that is always, when you're watching it, crazy, but Orn sounds the horn.
Flash away from Invincible, but got to be careful because Palestine's nearby. Got of the weak is still up. Kronk takes a lot of damage. He kills, and he's looking for Kronk, who is just not tanky. You built to itemize up against the matchup in Zero, and Invincible. You could have gone for that, I think. You had the cooldowns to beat Palestine.
I think he might have been able to. There was reinforcements moving their way down. Perhaps that was just called by Jordan, and they miscalculated how far away they were going to be. Flash comes in. There is absolutely no reason to follow this once the Flash had connected. The Q misses. Nice dodges from Invincible. Hits the double stun. And Krunk gets put to sleep. And then Palestine gets slowed here. And that was all she wrote. I mean, again, bit of proactivity. Not mad at the attempt. But after the Flash was gone, that was it.
Yeah. Sometimes it's about learning when to back off, right? You get the Flash, you're like, perfect. We can rinse and repeat that later on when he's a little bit further away from his tower so that we can find that play. But because you died there, it gave Invincible more power that the rest of Jordan can now exert over Palestine, because we look at how Jundat is now trying to control Palestine in the jungle.
Krunk teleports bottom here as well to deal with this Syndra who is split pushing, so teleport advantage distinctly belonging to Jordan here across the board. So many options for them to play around the map right now. Unfortunately, not many objectives just yet that they could consider. They have a Herald 2 summon.
Look at Jundat. He wants that fight so bad.
He'll be hunting for USEF.
Exactly, the squishy member. Palestine's going to be a bit difficult to cut through right now. The big
Poppy
blast
hunting
gun.
herself was looking for Jundat. Blue buff going to be taken away here as well. I'd like to see this go to Skip.
As would I, but it can't be shared. So, nope, Skip not going to get it.
Not even going to Skip.
Not even going to Skip. Going to Cho'Gath instead. Actually, I don't necessarily hate that.
Yeah, you know.
Cho'Gath has pretty good wave clear,
Yeah,
high
he
mana
does.
cost, so I don't necessarily hate it. The LeBlanc is definitely the optimal person.
Just is
that you
what
want.
it is, right?
Yeah, it is what it
It's
is.
nothing.
Same bot lane. It is what it is.
But this should break. So,
Yeah.
like, for Jordan, again, Herald to summon, it just goes bottom. They break this.
I think
Krunk
Invincible just solo kills him again.
Broken. Absolutely executed. They don't even need to summon the Herald. That could be a 2-turret play if they want to. It's just a matter of time.
Yeah, it's just a matter of time. Wait out the minions. Another wave. That's going to be a turret taken. Dragon on the board. It would be the first one for Jordan since Palestine did secure the previous 2.
See if they choose to move here to contest this one. Palestine walks his way into the river, sees that it is being done. 3,000 health. Poppy Cops the
knocks
connects.
out one. Looking for Jundat. Jundat has the smite with Lamb's Spite. Not going to be able to take that dragon. Instead, it's going to be Invincible on the other side. Trying to get a little bit of damage. Kindred smites a cure out of the pit as well.
Absolutely baited into that one so nicely.
Oh,
Jordan,
they
look at
truly
Zero.
are baited into this one because Zero has one hell of a flank right onto Yusuf. No escape can be mounted even for Palestine. You thought you were tanky, but the rocket jump forward with the buster shot killed for Casper.
So many kills go their way, and it starts with a really nice Lambster spy. Herald gets summoned in mid, 2 members gone from the Palestine squad. And Zero, I don't think, cares that there's 3 people here.
Look at that. Undeterred. Doesn't care. Call of the Forge God used on only Zero. All that attention, the Devour the Beast will be there, but the rest of the team can collapse. They've taken a turret. That's going to be a second charge from Shelly mid lane.
And there might have been a world they stuck it out in mid lane and continued to push. They had some time on their side, but why do that when we can just go straight to the Baron?
This is limit testing if I've ever seen it from Jordan.
Certainly pushing it. They've got enough sustain, they've got enough damage. It seems like they'll be perfectly fine. If they don't break mid, instead they will get themselves a Baron buff. No contest. You can see Palestine not moving.
Do you even wait it out? I was wondering, do you wait the 10
Zero.
seconds? Do you just have that kind of confidence?
That would be so high.
Oh, it would be. Just wait it out, the 10 seconds, see if you can. But right now, ooh, Casper takes a lot of damage. Skip.
Yeah.
Skip is still LeBlanc.
Well, it's not the Shiv LeBlanc.
It's not the Shiv LeBlanc, but it's
That
still
much is
LeBlanc.
said. Yes, which means a lot of burst right now, right? That one item spike, perhaps he's so used to playing with Invincibles, LeBlanc, that he's like, what's going on here?
Yeah.
We watch this replay one more time. Zero does go down.
But so much is used just to kill him.
Exactly, right? Like the Cho'Gath Ignite, the Cho'Gath Ultimate does get the feast stack for what it's worth, but all of these things are used just to expend onto a tank. And very easily followed up with from the rest of Jordan.
Also, just realize that Ashbar is really committing to the AP build on this Cho'Gath. Usually Everfrost into like more tanky route, just to have the everyone protect Yusuf as the Senna at this point in the game.
I guess they already have 2 tanks.
Yeah, I guess. But it's going to be difficult right now when you're losing your base. Butcher using Breath of Life to help out the team, but here's the call of the Forge God, only knocking up 1 Invincible, but nobody on top of Syndra. Instead, they're focused on Agenda, try to get the double knockup as well. Nobody can do anything. And Prunk, you're pretty squishy as a tank goes. You die really quickly, and that's why Skip gave up his life for you to survive while they get the push into the wall and pick up the kill onto Casper. But Zero was not a part of any of this fight. He was in a side lane and can now join in flashing forward to look for Krunk, even if you get the shove from Palestine yet again. Zero, we talked about it before. It's so difficult to kill him. That's going to be the feats. Oh, it's not enough to take down Jundat inside of Knowledge. Right in the pushback from Poppy will help him out. But underneath the next turret, Invincible picks up a double kill. He looks for more as Palestine is so low. Same with Gronk, who barely survived before, waiting out the cooldowns. And Zero, undeterred, unstopped, and unmatched here in the base of Palestine.
Zero living his best life, 100 odd CS ahead. Jordan, 23 minutes into the game, will get themselves a very protracted team fight. Skip going to try and defend the base. He just gets stunned and is pushed back and deterred.
With all those minions too. Jordan going to take game 1 here against Palestine, even though Skip is going to try his best, especially against the tanky member of Zero and the support of Butcher.
Another respawn
But they should be able to finish this off. It's hard to kill Zero. Look at that, they're auto-attacking it, taking it down. Yes, they got it.
Dicey, but they do eventually get there. They do eventually find that win. It feels like pretty straightforward stuff here as well from Jordan, all things considered. They get the 1-0 against Palestine. In a game where overall they got their kindred right, they got their draft, they were pretty happy when they started this game off. Now, I won't say they stayed happy throughout all of it. I think a couple of members here in particular might be a little bit miffed with how that played out early. Playing the Tristana, being forced to deal with what he was forced to deal with. But yeah, the result was the same, right? The fight started happening. They still got what they needed.
Well, and it was one of those games, too, where we've kind of seen this weird trend here in the RDAG, where for some reason top lane has actually been very impactful.
Hard
you look
carries,
at the entire world, and top lane hasn't actually been that big because it's all been bot lane meta. But Zero having the time of his life on that Cassante in top lane.
Yeah, we get a lot of Cassantes around the world, and they can go crazy, but generally we're just looking at Ornn, Cassante, Sion, Gragas. We're all just tanks. We're all just having a time in top lane. We're looking for team fights.
But
Not here.
Zero is not, yeah.
Not here. We have all the craziest picks you've ever seen in this tournament right now going into top lane, and Zero in this game was still the Cassante, but had such a free lane.
Right, and that's the thing. It's a Cassante Ornn lane.
Yeah.
Expected boring lane. No. 50 CS up, 4 plates at 11 minutes into the game, all by himself too. There was no help from Jundat to make sure they got that. That was just Zero dominating that lane.
I think the game ended, he was about 100 CS ahead, and that is 25 minutes, and he's 100 CS ahead. So an absurd gap in game number 1 for top lane. Zero playing his absolute heart out. Crunk just could not quite keep up. Now, he is a top laner that we have seen some weird stuff from. So I think after a game like this, he went conventional. Conventional did not work. So I don't know if we'll see that again.
Well, it's hard to go like unconventional with the picks we've seen from Crunk 2 into someone like Zero who likes the carries. Some of those pictures don't do well. The things like, I don't know, the Camille especially is kind of what stands out to me. Even Set, he's pulled out the Set. It didn't have the best performance on day 1, but we know that he's capable of playing it.
I mean, to be fair, Crunk has a Yorick and a Shen, and Yorick wins most matchups. So we'll talk about that more, of course, as we get to that second game. The highlights from this first one, and speaking very positively towards Palestine with these as well, right? Is a lot of kills down in that bottom lane 2v2, a lot of good ganks, namely from this Poppy down to the bottom lane, and Tristana had a miserable time.
Yeah, Palestine was doing a great job with their steadfast presence. Many times interrupting Tristana or even Kindred. Jundet didn't really have the best time either, but unfortunately it just wasn't enough. Wasn't enough to really stop what was happening top lane, and then because top lane was getting out of control, they tried to stop that. Shut down gold picked up by Zero. Jundet gets some freedom in the jungle so he can get back into the game. He got a kill, he got a mark, and from there Jordan just were able to take it home.
We get the cool cinematics there, jumping into the team fight. Of course, Steadfast Presence going to deny the second one, but Casper started to find his angles, and this is definitely, you know, this is the straw that broke the camel's back, so to speak. It comes in and just goes in pretty straightforward team fight, but the flank was so nasty that there was really no way out for Palestine.
There's a possibility that Palestine win that fight if Zero's just not there. He's removed completely, but that TP was just such a good angle.
And he's so tanky at this point in the game as well. Really nicely done again by Palestine. I think definitely is the star of the show for me. Is starting to steal this one for the Palestine squad, but can't deal with this Cassante. No one can deal with this Cassante, and quite simply, congratulations, you've taken out the Kindred. There's still 3 more carries to deal with, and quietly achieving. I'm looking forward to the damage stats actually for the Syndra.
Look at the Syndra.
Because that was nuts, right? Solo kills onto Crunk was one-hitting tanks. You know, that's 3,000 health extra, 3,000 extra damage done instantly.
And see, this is where you can make an argument to me for Zero or Invincible being our Audi Super 8 player of the game. I think both of them are standout performance on how they play them, the solo lane. So honestly, it could go if it's Invincible. Not gonna complain about that.
But
I would pick Zero. I just think that some of those plays and the advantages he had really enabled Jundet to play a bit more aggressively into Palestine's jungle after Palestine had focused so much on the bot lane. But Invincible was pretty gnarly on that Syndra.
Yeah, I mean, I think Zero had such a lead in his own 1v1 that it was effectively game-winning, yet Invincible also managed to find a lot of really good plays for himself, and I do think, you know, like, statistically, you look at the damage that he's dealt for his team, he was involved in most of those kills, and, you know, was a large part, but like you're saying, could be either.
Right, I'm not upset about this. Not upset about this at all.
Yeah.
I think Invincible still played one cracker of a game.
And a very deserving Audi Super A player, to be sure. I'm just glad it wasn't towards the bottom lane, because they were just hanging on on the journey while the rest of the team was
I think that would have been the only thing that would have upset me. Maybe not Butcher, because Butcher was trying his damnedest to make sure that Casper could survive. It was really rough for the Tristana, especially with how much attention Palestine put into the bot lane. But there's only so much you can do as Melia.
Yeah. I mean, they managed to keep it going, and that's all they had to do.
Exactly. And speaking of keeping it going, we got another game or 2 ahead of us, because it's a best of 3 between Team Jordan and Team Palestine. We're going to toss that break, and we'll be back just in a bit.
关闭外来的杂音，找准内心的节奏。奥迪 Q4 一创，让真的感受从开始才开始。
iQOO 11系列，标配 2K 144赫兹1.6全感屏，流畅又清晰，有机硅皮革，耐脏污、抗老化。全新自研芯片 VR 与第2代骁龙8强联手，影像电竞全面升级，200瓦超快闪充，充电快，续航久。iQOO 11系列，未来电竞越想操控。
累了困了，喝东鹏特饮。
It's allowed, but we can't handle here and now. We're so close to home. If you're ready now, the universe, it's a electric new era. We're blooming here. I sing it out. Getting closer while we're stronger. Contagious, you and I are tuning in. The earth sings aloud. Getting closer while we're stronger. This sing the era tie by bars. No, we will never be alone. We're waking up.
Hello, hello, welcome back for what will be the final time because well, actually not for the final time because it's potentially the final time because it is a best of 3. And right now, Jordan, you're up 1-0 over Palestine. However, if we look at how everything has been happening so far, especially for Palestine, unfortunately haven't picked up a single game win, let alone a series.
Yeah, the tail of the tape is against Palestine, to say the least. But we've seen some positives from them, right? Coming into this next game, we should definitely be celebrating Palestine and how good he did look.
Really good.
In terms of their draft creativity, again, unexpected because it was a Togath with a center, but the Togath was the mid laner.
Yep.
And then, you know, they still had a decent looking LeBlanc from Skip overall.
Yeah.
It's just like the game kind of ran away from them really quickly. Top lane was obviously a significant part of that difference and really, you know, made the game pretty much unplayable.
Yeah, Team Jordan on your screen now. No changes, no surprises. I'm really kind of looking at this second game, though, with Jordan having this lead. And wondering if we're going to see some craziness. We got the craziness already from Palestine. Does Jordan join them?
And this is the roster of Palestine unchanged, as it is on Summoner's Rift normally.
Yeah, as changed as the lineup goes.
Yes.
But as we saw previously, they can switch things up. Skip to go mid lane, depending on if they want to grab that Senna Cho'Gath bot lane again.
Yeah, anything's possible from this team. That's what we have learned so far. Again, just to reiterate, we have seen a Syndra Galio bot lane from this team. That is not a bottom lane that exists in competitive League of Legends right now. Of course, exciting to watch.
I was going to say, what season was that we saw that? 7?
Probably back when Galio could flash W instead of...
I think it's 7 or 8, something like that, when we saw the Mages bot lane too.
Way back when?
Way back when.
Back when Karthus was Metabot.
Yeah, that was like 5 years ago.
Thereabouts. That actually probably was like 2017.
That's season 7.
Yeah, it would have been 2017.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to think. I'm like, I think it was a little bit in season 8 as well. But, you know, sometimes as a team, you got to play the wacky stuff. And when we look at Palestine, like we said, Palestine. Looking good in that jungle. The Poppy was definitely on point, but it's also one of those things. When you're playing something that's tank in the jungle, you can only do so much.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. And when push came to shove, he kept Jundat down, he ganked bottom lane. There's 2 jobs done very nicely by the jungler of Palestine. But then Zero's farming, Invincible's farming, and starting to farm kills as well. And Casper, the second you stop looking at bottom and think that's just a 0-3 Tristana, is actually up in farm and got a 1v1 kill in a 1v3 situation. And so still proving just how good they are at competitive League of Legends here from the Jordan side. They really keep Palestine down.
Yeah, kind of like we were talking about before when we looked at Oman, and they were talking about limit testing when it came into that previous series against Bahrain. Kind of seen that a little bit from Team Jordan, and I'm curious to see just how far they test the limits of Team Palestine. If they, like I said, if they join in the chaos in this draft.
Look, I'm not going to say that's impossible. I'm certainly within the realm of I'm expecting something a bit more fun from Jordan as well if they're going to join the bandwagon. But first things first, we get into our ban phase. They will remain unchanged with their side select, and it is also still going to be the exact same start to the ban.
I'm with you on the Lee Sin ban. Not necessary, I don't think. Jundat does play that a lot. It is, I think, one of his most played competitively, that and Graves, but he likes the Kindred. That's the champion that we were talking to him before and saying that he really wants to be able to play that.
Malphite's second ban this time instead. Blitzcrank's still going to be up and available right now. Cassiopeia, I believe, was their second ban last time. Malphite was a 4-5.
Yep. Olaf.
Doesn't mean he's playing a Sejuani.
Zero did have that insane game on
did.
Olaf. So, given some respect there, maybe looking to lock in the top lane a little early.
Maybe it's a vibe, maybe it's a tank top laner, and they just really don't want to be counted. Blitzcrank. Also going to be the third ban here, so the only adaptation is that the Cassiopeia is up and available. Jordan with a team that beat that Cass last time with the Hecarim, so I don't think they'll be too shocked if it's locked in. I think they'll be quite content playing the game out. Third ban here for Palestine. Plenty of choices. Can't really predict it anymore, can you?
Going for the Gragas.
So cannot predict a thing anymore.
Wukong, Lucian, both open. But then again, so many of these meta picks are open. Zero, Yumi. Yeah, okay. Jordan actually going to go for Zero this time.
How refreshing to see it locked in first pick. We're going back to an actual pick ban here from Jordan.
I mean, okay, look, they started with Melio. It wasn't like
we just haven't seen Zeri.
I know.
It's been a whole day. It's been almost 2 days without a Zeri.
Yeah.
We saw one on the side stage, I believe.
Yep.
It means it wasn't on the main stage.
I believe that was Kingdom of Saudi Arabia as well.
So, natural progression would be Emilio and an AD carry, but this is not a natural team. This is an unnatural draft with the first 3 bans that we have. Galio, for most teams, is a mid laner. This opens up a whole world of possibilities.
I mean, I wouldn't even put it past them to put that in the jungle at this point.
Oh my god, I
locked
don't
in too.
understand.
Volibear top lane. I'm just saying it now, because why not?
Why would you ban Lee Sin and Gragas if you're going to pick Volibear? That's my question. Waiting for the Yuumi, supposed to be locked in here by
Nilio still
Gordon.
open. I mean, it's not the
Nidalee.
best.
We've seen a Pantheon with a Nidalee to make that combo devastating. Renekton's also the natural choice here as well. Nidalee Jace.
Nidalee Jace, okay.
Yep, all right.
They are looking to poke, they are looking to hurt, and they are looking to get ahead quickly.
Very Nidalee Jace. Carries damage for sure. Crowd control, no. Tankiness, no. Mobility, though.
Well, says you from Zeri. I said says you about Zeri.
Well, she's not a tank until she is.
Yeah.
These champions are tanks until they're not. On the Palestine side, to be clear, I was pointing.
Another tank? Ornn.
Yeah, Olaf band's still quite nice now.
Still, actually it is. The Olaf band definitely rising a little bit more in our eyes, but still, looking at Palestine, trying to figure out their composition.
Oh, mate, yeah, we could be here for a while working out what we've got so far. Galio support, Volibear, jungle,
Well, do they go
top.
for the full lore here and try to get a Nivea too?
Just go for the Freljord comp.
Yeah, the Freljord gods.
Yeah,
Ornn,
yeah.
Volibear, Nivea.
This
is not a god.
But she's on that realm. You got to need a 5th one, right? There's only 4, isn't there?
There's 3. Liz only has her power because of the Watchers.
Yeah, I'm just saying you need to keep Freljord theme, man.
But then you have Galio. It's already ruined.
True. He's anti-magic.
Can't work that way.
Chuck in a Lux for the cinematic.
All right, now I'm back in this. But looking at the band, supports taken off the board for both sides, even though that Galio we know can be in the bot lane. We've seen that AESF has played that in the past. Pantheon going to be the final band. They banned it themselves.
Yeah. Yeah, they definitely banned it themselves. They don't want their own mid laner to pick that one, or top laner, I suppose. Who actually knows where this Jace is going just yet? Samira is going to be the champion of choice. So again, expecting this to be a Galio bottom lane as a support. Expecting Crunk to still be on that. Ornn. And I am still expecting Palestine to be on the Volibear until that last pick throws us for a loop. But that's where they should be.
See, I'm not expecting a single thing until we get into the game.
Just so much more confused about what Jordan's doing right now. I'm still so much more confused about what Jordan's doing right now.
Oh, the limit testing.
Well, it's a Vayne top, Jace mid, right?
Yeah, they're limit testing.
What other carries could they possibly pick here that work?
Pyke.
Pyke for support.
Butcher, play Pyke. Come on.
Blitzcrank's gone. Nautilus is gone.
Pyke.
Janna.
Nah, boo.
Ah, that's the one.
Boo.
Yeah, is that a Zeri solo lane? You reckon? You reckon they pick for themselves? They pick for themselves.
Oh, yeah, they might have actually.
Zero's
yeah,
playing Zeri.
I think that's what it is.
The Zeri?
Yeah, I think that's what it is. Casper on Vayne, Butcher on Janna.
Vayne Janna kind of nice though.
No, that's what I'm
Galio.
saying. That's definitely really nice into Galio. That's the Cassiopeia, the final pick here for Palestine. Since that is something that we know that they do like to play a lot. It was banned previously.
Yeah, and somehow, Magical, we've gone through this draft phase. We started this best of 3 series.
That's a mid-lane Samira.
No. 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 We've got, you know what? I don't care. They can do what they want. Could be a mid-lane Zeri.
It could be, because right now that was the only swap that Team Jordan did utilize. Invincible is going to play that Zeri
I stopped
mid lane.
writing the draft halfway through, so...
Yeah.
that was
last one.
just flabbergasted.
Cassiopeia, that's right. I was trying to remember the last one. Yeah, okay. Once we get into the game, that's when I'm going to tell you exactly how it is. Because you know why?
Why?
Don't know what's going on otherwise.
I do feel like, you know, on paper, the Palestine roster was the easiest to digest from that draft phase.
Was it really?
Double tank, fighting bot lane, or triple tank really. Listen, I can't tell you a single thing looking at this graph. Palestine is now a top laner, Crunk is now presumably a jungler, and Ajbar I think is a support with Yusuf playing AD carry, which means every single person has switched role. That would put Skip mid. That's if they're playing their champions in their intended locations. Magical, that's if that's at their intended locations. If they play as they are right now, I'm lost. For the other side, it just makes sense, like where they're going. They picked almost for themselves. Zeri and Jace seem to have switched.
I do appreciate you trying to get us through this.
Well, someone's got to talk.
We could just let it be.
I just want to look at this.
We could just
abject horror.
It's like looking at a work of art, except it got ripped apart.
That really subjective art that some people are like, that's kind of nice.
Yeah, exactly. So looking at this game, going to game number 2.
Like a stapled banana to the wall.
Yeah, trying to figure that out.
That's so profound, man.
I'm trying to figure it out. Viewers trying to figure it out.
We just got to let them walk to lane.
That's what I'm saying.
You know,
the duck makes more sense than anything else right now.
In a lot of League of Legends, like it does exist that people will switch roles. It does exist that sometimes people will switch champions here and there, right? There's flex picks. In this game,
they're swapping up. Okay, fine. I'm fine with it now.
In this game, they flexed everything. Magical. It's so confusing.
No, they didn't flex the champions. They flexed the players. That's what it is. So it is going to be Palestine having everyone role swap. Every single
player has role swapped.
Yeah, and you know what? If that's the case, I'm more fine with it than I was initially thinking for a second, where I'm like, there is a possibility that nobody is role swapping, and that's where they're going in lane. So not saying that here from Team Palestine. Instead, it's going to be Palestine in the top lane. Maybe Kronk was just a little bit too scarred from that last beating that he got from Zero.
Look, it certainly was a beating. I cannot deny that. Janna and Vayne in bottom lane, the most standard thing that we are witnessing right now. Galio has high kill threat, oftentimes with the W start, but Vayne can condemn, Janna can use the Tornado. The interesting interaction with those two things in mind is that if you use the Tornado on the Galio, you still get taunted if you're inside the circle at the time that you throw that. So it's about keeping yourself distanced.
Giving them away the best you can, cutting it out. Right now, it does seem that Yusuf and Ashbard are going to struggle a little bit in that bot lane, especially going up against the double range as a Galio support. There's kind of a reason we've seen Galio support fall out of meta for a long time. Not just the fact that he lost the flash taunt, but seeing more things that can actually abuse him in lane.
They have to respect in this bottom lane right now as well, just the pressure of the Janna DPS and zone of control. As we look top lane, and for just a brief moment there, Zero was pressing S in front of the wave. Actually really loses out on that trade.
Palestine, he was the big player in the last game that when we were talking about Palestine. We're looking at Kronk. He's looking for that play in mid lane on Invincible, flashing, looking for the kill underneath tower, and it will be Skip picking up first blood.
They did not expect the shield to come out of Zeri there.
No,
there was actually a world that Invincible lived.
I know, I got a little worried there for a second. I hesitated to say anything because I thought that might happen.
He didn't expect to live either though, so ultimately did stop, press his W, try and put some damage down. Nice flash, good positioning from Krunk as well to find the angle, and just quite simply goes for the 3-cam clear, but you can see the guy's thumbs up. Krunk makes it happen. 4 camps in, has got himself the assist. Mid lane's got the kill, the Cassiopeia that was banned. Skip's got it.
Skip's got it. Gonna be a pretty nice lane now here in mid lane, and even looking now, he's Invincible. He's gonna struggle a bit into this lane because Krunk, he's putting up the tent.
His wave's bad for Invincible.
Yeah.
Needs
Krunk
jungle assistance. Krunk no flash though. There's really no world he closes that distance.
Just kind of keeping away from the wave the best he can.
Exactly.
Deny as much as possible from him. He did lose out on a couple minions.
Skip needs to be careful with all the creeps that he has been tanking, however. Just heard a giant yell for some reason. We'll see if it's because a recall gets stopped here. It does.
It looks like that. Zero dashes away the flash in. Palestine, no!
That's why he's yelled.
No mana either. Cutting it back, but you got to be careful, Zero. You're in your hammer form. That's where you're going to have your damage. If you dash on top of Palestine, you would have died because he would have knocked you right up.
Zero is the type of player that doesn't recall here, even though he started that one. Nidalee is on the way up as well, so may even stay in bait. Certainly is. I would like to look at top lane right now, not this bottom wave.
Waiting it out. Nidalee is going to dash over the wall.
Really like to look at top
There,
wave right now.
Waiting it out. Palestine. Not going to get tagged by the spear. Instead, it's going to be the shock blast. Doing a lot of damage, dashing underneath the turret.
He's got
and he
the
will!
kill.
What a play from Palestine!
He actually gets the kill and trades 1-for-1. Zero.
Best play he could hope for.
Zero, for absolutely no reason, committed himself to the play. Jundak could have just used the red buff and kited him through. Ooh. Justice Butts just wide.
Yeah, just wide. Taunt connected. Tornado also going to connect on to Yusuf on the other side. Still pinned underneath their turret. It's looking like a lot better for Team Jordan's bot lane than the previous game. Not really falling behind early into the game and really having to worry, but mid lane is going to have to worry because Invincible is struggling here against Skip.
He's having a very bad day in the office here, Mr. Invincible. Bot lane.
Double taunt there too, the dash in. Casper, I might have spoken too soon because this bot lane's starting to fall apart and it's going to be 2 kills over to Palestine.
They get the kills in just a strict 2v2. Mid is strictly winning in its 1v1. And you can't help but feel like, did Jordan go too far with their draft? We'll explore that question further and further, but so far, top lane, hello, mid. Skip's actually going to get the kill.
Wow, Skip surviving with a sliver of health. I think this is great for Team Palestine. That is massive leads they've now gotten in every lane outside of top.
Well, speaking of.
Level 5, level 6, Brittle passive, getting a lot of damage onto Zero, but Zero barely will hold on.
The wheels are coming off for Jordan. The wheels are coming off. They're winning everywhere, Palestine. Shutdown bounty for the Cassiopeia. The Nidalee has no lanes to gank for because the composition does not enable it.
Yeah, there's no setup at all.
The Vayne and the Janna are losing their 2v2. Mid is losing the 1v1, and top almost got solo killed by an Orn's the Jace. It is 5-1 in kills, and the gold lead is stretching.
To be fair, though, Palestine does have Thornmail at this point in the game. It does make it a lot harder for the Jace to actually try to 1v1 him.
Of course.
But, like you're saying, everything is going Palestine's way at the moment. They're winning every single lane. Kronk is even doing a good job in the jungle here, not struggling like he did last time because he doesn't have to deal with that top lane anymore.
Yeah, he's not 1v1ing a Cassante, is he? He's dealing with jungle camps. Look at Kronk.
And he's playing a Volibear as well.
Does not know, though, that this is his blue buff.
I think he does know.
Then he's just walked straight around, accepted that it's gone, and cleared a ward.
Maybe
Where's he off to?
I think he's off to bot. Look how far they're pushed up.
They have to know.
Oh, you have to know.
100%
This is very
certainty
telegraphed.
that the Volibear is in that push.
The flash in, double taunt though. It might be too late. It just might be a strict 2v2 again, but the exhaust coming onto Yusuf, so he dies, losing Samira. Krunk is too late as Ashbar. Oh no, maybe the wheels are back on this gravy train for Team Jordan because they pick up 2-for-1 to the bot.
They commit to the 2v2, and now I'm not sure they knew the blue buff was being taken here, Magical, because suddenly from nowhere a Nidalee spear connects and just half healths the Samira. Flashless Samira as well is going to be up in about 10 seconds, and Galio used that one to engage the fight. If that Vayne was 6, he probably lives there. And we have ourselves a very interesting situation. Mid starting to trade evenly as well.
I don't know if it's an interesting situation or an unfortunate one for Team Palestine where everything was going great until it wasn't.
Depends who you ask, I guess. For Jordan, I think a sigh of relief may have just come out of them that the fact they're able to get those kills. The fact that mid is equalized enough to be able to fight.
And the flash away, the reactions there from Invincible. The flash on top of Skip takes down a shutdown off the snake.
Flashes to ensure that he's not near the poison, to ensure that there was no Cassiopeia poison to get lethal damage there. Skip chucks out the ult, but it was at the same time as Invincible dashing over the wall. Feels like perhaps baited out by this Zeri.
I think it was. Let's take a look at this replay because those are some fancy feet from Invincible.
He really actually was probably going to do that dash regardless now that I'm looking at it, but
it looked good.
It did look good. I love the idea from Skip. He just hesitated a little bit, right? Waited for the wave to be thinned out. Tried to constrict the movement of Invincible, but he can just simply dash the wall, and Herald is secured.
Jundat back in the game as well. Bot lane working out for Team Jordan. That gold lead, nearly 1,500 Palestine had, completely gone.
There was such a large lead so early in the game as well. It's such a shame that it got lost as quickly as it did. Top lane as well, which was going so well for Palestine. 20 CS difference against him.
But we are seeing bot lane more skirmishing as Casper was too far out for this play. The Monsoon might save him, or will it? Fast back into the wall. And that's going to be the Deadly Bloom there from Yusuf. Almost getting Butcher on top of it. But top lane, Jundet making this game work. They already got one god, looking to topple another for a double kill.
Herald to be summoned top lane as well. Palestine, you can see, very upset by the result of that trade. We've heard a lot of yelling here in the crowd from specifically Palestine, I believe it is.
Yeah.
Very enthusiastic man. Love to hear that from him, but the emotion's running high, and now he is being really punished. They don't even summon the Herald. They just take the kills. You watch what happens here. Crunk goes in. Just gets really quickly taken apart. His health is completely gone. They just go forward. And Palestine flashes and gives the extra space for the Nidalee to cover the distance to get to Crunk. And Jundat, clearly a Nidalee player, by the way, is having a good game.
I feel like Jundat's just a carry jungle player.
Certainly.
Seen a lot of those carry performances. Looking for this play mid lane. Spear not going to connect, but does have kill threat on it to Cassiopeia. As Invincible waiting it out, but that miasma gonna hurt if you're not landing those spears in the first place.
Oh no.
Petrifying Gauge did not do enough, but you got the backup of Kronk just in case.
Skip is just winning. 3 people here, and Skip's able to win the trade. Unfortunate that he misses the ultimate, but Kronk certainly is that insurance policy. Great name, by the way. It's very, very easy to say Kronk.
It's such a good name. Also, Emperor's New Groove. Love that movie.
It's a great movie.
All right, now Team Jordan, like we said, bounced back into this game. We're at an even game state, but really, we got to look towards the top half of this map for Team Jordan, like we have many times when we talk about Team Jordan and how they've been able to play, especially Zero, as he's looking for a little bit of a skirmish against Palestine, has Jundet there top lane just in case.
Casper just waiting. Take note, dash in.
Dash in, and they've got the damage. There's no Petrifying Gaze that time, but it is a 1-for-1 trade. Skip, that's going to be a good play. So Jordan, they've got to make this play top lane work. They've got to juggle the aggro onto Palestine, who's locked underneath this turret, has the call of the Forge Guard, but doesn't even bother.
And they can summon the Herald here. You'd expect that they would do so, but they don't really have to. They will do this to make sure that it breaks as fast as they possibly can. Drake is going to be taken by Palestine as the effective trade, but in terms of gold value, this balloon's really out of proportion here for Jordan through that top side. Also for mid. Somehow, Casper's got this unique ability to go 0-3 in lane, but get shutdowns, get kills, and get ahead.
Yeah, and somehow he's doing fine as well, as he's dodging away from these abilities, looking for the play onto Kronk as they tag him with a lot of damage, but Sky Splitter Shield is still scary, especially a Volibear. You don't want to die.
Horn sounded, Zero in trouble.
And miasma on top of him, bounces around forever. Goose CC locked.
Skip was already moving back to lane. That's how confident they were in getting that kill, and rightly so. Zero, I think, accepted his fate. Actually pressed S and resigned himself to that one. Fun fact here as well, if you remember Magical way back in the LEC, Caps with that mid-Vayne game.
Yeah.
His matchup was Galio.
It was. I mean, it is good in Galio.
Just giving that little throwback for everyone. You remember back to that day. Vayne, very good in Galio, can cancel the Justice Punch, can have a very nice time in a 1v1 sense.
And the shields too, not really going to be very useful as Galio. It's more about getting the taunts, but top lane, Palestine, feels like a lot of attention is being put here by Jundet to make sure that Zero is going to be super fed.
And just like that, 1 and 4 is Palestine. It feels like the issue isn't Crunk, the issue is top lane for Palestine. They just get so aggressively dealt with.
Well, it's also one of those things where top lane was going good for Palestine until it wasn't.
Yeah, and now it's not. Even without a Renekton, it was bot dive.
Looking for the dive on Invincible. They got the stun as well. Dashing away, the flash is in from Skip, kiting back the best he can. Invincible gonna survive and actually get a lot of damage as the taunt does not connect from Ashbar. Invincible throwing it right back in the face of Palestine, but the Justice Punch, yeah, stepped a little too far out there, Invincible. Not quite invincible enough.
He was looking for a montage. Just
he
gets
was.
smacked in the face by Galio, gets ignited, and that was it. 3 people down there, and he did so well to just survive, but didn't want to settle with just surviving.
No, he wanted the highlights like he
wanted
talked about.
all of it.
He wanted to be able to post that on social media and say, hey, look at this play.
And look, Palestine managed to avoid being placed on social media. See the engage here, and quite simply, it's the fact that Invincible has ult, has Ghost. He's just too quick. Ajbar's never going to catch. Crunk has already used his abilities to turn off the turret. Flash comes in, and Invincible can stop here.
You can back off right before that Sky Splitter. Once he sees it, you can be like, I'm out of here.
Spear, Yusef gone.
Yeah, Yusef is going to be gone. No, but a taunt from Ashbar with a stopwatch out of Junbat. Junbat taking a lot of damage, has the shield as well from Butcher just in case. Nobody going to fall on either side.
Turret still being threatened. Spears finding their mark time after time here. First one onto Yusef, second one onto Ajbar just then. And pushing them back and threatening. Vane's free. Top is just winning. Skip is here though if they want to sound the horn one more time. And Zero this time is going to back away while his team controls the mid lane outer turret.
Especially with Invincible pushing bot lane, putting that pressure on one half of the map. That's even getting a TP out of Skip just to deny the turret going over, which means now another tool gone.
Yeah, you feel like that teleport going bottom actually opens up the floor for this mid lane turret to be taken.
Yeah, especially if Yusef is just going to take all that damage right there. Nearly takes the Silver Bolt proc as well.
Ryla's Crystal Scepter done for Skip. Makes it very difficult now for Invincible to kite, for Casper of course as well, who will be spotted all the time, but those ghosts being handled a little bit better by the Cassiopeia. Butcher going to clear this ward straight in their face, does not care. It is a flashless Galio. No Hex Flash as well to be said for this Galio.
Look at how Butcher is playing too. That is a very greedy Janna with nobody there, completely calling a bluff, saying, all right, my whole team's here.
Also, I thought Hex Flash was standard for Galio.
It is.
You run Nimbus Cloak.
Yeah. Crush Punch goes wide. Ashbar not sure who he wants to focus on. Going to turn the attention onto Casper, but he dashes away. The tumble, the damage. Yusef dives in. The nice Monsoon, though, from Butcher keeps Casper alive with a heroic entrance. It will be a 1-for-1 trade between ADCs.
Skip is here, but it's... Oh my god, nearly. Oh, good flash.
Nice flash from Jundat to dodge away as Butcher has to flash away from Skip too.
Oh,
and
Crunk's
Crunk,
here.
hello! Where'd you come from? Looks for the play on to Jundat, wanting to dash over the wall, but Invincible's here. No! He didn't get the dash, unfortunately, but Invincible gets a lot of damage onto Crunk. Dash back too, kiting it, but that's going to be the Stormbringer, bringing the storm to Jordan.
Palestine will lock themselves down 2 kills. They'll be very happy with those ones, especially given the mistakes and summoner spells that were being used by Jordan prior to the kills actually being confirmed. We're not going to watch this mid-fight. We're going to watch Jundak. We just really need to focus on the fact that he presses his pounce here straight into the wall. That's why this replay is here. Meanwhile, I'm not sure if Skip or if Zero is alive. But the follow-up here, Invincible just tries to help his team, raises the white flag. The second that Nidalee does that, has to accept his fate.
Seems that nobody died on either side, but take that back. Just come back, and Ashbar died. Joseph knocked into the air as well, but they got a lot of damage. Trade again. Losing out on the play, but look at Zero and how low he is. Jundat only just respawned, and Casper cannot kite away from Crunk in time. So instead, they accelerate to the Hawk Blast. It doesn't matter. They don't need to land the Spirit because they had enough damage onto the there.
That Spear does connect, but it's Skip directly behind Palestine should make this an impossibility. And Skip is going to be really the person who's holding it down, the actual captain of the squad in this game.
Still looking for the poke on the other side. Skip is going to clear out these waves time and time again. Even looking for a little bit of a play onto Invincible.
Invincible just dashed.
With that rally, you're really easy to target, really easy to chase down this time around, Invincible.
This is the worst Zeri performance I have seen from someone. But it's because he doesn't have a Yumi. He is just trying his best to find these fights. Suffice to say, for anyone watching, this is a 4-fun game.
Yeah, Zero is going to get tagged there. He can't get out.
Another shutdown. Meanwhile, mid lane, the threatened dive onto Casper will be prevented by Nidalee, will be prevented by Butcher with his Janna combo.
It is hard to dive with Janna.
You know, Zero dying there
That's nothing.
doesn't matter at all because he is one ability off having the Muramana completed. and is also ATCS ahead of his respective lane opponent. The Ornn now being a secondary support in this game has been permanently grouped up with the rest of his team. And at a certain point, the Janna's going to be too strong. At a certain point, Zeri is an issue.
Vayne going to be at a certain point. Jace.
Vayne, Nidalee all have crazy damage.
But the one thing that Palestine do have are good front lines.
And a Cassiopeia.
And a Cassiopeia.
And all the friends they made on the way.
Exactly. So isn't that all what it's about anyways, the friends you make along the way?
It is definitely a large part of it. Victory does still feel nice, though.
Palestine really gonna have to rely on the power of friendship, though, for this game.
2 items done, actually, for... Is that a Nash's Tooth or a Quinzu's for Vayne?
That is going to be a national... No, Quincy. But right now, we got to talk about this. Butcher's just going to die. He's going to get slammed, dunked, as Krunk can take him low. Gundat only going to barely survive as Casper does nothing. Not able to get any damage realistically onto these members just yet because he only has the Blade of the Ruin King, while Zero waiting out the poke. But you can tell that Palestine turning back their attention towards this mid-tier 2, tier 1. That was a good blast, but...
Now the thing is, right, this Ornn is so weak in comparison to a Vayne. He's just dashed in.
Oh, dashed in. Was looking for the knockup, and you're dead. Just dead there.
Why did you do that?
Frost onto Casper. Taunt not going to connect. And look at Invincible. He's rotated himself down here. And Skip, he's rotating as well. Going to use the ult, and that's a lot of damage onto the back line as Ashbar goes golden. But Zero is in the thick of it, and he's got a double kill, make it a triple kill. Skip has to flash away, but wait for the poke. Zero slowed down by the Rowlies, waiting it out, trying to get that angle as Casper is dodging away from everything with a Monsoon to heal him up. The Tornado does not help your Vayne, and you got to be careful because Jundat does not land the spear, but does he need to when they got the accelerated jump blast? Unofficial quadra kill for Zero.
They straight up hit the Baron. I am not convinced they can do this. The teleport's coming in.
Not one bit, can they?
You best hit the... Oh my god, man. Just run away.
Run away. Do not fight this one. Zero saying, what do you mean not fight? We fight. We always go in. We look for the blade. He is so fed. He's taking down an Ornn by himself with only a little help that technically Janna helped.
Janna probably wants to get a Medjai's after all of these skirmishes that have happened. Palestine tries to hit this knock-up, has no reinforcements nearby. Galio tries to hit the taunt, has no reinforcements nearby, gets half health. Invincible finds a flank. Zero comes in with an absurdly high damage combo there with the Gate Shock Blast, cues them. Goodbye AESF, goodbye Krunk. Casper just gets to kite. This is where it gets dicey. I will continue to say this. Skip's playing really well.
Skip is. I mean, we're seeing why the Cassiopeia has gotten a lot of attention from the team in general, as well as the band towards them.
Somehow Skip manages to dodge that spear. That was actually insane.
Really good.
But was always going to die. They forced a teleport, if nothing else, as well at the very end there from Palestine, but he also dies again. Janna untouchable. We're back.
Nice tornado there from Butcher. Completely denies any potential play that Krunk and Ashbar were looking for.
Hitting the Baron. They're hitting the Baron. The Cassiopeia just teleported into this one.
Jundat's not even going for it. They're at the
Zero's
dragon.
Here.
And they're bursting this down. That's a Cassiopeia on a Baron. They take that very quick, jumping in. Palestine creating a lot of distance for the team with the miasma. Petrifying Engage did not do enough, but they got the damage from Casper onto Yusuf, trying to get back as best he can to survive. Heroic Entrance does not get the knockup because they already lost Krunk, even with the taunt getting the kill for Galio. What have you lost on other places? Because Zero can chase everyone down at Palestine.
They've lost absolutely everything. Galio's recall gets cancelled. He is absolutely gone as well. Spear manages to get bumped through the taunt, and goodbye Ajbar, goodbye Palestine.
So you gain the Baron, but
lose an inhibitor.
Nobody has it either. So it's even worse. The Dragon will fall over to Team Jordan. The inhibitor will fall to Team Jordan. Do they even take it Nexus turn?
You know he's thinking. You know he's thinking about it. They're going to prioritize the Drake. This is also, Ocean Soul point for Palestine, so they will actually respect this one, prevent that from happening. We have an Ocean Soul, believe it or not.
Bro, I feel like it's Team Jordan. You want to have the Ocean Soul for Palestine, just then just get the Elder Dragon and end the game sooner.
I don't know if I want to give it to a Cassiopeia, but I hear what you're saying.
Yeah, you see.
Watch the fight again. Palestine, I think it was, just dies before this is even taken. Yeah, just completely removed. Casper plays this really nicely. It's a great condemn. And then unfortunately, just gets stuck into this mind game. Of course, the rest of his team's winning, but this has been very funny to watch. Casper was the 1v1 I was staring at. He's having a bad day in the office, but he's got a 0.
He put on quite a show yesterday, where he was able to have all his great flashes, the dodges, and today it feels like he's trying to replicate that again. But sometimes you just got to play cautiously. You just got to play consistently.
Have you ever seen... Well, Zero's in a bit of trouble here, but...
Have you ever seen what? Because it's dead.
It's dead. Have you ever seen a Galio support build ever cross Zonias?
Yeah, I have.
I haven't.
I'll tell you right now, it's not good, but I have.
Yeah, it basically summarized my point, though.
Yeah, that's all I get in so many words.
That is odd. I just keep seeing him use it, and it's like, well, it's crazy that you're one-hittable. But I guess his team has 2 tanks and a Cassiopeia that's like an off-tank.
Yeah, it does work in this composition. I think it's very reliant on that. But the problem is also, like you said, you're just getting too tapped as Galio. You're dying before you can really do too much.
You're against a Vayne, man.
Yeah, you're against a Vayne who can already rip you apart.
The Zeri, who has 2 items working on a 3rd. Looks like a Black Cleaver.
That's an interesting second item.
Jace Vayne, I suppose you actually just get to apply the stacks to everyone and amplify DPS output.
Fair.
Turret gone here. Definitely not contestable, but there a W. Oh my, Yusef, goodbye.
Zero is doing
Relax.
so much damage. Crunk, you don't want that one. Trust me.
Crunk don't want that smoke, man. Vayne split pushing bottom as well here, so they will start to put their attention towards this Vayne you would expect, and that's where things get dicey. Skip actually threatening in mid lane.
Skip is the only threat,
Oh,
really.
he's going for it.
He's the only threat that Palestine have, and Petrifying Gaze not connecting on to anybody means they do have to be even more wary at the moment. The call of the Forge God gets 1 knockup, but the taunt in there from Ashbar actually might be huge. They're getting a huge knockup, and Zero, the big carry for Jordan, is out of the equation, but you still got to worry about all the damage from Invincible. He is still part of the fight and getting a lot of damage, clearing out the minions. And Skip flashing forward, Jundet slowing him down, even get him to go golden at the moment, but he'll die upon arrival. Even with the smite does not help, and it's shut down gold for Skip.
They're still within 3,000 gold, right? Still within touching distance of the gold difference in this game. Vayne's going to push in that wave bottom. Top is threatening the turrets. Yusef is going to walk towards mid lane right now, but hasn't got creeps for quite some time. No teleports, no opportunities to flank or really deal with the map state right now. Palestine will take the kills. They'll take the time that they've been afforded. As Jordan try walking down mid until it no longer works. Magical?
Yeah,
they did try.
They did try.
They did try.
But the thing for Palestine, you know, at least the game is still going. Is that a Gargoyles on the Cassiopeia?
Yeah, it's actually quite standard.
Is it really?
So the best thing about Cassiopeia is how easy it is to build health, right?
Yeah.
And then the Gargoyle's Stoneplate allows you to play like this super tank frontline cast build.
Okay.
The weird thing is, in this game, he has a frontline
Right,
everywhere.
that's kind of why I'm a little bit more questioning on it.
But it does mean like a burst comp can't ever kill you. It lets you play really creatively.
Okay.
I'm a fan of the build.
Okay.
And also, if you wanted to, right, there's even more health stacking AP items that you can go to full build with after.
True. Very true. We'll have to watch that, see if it does work for Skip here, especially because Team Jordan, even if they have lost a little bit of that lead, they still control the entirety of the jungle of Team Palestine. You can see how hard it is for them to move outside of their base.
What a nuisance that is. Horn sounds. That's a Jace. Top lane.
Dodging away, but Skip, he's invincible. Starting to get a little bit more difficult for Skip to fully invest on these 1-for-1 against Invincible. Unless we have this play in mid lane, Monsoon used with exhaust onto Yusef as well. Casper and Butcher are low. Jundet does have a lot of damage. If one of these spears connects, especially onto Yusef,
Jace is winning as well right now. That's why Palestine is, you're seeing them flashing forward, feeling so pressured, constantly looking for these plays. The longer this stays,
that is actually going to be Zero falling. So he might have taken the inhibitor turret, but he'll die, giving up his life as there is a dragon on the board. And you talked about it before, an Ocean Soul, especially for Skip, is going to be really big.
Invincible running down. Knows that he has to take part in this play. Yusef no flash is a very dangerous prospect for him. But they get access, they get control, and they own the river. Jundet
really
hasn't got a
quickly,
successful steal yet.
Cassiopeia on a neutral objective.
Man.
Goes really quickly. So you got to get on top of it now. Jundet too far back. He's hiding back the best he can, but he's taunted. They've got to secure the soul over for Palestine. As Ashbar, he'll die upon, or will he? Dashing forward, yes, he still dies regardless. Petrifying Gauge though from Skip. It was nice, but nobody was there to follow up. So instead,
Jace
Palestine
is alive.
have to back out because Jace is alive and he can TP to the fight.
There's a couple of flank wards that would be there for him if the fight were to continue. You can see the ping saying, on my way to the Baron buff. So that might just be where they choose to go. Galio gone. It is now effectively a 4v5 in their favor for Jordan. And this time it is a realistic Baron buff.
Yeah, they're going to take this one. Palestine, unfortunately, too far out unless Krunk could get a huge steal, and that tornado denied everything.
Look at Zero. Waiting for his moment.
Call the Fort God, tight corridor, but they focus on to Jundet instead.
Oh.
And look at the damage that Zero does because you did not focus on him. That's why you had to get the kill afterwards. But now he's got everything he needed to, even with Krunk winning a double kill. Now Invincible, look at him. He's untouched. He's unscathed. Oh no, it's looking like a certified Zero moment with a knockup though from Palestine. The flash in from Invincible to try to survive. And Skip has a huge shield, but Invincible's damage is now invincible. Even if he finally dies to Palestine, as Butcher gets knocked into the air because Ashbar respawns from the previous fight. Flash away. Butcher, he'll survive. What a chaotic fight.
Butcher does live, but basically everybody else dies at some point in this skirmish. You watch it back, it starts with no Galio on the board. The Ornhorn connects, they look for their target. Yusef gets legitimately one hit, and Palestine was hitting a lot of Orn combos in this fight. Krunk, good reacquisition towards the correct target. Invincible is kiting, trying to get it done, but you saw how tanky Skip was.
Yeah.
And how much time he's able to purchase. The Ceres embrace. This Janna has been clutching this fight. But then that extra little shield comes through, you know, that's that extra half second, it's that extra cooldown from Palestine. Suddenly, Invincible is falling. Summoner spells get traded at the very end, but when all is said and done, the Baron buff amounts to maybe just a Janna.
Just a Janna. That's it. That's the only one that has it. So Butcher, wherever he is at, is going to be the power that they have. But I'm still looking to further into this game. It has been quite a wild fight. Jordan playing to the power, it feels, that Palestine have, playing into these team fights, especially that Cassiopeia thrives in, is really giving Palestine these avenues back into the game.
I mean, it's certainly keeping them, again, within touching distance at all times. The fact that where we're at, Palestine with a kill lead, down 3,000 gold because they haven't got any turrets yet, means the amount of standing money that exists for them if they get a successful team fight that's really favorable, they just break open the whole game. So Jordan now definitely needing to shape up. The further into a game you get, the less fun you really get to have, or less mistakes that you can be inclined to make. Jace nearing critical mass in terms of his strength, though, is a really big positive for them, and that is his last item done.
Yeah. Full itemization for Zero. And Zero has been the big factor in a lot of the games we've seen from Team Jordan. Has really getting all that damage, like we talked about before. He popped Yusef. That Samira did not get to play a game of League of Legends in that last fight.
We're still not really playing for side lanes or playing for the split just yet. Jace is about to establish himself down in the bottom lane right now. Vayne is also one of the single best duelists in League of Legends with 2 items plus. Casper is planted in mid. Zeri has been grouping up a little bit more now. It's all about Jace, and it's all about timing now, so you need Jordan to start synchronizing those waves, actually setting up for some plays.
That though, spotted by Krunk. As the rocket belt away from the fight.
Jace is already hitting an inhibitor. Palestine looking for the fight, not to defend.
There's 2 open inhibitors too. If nobody goes back to stop him,
coming back now,
he can
3
easily
of them.
pass all the way to the top lane as well.
With a
He'll
Galio
take that.
ult.
Galio is there. Samira looking to cut off the retreat, but Zero's got a lot of distance. So he goes back in. He dives on to Palestine, knocked into the air, bounced around and juggled by Yusef, but that's a lot of damage with the exhaust on top of him. But he dashes back in, but the stopwatch from Yusef is clutch to keep him alive.
All summoner spells and a stopwatch were used by Yusef just to make sure that was a 1-for-1, essentially, with the inhibitor. Meanwhile, pushing top lane, it's Invincible's turn to see how many people he can draw his way, as the rest of Jordan just continue to deal with the ire of Palestine. Palestine's going to try and stop him, but you can't stop this Zeri from pushing.
You need Skip there if you're going to stop this. I think
Invincible
Invincible is going to look for this fight. Look at the damage he gets. The mid lane, they're not had to go golden. And looking at Skip 1v3, nearly taking down 2 members, but Casper dashing in the final hour with a Monsoon to heal up the members of Jordan Skip. You might be tanky, but you got to be careful. Heroic Engine should deny Team Jordan. Wait a minute, no, not at all.
Hold up.
Is Ajbar too low, and the spear connected on the Skip. With the flash in, with the taunt, it is going to be a trade of 1-for-1. Maybe not, because Kronk gets a shutdown top lane.
Zeri eventually falls. No idea what happened in top lane, but Zeri just presumably kiting tanks until it inevitably stopped happening. No last Whisper item there for Invincible, so one of those slow burner situations. Ocean Soul still there for the Palestine squad.
30 seconds until Elder Dragon.
And it's winnable.
It is winnable. Palestine. All right, really, I think you just put everything into Skip. He nearly 1v3'd there in mid lane.
Let's just see which of his replays are. Okay, so it's going to be Invincible, Palestine, and Krunk duking it out in 1-for-2. Dash just used Invincible ult. Tries legitimately just sprinting as far as he possibly can. You know, it doesn't matter.
Doesn't matter because Yusuf is going to die as we get back to live. Zero gets the kill, but Zero going to be traded again, trading his life for Yusuf. So
it's not a good trade.
Yeah, like that might not be what you want to have if you're Team Jordan, especially with Elder up.
Skip has teleport as well, so he gets in much faster. Casper might want to swing some momentum their way, but he has to deal with the base.
Yeah, has to deal with that, so he's going to clear that out.
Now is a good time for Casper to fight.
Are looking for the play, trying to force out anything from Skip. So they go on to the Elder.
Force the teleport, perhaps. They could be happy with that. You could disengage after the teleport gets forced because Supers start to win the game for you.
2 waves, too. Top and bot will push in for Team Jordan. That's 50% on the Elder. That's going to be the TP. The flash in with the taunt. Isn't enough. They get the Justice Punch on Invincible, but he is looking invincible. Even with the dash in, the flash away from Kirk immediately after the Stormbringer. But a Petromangde slows down Invincible as they get another flash away at the dash. Asbar got nobody. Had to go golden to survive. But look at Invincible tagging, making sure there's no dash away from Asbar. And all the while, Yusuf is in the base defending. A 4-man knockoff from Palestine. As Skip picks up the kill onto Casper, but Zero on the other side. Team Jordan dashing in. They've got the damage, and Skip is gone. There goes the carry of Palestine, and poor Jordan find what they need. They've got the fight finally that they can push to win off of.
A never-ending cycle of fighting and fighting for objectives, and finally to completion or near thereabout. Zero is going to push in bot, has a Janna, and Butch and Zero have to deal with Yusef.
Only
no
Yusef.
Exhaust, no flash.
Yeah, that's going to be really difficult.
Has got a Guardian Angel.
He does, but look at that dash in, and we already saw the trade of a life from Zero for the life of Yusuf.
Oh,
that was with other players nearby. Yusuf just doesn't have it at all. That's going to be the game, or is it? Because it looks like Team Palestine might have thwarted Jordan continuing the game just a little bit longer, but Zero, I think he wants
to leave.
Yeah,
Zero doesn't want to.
He wants to finish the game.
Oh.
He dashes in, and he gets the Guardian's Angel popped out of Yusuf, waiting it out. Ashbar gets the taunt, the dash back in, but Zero's damage is huge, and a heroic entrance goes wide. Not getting the accelerated shock blast, but Zero.
Oh, they're all alive.
It's a little too late.
Stop being
Everyone's
here.
back.
Run.
He's got to run. He dashes back in, trying to get the trade onto Skip, but he's too tanky, and he picks up shutdown gold.
There is no teleport, though, from Skip, so he's probably going to be stuck defending this base, or he has to walk the long road towards the Elder, because keep in mind that everyone is respawned. That's how long they were fighting for. Casper back to the Elder Dragon means this has gone near immediately.
They take that one way too fast. And even though, again, it
Baron
was
after.
kind of a crazy set of circumstances, it does seem that Team Jordan find themselves back into the driver's seat.
Baron buff should be the next protocol here for them. Invincible going to use his wave clear that he now has, completing that Titanic Hydra as well. Nidalee, bit of zone defense here from them while they've got the Elder still dangerous. Jace or no Jace. Respawning of the inhibitor in bottom lane is going to be a saving grace for them as it comes up just now. Top lane still with the super zone and exposed Nexus. Palestine say we have no choice. Let's make the play. Casper.
There's no TP from Zero, so he can't get here quickly. But with Elder Dragon on the other side, you've got to be so careful, especially against Casper, because he's kiting back. Even if you got Ashbar going golden, Casper tries to see if he can get the kill. They've got one. Galio's gone, but it traded back. Casper died as Invincible. It's his turn. He's the marksman in this game to try to kite back away from Team Palestine. But Skip wants to get back to the base and deny a potential backdoor that could have happened. And that
that one's gone.
That gives Invincible all the time to chase back Palestine. And with Elder Dragon, you're not going to get out of this one, Palestine. You can only delay the inevitable.
Okay, but he's healing.
That might be enough. Or is it? The TP, is it going to be in time? Looking at it, no, barely.
Actually, so close to getting that kill. Sorry, to getting out with his life. The kill is confirmed. And now they've got some time again. Ajbar gone for 15 seconds. Palestine for 50, and Zero is back alive. Skip wants to fly straight away.
Butcher too far forward, so he took a lot of damage to the dash in onto Skip with that shield from the gargoyles. Gotta keep him up and rearing to go for these fights, but that Elder Dragon out of Invincible really starting to hurt the members of Palestine.
Right now, there is no inhibitors dead. Right now, the base is safe for the Palestine squad. Invincible has no mana. Half HP. Butcher, half health as well. Seems like we're just going to have that reset of necessity here for Jordan, and the game will continue. The gold lead is still somehow only 2,000 gold, but that is an open base, so Palestine kind of stuck within their own confines. They are in a prison right now.
The moment they leave, the moment Zero wins the game.
Jundat chooses not to use his smite or any damaging ability and does gift that one over to the Galio. Generous man.
Yeah, not the worst thing.
Genuinely looked like he gifted it.
It did. It looked like he just backed off that
like
one.
I sincerely believe he gifted it.
Just be like, all right, friendly exchange here, Ashbart. You can take that. I'm just going to take the game, though. Right now, we're looking at how Team Jordan are set up. They keep attacking this Cassiopeia. And I get that that's what they have to do because she is the most powerful player on Palestine. Skip has been putting on a good performance here on Cassiopeia.
Jace threatening top lane.
But that's the thing. It's like, you don't really need to attack that Cassiopeia. You just got to make sure there's room
Look at them just
for
ants
Jace.
running towards the Jace, seeing if they can find. The second he shows, they'll go back forwards and then Jordan push. They've seen Zero.
Have they?
I believe the Volibear saw him just briefly. Either way, he's playing super safe right now. He's waiting for the wave to push in mid. We are at this point where one mistake could be ending straight down the middle lane for Palestine. For both teams, actually. One mistake could be ending straight down the middle lane.
There are long kept timers at this point in the game. And there's not much standing in either way, and you can really quickly take that, especially with the Samira.
Oh, the
flash in, but does not get the stun. It just got the slow, but Casper is still going to be the target regardless, and he's healing up forever. How is he still alive? Cutting it back finally. The hammer falls on top of him. But
Samira
look at Zero inside of the base because they got Zeri taking down bot lane, top lane. It looks like Zero is going to get the trade onto Krunk because he wants to get that.
Invincible's just going to go for the Nexus.
He's going for the game. He's on top of it.
You thought.
Nobody's stopping him. He's got everything possible to flash in, but the damage on top of it almost is him.
It's Jason's turn.
Oh, but he dies. Palestine denied the backdoor attempt on two fronts.
3 dead for 30 seconds. 50 seconds on 2 of them, and Palestine straight down mid lane. Can push. Jundat might even consider the option of going for the back door himself.
I was considering that. I'm like,
Janna's going to buy a lot of time here as well with the tornado, so
that's
the game...
40 seconds until Zeri and Jace are up. Even if Casper spawns, that's a lot you're going to lose.
Yes, it is a lot. It's a minimum inhibitor, right? I don't know if the game ends, but it certainly could. And if it does, then Jordan just threw this one away to send us to 3 games, and I am ready for bed.
I think we all are, but we'll see right now because it's Palestine knocking at the door of Team Jordan.
15 on
They've
Invincible.
got an inhibitor turret quickly. Inhibitor gone as well. Casper might be up, but you got 10 seconds to remain here, and that's the dash in from the Ornn and Volibear. The turret, one will fall. There it goes. They've got the dash in, but Jundat, he's not going to survive. They're on the Nexus, and it looks like we're going to game 3.
Well, tell you what, as a game of League of Legends, I think Palestine will be happy they got their first win here. Listen, I don't know if there's relief, happiness, I don't know what emotions it is that is being felt right now by the Palestine squad, but you could tell they weren't high-fiving each other too much. They were just like, wow, what a game of League of Legends we just took part in. And I feel the same way, to be perfectly honest with you. What a game of League of Legends we just took part in, huh?
Yeah, we all took part in that one, watching that one, casting that one.
Oh, man.
Players playing in that one. I mean, the one thing I can say for Palestine, Skip looked really good on that Cassiopeia. Honestly, got to be the Audi Super A player of the game.
Yeah, I mean, if there is one thing that we will take away from that game is that the Cassiopeia that has been banned from in the past is obviously a pretty big feature. It definitely is something that was a deserved ban with how comfortable he looked on the pick, especially compared to other games, just how comfortable they looked in general. But also, you know, he was a Super A player. The Super A player was also two people throwing their lives away at a Nexus for no good reason. So Jordan, also Super A players for Palestine.
Yeah.
So it's a real.
Yeah, but
what a game. What a.
Seemed okay.
Jordan, our mates, we had good conversations with him.
I'm a rib, so I'm gonna get on him.
We're gonna get on the bus with them after this best of 3 and be like, what was that?
What was that? What were you guys doing? And you know they're gonna be like, you know, we were just messing around. It's like, yeah, I get it.
Yeah, you're messing around for another whole hour now.
Yeah, you are.
It's not just messing around anymore. We're stuck here. I don't even know what sort of highlights we're going to get, to be perfectly honest with you. It was a game that never ended and fights that never ended. I don't know how you still have your voice left after a couple of those ones.
Trust me, casting up NA games, that's how it is.
Right,
yeah.
I barely have voice as it is. And look, you can see a couple of these fights that were just so incredibly positive for Zero. His damage output was insane. And when push came to shove, it was always the Cassiopeia that was holding it down for the Palestine squad. And another fight that still looked like it could potentially be so positive, and that's what you're about to witness. A game where the Nexus was exposed, where they just kept split pushing. They didn't want a 5v5. They drafted a really astro bad composition here from Jordan.
And still almost
won.
And honestly should have won.
Yeah.
Honestly should have won.
Yeah.
Honestly, I think you just don't attack the Cassiopeia lane one time. You help out Jace because you know that Palestine's always there. Then suddenly you put all that pressure. You take down the Nexus really quickly. Everyone has to collapse into the base. They can't ever leave. But you know what? It is what it is, right?
It is exactly that. Magical. What it is what it is. And what it was a Palestine win that Jordan threw away. There's no other way to sugarcoat that one. As much as we would love to sit here and celebrate Palestine getting that victory.
I'll celebrate Skip.
And we are celebrating some assets, some factors within that. When it's said and done, it was their opponents that also, you know, opened the floor countless times. Not just once, countless times, until Palestine eventually found that team fight that just was that final nail in the coffin.
Like this fight right here, just should have been the game ender. Should have been, this should be it.
Yeah, should have been. Elder Dragon certainly was something that was a giant sore point for both of these teams. Really, a lot of focus went towards it. It was an Ocean Soul that was secured as well by the Palestine team. And when the game ends, they had a whole lot of kills between both of these squads.
Yes, they did. Yes, they did. This looks like a scoreboard summary of my gold game.
81 kills, 43 minutes, thereabouts.
Yeah, right around there.
A lot.
Right around there, and you can see the gold graph as well. All over the place. All over the place.
And don't be fooled, Skip was the mid laner. His damage output was absurdly high. He was keeping up with the rest of the team. Zero tried his best. 60-odd K damage, and you're damn right.
If it was anyone else, I would have ridden.
It has to be Skip. It has to be Skip.
Literally, the shining light of that entire game for Team Palestine was how Skip was playing this Cassiopeia. And honestly, you can make the arguments, yeah, Jordan making a lot of mistakes, but that Cassiopeia also allowed them to capitalize on said mistakes.
He was without a doubt the Super A player.
Yeah.
He was without a doubt the Super A player in that game. Very deserving MVP. And for Palestine, of course, now it is an equalized 1-1 series. They will get an opportunity to win their first series here in the Road to Asia Games. But a surprising second game, to say the least.
And a surprise as well, because we are getting into a surprise third game, only our second time during the Road to Asian Games 2022 that we're going to have that happen. So we're going to toss to a break so we can get ready for our final game of day 6, no matter what, because it's a best of 3. We'll see you on the other side.
关闭外来的杂音，找准内心的节奏。奥迪 Q4 e-tron，让真的感受从开始才开始。
iQOO 11系列，标配 2K 144赫兹1.6全感屏，流畅又清晰，有机硅皮革，耐脏污、抗老化。全新自研芯片 VR 与第2代骁龙8强联手，影像电竞全面升级，200瓦超快闪充，充电快，续航久。iQOO 11系列，未来电竞越想操控。
累了困了，喝东鹏特饮。
Greetings from the 2022 RDAG Regionals in West Asia. The gateway to Asia, Africa, and Europe, and the link that connects the Atlantic and Indian Oceans. Diverse cultural societies have long since developed in Mesopotamia, Asia Minor, and the Arabian Peninsula, and the eastern plateau of West Asia. With esports newly established in West Asia, it is tremendous to see its rise and potential for growth. At the 2022 RDAG Regionals, Bahrain, Jordan, Kuwait, Oman, Palestine, and Saudi Arabia teams will compete in the League of Legends event. Bahrain, the pearl of the Persian Gulf, is where oil's first discovery in the Middle East. Will Bahrain's players bring something slick and new to the game as well? Jordan, the home of Petra, the Rose City. Tourism is not the only thing booming. Esports also thrives in the country. Kuwait's rich oil reserves help keep its cities modern and vibrant. In turn, these have had an extraordinarily positive impact on the growth of the esports ecosystem in the country. As the oldest market in Arabia, the Mutra Souk in Oman has always been a hub for exchange among Omanis. Now the players from Oman are preparing for a new exchange in esports. In Palestine, the land of olives, people work together for a better life. The same spirit of cooperation is reflected in their esports athletes. In the middle of the Riyadh, you will find the iconic Kingdom Center, a vision of the future. Saudi Arabia may be yet on their way to building another kingdom of esports and gaming. We hope that the players from West Asia enjoy the 2022 RDAG Regionals, where unity and friendship are shared throughout esports.
The Road to Asian Games 2022 will take place from June to July. Throughout this period, teams from 5 major Asian regions will compete against each other to top the inaugural Asian esports country and regional groupings. Let the first ever Asia-wide esports program commence. The League of Legends competition will span 8 days from June 15 to 22. Among the 5 regions in Asia, Central Asia and South Asia regions will combine to form one major competition region, while the others stand on their own. Each region will host its own regional competition. Regional competitions will follow a single round-robin format, with each team competing in a best-of-3 series. Teams will earn 1 point for a win and 0 points for a loss. The final rankings will be determined based on the total points accumulated at the end of the competition. In the case of a tie between 2 or more teams, tiebreaker rules will be applied to determine the final rankings. The West Asia region showcases the talent of 6 teams representing Bahrain, Jordan, Kuwait, Oman, Palestine, and Saudi Arabia. Watch as these teams pit their creative strategies and masterful skills in an epic battle for supremacy. The teams across different regions are prepared for the ultimate challenge. Who will emerge victorious and gain a prime spot on their journey in the Asian Games? We will know soon enough.
It's also a 3-in-1 Zeri who has finished off the Trinity Force and the Runans.
Lupo's going straight on in here. Done that. Try to save yourself, friend. He's running around. He's hoping that he can maybe get a W across. We'll have to invest the flash to try to get the safety, but now it's going to be very difficult to make this one happen. They're just not going to be invested. There's going to be a routine. Oh, Q2 goes and connects onto Onikan. So finally, they get the kill onto the Ari, but in the meanwhile, it might cost them too much. It might even cost us tier 2. Waves right on pushed up. You've got Zero coming in and hoping that he can heal, but he's not going to be able to. Invincible too slow, and that cage didn't help him at all. Game mode's online, but there's no value off the back of it. It is going to be the ace coming through. Everyone dead on Team Jordan. Get to the top out, it's going to look for the fire sapling, and even something to find the vision. Voodoo might go down, and once he does, that means the Baron's going to be that much free. Aquis just constantly going forward, the Yumi ult as well, just slowing him down. Aquis has got so much health, he's so untouchable, and again, Team Bahrain are going to get torn a new one. Dynamo trying to survive in the tomb, but it ain't going to work this time.
Zero is here looking for the undertow, and he's got the damage. Even if you've got the shields, more gold for the Viking. He is pillaging everything of Bahrain right now in the middle 2v4. But the Viking, he is not afraid of any battle. You cannot stop Zero. Zero to hero here for Team Gordon with another triple kill under the tier 2 mid.
Got flash if he needs to. Holding off on that as they get a lot of damage on the other side. Call the force gun. 4-man knockup from Mad Fury. Allows Aklis to just go rampant here. Untouched in the fight. Even Esla trying to get on top of Lucian, but he's dashing in. He's ready for it all. Oh wait, collapsed beautifully, and even with Esla denied from the charge away. Can't yell coward to get out of this one. You're going to be hunted down and get another bit of gold for Aklis. Welcome back, everybody. We got one final game here for Day 6 in West Asia. No matter what, this is the last game because best of 3 tied up by Palestine in Game 2 after probably one of the longest games we've had here for the Road to Asian game so far.
It has to be close to the longest games that we've had so far. We end up with an Elder Dragon. We've had a lot of fights in that game as well.
Almost had 2 Elder Dragons.
Yeah, we almost had a second one. It was a chaotic game to say the least. It was certainly a game that went back and forth. It was certainly a game that Jordan could have won. Right? They built themselves a pretty nasty poke composition between a Jan and Nidalee and a Jace.
I liked how you're trying to justify that.
I'm just telling them what they had.
I mean,
I'm not saying there was synergy between the Nidalee and the solo laners, but the Jace and the Nidalee did have poke, right? And if the Nidalee and the Jace were mid and jungle and the top laner was a tank or a stun champion, it would have been a much better composition.
Yeah.
But listen, they didn't have that.
They didn't have that, but they did do a lot of damage. Zero was, what was it, 60,000 gold damage that he did?
60-something thousand damage, yeah.
Something like that. And even Skip, who was amazing on the Cassiopeia, still only had 50,000.
Yeah, I mean, look, he did well. Zero played super well until team fights where he started to really just try going for these 1v4 montage moments, right? And just pushed his limits a little bit too far. And we've heard the word limit testing thrown around today. This game is no exception to that word being thrown around. And I do expect that off the back of that loss, Jordan are just going to shape up, right? I think that it's very clear that that was a long, arduous loss. They won their first game. Even that one was a little bit dicey here and there at times.
Yeah, but you look at the draft on both those games, right?
Exactly. So I think this is going to be like the most standard Jordan that we will see in this best of 3. And I think they will probably put their best foot forwards.
Especially for Jordan, being a team that, when we look at Invincible mid lane, he has been really on point when it comes to a lot of the meta, right? There's Nico, LeBlanc with Static Shiv, even the Vigar, but all these games, all those champions have been left open.
True.
And we know that he likes to play those. He's very comfortable and very good on the Nico especially.
Yeah, without a doubt. He loves it. Like, if he's got the Nico in the wheelhouse, then absolutely this is the type of game where you just lock that Nico in.
Right.
I mean, I think maybe you could consider the Cassiopeia ban just because mechanically, like, Skip was so solid with the pick.
It was.
And it was really weird how many people swapped their rosters. This Galio support was building full AP. There's a lot in that game that still is a big question mark. But above all else, Jordan should just come back in. They should play it 100%. This game should be very Jordan favored based off history and what we've seen even in this series, right? It was a winnable game for Jordan. They weren't even playing their Exodia draft.
Right. And when you look at that, when you say, hey, they should have won, then usually if a team's having fun in a lot of these games, that's when they go into this third one and they're like, all right, try hard mode. We're ending this game as quickly as possible. Let's see what kind of powerful picks we can get, especially because we are having a swapping of sides. Jordan is going to be on red side, and they've taken away that Cassiopeia real quick from Skip.
Yeah, why not, right? Take it away. It was a very consistent problem. Zac and Blitzcrank are 2 other options that you could probably look at for the bans, and I think that is pretty standard for them. I don't think you're worried about a blue side Palestine going for the Nico Slam in their first pick or anything like that. Syndra is actually going to be the ban here after the Lee Sin. Learned their lesson from game number 1, how much they value that Syndra. And again, a lot more focus going towards the jungler of Jordan.
Kind of like they did in game 1, where it was the Lee Sin Wukong banned away by Palestine on red side. The only adaptation is the Lucian, making its way through the draft at the moment with Syndra being banned and Orange. The final one by Jordan really leaving out a lot of powerful picks.
They have been hard winning against these Orns. I think, maybe Zero's just sick of it.
Yeah.
Sick of the matchup, playing against too many Orns. Give me some carries, some top lane, something a bit more volatile, but plenty of tanks still up there. Cassante, I think, is a pretty free option here for both of these teams as a first pick, but I do not know what Palestine will first pick. I simply cannot tell you what that will be. I cannot predict their draft. They are unreadable. I was never predicting that.
Probably the most normal thing you've ever seen them draft first two.
As a first pick, yeah, probably is.
Yeah.
I mean, sets up this interesting follow-up draft here from Jordan with Rakan as a point of priority. I don't think you need it. You can just
Melio Lucian.
bot lane.
Melio
Lucian bot lane.
Because Butcher's been spamming that as much as they can. I think you slam Melio Nico here. Lucian final pick before the next round of bans.
You could even go for a jungler depending on priorities. I like what you just highlighted though. Melio, the definite factor in that. Seen the Xayah matchup, so they know what they want to play as an ADC into it. They will opt into the Aphelios this time around.
Still not horrible.
Still quite very powerful. One of the S-tier ADCs running around.
Yeah, so having that locked in here with the Melio.
Rakan
Viego.
That'd be nice, wouldn't it?
It would be very nice and very standard.
What if instead?
Rakan's got to be the pick.
Galio.
Rakan's got to be the pick.
Mordekaiser.
We have seen the Mordekaiser, and I saw you drop your pen this time.
Ah, it's gone.
Yeah, you dropped your pen this time, not me.
Yeah, I was just shocked by Trundle. I hope it's a support.
Kind of too much.
That'd get me going. That gets me excited,
I'm kind of with that one.
They are nerfing Font of Life interactions with Echoes of Helios, so Trundle support is going to last one more patch.
Use it now. Use it while you can.
While you can. And I'll tell you what, if they do lock that in, I'm changing my predictions. I'm full bias to Palestine. Told ya.
Yeah. Seems that Ashbar got one note, and that's Galio.
It almost feels like this team doesn't actually have a support. They're just making it work. You know what I mean? Like, this is a team that may not actually have a dedicated support main in the main 5. And so they just play their drafts where this Galio, who's an AP mid lane Galio player, is just comfortable mechanically on the pick.
Yeah.
Right? And they're just putting him in the bottom lane.
There it is.
With the Nico response, we finally get to see the Nico again. I don't think that's too surprising.
Not one
by
bit.
any means.
It's what we expected, right? Team Jordan going into this one a lot more serious. They got Melio, Aphelios, Nico, incredibly powerful picks in the meta by any standards, by themselves, let alone all three on a team.
Also, quite simply, the Trundle being blind picked as presumably a jungler. I know it can be flexed to top lane, but picking that into someone where a Graves can be easily picked, right? The Graves player, Kindred could be easily picked.
I think you just ban away some of the junglers. No, Cassante.
They are making it harder for themselves, and that's why I think maybe Trundle is a top laner. But they're blue side, so the flex has to be revealed sooner or later.
Right.
That's where they're going to put that champion. For the side of Jordan, I don't think you're really hard pressed with like a lack of top lane champions or solo lane champions. Nico's obviously not flex, so I would not be mad at a top lane pick here. I think I'd be preferential to it. With Cassante, Gragas, Malphite gone though.
Well, the thing is, you could just grab the jungle too for Jundat and then hold on to the counter pick. And we know how deep Zero's Shampoo goes. So even with something taken away like the Hecarim, that, aiming at the jungle, I'm still looking at what Jundat likes to play. Kindred, that screaming Kindred right now.
Poppy owns Galio, but not really anything else in terms of champions that he has played so far. I've seen a fair bit of Xin in this tournament, but I don't think we'll get the Xin. Rek'Sai. It'll be the Rek'Sai, okay. So not fully aware of the matchup. Rek'Sai is also one of those champions on patch 13.11 that is a bit more of a bruiser than is an assassin.
Yeah.
So loves a good brawl, has got the Nico to back it up, right? So utility is going to be there through the ADC as a sometimes food and the mid laner all the time.
Yep.
I would like a tank top laner. Plain and simple for Zero. We'll know the matchup soon, though.
Again, this is looking like the most normal draft we've seen out of Palestine so far. I know your eyes are going wide, but I'm expecting that Trundle...
Oh, no, they're just barely staying open, mate. Don't worry about it.
Yours are barely staying open.
Yeah.
I got to wake up at 3 in the morning.
Yeah, no, you've got it rough.
Yeah.
Olaf.
So that is going to be Trundle in the jungle, bot lane, Xayah, Galio. Maybe Annie could be there, but nah, more than likely gonna be mid.
Yeah, so again, expected lanes, as far as the champions picked are concerned, the only thing we have difficulty with now with Palestine is which players are playing what.
True. Also, technically, Olaf could go into the jungle.
Jax, I like this.
Jax. Actually, it's solid.
Yeah, so we see an Olaf not into tanks. Olaf's best matchups are usually tank champions because you obviously can't be stunned.
Nope.
But you have some true damage you can chuck down there, right? You've got really good chase potential as well as wave control. Jax is one of those champions, right, that'll still take damage from the axes that you throw out. Will still take damage when you use your E, but at the same time is a scaling champion that at a certain point you don't actually get to 1v1 against, right? So there's always going to be that threat in the side lane. And in team fights, because there is no tanks that you're running through, everything can kill you.
Right.
So it's a really difficult game, a really difficult draft to be the Olaf in. I'm not sure I'm a fan of that pick, to be perfectly honest with you. And Trundle is the other frontline choice for them to work with what was an AP Galio last time. I feel like they're so fragile now that they can just be run through.
And it's also really difficult for Palestine as well because they have a team comp that can be kited really easily outside of Olaf. Trundle, Galio, Annie, got a lot to work through in order to get to where Olaf is going to be.
Yeah, not going to be high on the priorities. I mean, flanks maybe could be an angle to look towards if there's one thing this team does have. Also, you know, Galio really likes dive champions. If Galio loves a Camille, that's like your staple, your bread and butter combo. Why does Galio like Camille? She dives and she locks someone in your ult circle.
Yep.
This team does not have that. This team has maybe a Flash Annie, but it has an Olaf with Ghost that just slowly meanders towards the fly. You're not going to Galio ult that. Trundle's the same. They both just have movement speed, and so does Annie primarily.
At that rate, you're probably just more likely to ult the Xayah if everyone's getting on top of her.
So it's just going to be an anti-Nico tool.
Yeah.
That's probably what you're looking at right now. Nico tries to engage, you Galio ult, give everyone a magic shield, and then try and counteract some of that burst to give yourself a fighting chance. But that means they're going to have an impossible time going forwards. And Olaf's not a kiting champion. Nope. Olaf's a chase down champion. Because you want to collect the axes that you've thrown, not run away from them.
Rusty for the last time today, but only the second time in the road to Asian Games. We are in Game 3. Team Jordan, Team Palestine, loading up onto the Rift. And looking over at Team Jordan, this is the meta that we've been seeing from almost every region. The Nico, the Milio, the Felios, even the Jax and Rek'Sai could be argued.
Yeah, a lot of attention towards the jungle champions for bans means that Trinidad had a tough choice of champions. Goes for this Rek'Sai. Really good at zone control, right? Being able to use the tremor sense to find people is going to be invaluable when you're looking for skirmishes or you're trying to track the enemy jungler. Trundle is one of those champions that also cannot skip movements or movement patterns, right? Can't Shaco jump over a wall like a Rek'Sai can. So it's more predictable, more obvious, and a lot easier to find with that tremor sense. In terms of lanes themselves, though, I do feel like Milio ruins Galio.
Yep.
It's not even remotely funny how ruined you get.
Ruins Galio, ruins Annie, ruins Trundle. All of them.
Yeah, I mean, slow chase down champions, you just get hit with a soccer ball, but Galio can't even justice punch, right? So, again, I'm struggling to see a way that isn't an Annie Flash Tibbers, that allows them to win these fights.
And even then, you got to slowly meander into the fight after the Annie stun. I kind of look at this one. I think it is going to be, it's going to be on the flashes for Team Palestine here. Flash, Tibber stun, flash, taunt from Ajbar as well afterwards, because you actually can charge it up a little bit after you flash in, because the stun should last long enough. But
Flashes and flanks, right?
Right, and it's difficult. It's difficult to rely on, especially because you look over at Team Jordan. They have so many tools to deny you from engaging while they themselves have great tools to engage.
Yeah, they have basically the Exodia comp. Skip going to use his stun there in mid lane, has absolutely zero priority in this lane as the Nico just hits that one home, hasn't used the potion yet. In the driver's seat in the 1v1-0. Briefly look towards top lane, look at the CS difference between them, is seemingly doing quite well in his 1v1 for now. Olaf constantly has threat though, as Crunk walks mid.
Gonna have that root there onto Skip.
And that's it.
Invincible doesn't even need to flash, barely needs to walk away. The top lane's actually a lot more of a skirmish than we expected, because that's going to be the Counter-Strike done, and first blood solo polo for Zero.
Yeah, very simple solo for him. He's able to hold the Counter-Strike that entire time, and Olaf walks into melee range while that was still available to be used. Jundat looking at Krunk right now, looking at the blue bar. What was it, Krug? Knows that he's there.
Waiting for the burrow. For the tunnels, even calling
Jax
Zero.
is here. Here they go.
No, Kronk, this is looking bad right now. You're able to get the smite secure on that one, but he had to flash away. So flash burned from Kronk. He will get his blue buff. A lot burned just to get out.
Zero may have been auto-pathing there as well, a little bit tragic for him. You watch this play top one more time again, the Ghost. What does it provide you when the Jax is already in melee range?
Yep.
Ghost doesn't even delay the inevitable, you stay in range. Invincible, Zero mana to his name, but has got the push, has got the crash.
I think he's got a lot of stacks on that corrupting pot as well. Just popped it too.
So he'll be good. He'll be all right.
I'll get some mana back, waited it out as well.
And kind of the expected start to this game overall, right? You're not expecting an Aphelios and Emilio to be losing their lane. You're expecting priority for the Nico in mid lane, and you're expecting the Jax to have more of a fighting chance against the Olaf than tanks will traditionally in their respective 1v1.
Oh no, and they're putting up a camp on Palestine top lane. Got to be livid about this one. Like you said, no flash, only the Ghost. No escape at all, and another kill for Zero.
And that is devastating for him. Such a large wave that you're seeing as well with no teleport. I actually might have liked to see Jundat just hard push the wave to make sure it crashes, right, and everything gets missed. But the Olaf is going to have to walk regardless and may still miss a whole chunk of that and is struggling. And Jax with a bounty 4 minutes in.
2 kills as well.
Bit pretty.
Completed. I mean, I played the Olaf into Jax matchup, and you only win level 1, and you have to hard in. You have to go
You have to hit the axe immediately, right?
Exactly.
Yeah,
That is literally your only opportunity until after 6. So you take a look at this, and this is just, it's clinical.
It is, and it's devastating for Palestine. Like you said, the best winning chance you have might be level 1.
Right there, they're just going to rinse and repeat this every time because you're so susceptible.
And that wave that we said they might want to push to crash, why not push it slower and just come back and dive him, huh?
Right.
Bad day in the office for this Olaf.
That's
it seems
3
like
kills for Zero, and it's only 5.5 minutes.
Yeah, it seems like Jordan want to go to bed early.
A little upset from that last game.
I think they regret game 2. And they are putting on an actual clinic, like you just said. Pushing all their lanes. Oh my god, the pre-cleanse. Go off, King.
Looking for this spot lane play onto Casper. He flashes out of there, and look at the damage they have. Ashbar is just taken so low. Yusef could barely do much to Casper.
He thought he had Ghost, by the way. 100% thought he had Ghost.
I think so, too.
Instant pop to dodge the Galio stun after
That's
the Justice
100% you think you have Ghost, and you realize you have Cleanse, and you're like, oopsie.
Doesn't mean the cleanse was used. It would have been a Ghost used regardless. We come back to live scenes here at the Drake Pit where Krunk is in an epic 1v1, but because he's Trundle,
he'll never die.
He'll get all of his health back.
And he'd never die. It's Trundle.
Never die.
It's Trundle. But still, as fun as it is to look at the bot lane, this truly is a game where it's just going to be focusing on top lane. See how far ahead Zero can get.
Look at the Rek'Sai.
The Rek'Sai.
I'm pretty sure was spotted on a ward.
Level 5 still for Palestine.
Question mark ping put on his head. You can see the counter strike comes through. It's to push this wave, and it is to push the wave.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter. Ward's dead.
Don't run.
Where are you going to go?
Yeah.
Where are you going to go?
What are you going to do, too?
There's
You're running
no
away.
support. No reinforcements.
That's another plate that Zero's going to pick. More gold.
And he can't teleport.
You can't teleport. You're losing experience. You're now 2 levels down to Jax.
And it's not like Jundat's not farming either.
Yeah. You just farming that up, and now, because you tried backing in that brush, that's going to be a free kill for Zero. He doesn't even need the help of Jundat. He can chase that down.
Job's done. Mischief managed. Zero goes back to his lane. May actually has got the wave crashed once again, and we'll just be able to get the rest of these minions. Top lane has been completely conceded, but still Palestine staying a little bit too close to the sun. And you can see what happens when you stand too close to it. He gets burned big time. Rek'Sai is still here, by the way. Scuttlecrab to be picked up by him regardless, but they use the body. Hello.
Oh,
hello.
now it's Krunk's
hello.
turn.
Krunk, good sweeper. Very good sweeper.
Very good sweeper there.
Bot
lane, hello. Mid lane also, Invincible was able to get a kill, but it was traded back. So everything kind of going a little hectic there for Jordan. Top lane still absolutely crushing it.
Yo, Palestine mid, he's found a place to farm.
Ah, there you go.
If our mid lane is trade 1-for-1, I catch that wave. That's king business.
Is that why they send Crunk top lane? Because
Crunk is top laning, yeah.
You're just like, all right, it's Trundle. He's really hard to kill. If he gets those dominance off.
True, level 6.
Subjugate.
Subjugate helps a lot. Mid lane trade, see what happens here. Tibbers gets dropped. Invincible.
But Invincible got out of this one. So what happened after this?
I am simply... Oh, okay.
Oh, he just wanted to be fancy about it.
Yeah, he just did that thing. That Nico thing.
Yeah, he just wanted to be fancy
Did you see the LEC the other day? Because Caps did that.
Yeah.
I'm getting weird deja vu
with
moments.
the ward.
Yeah, you're invisible, you flash, they can't see you, they can't predict it. It was one of those memes that was like, we've changed Galio so that he can't flash W because there's no counterplay. But Nico,
flash ult.
It could do all of that and be invisible.
Because even with that kill, Invincible did trade back and forth. It's still a Nico lane. You come back in the lane, you push it pretty far. Skip can't really do anything. That means you get this easy Rift Herald because top lane's also winning.
That Rift Herald could also be placed top lane to break the turret, and I do think we're going to have one of those games where you don't even bother about the rest of your map. It's a win more situation.
Yeah. You just say, all right, Zero Curious, please. Thank you.
Genuinely, what I would do if I was Jordan strategically in this situation is I would let Zero take the turret 1v1.
Yeah.
And then I would bring Nico up and 3-man the second turret. And
you know,
just
that's not
Herald,
a bad. That's not a bad shout right there. That's a good play.
Because like permanent prio in mid, right? Like that's certainly viable. Hello.
Oh no.
You better scream.
He's got his Ragnarok to get away, but now that's popped. That's a lot of minions. They could rinse and repeat for this one. Palestine, where can you go? You got no escape, no home to go to, and it's an easy kill. Unstoppable Zero.
Let him recall. Good. He almost stopped it.
I saw that too.
Invincible playing as minions permanently right now, seeing if Skip makes a single mistake. At least the last trade was a 1-for-1. Trundle invading the enemy jungle, doing the best that he possibly can. Top lane is over.
It is. You feel bad for Palestine on this one too, because what can he do? The turret's not his home. He's TPing to it.
Yeah.
And it's not your home, as Jundat will find Crunk in his home.
Emilio on the way.
Trying to take away
Jax
his stuff.
No, it's Nico.
That's
Nico
a lot
on
of
the
damage with the Subjugate heroic entrance. The Trundle's still difficult to kill. The flash coming in from the Trundle, but now the rest of Jordan collapsing, even if it's a trade of jungler for jungler. Look at Casper, still alive. The Nico does not get the Pop Blossom onto anybody, but they got enough damage onto Ashbar as they lose Casper in the fight. Butcher's gone too. Invincible. The Thorns work, but look at Zero, because Zero is going to be the hero. Looking for Yusuf as well. That's a lot of damage, even with the Feather Call. Ooh. It is going to kite out Zero.
Has no ward, does he?
He's got the jump flash. That's it. Dominating Jax.
If nothing else, this buys a lot of time for the Olaf to actually push and crash in the wave top lane, and will get himself a lot of gold in a devastating situation. Palestine actually get, I feel like, a favorable trade simply because of the trade.
Yeah.
Watch this back one more time, and again, mechanically, like, they actually play this one out fine. It's the mistakes from the Jordan side, right? Get yourself knocked up by the Galio ultimate, but the Zarya comes in, hits the flash R, and recalls those feathers to get the kills. Casper tries to survive, but the Nico Pop Blossom goes into a stopwatch again. And then Skip hits the Flash Tibbers. They do a lot of things right here. But quite simply, they cannot contend with Zero, who very smartly hits the Blast Cone there as well. Doesn't have a ward to jump to, but does have the Flash, and will be able to cover the distance to get himself that kill.
And going top lane, guess what he does? Kills Palestine again. So Palestine, that top lane.
You Herald now.
Yeah,
you Herald for the inner.
Yo. 100%.
They're doing Drake. You genuinely actually just Herald for the inner, make sure that Olaf dies off respawn by bringing the Nico up.
Yeah, seriously. Yep, that's what they're doing. Right away. I think they get better turret off first too?
Depends. We'll look at top.
That's going to be another charge for Shelly.
Not going to be the turret, I don't think. It's just going to be the charge. We'll see how they play. Annie has freedom to move right now. He's half health, but has freedom to move.
Yeah, but there's no CP for Palestine, so that's going to be a charge. And Zero, he's just going to dive again. Palestine, popped Ragnarok, but does it really matter? Actually, he doesn't even have that. He just dies.
Oh,
Skip's
dead.
Going to be the next target as Zero waits out, but doesn't go for the ward hop, instead saying, hey.
Nico's on the way, though, so is Skip alive?
Oh, let's see.
Jax hunting, Nico hunting, really quick recall from the Annie, changes his mind, runs away.
Runs away.
But the turret falls.
Turret does fall. Okay, he will live. With the turret falling, Jordan gaining so much, this bot lane is a non-factor. There is nothing to really focus on this bot lane, even though that is where Palestine have actually gotten leads from.
Well, they based, right? So in plain vision, Jordan could just continue to push if they wanted to, right? They haven't cleared any vision. They haven't really needed to do anything on Summoner's Rift right now, but let the Jacks win harder and not die. Stay stable. Get the replay of the fight in top lane. Palestine, Ruffy just gets stunned up and really good aggro juggling here once again from Jundat. Rek'Sai played very nicely from him. He's going that bruiser build as well.
Yeah, as expected. And Zero is so far ahead, he has a BF sword.
He's a 700 gold round. He's 8-0.
Plates haven't even fallen, and he's already gotten the inhibitor.
Yeah.
Yeah, when you have this in solo kill, that's a GG go next.
This is a situation where Yusef is looking at Zero, and I don't think you want this
I
fight.
don't think you want
There's
this.
three. There's three.
Waiting for the counter strike. Getting a lot of damage, actually. Gonna get the shutdown. Palestine, that's going to be huge.
And that's a huge mistake from Zero, to be honest. His team's pushing the mid lane out of turret. You don't have to do everything yourself.
No, I mean, his team will get that turret, so at least they do get something back on the map. That amount of a shutdown picked up for Skip here. 4-1 on Annie with 1,000 gold gifted over to her.
Exactly right. And if you're the one person on the team that is fed right now, majority of the gold is in your pockets. You don't want to give 1,000 gold to someone that can kill the rest of your team.
Exactly, and we were talking about the win conditions for Palestine, right? It is going to be how Skip plays these. The flash forwards, but Invincible going to look for this play on the bot lane onto Yusef. But it is difficult when you have to deal with the Galio always showing up to save the day.
Ajba really not recognizing his limits right now. That flash was egregious. Purple weapon mid, they've locked him down.
Lockdown Skip. Picked up the Annie. Even if it was a little bit of damage back onto Casper, Jundet just has way more.
Just a bit too far up in mid lane. There was nothing for him there in the first place. They don't have enough priority in top lane to be that far up. Goes down just a little bit out from the turret. That's all it takes right now, and they will punish you instantly. Still has a bounty on him. Jax after that shutdown too. Another 200 gold. That's how far ahead he is.
Yeah, the fact that it wasn't fully reset because
Shojin, right?
Shojin, 100%. And now I think he's playing a little bit more cautiously. Before that last death, he would have gone for that play. They're realizing, hey, all right, the team's going for other plays across the map. We got Nico pushing bot lane. We have a little bit of a slow push mid lane. Jundat was on Rift Herald. So let's play clinical, let's play clean. Kind of what we expect from Jordan going into this game, despite it.
Where are you going, Cry? Yeah.
Clear that out. Goes back to Ashbar.
Oh. You know what I am thinking about this game is I would not be surprised to see a Herald end the game in top.
Yeah.
If they put more attention to bottom, right? Like, say, for example, the Drake is up in a minute, and 4 people perhaps, from Palestine commit to that play. Rek'Sai and Jax can win. Right now, they're not going to play that way, right? They're going to generate money for the whole squad. Very valid way to play this out.
Yeah.
Break the bot lane out of turret with the Rift Herald. Maybe look for an inner turret as well down there. Do not give over the Drake because it is the 3rd one of the game for Palestine. They made that mistake last game. They'll be much more methodical in their approach this time.
A lot cleaner gameplay. Even if there's been a couple of mistakes here and there, they still have a huge chance. Now he's got that Spear of Sojin completed as well. So it's going to bring even more pain. Has a blue buff. So look at that. Look at how Skip has to play. So far back, even with Crunk there, they just don't have that power, and that's why they just summon the Rift Herald in the spot lane.
Skip just not using abilities right now. He's not threatening the stun.
No wave clear either.
Just sitting there with 1 charge.
That's going to be that tier 2 falling real quickly. With Zero playing far forward, they have to just forfeit it.
Yeah, they're going to disengage with the Drake. Meanwhile, mid lane, a Xayah and a Galio. The Galio with no flash because of the play he made earlier.
Either. Oh, no.
I don't know if they get the kills. I think they just dissuade them and take the Drake for free. But at the same time, they're trading with top. And this is a tower bounty and a tower shutdown. So they're still trying to get money where they can. Palestine, I mean, that's going to be his one job in this game. Would not be shocked to see a hull breaker or a full tank.
Ooh, Zero. Caught in the trap right there. Even with Counter-Strike, can't stop a lot of the lockdown on the other side. But Skip was able to find a pick onto Butcher in jungle, in the river.
And again, what for? Right? Like, what are we doing there? What is there? There is nothing there.
Red team has slain the dragon.
Two minions just walking down mid lane because they can. Because it was invincible all along. Meanwhile, pushing top lane, taking the turret. Teleports are going to come through from Jax and Nico to top lane.
Stop it! No, doesn't actually go for the Q. So now Zero and Invincible are both here. USF realizing there's no Feather Storm anymore that you can rely on, so your easy pick'ems with all that damage on the other side, so they can jump in and pick up all the gold necessary and get a stun on Asbar. Double kill for Zero.
I will still say, as a result, Palestine take that. That is 2 turrets in top lane worth bounties for the trade of 3 people's lives. That opens up the map a lot. So this is one of those situations, right? Like, we're trying to make the best of it. It's a 10-1 Jax who is just absurdly far ahead, but this is one of those fights where you just got 2 teleports out of both side laners. You've broken 2 turrets and got 2 bounties for it. I don't think you're upset. I think if you're the Olaf, you're happy.
Yeah, I mean, also you don't reset the gold on yourself. You're still 0 and 8.
Yeah, it's still 0 and 8.
Literally worth no gold killing you.
Palestine, yeah, you're 0 and 9.
About to be 0 and 9.
Actually,
Or is he? Flash away. Flash is all over the place, but it is going to be Butcher, the first target. And even with the breath of life, it wasn't his own life that he breathed life into.
Butcher gone again. Flash available for the Milio. Butcher gone. Gets locked down.
Things are onto the inhibitor
still
by...
here. They say skip, you go now.
Go for it.
Ooh.
No stun either.
Slow.
Waiting
There
for
they
it.
go,
There it is. Going to get the knock up into the counter-strike stun, so there's no counter play for skip.
They bide their time. They've got the wave pushing in right now as well. Trundle dealing with top lane means it's just these 2. Flashless Galio once again almost off cooldown. Skip used his flash earlier to try and get the kills as well. Nicely dodged by Casper. Lots of 1s in the scoreline of 0 at the moment. That's exciting.
Yeah, 1-1-1-1.
1-5-1 here. Nice.
With
Baron.
that, they go for the Baron. All right, they saw Kronk on the rafters. They saw him pass down that way. They know where he's at, so they can immediately go for this one. Palestine just don't have anything left in the tank at this point to actually fight back.
They're very free objective. 20 minutes in, 20-minute Baron. Happy with that one. Jack's going to stick around. He can defend the waves, not going to let them split push to their entirety. Palestine, to the completion of this game, I would be surprised to see him anywhere that isn't a side lane split pushing up until he only has his base to hide in.
Look, I, again, play top lane. I played every role. And
Get
whenever I
bounty.
fall behind as a top laner, this is what I do. You just go for the full split push. We got the late game. Let me backdoor.
Since the introduction of shutdown bounties on towers as well, it's even more viable, right? Like
Yeah,
there's
it's
more
genuine.
value.
Yeah. And I think at this point, when you got hard camped as Olaf, you were having a terrible time in the 1v1, and then Jundet showed up as well to make it even worse. You just hard commit to these side lane plays, get that hull breaker, and never, ever team fight.
Jundet about to be spotted, but Kronk is a Trundle who cannot actually stop you from escaping unless you try and cancel the burrow.
Which you can do, it's just difficult. Right now, Palestine.
Skip hunting, skip.
No
misses.
It's a blind attempt there. But the Baron's still on the head of Jordan. They're getting a lot of waves pushing at the same time.
It's a support dealing with the Jax right now.
Because who else can? They really just can't send anyone by themselves to deal with the Jax. And because you sent 3 now there, gives a little bit of free time mid lane. As Palestine is hunting down, chasing down Jordan a little bit, but you got to take a lot of damage for it.
Well, I tell you what, he gave it his best. That's what it's about, right? He gave it his best.
Dead, but...
Defending top, losing bottom.
Right, I was about to say, and mid too. Everything, all fronts being attacked by Team Jordan. Team Palestine, they've got to answer something, because eventually they're just going to lose the entirety of the base. Because bot lane's gone, mid lane's gone, top lane is what you decide to answer with, but you're getting kited back by Zero and Jundet at the moment. And you're continuing to chase this, and it's not working. Look at the base. That's still being attacked as Palestine. He's got no damage. He's got no way to fight back against Casper, which means now you've lost mid lane as well. That inhibitor threatened by Team Jordan. The blue light vigil not going to connect, but they got a lot of damage even with the Justice Punch. Doesn't matter because look at Zero into the back line, taking a kill onto Annie, even if the Heroic Engine tries to deny it. The Pop Blossom, that is the nail in the coffin for Palestine. The Team Jordan will rinse them in the fight.
22 minutes in the game will just crest over to 23 minutes, and Jordan, they want to wrap it up. They want to go home. They had enough. They gave one game away, but they're not going to give away two.
No, not at all. With all that attention in top lane for Zero, they knew they had all that power, especially once they came to the Baron after that moment, attacking all fronts of Team Palestine, and they made that one a quick one.
And you can see the fist bump there as well between Zero and Jundat. Well-earned victory, well-deserved victory for them as well, and that's the face of a man who is just defeated.
That's the face of a man who has been camped, and you're like, I hate everything because I was 0-5 by 5.5 minutes.
It was like 0-10 by the end as well.
Yeah, and those are the roughest games, right? Like any other game, like you lose in a really close one, it does suck as well. But when you're also hard camped, you're kind of like
you feel defeated, right?
Yeah.
You're deflated. You can see him. He's back in his chair. He's just rocking. Yeah, nothing else he could really say. You can't contribute anything to the team communication. You can't contribute anything to the game. Split push turrets as best you can. And yeah, Palestine, they tried their best to stay in that game, but the way that it started, it felt like there was no keeping up with the tempo that Jordan could play.
Tempo of Zero, mostly. Zero, all that Jax. What did he end that game with, like 13-1?
I'm not sure what the final KDA was.
That's what I'm trying to think off the top of my head.
Yeah.
But that was a heroic performance from Zero. And we've seen a couple of those carry performances from this top laner of Jordan.
Yeah, and really well supported by Jundat as well in this game. Right? The Rek'Sai camp. Like, again, I kind of mentioned this during the game, but Rek'Sai has unique pathing that a lot of other champions can't do. Shaco's maybe one of the others on that list, and it's hard to deal with how unique that is. It's hard to place wards for. It's hard to counter as well. And Trundle had a really quiet game, and I feel like that was a big point that was lacking. Yes, the Olaf got camped very nicely by Jordan, but what was the response, right? There was no response.
Like there's a couple attempts in bot lane, but it wasn't very fruitful, right? Sure, you get a kill here, a kill there, but then you look top lane and you're like, oh, that's a 6-0 Jax.
It was. You can't really play any carry into that either.
No, not because what are you going to do against a fed Jax like that when he's already got 3 items and you haven't even completed your mythic?
Yeah, it was tough. It was one of those games that felt like it was kind of wrapped up super early into the piece. So, full credit again to Jordan for really shaping up in game number 3. Like we said, we spoke to them between games backstage, and they're like, yeah, we'll get more serious in this game.
Yeah, and that's what you kind of expect, especially after a Game 2 launch like they had, right? Where they were literally at the Nexus.
Yeah.
All they had to do before that one craziness where they then tried to send Zeri and Jace by themselves to take the Nexus is literally hit the Nexus besides trying to get the kills at the step of the fountain. That's when the game could have ended. And then they kept it going too long, and then eventually got thrown back in their face.
They could have done a lot of things differently in that second game. They took none of those risks in the third game.
Ooh.
I think they really wanted to go home in the third game and show. And I think as well, it's good to take a step back and say this is how good Jordan can be, right? And it's not a reflection of the whole series. Game 3 is a perfect reflection of their strength and why we said they are the second best team in this group behind the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, who we would love to see have a rematch if that were at all possible.
Yeah, so unfortunately we won't have that,
no.
But we will have a player interview with the victorious team, Jordan and Wendy, on the stage.
Thank you so much, guys. Casper, good to see you here, the last matchup of the day. And I know it's a bit sorry for Game 2, but I need to start with that game. So what went wrong in Game 2? And also, you guys have this Zeri. You guys have 4 long-range champions. Why is that?
First of all, good to see you too. I think we disrespect them a bit. That's why we deserve to take a lose, I think. That's why.
Okay, but just enjoy the stage, and finally you guys were able to take the win for the third one. And also in Game 1, we feel that the opponent's team, they have the very interesting picks. They got as Cho'Gath and Senna. We have seen this in other tournaments before, but what's the first reaction from the team?
To be honest, it was a very hard matchup for me to play. So I was fighting a lot. I tried to make a lot of plays, try to win the lane. That's why.
Oh yeah, but after that, you guys were able to also showcase a very high level of performance and secure the first win. And also, after today's game, you guys still have the match tomorrow. So which part do you think the whole team is getting better and better, and which part do you think the whole team can still have some room to improve for the following matchup?
We need to make a good draft tomorrow, and we need to talk a lot because enemy team tomorrow is they have a good players, so we need to do a good draft against them.
Yeah, to focus on the draft and no Zeri, right?
No.
Yeah, okay. Congratulations again and best of luck for the matches tomorrow. And back to our casters.
All right, thanks Wendy and Casper, but you did hear, they were having a little bit of fun in that game too.
Yeah.
I mean, what else can you say, right? They disrespected them, and they admit that. They're like, yeah, we weren't giving them full respect.
Yeah.
So that's why we went into game 3, and we're like, we're going to win this.
They said it themselves, so we can say it now, right?
Yeah.
They definitely did disrespect in that draft, in that play a little bit as well, right? You said it earlier, but just going over those Nexus backdoors, they didn't play their standard of League of Legends. We got to see their standard of League of Legends in this third game, and I think a very clear-cut game from them. Strong showing from top lane, strong showing from jungler. We haven't really mentioned bot lane and mid were also just winning their respective skirmishes as well throughout all of this. Like, they genuinely just held it down. The part that I thought was interesting was how he agreed genuinely unplayable matchup in bot lane against the center Cho'Gath. So annoying. So
it
annoying.
really is. And honestly, I wouldn't be surprised in, say a month, we start seeing that crop back into the meta because people are like, really safe bot lanes. What's good into really safe bot lanes? Something you cannot kill at all and always will have kill threat on you at every moment of the game.
Especially when they're running Knight, right?
Yeah.
So they were all in on that kill threat. They threw a spanner into the works and a Poppy that was dealing with it as well, right? So it's one of those things where, like, yeah, the Tristana pick had a really bad time. The Tristana had to deal with 3 picks that could handle you easily.
Yep.
So maybe it is something we'll see more of. Maybe we'll just see less Tristana as an ADC if they become potentially in the meta as well.
I think it would just be good into things like Xayah, even thinking about how it would do into that one, because you kind of want to stay a little bit safe in lane. Could do well into that. The only ones I think you'd really struggle on are like Lucian.
I don't know if you'd be that good into Zeri Yuumi, right?
Zeri Yuumi,
Zeri no longer needs the dismount. So I feel like that might be a pretty big factor for why it's a pretty good lane now for the Zeri Yuumi still.
Maybe. But that's theory crafting. We don't have to theory craft this game. We're going to see a bunch of highlights and a bunch of Olaf dying.
Yeah, Olaf falling on his own axe there, level 3. Goes down to the Jax, who quite simply stands and deliver, and then you set yourself up for this. The Rek'Sai comes in, makes it happen. The Rek'Sai then comes back in. They get another kill. The Rek'Sai then comes back in. And if you haven't heard what I said,
it's going to be it over and over again.
There is a Rek'Sai on the screen for every single Jax highlight that you get from this game.
Right.
And it will be rinse and repeat, of course.
Hey, 1-0.
Yeah. Look, some highlights elsewhere, some moments elsewhere. My favorite being the I thought I had Ghost tech from Casper in that one. It's always a classic.
It's a classic. But, you kind of talked about that. Bot lane not necessarily losing too bad for Palestine, but not necessarily winning. And then Jordan, after that 2v2, they're able to go 2v1.
And this is a good skirmish.
Yeah.
Right? This is actually a good fight. Up until top laner comes in and intervenes, this is a winning skirmish overall. MACAU found no purchase, really nicely dodged, good stopwatch on the Galio, right? Things going so well for them. And unfortunately, the world boss just shows up. Not even just a raid boss. Man's a monster.
It's the what is it, Final Fantasy 18-hour boss that you have to deal with the whole party. Except it's even worse because you're just never going to
And you're solo queued for it right now.
Yeah.
There's no party backing you up.
No.
The one time they did find the kills, there was a party backing him up. I swear if that Inferno ult actually connected, that could have been an instant wipe as well.
Probably, yeah.
It was looking like it. You're banking on the crit now, of course, with that Inferno, so it's not as strong as it used to be, but they're just so strong at this point in the game, right? And truly run them down.
There's also really good pop blossom there, too, to just make sure we knew how that game was going to go. Jordan, we're so far ahead, especially from 0. Even if the damage kind of shows a little bit of the story, just how little damage everyone on Palestine did.
Yeah, and again, easy talking point for Palestine is Olaf had a bad day. The second one is the Crunk could not contribute.
Not at all.
Look at the damage that he dealt in that game as well. It was so
Less
low.
damage than Ashbar.
Genuinely could not do anything to contribute and help his team out. A lot of that damage is probably the subjugate.
Yeah.
To be honest with you. It was a roughie, and I think
No surprise.
No one.
Not a single surprise there. You get a solo bolo early, level 3. Get hard camped as well. You're 8-1 at one point in the game. Ends up 12-1.
Yeah.
Just absolute monster.
Collective gasp in the room as Zero is our Audi Super A player. Very much deserving, support of his team, and just was ready to go home. Imagine.
he was like, all right, we're going to win. It's the I'll do it myself mentality.
Yep, he's out of coffee.
Yeah.
He's sick of it.
It's like everyone else, all right, whatever you do, it doesn't matter. I'm just going to do it myself. We're winning this game 1v9 if I have to. We're done. Quick game as well. You can see
22?
How, yeah, no, 24?
Oh, damn, it was still real quick either way.
Yeah, it was real quick.
I think the second game was like 40-something. It's really skewed my brain for time right now.
That skewed everyone's brain.
Yeah, okay, yeah, it just skewed our brains, to be fair. That second game was an experience, that's for certain.
All right, but we got to take a look at the standings for West Asia. And to no one's surprise, we do have the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia at the tippity top there. Well, Jordan, they might have lost, one game there to Palestine, but they are still 3-1, tied with Oman, who they also have beat.
But their for and against is down 1 now as a result of losing that game.
Yeah.
I believe Oman actually wins and loses in these 2-0s, so very interesting to see if they go head-to-head and more specifically win.
But it will really depend on that first matchup of tomorrow.
Yes.
The Kingdom of Saudi Arabia versus Oman. I mean, we are expecting Saudi Arabia to win that one, but you never know. If Oman are able to pull up an upset there, they're able to even get a 2-1 victory over the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia.
Continue those improvements, right?
Right. That will completely upset what the standings are. And we will finish West Asia tomorrow as well before we move on later into the day with Central Asia and South Asia as that group is combined.
Will certainly be interesting to see Central Asia and South Asia for the first time, right? Kyrgyzstan, Kazakhstan, Sri Lanka, India will all come to play League of Legends tomorrow. Super pumped to see what they can do and what they can provide for comparisons even to the rest of the groups that we've seen so far.
Yeah, I always like seeing the new groups. I like kind of seeing the players.
It's like new metas.
It's new metas, but it's also, you just get these fun players that you're like we look at Zero, right, and how good he's been in top lane, right? Big surprise to a lot of people, where you kind of look at some of these regions, some of these countries, and you're like, how are they going to be? And then you see them, you actually get to know them a little bit more, and you're really surprised.
It's always good to see, always good to know and learn more about these countries.
Yeah, but as we round out our days, we do want to thank our sponsors really quick. This competition is jointly organized by the Olympic Council of Asia and the Asian Electronic Sports Federation, operated by Digital Esports Asia and undertaken by Neo TV. First of all, thanks to our prestige sponsor, Audi Q4 e-tron Strong Sport for RDAG tournament. Special thanks to iQOO 11, the official mobile game equipment of RDAG, the professional choice to empower victory, embrace the thrill of control. And thank you to official supporter Omen, New Omen 16, new journey to the road to Asian Games 2022.
Thank you as well to our official supporter, Autofull M6 official gaming chair partner of Road to Asia Games. Be your own hero. Thank you to official supporter East Rock also for all of their support. At the same time, we would also like to thank our official broadcasting platforms, Bilibili, Huya Live, Douyu Live, Kuaishou Games, Migu Video, Channels, Tencent Video, Weibo, Xiaohongshu, YouTube, and Twitch for their support.
And thank you to all of you for joining us here for another day in the Road to Asian Games 2022. Day 6 is in the bag. We got Day 7 tomorrow. We'll finish West Asia and start off Central Asia and South Asia. We will see you then.
hailing home. It's allowed, but we can't handle here and now. We're so close to home. If you're ready now, the universe, it's electric, new era, we're blooming here. I sing it out. Getting closer while we're stronger. The singer era tie by bonds. No, we will never be alone. We're waking up, going forward together. We're fighting the treadmill sun. Going forward together, forever you and I. We got new worlds to discover. We're holding each other. Whatever comes our way, yeah, we will survive. We're slowly, you know, and the children we know. You can edit it now. You choose it all. It's gonna